At that moment, in the crowd of people stood the saber god, who said that by helping him, they would not receive anything. He walked past them back and forth, saying that they would be branded traitors and most likely killed. He then turned to them and said that he was giving them one last chance to leave, and after that he would not tolerate disobedience. There was silence in the detachment and no one moved from their place. Musen closed his eyes and was glad that his life was not in vain, so he said that he would gladly accept their lives. He started to leave, saying that they needed to move out. Under the cover of darkness, we see some guard being threatened with a sword, and he asks if they even understand what they are doing. These were people from Musen's detachment. He immediately cut off the guard's head, saying that if they didn't understand, they wouldn't have started. There were corpses everywhere. All the guys were covered in blood. They held their chests, saying that the God of Swords had taken up defensive positions in his office. Two guys turned to each other and asked what was the likelihood that his strength would run out. The second replied that for now it did not exist at all. Then he grabbed his hood and got angry, saying that it looks like in the end they will only have to fight him, and it will be difficult. They were talking to each other and decided to signal how it would all start. And so, after a while, a signal was sent straight into the sky. The fireworks exploded, and the guys in the forest realized they had to go. The whole village exploded as the operation began. People from the detachment shouted to the others that there had been an explosion in the warehouse and the fire had started. The saber god himself walked in the middle of the street. Everything around was on fire, and he began to release magical power and also looked very menacing. He recalled that once upon a time he destroyed the sixth leader of the demon Artie and received Eckhelp. This is a power that was an aura, and had the ability to awaken all the energy dormant in the body. This weapon was so dangerous and enhanced the user's magic so much that it was used only in times of extreme danger, or if for a suicidal attack. Musen decided to eat this thing, realizing that if it helps him cope with the God of Swords, then he is ready for anything. Suddenly the guard standing at the entrance noticed someone. This is Musena and his henchmen, so he began to tell them that they should not enter there now. But the saber god was so angry that words could not describe this anger. Musena grabbed his katana, charging energy. The sword god noticed this, so he turned and waited for the attack. He immediately pushed Liant away, shouting at him to dodge. A huge explosion occurred in that place, which dragged the corpse of that guard to their feet. The God of Swords covered Liant with his hand. The four of them met face to face, and Liant shouted that he had really decided to do this. The saber god stood confidently and said that he should return the stone, and then he would leave him alive, and Liant began to shout that he was already tired of repeating that he did not have it. The sword god stopped him with his hand again, and then with a very angry look he asked him that he was going to stand his ground to the last. Musen gestured, saying that since he personally came there, the answer is obvious, so he needs to give him Liant. The sword god bowed his head, asking if he really had to go that far. So he raised his hand up, and green magic flew up after him, and swords appeared around him. They were surrounded by Mushin's squad, and the God of Swords asked that he was confident that he could handle him. Musen began to look around in fear, not realizing that this was an illusion, and everything he had seen before was a simple illusion. He looked at the dead guys, and the God of Swords told him to see what stubbornness can lead to. Does he want to be in their place? The sword god looked very angry and said that at first he thought of giving him a chance, because he and the spear are his first friends. But Musen immediately coldly replied that he always thought rationally, so he couldn't understand. Perhaps they all died with a smile on their faces, so by feeling sorry for them, he only dishonors their memory. The saber god stood with his foot on the stone, saying that it would be nice if he understood something. Swords were flying around him, and he pushed the stone, adding that it didn't matter to him how many there were, 10 or 100. He looked at him and with pure anger and in the same voice said that his goal is only one person, and he will get to him. The God of Swords came to Liant's defense. The saber god took the sword in his hands and immediately ran to attack the sword god. His squad shouted for everyone to protect their master. Shouts could be heard throughout the forest that no one should be allowed to disturb him. The saber god activated his power up, followed by a whirlwind of knives that led straight towards the sword god. He ran among this whirlwind of knives, holding two swords, and then he struck, and behind him there was a huge pink flash. But then he saw one of the sword god's swords fly over his head. He turned around in fear, not understanding how he survived after this, and right behind him stood the God of Swords himself. Several of his swords were aimed directly at Mushin, and he was shocked that this was the same power of four swords called the death of a saint, but how did he close the distance so quickly? And then he smiled, realizing that it was his mistake. The saber god swung, deciding to counterattack. But the sword god simply grabbed his sword with two fingers, and he squeezed it with such force that the sword burst into fragments. Musen didn't even know what to say, he was in complete shock. Then the God of Swords smashed with his swords the swords of the God of Sabers. He only had two swords left in his hand, and he couldn't believe it, because his magical power had increased and his skills were now stronger than ever before. The sword god cross-slashed Mushin. The saber god was shocked, his eyes wide. His sword simply broke, and Musen's sword hit him right in the heart. He didn't understand how there wasn't a scratch on the God of Swords. Then two more swords stabbed into his back. The God of Swords stood over him, and he asked him how he could do this. The God of Swords looked at him arrogantly and replied that this was the level. Musen was covered in blood and in complete shock. He recalled those days of wandering in search of power during the time when he wandered aimlessly, thirsting for more and more power. He met the God of Swords, and he was defeated. The God of Swords pointed his daggers at him. Then, he followed him after he recovered from those blows. And after a while, he met love, and then they had a son. And now he looks at his hands and sees that a sword is sticking out of his chest. During this period his level did not improve, but only became worse. Naturally, his abilities died. He looked up with sincere sadness, thinking that in the end, he ended up here. Suddenly, he was very surprised, because the God of Swords said that he was very grateful to him. Muzan sat on his knees and asked what he was saying, and he replied that he had absorbed inner strength. The sword god gestured, saying that the power of the 4 divine beings was able to combine it into one, and all that remained for him was to extract it. Muzan sat with his mouth open at such words. The God of Swords rubbed his chin, saying that he was very grateful, because he didn't think that he could get her so quickly, but should he thank the red dragon for this? Muzan was trembling all over while the swords were sticking out of his body. He started laughing, raising his head. He finally understood everything. He looked at the God of Swords and thought that no matter what the God of Swords did, he always planned several steps ahead, and in the end he got what he wanted, and it seemed that this was one of his goals. He looked at the sword in his chest and realized that he was a simple puppet. The God of Swords reached out his hand to him, telling him to come to him. But then he remembered his son, saying that if he died like this, then his son, who had spent his entire life in the throes of pain, would die as a flower that had never been able to bloom, and he decided that at least for the sake of his son, he couldn't just leave. Suddenly something dawned on him. He remembered that on that note with the eye, coordinates were written. The sword god stood pointing at him, and he told him that he had made a mistake. Muzan raised his head with a smile, saying that he should not have told him that the internal forces had united, when suddenly a bright flash began to appear in his chest. This flash was so bright that it blinded the sword god, and the sword god stood in surprise and watched as he flew into the sky. He flew straight into a huge portal that was in the sky. The sword god was shocked by this, so he looked up with his eyes wide open. A very large green portal, and after Muzan there was a cry from the God of Swords. This portal produced particles that fell down. The dragon's head flew through this portal, and then he flew down towards the people, and the dragon began to growl furiously. It was pouring rain outside, and June stood over Bahal's impaled body and absorbed his energy. He looked at his hand and was glad that he had finally completed the conversion of life force into experience points. Wu and Shannon came to Jun, holding their palms on their chests. They said that all enemies in the immediate area had been destroyed. June stood in the rain and told them it was great. Then he raised his hand, which was in the chains, and said that the bracelets vibrated strongly. And then he looked at the killed people and realized that it was understandable that they were vibrating. He dealt not only with Liant and Bao, but also with the fiery beasts under the command of the Saber God. It would be strange if the bracelets behaved differently. The people and the dead were shouting at each other. This is how June imagined the battle that was also going on inside, and he understood that no matter how they resisted, they would still have to come to terms with the hopelessness of what had happened. He thinks there might be something he doesn't know about the war, so they should ask a few questions. And then he looked at his chest, which contained the stone, and thought that it was rather awkward for him to use a thing that was created at the cost of human lives, and besides, even if he decided, he still wouldn't be able to use it. But then he began to look closely at something, continuing to think that, however, since this was such an important item that could force the Red Dragon to join the war, then it was worth looking for a use for it. The two henchmen were tired of just standing around, so they asked the owner if there were any other orders. June put his hands in his pockets, saying that there were no orders yet. But then he came up with a use that, who knows, maybe the stone will help his guys, if of course they can share its power. He closed his eyes and lowered his head, saying that he had achieved his goal, so he no longer needed to interfere. The minions disappeared in the fog under the owner's feet, and he was still thinking that he still had a lot of work to do. But in this matter it is dangerous to be too greedy, so the time to declare himself has not yet come. Jun began to pick up his mask, remembering what he wanted to say, that he needed to tell Edora and Pant that they needed to stop and retreat. He almost put a mask on his face, and his look was as if he had won the war. The God of Swords began to remember the moments when he fought with Arsha, because they suffered too many casualties. This is the first time this has happened since the war with Arsha. The God of Swords walks among the workers, and thinks that then it took a lot of effort to restore. They had to look for new geniuses in their field. These were the God of the Spear and the God of the Sabers, and thanks to them they created Chengwado. But because of this attack, they lost at least more than half of their troops. The power of the 4 divine beings fell into oblivion. Liant and Muzan simply died. They were 2 gods of martial arts. Moreover, nothing is known about the stone until now. The God of Swords stood with angry eyes, saying that the Summer Queen was too greedy. The huge dragon began to charge the blow, and then simply began to pour fire on the God of Swords. But suddenly the God of the Spear jumped out in front of him and repelled this fire with his blow. The Spear God then turned to the Sword God and said that he was most likely worrying in vain, but he noticed that the Sword God was moving too slowly for himself. His look was cunning, and he asked if he was already tired, when suddenly his face changed his expression. He was alarmed because he was told that Liant and Muzan were dead. The God of Swords began to use magic, saying that it was finally time to use Gungnir. His gaze was eerie, and then he asked the God of the Spear and the God of the Bow to support him with fire. The God of the Spear began to shout the name of the God of the Bow, and he was already standing nearby, saying that he already knew. The god of the spear grabbed the handle that was behind his back, and he understood that it would take time to use Gungnir to its full potential. Therefore, he took out 2 huge spears and glowed with aura. The 3 of them stood in front of the Queen of Summer, and the god of swords thought that the god of the bow needed to buy some time. The dragon looked at them and realized that they were up to something, but decided that it was pointless against her, so he started attacking the spear god. Several shots flew towards her tail. The god of the spear saw the moment and said that the god of the bow was doing a good job. This is exactly what the dragon was afraid of, because he realized that he was caught. The spear god charged, making a whirlwind. He hit the dragon several times and the dragon started screaming at them. The bow god fired another shot while the spear god fought the dragon in the air. All the shots hit the dragon and its wings directly. Deep cuts became visible on the dragon, and he squealed in pain. The god of the spear looked joyful, realizing that they had succeeded. The attack was leaving marks on her strong armor, and the Queen of Summer was also already tired. While they were fighting, the god of swords was charging Gungnir, and the god of the spear thought that if they could fully use the powers of Gungnir, then they would definitely be able to defeat her. The dragon again began to accumulate fire in her mouth and screamed at them, "How dare they even!" The Summer Queen fired a huge burst of fire at them. The god of the spear ran to attack her, shielding himself from the fire with his hands. There was also a fire in his eyes. He wanted the Queen of Summer to focus only on him. He stood under a barrage of fire, deciding that she would soon be defeated. Then, timing himself again, he shouted to the bow god that he needed to attack right now, and he was preparing his shot for this. Directly above the dragon's head, a huge blow from the sun flew from above. But alas, this blow missed the dragon and simply flew from the side. The spear god stood in shock because he could not miss. But then he looked at the onion god, suspecting something was wrong. The bow god smiled from ear to ear. This scared the spear god very much, so he immediately started shouting to the sword god to dodge. And so, the god of swords looks at this powerful shot, and he instantly gets closer and closer to him. And now, he was right in front of him, so the god of swords looked at it all in fear. And he didn't have time to defend himself, so the blow completely hit his body. This explosion could be seen across the entire forest. Huge depressions appeared at the site of the explosion. The mask of the god of swords fell off, and he himself was covered in blood and missing an arm. He was all shining with a blue aura, and anger was visible on his face. He thought that due to magical resistance, internal bleeding was intensifying. He peered down with angry eyes, realizing that he was about to lose consciousness. But however, the questions that had tormented him until now began to form a single picture. He remembered how he fought with Mushin, realizing that the reason why Mushin appeared, and why the defense of Chingwado turned out to be an empty phrase, although in preparation for the war they strengthened their positions. It was that they brought Muzin's eye in the pail of his son, and also because he received information that Liant had the stone. The god of swords bared his teeth in anger, and then he looked at the onion god, realizing that he had set it all up. And he only told him that the god of swords was simply going crazy. Wouldn't it be better to just stop straining, trying to hold back the magical power and finally die peacefully? When suddenly the god of the spear began to shout at the god of the bow, and then simply rushed to attack him, shouting that he would kill him. But the onion god only arrogantly said his name, saying that he was too furious. Indeed, at that moment, the dragon hit him with its tail, and the bow god asked why such a martial arts master did not simply cover his rear. The dragon sent the spear god flying into the wall with its tail. Behind the sword god, people were fighting, and in front of him were the bow god and the dragon. Some warriors stood with their mouths open, watching all this, and it is said that numerous Chingwado players did not believe the horror happening right before their eyes. And even in situations where the red dragon was too strong, they did not give up, and the only reason for this was their absolute trust in the martial arts gods. They looked at the beaten sword god and realized that now the bow god had betrayed them, and the 2 martial arts gods had received mortal wounds, which could not help but shock them. The dragon filled his mouth with fire, saying that it took longer than expected, but this is the end of Chingwado. And so he immediately shot a large flame at the sitting sword god. In this fire, someone's cloak began to turn into ashes, and it was the god of the spear who covered the god of swords. While he was covering it with himself, he asked the god of swords if he had lost consciousness or something, but he did not answer him. And so the god of the spear began to bare his teeth, praying that he would not die. He began to remember how he stood next to him, and he said that he was the heart and king of Jinwado, and also a friend whose replacement could not be found in the whole wide world. He could not allow him to die here. His face was already burned, and he said that as long as the god of swords lives, Chingwado lives with him. He spread his arms, ordering everyone else to protect him at all costs. At this moment, the players of Chingwado, the number of which was approaching 10,000. While the dragon ruffled up in front of them, they unanimously raised their weapons and pointed them at the Queen of Summer. The guys rushed to attack the dragon because they were driven by one goal. This was to create an opportunity for the escape of the god of swords and the god of the spear. Some of them jumped on the dragon with swords, ready to say goodbye to their lives for the sake of victory. The dragon began to shout displeasingly, "How dare they even, and do they really think that they will be able to leave later?" And at that moment the dragon poured fire on them, burning them to the ground. The guys were left without skin on their faces because it was all burned from such heat. The dragon was still screaming for them all to finally die. Pant stood far from this place and just watched silently. and then he turned to Jun and asked if everything was normal because they did as he ordered them, but Pant somehow felt uneasy. Jun turned to him and said that everything was fine, so he didn't have to worry because they would still be grateful that they left the Red Dragon's lair right now. Pant did not understand what he was talking about and made a surprised face. Jun turned away and walked on, and Pant shouted to him, but Edora interrupted him, asking him why he thought their tribe did not fight this time. Pant began to salute his chin and suggested that although the Red Dragon had attacked suddenly, they had known about it for a long time, and their father liked to intervene in such situations. Edora looked at him and replied that he simply felt that there was no longer any point in an alliance with Chingwado, and there was a possibility that the Red Dragon could send someone to the tribe. While there were explosions everywhere, she still said that since the Red Dragon captured the Kuram, he never interfered with the tribe's affairs. This is only proof that their tribe is taken into account. She mentally imagined two figures, her father and the Red Dragon Queen, because also for Chingwado the game was now over, there was hardly any point in the Red Dragon attacking the One-Horned tribe. Pants scratches his head and asks why they are behaving so strangely, why you can't just live and not think about anything. Edora had already half turned away and replied that there was no need to go so deep, in the end they would understand everything anyway. Pants stood with his eyes wide open and then said that it was important for the king not to make things difficult for himself, and after that they followed Jun. We are transported to the One-Horned tribe, where the weather is bright and sunny outside. The guys stand in front of King Mu and worship him. The king greeted them, and Jun raised his head and asked that he was not going to greet him. King Mu began to leaf through the book and asked why. Because he was on his own now, he also caused trouble, and now he was returning, to which Jun replied that it was so. King Mu raised his head and asked what he had already absorbed during this time, how he managed to change so much every time he returned. He saw right through him, saying that his physique had changed, and so had his smell. Pant was very surprised, but Edora had apparently gotten used to it. Jun realized who King Mu was as perceptive as always, and he had tried to hide the dragon scales and characteristics. Then Jun bowed and said that he would explain everything a little later. King Mu put his head on his hand and replied that as he wishes, but if there is something good, then he should share it, because it is not good to be greedy. The guys began to leave, but as soon as Pant and Edora entered the threshold, King Mu called Jun to him. Jun turned to look at him and King Mu asked that he had completed what he was about to do. Jun stood and looked at him silently, and then he simply smiled sincerely and bowed, saying that he did it thanks to him. The sun was shining brightly in the room and they said goodbye. King Mu was also happy for him, so he sat with a smile on his face. Throughout the forest, cries were heard that he could not just go back, so he needed to stay according to their alliance. It was one of the guys who fought against the dragon. He was on his knee and begging, saying that fortunately, the god of the spear and the god of the sword managed to escape from the battlefield, but no one knows where they are now. This guy bowed to King Mu, saying that the Red Dragon had sent a detachment after them, and they needed to help Chingwado. King Mu, with a very arrogant look, asked why he had to do everything. The guy raised his head in fear and shouted that they had entered into an alliance. The guys just stared at him as he shouted that Chingwado was under threat and the Red Dragon army continued to raid. Jun looked to the side with one eye and thought that they had even attacked the main base of Chingwado, and he realized that the Red Dragon was much more aggressive than he thought, and it was all because of that stone. The guy shouted through fear that, moreover, the god of the sword is a disciple of King Mu, and the god of the spear is part of the clan. King Mu coldly replied that they had nothing to do with the clan. Then, with a very angry expression on his face, he said that before the alliance, when concluding it, he considered them equals, but now Chingwado, having suffered such a humiliating defeat, can no longer be an ally of the tribe. The guy, standing on his knee, began to shout that it was impossible. Jun is a little worried, thinking that King Mu is too categorical. With one sentence he rejected both his disciple and relative. It seems that he has now begun to understand him. Jun looked away, realizing that even though he was supporting him now, if something went wrong, then only God knew what would happen next. He remembered the saber god and the bow god, realizing that in any case, Chingwado had come to an end, although they did not seem so weak as to fall so easily, because the moment of the sudden disappearance of one of the 8 clans was so important. There were many dark figures standing in the tower, and Jun knew that there was a high probability that the large clans would begin a battle for the legacy of Chingwado, and then all the current horror and chaos would be just a prelude to disaster. Jun looked at his hand and thought that he couldn't just waste time, he had to become even stronger. He had to get used to the dragon's body and deal with this power. He remembered the battle with Bahul and realized that after the battle against Bahul, he realized that he still had a long way to go. He could not use the dragon's full potential. Everyone started to go somewhere, and Jun, standing among the crowd, thought that he needed to work on it day after day. In any case, now he would only be busier. This whole crowd passes by that guy, and Jun continues to think that he has already placed the spirits of Liant and Bajala in the bracelets, so he needs to call them and interrogate them. He needs to conduct an investigation regarding the stone, and then start studying the 8-punch technique and finally work on the next attack. But first he decided to work on awakening the egg. In the middle of the forest, near some Japanese house, you can hear shouts that this can't be done, and why rush? These were 3 old men who were very angry, shouting, they don't know what will hatch from it, it's too early, so he can't touch the egg. The guys stood in shock and were red with shame, and Jun listened to them shouting that he had already passed the 11th floor building, so he needed to give them more time to explore, since he doesn't even have the moon seed yet. How did he collect it, Wake? These three old men lay down on the floor and continued to shout that it was impossible under any circumstances, and if he dared, it would only be over their corpses. Jun stood in shock and thought that he could just step over them and go forward, but then one old man raised his head and said that this was not just an egg of a magical creature, and as a result of their research, they found out that this was the egg of a divine being, and Jun was going to awaken it without a moon seed or something. Jun opened his eyes wide and thought that this was a divine being's egg, meaning it could be something like the four divine beings. Hedora walked up to him with her eyes closed and added that he is not the kind of person who makes decisions quickly, but he seems to be very interested this time. However, they are really worried that they do not have the moon seed. Then she tilted her head a little, asking if everything would go well without him. She didn't know if it was possible to do without the seed, but Jun was still thoughtful, because there were thoughts in his head that there was probably some way, and then he came up with it. Some kind of glowing crystal appeared. This was Jun's plan, because what if you pay attention to the fact that after receiving the fourth divine being, a power crystal formed by the intertwining of the energy of four divine beings. Jun stood with his eyes closed and continued to think that under the protection of the four divine beings, thanks to this he would definitely be able to awaken the egg, and moreover, recently, various thoughts of the egg were being transmitted to him. This huge egg was shining, and Jun believed that it was saying that he wanted to awaken, or something else. Jun, in his thoughts, stood and looked at this egg, feeling as if the egg wanted to meet him in person and not just convey its thoughts. A bird flew out of Jun's chest, and she said that she also wanted to see her friend. The three elders were so shocked by this bird, and then they immediately ran up to her, looking at her and asking if this was not a phoenix that had also absorbed the soul of a saber-toothed tiger. This trio even looked at it through a magnifying glass and said that this is what a divine being looks like. It also changed in shape, maybe it's all about the owner. Then they started making notes about him. The bird was also surprised, so it simply looked at them silently while they asked what changes it would have in the future, and also it could also be used for observations. He turned to Jun and noticed that they were somehow strange. Could he blow them away? To which Jun gave him his consent. There was such a whistle from the bird that the guys began to shield themselves from the flying dust. But now, Jun is already opening the door and asking if he can come in. The old man, holding a pen in his hand, said that this is why there is such noise there. He turned his head at him and said that when he concentrates, he does not notice what is happening around him. It seems that the elders are very tired. His eyes were half closed, and he decided that he would need to have a conversation with the trio later. Jun walked up to him and said that everything was fine. There was no need to worry about it, and he himself understood that this man was the chief elder. There was a pink aura around the old man, and Jun understood that with the exception of the king, the chief elder was the most powerful person in the tribe. He felt different, but he was very strong. They even say that most of the tribe were afraid of him. Jun looked at this egg and noticed that it had grown a lot, and the old man replied that the height had almost reached 4 meters, and its size continued to increase, and now the egg practically filled the entire wall. Compared to them, this egg was simply gigantic, so Jun asked how huge it would be when it awakened. The old man answered him that he didn't even know, because if you imagine that the creature inside the egg is sitting, bent at the knees and taking into account that its volumes can vary depending on the width, and if you take into account only the approximate height, then the creature will be taller than 5 meters. They both looked at him and Jun said that he would have to wake him up from the outside, to which the old man replied that it would be nice, because even those three would be able to look at him. And so, after some time, we are transported to another place, but also in the forest. They transferred the egg to some clearing, around which a crowd of people had gathered and there was noise. No one knew if there was a way to awaken him, and Jun replied that there is a way that he is counting on. And the old man answered him that this is of course good, but still there is a point that they are worried about. They both looked at the egg, and Jun asked what kind of moment this was, and the old man replied that for a start, it is absolutely certain that this is a divine being. But he does not feel the specialness. It is impossible to imagine a divine being without it. Then he raised his head and added that this is one of the reasons why the elders say that it is too early for awakening, because even if you think that everything is ready for awakening, it may be that it will be forced for you. A creature that was not ready for this. Jun looked in his direction with one eye while he continued to talk about how, in addition, he feels enormous power from this object, but due to the very high resistance, he cannot understand what kind of power it is. Every time he tried to test it, nothing worked due to resistance. Jun looked ahead and thought about what might or might not be able to recognize the feature due to this resistance, and if it really was the creature's egg, then it was out of the question. He looked at this egg and realized that, however, the time of awakening had definitely come. His thoughts were constantly repeating that he already wanted to go outside. The old man leaned over and looked at Jun, saying that looking at the atmosphere, it seemed that he had already decided that it was time for the egg to awaken. There was no point in saying anything else. So the old man handed something to Jun and asked him to take it, and at that moment, he received several notifications in which it was written that he had successfully completed the task, for which he received 5,000 karma points, and also his relationship with the one-horned tribe had increased, so he himself could become a member of this tribe. Jun looked very surprised at the object that the old man handed him, and these were 2 pink flower buds, which were called moon seeds. More notices appeared in front of Jun, which stated that he would receive a moon seed as a reward, and as an additional reward, he could receive the grace of a divine being. The moon seed window, it said that his rank was A+. Jun held his hand and was simply silent, and the old man looked at him and asked why he was so surprised. Aren't Pant and Edora members of the One-Horn tribe? The two stood with a smile on their faces and looked at him, and the old man added that besides, they were part of the royal family, and he was with them, and therefore did not fail his task. The old man bowed his head and said that they would consider this a gift for taking care of Pant and Edora. The old man is very curious to know how divine beings awaken. Jun bowed his head and closed his eyes, and then he began to look at the egg, while Jun thanked the old man, and he replied that they already needed to start awakening. They did not know who would appear from there. The old man leaned over and said that besides, there were so many people gathered around that it was worth hurrying. King Mu stood next to them and yawned loudly, asking what was wrong, why he hadn't started yet. King Mu, with a smile on his face, replied that they are here to show how unique this event is. He thinks that this is nothing special, but invites him to try. Jun looked ahead and said that he came just in time. He put out his hand, into which a bunch of multicolored lines flew. This began the awakening. Jun held both hands directly in front of the egg, preparing to awaken it, and he realized that the creature from the egg was about to not only appear, but also regain its power. In his hand, that moon seed began to float and glow, and in the second hand was the inner strength of the mystical dragon. Jun peered at these two components and thought that although due to the fact that Lint used the inner strength, there was almost nothing left of it, but still it was not a matter of quantity, but of quality. Jun put these two components into this egg so that there was a bright flash everywhere, and he also shouted for it to wake up. The egg gradually began to crack, and some kind of red aura was already visible from the top, and then a huge red dragon came out. Jun stood right in front of him. The dragon looked straight at his master and said that he was waiting for this. Jun looked at him with confusion, and he said that he was waiting for him to call him again. Pant started shouting in shock that it was a mystical dragon, but it didn't look at all like what was being described. Edora also looked at it and said that it was definitely a mystical dragon, and it also looked a little like Akashi's snake. She peered at the dragon and said that it couldn't be fully called a mystical dragon. It had a lot of dark power. Pant turned to her and asked in surprise whether it was even possible for him to have this dark power, and Edora replied that she was not sure, because she had never heard of such a thing before. But then she began to use her ability, and saw that multicolored energy was flowing in the dragon. She thought that under the mantle of dark power, it contained the genes of 4 different species, which usually do not intersect. How is this even possible? The old man stood next to them and replied that in the end we can say that in terms of power it is a divine creature, not a mythical one, but we can simply call it a magical beast. He began to scratch under his eye and added that this is because no one will be able to guess the rest. He believes that everyone in the tower will raise their eyebrows because a magical dragon has appeared. Jun stood right in front of the dragon, and he continued to say that he had been waiting for him for so long, waiting in the depths and darkness, forgetting about his physical form. Jun peered at him, and the dragon sincerely looked at him happily and continued to say that they had finally met. He asked Jun to finally tell him something, because before he would have started chatting incessantly, so why is he now silent? Although, with his fate, there is nothing strange here. Jun just stood there silent, pursing his lips a little, and then he bowed his head and apologized to him, saying that he was not the one the dragon was looking for. The dragon looked at him very surprised and asked why this was. Then Jun turned and asked the teacher that he would like to talk to him alone if they could move away. King Mu nodded his head in approval. Jun turned away and thanked him for that. Therefore, they immediately flew somewhere far away. Those 3 old men started yelling that they hadn't even drawn half of it. How dare these 2 leave like that? While the people looked after them, King Mu just stood there silently. But then he began to peer ahead and pondering that mystical dragon and dark force. He imagined some kind of devil under the light of the moon and kept thinking that this is an artificial force that is different from all other types of energy. It is used by the demons on the 89th floor. He remembered people in golden-colored robes, because dark power defiles the soul, making it cruel, powerful, but also very dangerous, like the dark squad of the 8 clans. It intoxicates many people and makes them do terrible things. The guy goes with the same dragon, but they are already in a white guise, because the mystical dragon absorbs the powers of other creatures. It can change its appearance and adapts to the image of its owner. Suddenly, in the middle of the field we see a purple pigtail, and this guy was thinking that he was wondering what this magical dragon was like. He skipped across the field and scratched the back of his head. We return to Jun and the dragon, who says that he is deceiving because the events that happened were so shocking that his memory was somehow lost. Jun stood on a branch, and the dragon flew nearby and said that he left and made it so that he could live, but without him, but he believed that he would return. The dragon continued to look at Jun and say that fortunately his faith did not fail him. Jun just stood there and thought that this was why the mystical dragon was alive. He imagined his brother and the dragon, thinking that he was becoming the embodiment of the one who awakened him, and by becoming one with the dragon. Young Wu became stronger, but despite all the power he received, the mystical dragon would die if something happened to Young Wu. Then he remembered his brother in blood, and continued to think that he foresaw his death, which is why why he decided to protect the mystical dragon. Jun took off his mask and said that, as he already mentioned, he is not the one the dragon is looking for. Holding the mask in his hand, he continued to say that he was Yeonwoo, the older brother of Yeonwoo. The dragon peered at him and did not understand how it was. Jun put his hands in his pockets and said that he doesn't know if the dragon heard. But he and Yeonwoo are twins, so they look alike, and thanks to the diary, he got Yeonwoo's memories and entered the tower. Suddenly, his tone of speech became very creepy, because he said that he was here only because he wanted to find and destroy those who killed his brother. The dragon was a little surprised and finally believed him that Yeonwoo was really dead. Jun closed his eyes and confirmed his words, and then thought that since he mistook him for Yeonwoo, it would be quite difficult for him. Jun began to jump from the branches, saying that apparently he needed time to get used to it, and he would give him space. When suddenly the dragon closed his eyes and said that he really was not the owner he was looking for. And Jun at that moment stopped on the branch, and the dragon added that he was sure that he was not lying, and he had one question. Jun stood with his back to him and just listened. But then the dragon, as if full of hatred, asked what he said about how Jun came there to deal with those who killed his brother, but whether he could carry out his plan. Jun turned his gaze on him and replied that of course he could. Then they looked at each other, and Jun continued to say that he would finish with revenge, and if possible, destroy the tower so he could get rid of at least some of his anger. The dragon looked at him sarcastically and asked what, and then the strongest laughter began to be heard throughout the forest. Jun grabbed his head, not understanding why he was laughing so loudly, and the dragon began to say that he was completely crazy, but in general, if you weren't crazy, they wouldn't have worked together, but with him everything will work out. The dragon looked straight into his eyes and called him his new master, and then added that he wanted to follow him and asked if he would accept him. Jun smiled and replied that he wouldn't even doubt it. They both stood opposite each other, and the dragon asked in this case to give him a new name because he had been resurrected and now he had to work. And then he began to peer into it, realizing that he now needed a new name. We are transported to the One-Horn Village. Edora says that Jun returned much earlier than she thought, and then she asked what happened to the magical dragon. Jun slowly walked towards her in the library. He said that since he woke up just recently, he needed to rest a little. He said that he had not yet fully recovered his strength. Maybe the elders were right, and he woke up too early. Edora looked at Jun. The silhouette of a dragon appeared behind her. She said that it could well be. She thought that even though he belongs to the divine level beings, even so he needs time to restore the strength of the 4 divine beings and the mystical dragon. Jun put his hand on the mask, and then thought and turned to Edora. Edora looked at him with a smile, and Jun asked if he was really that bad at giving names. Edora smiled and tried not to show that she was lying. She remembered the tweet and said what he meant. Jun, looking at her, replied that he gave the magical dragon a name, and he got angry. He said that if he didn't come up with another name, he would refuse the contract. Edora looked at Jun and asked what he came up with. Jun answered with a roar. Edora smiled and fell into a stupor, but did not answer. Jun walked up to the bookshelf and began to pull out one of the books, and then said that it seemed to him that this was a normal name. Edora continued to remain silent, and Jun replied that he couldn't think of a better one. A system message appeared in front of Jun that there was a hidden task of the deep turtle. She was watching him with interest while he was undergoing the test of the phoenix and the void dragon and wanted to test him. The deep turtle was looking for someone who would carry out revenge in her place. He needed to find a mythical creature worthy to become her heir and should be turned into a divine one. The reward for this challenge is one piece of the back of a turtle's head, skin from a snake's tail, and another reward is unknown. Jun folded his hands and thought that divine beings, a symbol of the world of the tower, are found even on the 10th floor. If they were so easy to create, then everyone would have them. Jun stood by the shelf. Next to him, Pant was lying on books, and Edora was reading something. Jun thought that this was even more difficult than training on the 30th or 40th floor. The good news is that he found those who have decent skills to help him with this. Jun turned back. Pant jumped up in fear. Jun said, looking at his comrades, that they needed to go out to talk. Pant smiled and asked what happened. He was not sleeping. He just thought it would be better to choose. Edora smiled and, looking at Jun, apologized, and then said that so far she had not found books that would talk about what name is best to give to mythical creatures. All three looked at each other silently. Jun was the leader who can't think about anything else until he figures it out on his own. And Pant and Edora are a bored brother and sister who decided to help. Jun said that he wants to talk in another language. They all went out into the street together, and Edora, looking at Jun, said, what does it mean that he says that he is going to turn a newly born mythical creature into a divine being? Jun extended his hand forward and said that's right. He thinks that they will be able to create divine ones creatures with its help. If you correctly distribute the energy and give the mythical creatures some of the divine powers, then they will succeed. Pant furrowed his eyebrows and looked at Jun with a puzzled look and then replied that it would be good, of course, but will everything go well if Jun offers him part of his powers? Jun stretched out his hands in front of him. In his right hand there was a sphere that contained a flower, and in his left hand there was a blue sphere with a black ore. Jun said that if he worked carefully, then everything would be fine, and as a bonus he plans to give this. Looking at the blue sphere with dark energy, a system message appeared that this is the abyssal sphere, the sphere that the abyss turtle has created over the years. The essence of the void and the abyss has been combined into one. When absorbed, it can become an excellent material for a player's amulet working with dark attributes. A sphere with a flower appears in front of us, and under it a system message says that this is the conjunctiva of a divine being, a medicinal plant obtained through long research by the chief elder of the tribe. Having absorbed it, the mythical creature develops several steps, awakening its dormant potential. Onat looked forward in surprise, and then shouted that this is the conjunctiva of a divine being in the deep sphere. Jun is sure that everything will be fine if they use it. Jun, looking at these spheres, said that they are going to create a divine being. He thinks that it is logical to use everything to the fullest. Besides, if they do not use them now, then there is no use in further storage. Pant smiled and frowned at the dark sphere, and then shouted that it was good. They would not refuse such an opportunity. This means that they would become the masters of divine beings. Edora looked forward in fear and said that she thought this was too much. The deep sphere is an artifact of the highest level. The conjunctiva of a divine being is also so powerful that it can help in the return of a divine being. The spheres in Jun's hands began to shine, and then Jun replied that everything is fine. He thinks that if they use them, it will be much more useful. Let them use these items when the time comes. Jun furrowed his eyebrows and looked ahead, then thought that Pant and Edora had not yet completed all the tasks on the 11th floor. Since this is a great opportunity for them to gain karma points, they will not refuse. Jun remembered how he obtained these artifacts and thought that in any case, the deep sphere was not strong enough to be useful for him, although it would be nice to turn it into an amulet. Jun imagined the Tweet and the Dragon, and then thought that the conjunctiva also applies divine being. But Tweet and Dragon are not yet able to use it. Their power must first be increased, otherwise problems may arise. Jun looked at his comrades and said that the 4 divine beings of the 11th floor and the mythical beings are dead. It will take a long time for the divine beings to be resurrected. The divine beings can be considered as the pillars that support the 11th floor. Of course, the ecosystem of the 11th floor will be disrupted. Edora and Pant, looking forward carefully, continued to listen to Jun, and he continued to say that if their mythical creatures received the right to become divine beings, then the responsibilities that were assigned to the 4 divine beings would be redistributed. A huge tower was visible behind Jun, and looking forward he said that this means that the 11th floor will be in their hands. They will be able to receive a huge reward for clearing it and a bunch of karma points. Pant, looking forward with a smile, put his hands in front of him and joyfully shouted that Jun was going to such lengths for them. Edora thanked him for this, and Jun replied that it was not worth it. They would also be needed in order to complete the task. Jun looked at the happy friends and said that if they agree with this. Suddenly Pant looked at Edora with a smile and said that I wonder how many points you can get by clearing the 11th floor and creating a divine being. Edora responded by smiling and looking at Pant and replied that she is more interested in the reaction of the elders. If they hear about the creation of a divine being, they will be glad to have data for research. Jun sighed heavily, looking forward and thinking that apparently there was no point in continuing. Jun approached the edge of the hill in front of him. A Tweet was flying along with a red dragon. Looking forward, he thought that the world of mythical, magical, and divine creatures would be in his hands. In other words, the whole fantasy world seems to be in his hands. This is much more important than rewards and karma points. The ability to control one floor will definitely be a big advantage in the future, and given the tower system, rewards can be obtained for each new achievement. Jun remembered how he passed one of the floors and thought that just by doing something that no one had done before, he would have the opportunity to receive an award that could not be compared with any award received before. Jun took a few steps forward and said that he would go then. He wants to try something. Pant, looking at him, asked that he was already leaving, but they still needed to come up with a name. Jun replied that it was not that important. Jun made a leap upward at great speed and said that he was leaving to train, so don't let them look for him. Pant, looking at the sky, sighed and said that if you look at him, you can understand that he is a really busy person. But she did not answer that it was true, but dinner was coming soon. She had to have dinner first. Green energy spread through the forest. Jun landed on the ground at great speed. He looked around and thought that he thought no one would come here. He raised his hand up, dark energy appeared from underground, and then she dissipated, and in her place 2 spirits appeared. One spirit was Bahala, and the second was Leant. Leant looked around in fear and looked at his hands, and then said what kind of place this was. Baal frowned and looking forward asked that they were outside. Jun raised his hand and looking at them replied that yes. He asked that they like being outside for the first time in a long time. He thinks that the world is a spiritual place. Leant and Baal, looking forward, frowned, and then Baal said that it was him. Suddenly, dark energy appeared around them, binding them. In just a second, dark energy completely enveloped their body. Baal shouted what it was. Jun took a few steps forward and then apologized and said that he had not called them for a holiday. Jun looked forward menacingly and raised his hand. There was a strong dark energy around him. Then he said that from now on they must answer all his questions that he asks. Dark energy shackled their bodies, and Baal tried to break free. He frowned and shouted that he, Youngwoo, how dare he. Leant furrowed his eyebrows and looked forward in surprise, and then wondered if it was Youngwoo. A blue aura appeared around the Baal, looking forward at Jun. He said that he thought such antics could stop him with such a level as his. Blue energy began to absorb Baal's body, and Jun said that it was too noisy. The entire body of the Baal was covered with this energy. Leant looked to the side in fear, and Baal began to scream and asked Jun to stop. Jun took off his mask and then said that he had warned him, just clear answers to his questions were enough. Jun frowned and held the mask in his hands and told them to tell him about the stone. and why the red dragon attacked young HWA they must not miss the slightest detail. Liant, looking ahead in fear, said that this could not be, he was dead. He personally stuck the knife into his heart. Liant looked at the frightening Jun and then asked how he was, how could he be here? Bao was burning with a blue flame. He cleared his throat and then looking at the ground said that he was a bastard. He asked Jun that he was not Youngwoo, right? Bao furrowed his eyebrows and looked angrily at Jun and then said that there is a part of Youngwoo in him, but not him, who he is. Jun looked at Bao angrily, then said that he told him that he should answer the questions. Blue flames appeared near Bao, and then he screamed in fear for Jun to wait. His whole body was covered in blue flames. He began to scream that Jun had waited. He understood. He asked to stop. Liant, who was sitting next to him, was frightened. His hands began to shake, and Bao continued to scream desperately. Jun slowly approached Liant. Bao heart-rendingly begged for mercy. Liant looked ahead in fear, his whole body shaking. Jun furrowed his eyebrows and looked at him menacingly, then said that Liant, he should know more than Bao. Bao was burning with a blue flame. He, groaning in pain, asked Jun to stop. Bao lay unconscious under a tree, and Liant bowed at Jun's feet. His body was burning. He said that this is all he knows, so he began to beg for Jun to kill him. Jun looked at him with furrowed brows, and then said that this means he is saying that he created the Philosopher's Stone. Jun introduced a large red stone and then thought that the Philosopher's Stone is a magical organ that every player who climbs the tower wants to get. Jun imagined a wizard who creates a stone around him with strong energy. He thought that a magic stone that radiates endless pure magic and works miracles. There are many rumors about the Philosopher's Stone, but no one has ever seen it and could not get it. Jun looked at Liant menacingly and then asked what he wanted him to believe in these meaningless rumors. Liant, writhing in pain, looked at Jun and said that it's true. Why would he lie now? It's true that no one could create him, but he did. Red energy appeared behind Jun, and then a system message appeared in front of him that if more information was obtained, some of the hidden properties would be revealed. A system message appeared in front of Jun that the Philosopher's Stone category unknown, rank unknown. The purest form of energy in the world is the human soul. This stone was created by processing a large number of souls in the room indicated by the emerald tablet unknown, not completed. Below there was a continuation of the system message. Jun read that this is a unique artifact. There is a single copy in the tower tied to its owner. It cannot be transferred to others. The artifact is not completed. It is necessary to complete the artifact. Then Jun will be able to see private information about it and other options. Jun, looking at the system message, thought that it seemed Liant had not lied. He, looking in surprise at the system message that began to disappear, asked Liant what he was saying, that he had started its creation. He did not think that he would have enough knowledge for such a thing. Liant looked at Jun exhaustedly and said that it was he who stole the emerald tablet. Jun frowned and asked what it was, an emerald tablet. Liant, lying on the floor, replied that it contained instructions. These were Vieira's notes. He looked less frightened at Liant and asked Vieira again. Jun, looking at Liant, asked what he was saying about Vieira Dune. Liant replied that yes, now he definitely said everything. Let Jun kill him. Jun looked ahead and thought about it, then said that the witch was just playing with Liant. Jun imagined the image of a witch in his head and thought that she was the star Vieira Dune. She was not a member of any of the 8 strongest clans, but was the head of the Walpurgis Night clan, which was in no way inferior in strength to those 8. Jun remembered his brother and wondered that she was also the co-founder of Arsha and his brother's mistress. He imagined a maliciously smiling witch from whom sinister energy comes, which controls people, and thought that the world knows that she never ceases to be in one guise. She can look both noble and fierce. She adapts her appearance to the situation and is able to charm everyone. Whoever sees her, her special talent, seduction and mind control. Jun imagined in his head the tormented Liant, who sits at the table and thinks that whoever falls into her hands will realize that they were under her power too late. Jun furrowed his eyebrows and thought that his brother also realized that he became close to the wrong woman after everything was lost. Liant, too, would not be able to resist the temptation to power and pleasure if Vieira Dune was in front of him. Jun, looking at Liant who lowered his head, said that Liant wants to say that in her notes there was information about the Philosopher's Stone. How did he get her notes? Liant answered with omission that the Emerald Tablet contains information about the creation of the Philosopher's Stone. He remembered that his clan and the witch secret collaborated to attack the hidden dungeon of the 69th floor. Liant remembered how he killed one of the witches, holding an emerald tablet in his hand. He said that he simply appropriated for himself what Vieira Dune was going to take. Liant imagined the Saber God in his head, and he told Jun that he made sure that the Saber God did not find out about this. For this he had to find a secret place. He imagined a tower in his head and said that since there was no place inside the tower where he did not know about what was happening, he found a temporary one, isolated from its influence, and also experimented on his subordinates. Jun, looking at Liant, said that this means he knows where this emerald tablet is. Liant frowned and looking at Jun replied that no, not now, he's dead. Jun, looking at the exhausted ghosts, thought that if he found it, he could learn a lot of new things, and then Jun told Liant to tell him what was written on it. Liant asked that if he told, Jun would kill him. June frowned and replied that Leant was already dead, but he could help him disappear. Leant looked at Jun with relief and replied, "Thank you, he will tell him everything." A system message appeared in front of Jun saying that dragon knowledge has been opened, information is being searched and prepared in the database. 8 more items are connected to the Philosopher's Stone, queries are entered for a secondary search for information. Jun imagined the Philosopher's Stone in his head and thought that dragon knowledge was so extensive that it could not be obtained just like that right away. It included alchemy and the doctrine of the miraculous. What a large amount of information, but it would take less to understand all of this at least half a day. But Jun looked forward. His eyes lit up. He thought that this was a fake, or rather, it could be the truth mixed with lies. He doesn't know who did it, but it looks masterful. June imagined dark images in his head and wondered who created the Emerald Tablet. If Viera Dune threw it, then for what purpose did she do it? Leant, on his knees, lowered his head, and then said that he had told everything. Let June kill him as soon as possible. Jun took a few steps forward. Dark energy appeared around him. He said yes. Then he raised his hand forward and told Wu to eat. A skeleton in a dark cape appeared in front of Jun and said that he was waiting for orders. The skeleton's eyes lit up with a blue flame and he smiled, then said thank you. Leant fearfully extended his hand forward and then shouted for June to wait. He said that he would kill him. A second later, Leant's entire body was covered with a dark aura and Bao watched all of this. He looked in fear as Leant was devoured by a dark ghost and thought that he didn't think that June would let someone go just like that. Bao, sitting on the ground in front of June, lowered his head and thought that June would simply take away through his soul what was left of knowledge and strength. If this happens, then we can forget about rebirth. Jun furrowed his eyebrows and looked at Bao, and then asked him what he understood, what he wanted to ask. Bao smiled and replied that he would not be stupid. If June killed him, he would tell everything. Bao smiled and said that the Queen of Summer wants the Philosopher's Stone so much that she is ready to go to war against Jiang Hwa-do. Bao imagined in his head the image of June's brother and the Queen of Summer. He said that June was not his brother at all. One day, his brother encountered the Queen of Summer in person. He suffered in a battle with her, but in the end was able to inflict mortal wounds on her. About this no one knows, but after their meeting, Queen Summer's dragon heart completely collapsed. Jun looked ahead, puzzled, and wondered if his brother was dating Queen Lepta. Bao smiled and continued to say that in dragons, the heart does not just drive blood throughout the body, it is the source of their magical strength and power, which allows the dragon to remain a great creature. And such a powerful heart was destroyed. Of course, the Queen of Summer was ready to do anything to regain at least part of her powers. She tried her best to find a stone that could replace the dragon's heart, but it failed her. Bao smiled and continued to say, frowning, that in the end Leant did not have this stone. It turned out to be a dummy. He smiled and thought about what it meant that his brother was able to strike her. What a consolation that his death was not in vain. Jun imagined the Saber God and the Queen of Summer in his head, and then thought that in the end no one knew where the stone was, and everyone suspected each other. June stood silently in place, looking forward. He thought that he had not gone into detail about this stone, but it was time to change plans. Jun introduced the Queen of Summer, then thought that if the Queen of Summer plans to replace the dragon's heart with the Philosopher's Stone, that's very good for him. Maybe he can develop magical circuits, awaken a dragon, or even get 2 dragon hearts. Bao, sitting under a tree, asked Jun what he was up to. Probably he had some kind of plan, but Jun provided useful information. Bao continued to say that it turns out that only the highest ranks of the Red Dragon know about this, considering that the commander-in-chief of the 8 clans, Jiang Hwa-do, collapsed once information about the Queen of Summer leaked out. Bao furrowed his eyebrows and continued to say that there would be a fuss that had never happened in the tower before. June would be able to take advantage of this for his own purposes. Jun frowned and replied that Bao behaved well. He told everything. Bao lowered his head and asked what his ring-shaped artifact was with him. Jun extended his hand. A gold ring appeared in his hand. Jun asked what Bao was saying about it. It looked like a simple ring. Bao raised his head and smiled and replied that June was able to take possession of even this ring. He's lucky. If you look at him more closely, you can see a unique pattern on it. Jun looked at the ring. Blue energy appeared around it, and inside he could see a pattern. Bao told Jun to try to pour magical power into it, focusing on the pattern. Suddenly, the ring in Jun's hand glowed with a bright light. It illuminated everything around. Jun, looking at it, wondered what it was. The light began to intensify, and a huge room appeared in front of Jun. The ring shone with golden energy and hung near Jun. Jun, looking forward, thought about this place. Jun looked at the ring. A system message appeared in front of him that this is the key to the Intrinian, a key that can open the Intrinian. This is a magical storage created by the Sa Doyeon Queen of Summer, very capacious, connected to the mind of the user, and if in the Intrinian there is an item that needed by the user, it is automatically retrieved from the space. There is no need to physically enter the storage. Infinite storage. The storage space is practically unlimited. Since it is under a spatial object, it is easy to move. It weighs nothing. June looked forward in surprise and thought about the endless storage. He looked around and saw a mountain of ingots. He thought that this was wealth. Mountains of gold coins and chests appeared in front of him. He thought that it was not for nothing that they were called the 8 largest clans. He would no longer have to worry about money. June made a quick dash forward. He thought that this was like a red dragon storage facility. At first glance it was so huge that it seemed endless. June began to slow down and stopped. He looked around and saw an incredibly large library with a huge number of bookshelves. He wondered what kind of place this was, a magical repository. June smiled, looking ahead, and thought that everything here is sorted into sections. Perhaps the local library will surpass the library of the One-Horned Tribe. June saw a large door in the center of the library. Looking at it, he thought that he was very interested in what was there. Jun opened the door, a blue flame burning in the center. Looking ahead, he fearfully wondered what it was. Jun took a few steps forward. There were various magical objects on the pedestals. Looking at them, he thought that these were the materials needed to make the stone. They were extremely difficult to find. Looking at them, he thought that it was clear that this was a repository prepared by the Queen of Summer for the manufacture of the Philosopher's Stone. June smiled and thought that the Queen of Summer had given him a great gift. June remembered how he tormented Leant and Bahala. He thought that it turns out that he already knows what was written on the Emerald Tablet, and he also has all the materials to complete the Philosopher's Stone. The information he received is part of the knowledge invested, but he has the knowledge of the dragon. With their help he can figure it out. Jun thought with a smile and said that Braham, he thinks he should find this person. Jun remembered how he mixed potions and thought that this is one of the two alchemists that his brother was associated with. He lives by his principles and is quite free-loving, but since he was associated with his brother, he does not think that he will refuse him. June remembered Galliard and thought that he was lucky that Braham was not hiding. He learned this when he was looking for Galliard. June looked at the magic ring and thought that for this he would have to climb even higher since he was a ranker, that is, he took a place on higher floors. June returned back to Bahul. The vault behind him was obscured by a bright light. June smiled and said that Bahul gave him interesting information. Bahul smiled and said that in that case, let June help him be reborn as a reward. Jun frowned and raised his hand, and then replied that he couldn't do that, he'd just kill him. He didn't think he'd need Bahul anymore. A dark skeleton appeared behind Jun, and Jun said that they had already waited for him. Bahul, surrounded by dark energy, smiled and said damn. Bahul, looking at the Dark Knight standing behind Jun, said that Jun was impudent to the very end. Jun raised his hand and closed his eyes, then said to Shannon. The knight answered yes. Shannon was burning with a bright flame. System messages appeared in front of June that Shannon the Death Knight had successfully absorbed the energy of his opponent. All characteristics were increased. Dark properties were increased by 15. With these properties he would become stronger. Shannon the Death Knight received the volcano skill. June, looking at the burning Death Knight, thought that he was lucky that Shannon was able to absorb even Bahul's signature skill. Now he has become stronger. The flames around the Dark Knight began to dissipate. Looking at him, Jun wondered what if the Death Knights became stronger. Suddenly, system messages appeared in front of Jun that the achievements of the Death Knight Shannon had a positive effect on Jun. The properties of the vampiric sword Bathory were used to obtain the enemy's energy. Part of the skill was inaccessible. The Fire Rain skill number 41 was created. Jun, looking at the system message, was surprised by this. He remembered how he killed Leant and thought that he had already reached his limit of luck. The energy of Bakul received by the Bathory sword was influencing him. A system message appeared in front of Jun that the Fire Rain signature skill, symbolizing Bahul, releases the accumulated fire energy in the form of Fire Rain so strong and fast that it immobilizes the enemy. Its use is now impossible because his skill level is extremely low, and he also lacks magical power. The mark of the grotto depends on the amount of magic used. The intensity of the rain increases, due to which it can sometimes penetrate the defense, causing confusion among opponents. Flaming Burn. A developed skill can leave traces of a burn, while there is a small chance of destroying healing magic, and the skill also burns, increasing the pain. June clenched his fist and smiled, thinking that this was great. Jun remembered Bahul and thought that Fire Rain was such a destructive skill that even his brother would be jealous. In fact, even though Yonu had many skills, there wasn't a single destructive skill like this among them. If he had its skill, everything could have been different. Jun looked forward menacingly. A chirp appeared behind him, spreading blue energy. Jun thought that thanks to the chirp, Yonwoo would gain a high affinity for fire skills, although he still lacks the skill level to use it, but there is nothing to worry about. And if Jun frowned and looked forward, suddenly someone told him the owner. Shannon asked what was possible. June did not listen to him and said no. Shannon looked at Jun and replied that he had not said anything yet. Jun looked at him and replied that he already knew what he was going to say. There was a strong dark energy around Shannon. He said that he did not think that he would obey him. What if June gave it to him? Jun raised his hand and turned away and then said no. He needed him to become his subordinate. June thought that Shannon had apparently gone his separate ways and now wanted to add a stronger soul to the collection. June said for someone to come out. White smoke appeared, and a knight came out of the darkness with his head down. The warrior raised his head, and Jun said for the saber god to come out. June, looking forward, said that he would be brief. Let the saber god obey him. The saber god looked forward in fear, and Jun replied that then he would save his son. The saber god asked what. He, looking at Jun anxiously, continued to say that his son was alive. Given that Chingguado had collapsed, he should already be dead. The saber god frowned and replied that when he came to his senses, he looked at the outside world. Jun destroyed the red dragon and Chingguado, how can he trust him? Jun sighed and replied that the saber god was in no position to not believe him. Jun turned back. A mask began to fly up to him. He said that if the saber god does not believe him, then let him follow him. June rushed into the city at great speed, followed by a dark shadow. Jun and the Saber God stopped and looked at the city. The Saber God frowned and looking at Jun asked what kind of trick this was. "This is the village of the One-Horn tribe," Jun replied to look there. The Saber God looked at the house and saw someone's shadow in it. In this house there was a guy lying in serious condition. His eye was bandaged. The Saber God said that this was Bin, his son. He was really alive. The Saber God looked forward in fear and asked how did he end up here? June, looking forward, replied that before the battle began, Baal ordered to kill him since he himself was too lazy to do this. The Saber God frowned and clenched his teeth, then said that yes, he didn't even think about saving the red dragon. Jun, looking forward, said that he should thank Kyric. The Saber God looked at Jun and asked Kyric. Jun looked at him and said that this was the child of the phoenix that he killed. Jun introduced the son of the Saber God and said that he didn't want Baal to suspect anything. And this was also a great opportunity to avenge the death of the phoenix, but the Tweet stopped him, even though it was the son of his mother's killer. Jun looked at the Saber God and said that Tweet told him that he did not want anyone to be in a similar situation and suggested that it was not worth taking his life. The God of Sabers looked ahead in confusion and said that, but, he thought, what is even possible in a tower? Thousands of grievances are born in it every day. The Saber God remembered Leant as he told him to give the stone, then he would leave him alive. He thought that the world of the tower is a place where people easily take the lives of others for their own benefit. He himself lived like that. The Saber God looked forward and remained silent, and then said that he would not forget that he generously saved his son. Jun looked at the Saber God, puzzled, and then he fell to his knees. He looked at the floor and said that he was the Saber God from Chingwado. No, he was Hanren. The Saber God looked at Jun and said that he was greeting his master. A Death Knight in shining armor with a black aura appeared in front of Jun. And then system messages said that Jun was able to obtain an achievement that is not easy to obtain. Additional karma was received. Jun receives 3,000 karma. And 2,000 additional, the Death Knight swears allegiance to him, from now on, called to the despair of the Black King. He will be his sword and score. The knight is given the name Hanren. Loyalty value is increased by 15. Authority is increased by 5. Hanren's eyes shone with strong energies. He said that the body seemed a little heavy. System messages appeared that Hanren's body would not be able to withstand its rank. There would be a reconfiguration of the characteristics of all characteristics were reduced by 21, all characteristics were reduced by 17. Jun looked at his new Dark Knight. He said that it seemed that everyone's stats had dropped quite a lot regardless of the amount of dark magic absorbed. It would still not be enough to even compare with the top rankers. A system message appeared that Hanren's stats had been retuned. However, his spirit rank and potential remained the same with an increase in the time of its existence. It is possible to restore lost abilities. Early development is recommended. Jun, looking at the system message, thought that there was no reason to worry. He would still be able to restore his previous strength. Hanren lowered his head down and bowed and then said that he had a request to the master. He would like to have it returned to him 9 blades. Jun looked at his new ally in surprise and asked what it was because of his skill. Hanren's eyes shone and, looking forward, he answered yes, 2 signature skills that symbolize him. The first is the Tomb of 9 Blades, and the second is a Whirlwind of 9 Blades. To activate them, strict conditions must be met. Hanren, looking at Jun, said that he needs strong blades. The more the better. The power of his skill grows depending on the size and coverage area. Jun exhaled and said that they should be an Intrinian. Let him use them first, and then they will try to get something else. Hanren thanked Jun. That apparently he was worried that whether they could get them or not. Since that's the case, it's for him I'll have to meet with Hanova. A large burst of energy appears in front of us. The earth flies in different directions. Jun pulls his sword forward and attacks someone. Jun furrowed his eyebrows and thought that this was truly a destructive force. Neu Jun was flying on top of him, standing on the ground and looking at him. He thought that this was the power of King Mu. Neu smiled and raised his fist. Strong energy began to gather around his fist. Jun looked up menacingly and stood up. Jun was frightened. He thought that the curse, from this blow to powder from the second, he was not used to showing his opponents all his trump cards. Jun remembered how he was burning in fire. He thought that no matter how much he wanted to hide his skills, his opponent is Neu, the strongest person who cannot be defeated, even if he gives his all, so he has no choice. Jun used the skill. He got a dragon eye and thought that this was better than making peace. Jun flew to the side on fiery wings, and it was as if Neu was struck by lightning into the ground, a flash. Neu turned to Jun and smiled, and then said what now? He left a trail of destruction behind him at great speed and rushed forward. Neu appeared behind Jun. He swung his fist with a smile and asked what Jun had figured out how to fight back. Neu hit Jun with all his strength. Jun flew into the wall, causing mountains to appear. Behind Jun, the wall was broken. He tried to get to his feet and thought that he couldn't believe it. He became even faster and stronger, until now he was fighting, adapting to him. This is Neu. Jun grabbed his sword and covered it with blue energy. He thought that he could no longer stupidly defend himself and take damage. Neu watched as blue lightning emanated from Jun. Jun used the blessing of the blue spirit, and the fire rain. Neu waved his hand and shouted with a smile that this was incredible. He suddenly turned around, puzzled, and saw that his hand was covered in blue flames. Jun took a few steps forward. Everything around Neu was exploding. He was standing on a small piece of ground, and then he shouted that Jun had become a little better, an interesting combination of skills. Neu crossed his arms and smiled and said that Jun doesn't have the impudence. Just think, all this time Jun has been hiding her real strength from him. Jun frowned and looked forward menacingly. A bright flame burned around him. He said that since then, Jun swung his sword and caused a strong fire. He shouted that he would fight with all his strength. There was an incredible explosion. Edora and Pant watched it all. Edora asked what they were watching now. Pant, looking ahead dumbfounded, replied that if they had not installed a barrier around themselves in advance. Edora continued to speak for Pant and said that the entire area outside the tower would have turned into ruins. The brother and sister looked forward in fear and could not move. Edora asked that when Jun managed to become so strong again. Pant replied that he had always been a monster, but now he began to resemble him even more. They watched the ground crack during the fight. Pant said that the cliff over there was his favorite place. Nayu smiled and swung his fist and shouted that this was great. A bright light appeared near Jun. He used Intrinian, and Nea swung his fist at Jun. Nayu made a quick dash forward, using incredibly strong energy and hit Jun. Nayu smiled and looking at Jun asked that he still had cards that he could reveal. Jun frowned and looked back with a worried look. He thought that this was very dangerous. He had almost run out of magic. This was not at all like ordinary training. Jun remembered how he came to Naya and standing in front of him said that he had recovered and wanted to continue climbing the tower. Nayu, holding a book in his hand, laughed and replied that, of course, he could continue climbing the tower. And then Nayu smiled and said that first you have to pass the test, don't you? During the battle, Jun frowned and thought that who would have thought that this test would come to this. Jun swung his sword. A strong flame burned behind him. He thought that if he did not show all his abilities now, he could say goodbye to life. He, of course, was aware of his limitations, but not so much. Jun hit Nea's hand with all his might. Energy spread in all directions. Everything around them trembled with their greatness. Les thought that he should try to break through. In the place where they met, an explosion of invisible force occurred, a strong flash that affected everything around. The entire earth around them was split into pieces. Nea was walking towards Jun, and Jun was on one knee. Jun was on his knees breathing heavily. Then he said that he had lost. Neu looked down at him and remained silent, and then thought about what if you endlessly push it to the limit. Every moment try to break through it and at the same time develop it. Neu looked closely at Jun and thought that he was becoming curious where his edge was. Jun stood exhausted on his knees holding his sword. Neu thought that in just 2 weeks of battles he had grown noticeably. There was no longer any need to train him. Neu smiled and turned to Jun. Jun raised his head and looking at Neu answered yes, and Neu said that now Jun can go. A man jumps on the rocks, leaving a blue trail behind him. He runs forward and jumps, all bandaged after wounds. He runs forward and kicks the ground. He thinks that this is not enough. Jun looks forward, sweating, and he thinks that, although the king said that he could do better, he looks at the moon and thinks that now he will probably say to develop based on his own experience. After which he runs downstairs, thinking that now the process itself is important, and you can't waste seconds in the development process. He continues to run down the cliff, thinking that there was a much greater gap between him and the king than he thought. Because of the 15 days he was not hurt at all. He remembers the king and thinks that thanks to him he was able to know his limit. And then Jun kneels before the king. He thinks that in the end the teacher taught him a good lesson. And to this we can say that that's it. And Jun, standing on one finger. He thinks about that, however. He raises his head, covered in sweat, thinking that one day he will show him what. He stands alone. After which Jun stands in front of Punk and Lisa. Punk shouts at him that he's really leaving already. He shouts in surprise at Juna. They say that he is made of metal. And they beat him for 15 days in a row, and he came to his senses in just 3 days. And Jun, looking at all this with surprise, says that everything is fine. Punk continues to scream, saying that even the doctors said he needed rest. After which the Punk brings his hands together and looks in surprise at Jun along with Lisa. He says he thinks he was too hasty, to which Edora adds that it would be nice if they stayed together a little longer, and Jun looks at them with a smile. He thinks he is in critical condition for them, and it feels like a real brother is taking care of him and like they really have become relatives. Jun looks at the Punk and tells him to focus on preparing to create a divine being, and he must not forget about his training. After which the Punk closes her eyes. Is he saying that he is worse than his father? Edora looks at him with a smile and tells her brother to be careful, and Jun begins to leave and looks after them, talking about what's good. He says he won't be in too much of a hurry, so they should catch up with him quickly. Jun walks along the street of one of the cities. He watches many players walking with backpacks, and he sees the forge. He stands near her door and looks at her. He thinks about how he's here again and whether it's worth coming back, and maybe it's worth going back. After which Jun looks forward and thinks that no, he is here to make blades for hammering, but the connection cannot be ignored, and they probably already heard about the death of the Bahala, and he remembers that the Baal himself is smiling, holding a weapon next to them. He says that he is the same open person, and Jun opens the door and sees Hena sitting on a chair, thinking that the news of death had become a heavy burden for him, and Jun lowers his head. He thinks that because he had warm feelings for him, he will surely offend him greatly and according to Baal. After which Jun watches in surprise as they shout at him. They ask him what he is doing there, and he sees Hanova walking along with a shovel and a bag. He says why is he frozen to the spot, and really he won't come in. I outside and says that they haven't seen Canova for a long time. The forge has gotten better and there are plenty of weapons everywhere. Canova puts the mug on the table. He says that he has nothing to offer her to his guests, so he must drink it. Jun looks at Hanov in surprise. He asks him if he really started trading here again, to which Hanova looks at Jun with a smile and says about the fact that he is sitting here all alone and in order not to die of boredom, he has returned to his former self. Jun says that somehow it's unusually clean here, and is someone really helping you? Hanova looks at Jun, speaking of those Knights of the Night or whatever they were called. He doesn't know what it is or what Jun did, but they are completely blown away. He remembers these knights, the way they smile, and helps him clean the forge, talking about how they always come and almost in tears beg him to let them clean up. Because of them, rumors spread that he was in cahoots with the robbers, and how could he not like it? After which Jun puts his hand to his face and starts laughing. Canova is clearly confused, saying that it's really your fault, and he has to tell them to stop, and they polish all the equipment without asking because of the headache. Ilyusha says okay, let's leave this topic. He puts his hands on his feet and says that he has a lot going on lately, to which Jun looks at Hanov and says that there is nothing special. Canova says in surprise that he really is modesty itself and this doesn't suit him. And Canova asks Jun why he came here at all. If he just came to see you, then he can leave and there's no point in wasting time. To which Jun looks and says that he disappoints him, and couldn't he just go see him? Why does Hanova look at Jun with obvious suspicion? He says that whoever decided to deceive him should not be dragged in and should tell him why he is here. And Jun, looking at Canova, says, what, in this case, would he like to ask to make blades and does he have the opportunity to do so? Canova turns around, looking at the Juns. He says what about the sizes and material? Jun says he didn't find anything special, but he would like them to be stronger than any others. And Hanova says that they really should just be stronger. And while Hanova is angry, looking at Jun, he continues to talk, that he would like them to be spicier. Hanova says how is this possible? And here is the tiresome fellow. And while Hanova is holding onto the table with her hand and is clearly angry with Jun, he extends his hand. Speaking of which, is it really too difficult? But food to think that it is not good to ask such a thing from a man of his age. Hanova shouts at him, saying that he is an infection, how dare he attribute him to the old people. And Jun lowers his head. He says that in no case does he ask to forgive him, and he used to be one of the strongest military leaders, but now his strength is no longer the same. And Hanova gets very angry, gritting her teeth. He says that he is a kid, and is he really tired of living? And doesn't he really see what shape he's in? Hanova raises her hand as Jun inspects it. He says it's because you have muscles, to which Hanova shouts at him and says that he is a brat. Hanova hits the table with her hand. He takes out the paper while Jun drinks the drink. Hanova says that let's describe in detail what kind of blade you need, and he will do it twice, and Jun closes his eyes. Having said that, it may still seem a little complicated. Ilyusha yells at him, telling him to stop talking and posts. They look at sketches of this blade, and Hanova thinks, wow, look at him. This is not just a blade, but rather a ghostly or magical one. Ilyusha continues to write, clearly thinking that if you make such a weapon, it could easily turn out to be the best in the world, and the work promises to be very interesting. Hanova looks at Jun as he continues talking, thinking that such sketches cannot be found among ordinary players, and where did this guy decide to find this? He smiles, thinking that the more he communicates with him, the more interesting he becomes. After which Jun, going outside, he asks Hanova if he can do it in 10 days, and as Jun walks, he hears Hanova continuing to scream. He says that for 10 days and 2 days he already has enough to do without this, so he must come for ready-made blades. After which Jun watches as Hanova begins to work at the stove. He says okay, what about payment? He tells him to leave the money somewhere and leave, and Jun thought as he watched Hanova begin to work. He thinks that he seems to be doing well, and that is very nice. After which he places the bag of money on the table, thinking that, apparently, death does not pursue him, and it will be nice to leave him a small gift. After which Jun notices how he continues to say something. Ilyusha talks about Cain. He says that at his age, saying goodbye to someone forever is not difficult. And Hanova held the shovel while Jun looks at his back. He says that in future he shouldn't make a fuss here, and I shouldn't come to him anymore. Jun stands and looks at all this with great surprise. He lowers his head, after which, walking up the stairs, he thinks about what he knows firsthand what grief is, so his request not to come sounds completely different to him. And while the sun's rays hit the forge, he thinks that thanks to him for being great and continuing to move forward, after which a sign hangs on the forge by the door. It states that it is temporarily closed to visitors. In the dungeon, water drips down. A man sits, all bloody and without an arm. He opens his eyes, and he thinks about where he is, and how did he survive. He remembers how he fled with other soldiers who were covered in blood, while one of them is shouting that they are bastards and they have sent reinforcements. They remember how they were attacked, raising clouds of dust everywhere, and they shout that nothing will work out this way, and they must move forward and they need to buy some time. While one of them says that, but another man shouts about going faster and needing to protect the gods. After which, holding one of the people on their shoulders, they all run. There is an explosion behind them, and they shout that they need to catch up with those people. and he remembers one of the one-horned ones. While he was carrying him on his shoulder, he tells him, "Thank you to all of you," after which this man closes his eyes and thinks that these are fragments of his memory. He sits with his head down and thinks about what is happening, starting to laugh. He thinks about what actually happened, and he begins to get up from his knees. He gets up and notices that the magical power system is almost destroyed, and his body suffered terribly. It's a miracle that he came out of suspended animation, after which he hits the wall. He leans against it and thinks that there really is someone here. He thinks that there is no one here. He begins to look around, after which he thinks that voice control also barely works. It goes on like this, then it just pumps back to the very beginning. Several people beat a child while standing under a tree. They shout at him that he is stupid. If he speaks and doesn't know how, then at least he listened and did as he was told. And he was so kind to him that he didn't want to repay him for his kindness, after which he sits down next to him on the floor. He flips coins, looking at this beaten man, tells him what to do with him, and he thinks about how his cute face needs to be used. And he must understand that everything will not end there, and he is an idiot. He smiles, saying what can he do to make it look even more pitiful, and maybe his arm or leg would be torn off. Are they looking at this guy with red eyes? While he is thinking about the fact that for him the child was born disabled. Persecution and contempt were the norm. He just looks forward, holding his hand to his chin. Think about the fact that thanks to this he understood something before others. He looks at all the people who are reaching out to him with smiles, thinking that the strong devour the weak. And in this world, this huge tower of fate for a disabled person was predetermined, and he had to become the prey of stronger ones. After which one of the men with one horn and a cape runs. He shouts that the cotton wool was not rocked, and those guys notice this with surprise, looking and wondering who this even is. This man runs closer and closer and they are afraid of this. He takes off his hood while attacking these people, while they are shouting that he is really from the one-horned tribe. After which he attacks and cuts off the leg of one of them, and the guy watching this looks in surprise. He thinks that there was someone who perceived him differently. His wasn't as weak as he was. He looks at the back of this one-horned man, while he turns to him, and asks how he feels. Then while the guy is in shock, he comes closer and closer with a smile. Speaking of which, does he really not want to thank him? And while the guy is trying to say something, but he can't. The man with the gun understands. He says that he really can't speak and apologizes to him, after which he comes out of his memories and continues to move on. He leans against one of the rocks, and he thinks that in vain he remembered all this past, and this is very stupid. He notices a bright light. He looks at the exit, from which comes a lot of light, and he thinks that this is finally a way out. He continues to climb further, then he covers himself with his hands from the bright light. He looks in surprise and notices how many people are standing there. He is surprised to notice that they are all covered in blood. All these people stand still while there are many arrows in them, and they notice a one-horned man sitting on his knees while many weapons and arrows are stuck into him. He sees him smiling, and the fact that all these soldiers are standing peacefully, having destroyed a huge number of troops, and he looks at all this, thinking about why. He falls to his knees. He looks at the one-horned man who fell with a smile, thinking about why him, and why is he smiling. He starts hitting the floor and screaming. He sees this whole picture, how there are many corpses everywhere and his friends are dead, and he begins to tremble, thinking about what he is actually happy about, and what's so good about death. He thinks about what if he could only give his heart away. He remembers how this one-horned man constantly helped him and showed him everything, thinking that he would do the same thing again. He remembers the spear and how they were trained and fought, and only how they could become the best by going ahead, and only because of this something was nearby. After this, he notices a bright glow on his hand. He looks and notices that it was a bracelet. He thinks about that at this moment. Gungnir began to vibrate on the hand of the ball god, and all the emotions seething in him subsided as if they had never existed. He brings this hand to his face, thinking that the ball god was too weak both physically and magically to control Gungnir, and it may take several years to restore it, so you can't even dream about the place. After which the ball king's eyes begin to glow red. He has red cracks appearing everywhere, thinking that he didn't want anything else, so he decided that now was not the time to be proud. Everything around him begins to glow red while he sits on his lap. It says that in his hands there could be a power that he had never seen before. It was taboo. In other words, cannibal. This skill takes the energy that allows one to assimilate the skills a person has while alive and simply digests their heart. After which his eyes began to glow red. He thinks about what if he has the opportunity to live up to the expectations of his subordinates and friends who protected him even after death. He is ready to throw away all pride. After which he looks at one of the people sitting dead and holding his weapon. He thinks that Chan has no plan. Are they just next to him? A huge red aura rises up everywhere and it begins to eat his organs. Thinking about what he is now. Now he will always be with him. The Queen of Summer sits on the throne, as he says that he is really going to leave. What is the man in the raincoat looking at her? He says he thought their deal was over or he was wrong. And while he smiles, the queen says that yes, it is finished. There is no Changwai for the god of meadows. He was able to become one of the 5 owners of Changwad, and thanks to this, the red dragon was able to win relatively easily. The game of the left summer is to put your hand to your cheek. She says that she recognizes his merits, That's why he is in 81 eyes, and he wants to offer even more places, much higher. To which the man says that this changes everything, and he thinks that it will be difficult for him to be under someone's control. She raises her head, looking surprised. Speaking of which, does he really know very well about the privileges that can be obtained in a higher position? 81 eyes, and he still wants to refuse. To which he lowers his head and apologizes. The queen, looking at all this, thinks to herself, I didn't think that he would refuse such an offer, and that's very bad. She examines the way he smiles, thinking about the fact that she heard that he is quite a famous mercenary with a rank. But even so, he could not imagine that he would turn out to be so outstanding. She looks into him with her golden eyes, thinking that it would be difficult to find another such talent, and considering that he is already dead, he needs such a personality, because this is a real treasure that everyone will definitely want to get. But you can't be greedy just yet. She lowers her hand and something blue starts to crackle in her body, thinking that, given that the hair is getting stronger, it is safe to say that the dragon's heart is weakening. If this continues, she may turn into stone. She remembers that her servants are running through the grove, thinking that they are searching every corner of all floors. She represents a man with 2 horns, thinking that it would be difficult to find the Philosopher's Stone even if they were able to find the Sword God. And she is sure that someone took it, and that someone took not only the Philosopher's Stone, but also all the materials necessary to complete it. And she must, at all costs, find the right trail and follow it. Then they press their fists, thinking about how to deal with this. She looks at the man and says that she'll ask one last question. Is she looking directly at him? Speaking of which, is he really going to not work for her? And she knows well what her blessing will mean. To which he smiles and apologizes to her. He says that he has a god whom he serves. She smiles, speaking about the fact that it's boring and it's better to refuse and not come up with it right. To which he says thank you. She tells him back that okay, then she will order him a job. The queen smiles, saying that she will pay as much as he wants, and the completion time is unlimited, but it would be good to complete the task as soon as possible. She says he will need to find someone, and the mercenary asks her who, and she blurts out in a whisper. This mercenary comes out of a red portal in the forest. He thinks that he has a new job. He walks forward and thinks about how long it will take him this time. After this, he looks at his pendant, which begins to shine. He is clearly angry as he looks at her, and the mercenary takes her hands. He squeezes her tightly. Then he enters one of the portals, thinking that I hope he can do this for as long as possible. June sits at the table and one of the knights brings him coffee. He trembles all over and says that's it. While June takes this cup of coffee, the knight sinks lower and lower and is very worried. He says he personally ground the beans and made coffee filters by pouring it drop by drop, and for this coffee he used only the best beans. After which June turns to him, and he is very frightened by this. He apologizes again, and June, looking at this soldier, says that he has changed a lot. This soldier begins to stand straight and shouts that he thanks him and he is glad that he was able to become a better person. And June says that really thanks. The soldier smiles and trembles, saying that of course. June puts the cup on the table. He looks at this knight. Then he says that since they both understand that long conversations are tiring, then they should get straight to the point. This soldier begins to worry. His face begins to turn blue. He tells June to say what he wants. June says he wants to find one person. He asks him who, and June, looking at this soldier, says that he wants to find Braham. The soldier was very surprised by this and lowered his head. He says with regret that you really want to say about an exile, to which June says that yes, exactly about him. And they remember a man dressed in a robe and carrying a bag. After all, he was originally a member of the Elohi of one of the 8 clans. This clan selected members based on blood type and heredity, and in the tower there was no analog to this clan, and the bourgeoisie gathered in it. And it is said that, being descendants of a superior species, they occupied a high position in the colony. And while this man walks, they continue to think. The fact that he himself laughed at his origin, saying that it was useless. And in the end he was kicked out of the clan, and he became an exile. And June, looking forward, continues to think. Thinking that, although he himself apparently enjoys such a nickname and wears it with pride. And the knight lowers his head and closes his eyes. He says 4 days, and in just 4 days he will contact them. And June looks at this knight with a smile. He says okay, then he should contact him as soon as he finds him. June thinks that he's a great guy and didn't even ask why he was looking for him, after which he throws him a gold ring. He is surprised by this, looking at him. Speaking of which, is it really possible to use such things? And he remembers, looking at this ring, that this is a communication artifact intended for long distances. And although it has its limitations on use, such a thing is not at all easy to find. Jun stands up, placing the bag of money on the table. He says this will be collateral. And while the soldier stands in shock and watches all this, June leaves and sees this soldier smiling and taking us back. After all, he says that they could just assign him the task, and June tells him to keep it and find it quickly. The soldier lowers this bag and sees a lot of gold there. Speaking of which, yes of course. He looks in surprise at how much money there is. After which June looks at this soldier with a smile and how he bows to him, saying thank you and he will spend it wisely. June thinks about how he's making good progress and he's worked hard on it, and it seems a little ridiculous. But he's still a smart guy. After which that soldier shouts when June comes out about what a good trip. And June thinks that he might even even be more useful than he thought, and he must think quickly and not ask unnecessary questions so that he can find clients. And it looks like he has sorted out his problems. After which June speaks out loud before the meeting, and he teleports to the 16th floor of the Wheel of Life gate. June sees a system notification. It says that they have chosen the path to the Temple of the Future and now cannot change direction. And June thinks about what a headache. He remembers how he attacked one of the men, thinking that he had already caused disturbances in the skull, so that he regrets it. But now you shouldn't expect an easy test. After which June watches in surprise as blocking barriers appear everywhere. The system says that he cannot go to the Temple of the Future because the owner of the temple does not allow him to enter, and June wonders why he can't come in, and he won't be able to complete the task at all. After that, he takes his weapon and thinks that there are no more options, and he will have to go ahead. And at that moment a man appears in front of him. He yells at June to stop, and a girl in a white and gold robe says that this is holy territory. She says she asks him to refrain from using weapons. June looks at this woman with her weapon. He asks her who she is. What does she answer? So that he apologizes for the belated greeting. Yana, apostle of the goddess. She bows to June, and she says that the goddess wants to meet him. June looks at her with obvious suspicion. He thinks about why he needs this, and he asks the apostle why he wants to take revenge for the past. To which the goddess tells him that they have no right to this, and don't they know it? If he still cannot trust him, then let him prepare to swear in the name of the goddess. And June looks down, thinking about what she just said. If she really is an apostle of the goddess, then she poses no threat. And, most likely, she is at the level of the ranker, but still not a match for him. He begins to examine this apostle, thinking that, nevertheless, he does not understand why the goddess needed him. If she is ready to swear on the name of the goddess, then she is ready for any consequences. After which the apostle says to June, looking at him, so that he does not worry too much, and the goddess really wants to meet him with good intentions. She continues to say that since he needs to complete the test, there is nothing wrong with his assumptions, and 2 other temples prohibited him from entering, but since the goddess calls him personally, he will be able to go inside. He looks at her and begins to glow golden from below. He says it's true and he has no reason to refuse. After which June summons his troops and a dark aura appears everywhere. He says that, however, he does not like this approach. The apostle is surprised and runs back. She looks at June with fear in her eyes. Speaking of which, what's going on? After which June swings his weapon, and they cut off a piece of her cloak. June smiles, telling her not to be too surprised, and one of June's skeletons stands with his scythe and holds it over the neck of this apostle. He says he's just going to negotiate with his own methods, but he is surprised and did not think that she would turn out to be a high elf, and the apostle is clearly angry, talking about what he allows himself. June starts walking towards her. Speaking of which, he also said that he was not satisfied with this approach, and she tries her best to seem polite, but she didn't give him the right to choose. And even if she swears, she will not be able to trust completely, and June looks at her. He says he will let her go when everything is over, and since she is ready to say that she will not suffer, then she should not worry about it. And the apostle looks down. He says that some June is suspicious. June tells her that he's just not stupid, and trusting someone in the tower without knowing his true intentions can only be equated to suicide. After which the apostle closes his eyes. She says okay and she will escort him to the goddess. They approach one of the temples, and the system says that he chose the path to the temple of the past. It simply says that this is a guest who was invited by the goddess herself, and they must open all the doors. Many other ministers bowed their heads in front of them. June walks behind the apostle, while June's minion holds his weapon over the apostle's neck, and June thinks that this is a temple, and, despite the fact that the eldest of the 3 goddesses lives here, she is relatively modest, and maybe this is because the temple is responsible for the past and therefore is not popular among followers. June walks through the many attendants, looking around, and he thinks about what they say, that the apostle is considered the incarnation of God, and all the priests listen to her unconditionally. They go further and further, and Jun thinks that even though there is a shadow sickle on her neck, they don't dare to look at her, and they are so careful as if any unnecessary movement would be regarded as rudeness. And Jun looks at the apostle. He thinks that he made the right decision by taking her hostage, and he remembers the words of the system administrator. After all, he said that among the 3 sisters, it is the eldest who needs to beware, and June thinks that the messages from him transmitted to the manager of Laplace sounded exactly like that. He's not going to listen to the demon's words, but it doesn't hurt to be extra careful, and they approach the huge throne. It all shines with golden light, and Jun thinks that there are gods who cannot leave the 98th floor, and for this they need a deputy. After all, they are substitutes and are part of God, and therefore, when they die, they cause great harm to God himself. So she's very important as a hostage. He represents a high elf with golden hair, thinking that the high elves are the ancestors of the elves and dark elves, and golden hair is proof that we receive divine blood from the goddess of beauty, and such elves are difficult to find even in the tower, and all because they are extremely rarely born, and as far as he knows, they are all more than 1,000 years old. And for now the apostle moves on with his head down, June continues to ponder what if such a high elf, such an apostle, died. Terra of the goddess can be lowered, so this is the safest method of all. And passing further, the apostles look at Jun with his eye. He thinks that, although if the goddess finds out about this, she will clearly be unhappy, and you can't let her do whatever she wants until you understand her true intentions. June and the apostle walk further and further through the temple. They stop near a huge door, and the apostle says that here she will stop, and behind the door is the sanctuary in which the goddess dwells. The apostle turns to Jun, speaking of which, she didn't get permission to enter, so she will not be able to accompany him further. What the apostle notices is how a huge radiance of golden color moves towards Dejanova. He stands there in shock and wonders what the hell this is. High door emanate enormous pressure and radiance. June thinks that this is a heavy, although no, very deep force that takes away your breath. And it feels completely different than when he met the king or queen of summer. And June stands in shock. He thinks that he is sure that there is a huge power hiding behind this door. And the apostle turns to June while he is surprised. She says that it seems that they feel it. Sometimes there are people who feel power, and even though the doors are closed, the apostle smiles. Speaking of which, usually such people are very sensitive or deeply spiritual, or have they already carried the power of the gods? After which June fearfully says what is behind the door, and the apostle makes a serious face. However, he says that God is there. June is surprised by this, after which he thinks that how is this possible, and they can't be sideways because they don't leave the 98th floor. Remembers all the gods sitting at the top of the tower, and I thought that the goddess did not want to stay on the 98th floor, and she left a piece of herself on the 16th, but physically she cannot be here, after which the door is open, and the apostle smiles, lowering his head. Speaking of not worrying too much, June asks her what is she saying, and while he goes to this gate, the apostle says that he will understand everything just by going inside, and he thought that even this would be for the better. As he come through these doors, he thinks about how he was wondering what a real god was like, and Jun looks down, thinking that, however, the force that he felt from behind the doors turned out to be much more powerful than he could have imagined. Jun is enveloped in a very huge magical power, and it was so big that it seemed to have no limit. And this is a voluminous and deep powerful force. All her strength began to absorb him, and June falls down, thinking that this is God. He begins to think, imagining wild nature, about the feeling that his existence has become infinitely small and miserable, as if he had turned into a firefly. He lies in the cold, thinking that for God man is nothing more than a pitiful creature, and wouldn't it be strange if he dissolves in this feeling and completely disappears? Jun clenched his teeth. He thinks that no, this cannot be allowed. Magic begins to circulate throughout his body. He thinks about what he can't do, after which the system sends notifications that it was a fighting will. A huge golden black funnel rises from above. He thinks about how he needs to end this, and it's so pathetic. June stands in her final form, releasing her fiery wings. He uses magic, and he thinks that if he is not focused, he will disappear, and it is necessary to stop the interference in his consciousness at any cost. After which he hears a voice starting to laugh and talk about how persistent he is. June is surprised by this and jumps away. He thinks about where he is and whether this space is God. June begins to look around and thinks about that this sanctuary is the place where the consciousness of God is located, so it may well be. And he hears a voice telling him that she doesn't understand why he's so afraid of her, and she promised that she wouldn't harm him. And June, getting into position, he says that they know his true intentions. And the god begins to laugh, saying that for the heir to the power of an ancient dragon, he is overly cautious, and usually snakes are nothing of themselves, take your pride away from them. And June is standing. He thinks that this is too difficult. If this goes on, he will have to kill the apostle. He asks God why he called him, and she smiles, saying that it's simple. June is shocked. He stutters and says that the meaning is simple. She talks about how they remain gods first and foremost. Even those who hate us try to remain neutral and not become their enemies. He didn't care about it, so he became curious, but then they met and that was all. June is shocked as she watches everything, and he thinks about what it is. He sees a system notification indicating that all tests have been completed. Is he surprised that it was? The system sends a notification. She says that he successfully met with the goddess and he received achievements they are ready to simply receive by adding an additional card. He received 5,000 karma, and he received 3,000 additional karma, and the system says that the karma received is added to the total karma. And does he want to engrave his name in the Hall of Fame? June stands in surprise, looking at all this. He gets shocked, thinking about what it is, and the goddess, smiling, tells him that since he's been here, she's seen a lot of people. They were all connected by memories of the past and regretted something. They could never get out of the swamp of the past and wanted only one thing, while hands reach out for one of the people, and they pray to get rid of the memories of the past. But June is different from them. The goddess sits on her throne and smiles. She says regret isn't dragging him down, for the goddess remembers what June did. Speaking of which, on the contrary, he deliberately looks back at the past, and he deliberately condemns himself for what happened, remembering his brother. And in his past he is not there, only his dead brother, and he remembers all those people who surround him now. Speaking of a brother who has been betrayed by his close friends and wonders what will happen next, and can he trust the people who surround him? And he thinks that these people are completely different, but his brother thought the same. And while June stands in the abyss of darkness, the goddess continues to say that betrayal always comes by surprise, which is why he keeps his distance from them. And she tells him to be suspicious, and that's alright. Talking about not trusting anyone, she smiles, saying that he is. He has always lived this way, and is this true? And June remembers his real life, the way there were explosions everywhere. Soldiers run towards one of the helicopters, talking about the fact that they are surrounded and they only have 30 seconds, and they won't be able to continue. I am one of the soldiers, entering the helicopter, and begins to look back. He watches as one of the soldiers provides cover as they leave. He says sorry and they fly away, and young June remains there. Does he notice how they flew away? And he thought about what even close comrades can give, and while they grabbed their heads and lowered it, June thinks that even those for whom he is ready to sacrifice his life, and regardless of this, the result will be the same, and that is betrayal. And they shoot at Jun, but he dodges the bullets. At that moment, no one could have thought that he would survive. He was running away from these troops who were attacking him, having received a wound to his shoulder. They say that, however, he could not die. After that, June bandaged himself, speaking of the anger that awoke to his comrades who had thrown him away, forced him to move forward, and while he sat and patched his wounds, several soldiers wanted to attack him from behind. They used their knives. Yours is closer to the tired Jun. After which the two lay in the lake. They bled, and June moved on, and he says that he was only thinking about surviving, and while many soldiers were firing their weapons, June killed everyone in his path, and so he walked as much as 150 kilometers, met a huge number of people and killed them, and at some point there were no thoughts left in my head. No anger, no indignation. While he walked forward, people ran away from him. He said that he had nothing left and no desire to take revenge. Going forward, killing everyone in your path. He thought that all his feelings were gone, and while his eyes were shining, he covered himself with one of his hands. Speaking of which, that's probably when they started calling him that, a monster without feelings. After which the goddess listens to all this and smiles and laughs. She tells him to keep going into his memories, and now he will not be able to get out of the abyss of these memories. While he falls deeper and deeper into this abyss, the goddess says that he is now another toy in his collection. And while June remembers how he attacked many people with his knife, the goddess tells him to remember these memories is his true self, and June must remember, while many hands below are trying to reach him. The goddess tells him to remember the monster inside himself, and June smiles, speaking of which, it's nothing. After which he gets out of the memories and tells her, is this really all she can do? June begins to glow blue with magic, and the goddess comes into shock. She thinks about what and why, because this cannot be. How was he able to get out? The fates and pasts of many people are intertwined from the tower, and even though he is considered one of the best, she looks straight at Jun, thinking that even he shouldn't have gotten out of the memories so easily. June smiles. He says that he has completed his test, so there is no reason for them to see each other anymore. After which he turns around and leaves, telling her, thank you for your help, and the goddess looks at it all with her mouth open. After all, she initially planned to make life difficult for Jun, and his past suited her plans perfectly. This guy had no specific hope, and he simply climbed the tower, not running away from the shackles of the past, no, only stronger, shackling himself with them. And the goddess could not take advantage of this because she is the goddess of the past. For her, there is nothing easier than putting pressure on a person's memories, forcing him to go through the torment of the past. And if the apostle herself could not cope with the test, then she thought that June could not cope with it either, after which she smiles, speaking of which, without thinking that one day, seeing the smug goddess caught by surprise, and how pathetic does she look, to which the goddess turns to him, looking at the huge radiance. She tells him that if he's going to talk, he should get lost, and it was Hermes. He stands right in front of her, and she says that she doesn't think it's time to stop playing with people and try to get used to the fact that not only high elves can get out of her clutches. And the goddess, clearly evil, gets up from her throne. She tells Hermes that he won't understand, and Hermes, coming closer, he says that this guy was able to get out of the abyss of the past because he is different from everyone else. He has no desire, no dream, and he just keeps moving forward. The goddess says with surprise that he really knows about him, and, it seems, he was following him, and Hermes closed his eyes and put his hand on his thigh. He says that not only that, but Athena is also very interested in him, and there is nothing to say about Ares and Dionysus, and while the goddess is clearly evil, this says that, to be honest, it's not just them who are watching him, but basically everyone. And he smiles. They say that almost everyone is on the 98th floor. Would you like to have him as your apostle? And Hermes goes forward while the goddess watches him. He says that if he passed the minimum requirement for an apostle and was on the 50th floor, he would make a huge fuss, and Hermes smiles, turning to her. He says that the demons are also interested in him. There are rumors that even the Eastern Agars is drooling over him. This is one of the 72 demons, ranked second, and it symbolizes madness and destruction, and such a demon became interested in a common man. Hermes says it's more interesting. He lowers his staff, which begins to glow golden. The goddess is very surprised by this, and a huge number of snakes appear everywhere and surround her, and he says that he was the first to notice this guy, and he has no idea how annoying it is when someone encroaches on his desire, and she must understand, that stealing is very bad. The goddess sits back on her throne. She She says that damn it, she couldn't believe she would be humiliated like that. And Hermes, he will definitely pay for this. The goddess clenches her fists and lowers her head, very angry. She thinks that, however, no matter how much she thinks, it is very strange. After all, Hermes, like the wind, is free and hates being tied up. She remembers him and thinks that even though he is stronger, there is no greed in him. And it was clear in his gaze that he wanted to protect the other. She begins to remember all the gods and Hermes, thinking that there is something behind it. And she doesn't like that Athena and Dionysus are interested in him. And on Olympus, where the usurpers sit, only the innocent second generation will be interested in them. And something is clearly wrong here, but what exactly? And she calls the apostle to her. She comes up to her and bows. She says yes ma'am. The goddess says that if she cannot have something, she must destroy it. And she orders the apostles to seize this child by any means. After which the apostle bows. And at that moment, something sinister stirred in the shadow of the apostle. She notices a creature appearing in front of her. And June, who assumed that she would want to harm him, hit a monstrous harbinger in the shadows. And this messenger of death runs aside across the apostle's head. And this head flies straight to the goddess. In an instant, the soul of the apostle, associated with the gods, was forcibly torn out. In just one moment of carelessness, while the goddess understands what is happening, a lot of blood flies at her. And the goddess could not notice this because of the power left by Hermes, which dulled her senses. And the result of this carelessness was, the goddess began to cough up blood, and it turned out to be very sad. A scream was heard throughout the temple. There are many explosions in the forest, and the temple soldiers run to attack Jun, saying that he needs to be killed. Dabin looks at it. He says that the further away they are, the more insignificant they are, and that's all they wanted to say. After that, he summons a skeleton mage, and many soldiers watch him use the spell. Jun talks about what they wanted to say lastly. Many warriors stand in shock, their mouths open and looking at the purple glow. June, watching all this from the side, while huge clouds of dust rise. He thinks that this is already 6 times you and the power of the dragon was not needed. June looks around and thinks about how this is a waste of a soul. Even her temple has gone crazy since they hired mercenaries and assassins. And I better get more souls. After which June summons new skeletons from the dead soldiers. Speaking of which, sir, all enemies nearby have been defeated. To which June tells him well done. And one of the soldiers says that it was not interesting. He says that's right, these guys are kind of boring, and is that really all there is? June costs about 2 of his main soldiers. Speaking of which, it is so humiliating to fight with commoners. Jun says that the higher they go, the stronger their enemies will be and they shouldn't worry about that. June smiles, looking down. He says that now they are gaining strength at the expense of the souls that they absorb moments, and they don't even have time to get their weapons. And one of the soldiers says that yes, that's right, and he tells the master. June asks in surprise what he wants, and he says that, to tell the truth, they are interested in something. They ask Jun how he escaped from the shackles of the goddess, and how was he able to control his thoughts. They perceive her as if she were holding Jun in her palm. Speaking of which, no matter how special he is, he will never be able to compare with the being who calls himself God. And even being inside the bracelet, he felt that he was literally being devoured by the endless power that the gods possess. And maybe she's still a bitch, but even of a higher race such as the High Elves. To be honest, he escaped too easily. They remember how June left there, and they continue to say that they thought it was impossible only if his past and what the goddess sees were different. And June, looking at them, begins to talk. He says that no, what he showed was true and he also realized it. And everything that happened in the past only gave rise to distrust in people. That's why he treated everything with contempt, even when he entered the tower. But now everything is different. He remembers the watch his brother gave him. The result was the way he smiled while giving them, saying that his brother was a hero for him and he hopes that he will not lose himself, having lost what he had to endure. And June, along with his undead, walks forward, looking at the moon. Speaking of which, he can't disappoint his little brother. June runs along the rock. He thinks that it seems that there will be no more attacks. And if this continues, their religious cult will be uprooted, and the return of divine power will be out of the question. They may not have given up completely, but they need to regain their strength. And the reputation of the 3 temples has dropped to the lowest level, and the power of God that comes from greatness. Now that she's lost him, he won't have to worry about it for a while. And so far he has lost sight of 3 crippled goddesses. Remembering your army, he thinks that thanks to this he strengthened the power of the monstrous harbingers. June extends her hand, creating a golden colored magic ball. He thinks about what he should do with this power. After that, he places it on the floor and it begins to shine. He thinks that his goal was to weaken the goddess's power, but he was very lucky that he was also able to get her. And he did not even think that the soul would contain it within itself. Junwoo smiles looking at this soul. He thinks that its value is limitless, and where can you apply it to get the maximum benefit? He looks at his soldiers and thinks, if souls are tied to a black bracelet and have opposite properties, then for them this power is the same as poison. And he remembers the dragon and the tweet, thinking that they also began to show evil tendencies. After this, June looks at this soul, and he thinks with them, it will be the best option. After that, he takes his blade, all shrouded in green and black aura, thinking about using Wigrin. Is he raising this weapon to the soul? thinking about what if the magic sword carries the curse of countless heroes, then won't she be able to purify herself with the help of sacred power, become closer to her original state? He remembers the Aegis, thinking that the last time this curse was washed away was only her in the sacred fire. But the source does not simply disappear, and what is the true form of the sacred weapon that everyone desires? And Jun looks at this with surprise. He sees the sacred power flowing into this blade. It begins to purify and glow with a golden light, and the system sends notifications. It says that the process of purification begins. This weapon quickly absorbs sacred power. Jun watches all this from the side. He thinks that this weapon has started to lengthen and the runes are becoming clearer. He watches what is happening with surprise and seriousness, thinking that it will take time to carry out all its capabilities. After the curse is completely lifted, he continues to watch as the weapon begins to glow. Thinking that after the purification is complete, he wonders how this weapon will change. Jun receives notifications while he is running through the forest that the cleanup of the 17th floor has been completed. The 18th floor 19 has also been cleared, and thanks to the achievements gained in battles and training with the king, Jun already has the power of rankers, and if necessary, he could use information from his brother's diary and dragon knowledge, so lower to level 20 was quite easy for him. And the end of it doesn't mean Jun didn't put in any effort. He looked around in vain to collect hidden objects and set records on each floor. Jun runs forward, looking around, and he says that somehow he got here in just one day. He looks at huge mountains covered with snow. The system says that this is the 20th floor of the Gate of the Mountain of Repentance. Jun says that this is the infamous place of the 5 Mountains of Repentance. And finally he got here, and he was really looking forward to it. Jun passes through the barrier. The system sends notifications. It says that testing of the 20th floor is beginning. The test is that those who want to become God must take the testimony and learn how to exceed their limit. Jun looks in surprise at the huge black aura coming from afar. The system says that they have started climbing the first mountain and one repentance is blocking vision. Jun stands and realizes that he doesn't see anything. He says what a feeling is, and this is how it feels when the feeling from the very beginning is blocked. And because of this darkness it is a little uncomfortable, after which Jun is used to enhance her senses, and the terrain around him begins to appear. He begins to understand where he is. After that, he sees trees in the distance, and he says that this is better, and isn't it too simple? After that he moves forward. He says that this is all and hopes that it is not so. Speaking of which, he is already on the threshold of one mountain, after which he jumps up, and he says that you need to repent thoroughly. Several players are walking through rocky terrain. One of them has his hands out and is yelling at them to wait and something is wrong. Another man says that something is wrong here and one wrong move and the path to the next world is blocked for them. And one of the soldiers says that it is best to increase the distance. They have plenty of time, so they should go ahead and take their time. After this, they feel something running through them at great speed. They start screaming that it just happened and something ran nearby. Jun, who has been watching all this from the side, looks on in silence. These soldiers say it was the wind and everyone should gather together. Jun looks at them in surprise. He thinks that if they made it to the 20th floor, they must have developed better senses, and it cannot be that they are so dependent on vision. After this, Jun runs on and watches the players pass the tests. He notices how one of them fell into the swamp. He screams for them to save him, and he did. Another player shouts about where it is. The system sends notifications saying that they have started climbing the second mountain and 2 repentance. This is a hearing block. Jun walks silently and watches the players who are standing still. They scream that they have even been deprived of their hearing and will not soon be able to move on at this rate. Jun thinks about the fact that something is wrong, and is it really all true? He remembers what the system of 5 mountains of repentance means. 5 mountains until I test the player, not giving him a second of rest until he passes all 5 mountains. On the first mountain they are deprived of vision. On the second mountain there are rumors. At 3 they are deprived of their sense of smell. At 4 they deprive the sense of taste. And at 5 tactile sensitivity. Any person in this world makes a decision based on 5 senses. But as soon as these feelings disappear, the person is left alone with himself. And he remembers that some players sometimes cannot bear such tests and withdraw into themselves. And for more developed players, the 5th year of repentance can be a place where they get a great chance. The more players can reach, the more he will receive by passing 5 mountains. And Jun runs forward, clearly worried. He thinks about what he heard, and many deliberately drive themselves into strict limits. But this won't be of much use, and he is sure that the 20th floor is the most visited place by players. And he remembers his brother, thinking about what he read in the diary about what Arsha suffered on the 20th floor. And Johnny always unconsciously pushed himself into strict limits, experiencing superiority and the limits of your capabilities. Without stopping there, he moved to the next limit, further and further. And in fact, the 20th floor was a logical continuation of what the player had managed to achieve by that moment, so everything depended on the person. Remembering how Jun trained and passed the initial floors. Already at the training stage, he was able to extract maximum benefit from using all 5 senses successfully, reading the the movement of the arrows, and even then he stood out among the rest, and since his service in Africa, he managed to dodge many bullets and survive, and he even acquired dragon senses, and the enhancement of feelings reached 80% and was not much different from the passive skill. So, having a specific goal on the 20th floor as what was happening, he was already used to it here. June walks forward and is clearly concentrating. He says Interanimum, and light magic appears before him. He thinks that he is putting shackles on himself, nevertheless. Need to increase the difficulty level, after which he takes off his mask and clothes. He thinks that it is better to suspend the effects of the artifacts for the duration. He dresses the way he decided to come to this tower. After this, the system sends a notification that he has voluntarily suspended the operation of the magic circuits, and Jun closes his eyes. He will think that he needs to act like an ordinary person. The system sends notifications warning that he may be threatened from the outside. The system says that he used magical power. He voluntarily blocked his feelings. He voluntarily blocked his skills. After this, a dark aura begins to surround Jun. Emptiness appears, and Jun thinks that it's like he jumped into an abyss. Jun smiles and begins to worry. He thinks about what it seems like he already felt when he first opened the tower gates, and it reminds me of my times in Africa. If he knew that she would feel this way, he would immediately block all feelings. Jun feels many weapons near him, chained to his neck. He thinks that, given how many enemies he has, he can bring trouble on himself, and he does not know when and where they will decide to attack him. But this inner restlessness will only help him. After this, Jun begins to look around, thinking that he is playing with fire. But this game is worth it. Jun talks about it being time to suppress yourself. After this, the system sends notifications indicating that he has begun climbing the third mountain and 3 repentance blocking the sense of smell. Jun crawls up. He thinks that it is actually quite difficult to climb the mountain, and he deliberately turned off the enhancement of feelings, although he was already used to this. He thinks that he should not make mistakes, and if he makes a mistake, then he is finished. Jun walks forward slowly. He thinks that, having lost the third important feeling, such as the sense of smell, Jun sat down to rest. He thinks about how much time has passed and whether he is moving at all. Jun sits and reflects that all he has left is a tactile sensation. Around Jun, the wind begins to blow everywhere. He thinks about the feeling of colliding with something and the wind blowing, for being the only way to understand where to go next. After which Jun closes his eyes and thinks that no. A green light begins to form around Jun. He thinks that there is something else, and it's vague and weak, but he feels it. He imagines trees and rocks all around him, thinking that these are the images around, and Jun thinks that at first he felt them too weakly, which is why he did not pay attention to it. It represents how there are animals and a huge tree nearby, thinking that it is now much brighter and each image has its own color. Jun closed his eyes and concentrated. He thinks about missing it and not touching the image and disappears completely. It's as if he has a limit over everything he has. Thinking about what we need to focus on now is fighting will, and focus on the sensations and try very hard. Feel what is around you as best you can. Sends a notification that the level of combat willpower is noticeably increasing. At the moment, he hasn't been using the skill for very long, and continued use could damage his brain. There is a danger of getting lost between mind and body, and it is recommended to rest. At the moment, he has been using the skill for a very long time. It can become trapped in your own overloaded mind. The danger of your mental ability automatically contacted the dragon knowledge to intensify. The level of mastery of fighting will increases noticeably. Jun begins to wonder how much time has passed, a day or two, and a whole month must have passed. The system warns that thanks to constant training, he was able to capture parts of the soul, and Jun looks at himself and his hand in some space. He thinks about what it is. This system suggests that he discovered spiritual control. The system sends notifications. It states that he has achieved achievements that are not easy to obtain and adds additional karma. He received 3,000 karma and an additional 2,000 karma. It is recommended to obtain further achievements after some training, and only after mastering spiritual control will he receive a new level. And Jun starts to shine with blue color. He thinks and talks about what spiritual control means, and Jun looks forward. Does he say he understands? He gets up and walks forward. Everything around begins to shine. He says that spiritual control is the weight of his soul, so that's why he could feel those objects without having information about them. And thanks to spiritual control, you can look inside the object. He imagines all this in the form of an etheric body standing next to him, and this perception differs from the 5 senses familiar to a person. Therefore, under other development conditions it will not work. And Jun looks down. He says that now he understands why the rankers are looking for these 5 mountains of repentance. He thinks about how such a strong aura emanates from the king and queen that just being near them can chill you to the bone. He thinks that not everyone has developed spiritual control without much difficulty. If he is weak in spirit, then predominance in the mountains will give him nothing. He thinks that he can start by identifying small objects and, as soon as he comes out, catch their images. They will achieve much more than the rankers themselves. Juna appeared enveloped in his blue aura. He thinks that such a player opens up completely new opportunities, and you just have to take control of the new skill. And who knows, maybe this will be the beginning of the Yin Ball. Jun sits with the king. The king says that what other sword is yin and yang. He says that this is exactly what their tribe has dreamed of for a long time. Jun says in surprise that they really were just dreaming, to which the king says that few people know what he is, but in simple terms. He turns to Jun, and he talks about whether he knows where their tribe came from. Jun, looking at the king, he says that he knows their founders were the discoverers of the tower, to which does the king say that is true. They are heirs and continue to develop what they managed to build. Farida's fighting techniques and different types of gates, but there was something they couldn't touch. Jun looks at the king in surprise. Speaking of which, is there really such a thing? And the king talks about the Radiance, saying that this is about yin and yang swords. He imagines two eagles flying across the sky with the ambassador, and they were created by merging two of the strongest fighting techniques, and this is their legacy. After which the king gets up from his knees, and Jun notices this. He says that, of course, he was always drawn to the techniques used to create the tower, but even for him, these techniques seem something distant. He remembers Edora. Speaking of which, fortunately, she had the yang sword, but here is a yin mystery shrouded in darkness, and Jun looks in surprise as the king throws the book at him. The king turns to Jun. He talks about him trying to take this heritage for himself. Jun looks at this book in shock, and the king says that he doesn't know if it will be of any use, but he must try. He says that this is not a textbook at all. The pages begin to open up little by little. Jun looks at him and is silent. The king says that it's more like fragments of legends from old stories, which they don't like at all, and the king smiles, looking at Jun. He tells him to consider this his last homework as a teacher, and he wishes Jun good luck, after which Jun sits at the fire, and he returns to reality. He says he thought he was on the right track, thinking that he even wrote everything down by hand, but he still didn't understand anything. Remembering an excerpt from there, it says that initially giants arose and tore everything apart. The one that rose up became light and illuminated the bottom, and the one that fell became a strong support for the world. This structure has built today's stable world, in which many buds have blossomed and bear fruit. And Jun thinks about that, understanding why the king did not like this, after which one of his warriors appears in front of Jun. He says that he is really already developing the sixth sense, and he was going to teach this to Jun when the time came, and he didn't think that he would just take it and learn. Jun, looking at these soldiers, asks in surprise, what do they not have under the sixth sense? From the soldiers he says that he really forgot, you don't need to find a fatal point in order to learn something new. Jun looks at them in surprise, saying that, of course, he remembers it, but he did not know that it was the sixth sense, and thought that this something would be related to spiritual control. To which one of the soldiers asks questioningly, what kind of spiritual control is it and what does it even mean? Jun asks them in surprise, didn't he say that objects emanate an aura? And Jun continues to say that he himself began to use this skill not so long ago, so I thought that this was spiritual control. And while the soldier begins to worry, he does not understand what Jun is talking about. He continues to say that it never occurred to him that this is the sixth sense and a rather useful skill. To which one of the knights, clearly worried, tells Jun that he waited, and he asks him why he's even saying that now. Jun looks at her soldiers ridiculously. He tells him that why have they become so serious, and let them at least say something. And one of the soldiers, looking at Juna, begins to speak, that since the sixth sense is connected with the subconscious and instincts, it can be considered the door of spiritual power. After which one of them begins to worry, and the other continues to talk about how he, thinking, is already going in the opposite direction. To which the worried soldier says that he is talking about the same thing, and it can drive you crazy. Jun starts to get angry. He tells them to explain to him on their fingers what spiritual power is, and one of the soldiers, looking at Juno, begins to explain. What if spiritual control is the weight of the soul that grows as it progresses? That is spiritual power, that is the power that flows from him. He imagines a lot of spiritual power appearing around a person. After all, the level of magical power usually grows along with it. It is she who extracts mana from the general flow. Since this power is located deep in his subconscious, it usually lies dormant. And Jun thinks. He tells them that it is clear that the sixth sense is based on instincts, and therefore it is on the border between the conscious and unconscious. This soldier, looking at Juna, continues to talk, that it is by becoming stronger that he gets the opportunity to open the sixth sense, and which can become the door to his subconscious. However, their consciousness is 80% subconscious, and it is hidden so deeply that it is very difficult to reach it. And if you make a mistake, his brain may be damaged and he will be trapped, so you need to be very careful. And Jun spreads his hands and says about the fact that ultimately he can only touch the soul by getting into the subconscious, and only then will he be able to little by little begin to control the soul. And Jun says that he didn't even open the door, and that is, he uses spiritual power as if opening the door from the inside. One of the soldiers stands up in surprise. He says that this is not so, it's easy to do, and he doesn't even know for sure whether it's possible. And that's what he does when he enters the building. And Jun, clearly not understanding what he means here, looks at the fist. He says that he comes through the door, of course, and the soldiers say that it is either through the front door or through the side door. And the soldier begins to give birth, saying that he is the owner. He was able to jump through the attic. Jun sits and listens to all this with incomprehension. The soldier continues to say that he is going down to the front entrance, and Jun says what's wrong with that. The soldier stands right in front of him with great surprise. He shouts at him to think for himself. Jun says that he feels spiritual control, but cannot use spiritual power, and he says that yes, it is so, and he has learned a lot, simply by understanding spiritual control, and if it were his will, he would immediately jump to the 11th floor, right, and spiritual strength is difficult for even the highest rankers. The God of Swords and King Summer are only able to use part of it, and only by making the free use of spiritual power. In other words, he comprehended, reaching the top, overcoming his physical limits, and Jun begins to think about this. He says that these creatures are called gods and demons. The soldier says yes, but it is still too early for him to get involved with spiritual power. If he makes even the slightest mistake, his soul will split into pieces, after which Jun gets up from his knees. He says that he understands this, and in contrast to magical power, which can always be replenished, the spiritual flows from his soul, and one of the soldiers looks at Jun, who has stood up. He says that it will be possible to open the spiritual door only when he tears his soul apart. However, it strikes, and he has already learned to feel spiritual control, and then it will be easier, and he should think about developing the sixth sense. Even this is available to few, and while Jun looks at them, the other continues to talk. That first you need, in the same way that he felt spiritual control, to think about expanding your sixth sense outward. Jun asks in surprise, do you mean expand the sixth sense? And he begins to say that the sixth sense is just another type of perception. It should not remain in his subconscious, but should go outside. And while Jun looks at it all in surprise, he continues to say that all that remains for him is to build a path along which the sixth feeling can spill out. Jun says that it looks like a channel, and he agrees with him. They say it's something like this, and the soldier says that one day the day will come when he will also prepare to release spiritual power, and for this he will need a well-developed sixth sense. Jun lowers his head and begins to think. He thinks that controlling the soul is spiritual power, spiritual control, and the path begins, at the end of which he can become a real master. He remembers what he went through, thinking about the fact that he had tried before, but all this was definitely in advance, and it was very easy to follow the well-trodden path. And similar to what was described in his diary, Jun smiles, thinking about what now. He takes his hands, thinking that it's time to move forward, making your own decisions, and says that expanding the sixth sense means it's a lot of fun. System messages appeared before Jun that he was starting to climb the fifth mountain, fifth repentance, blocking the sense of touch. Jun stood on the ground. There was a green aura around him. He thought that when the sense of touch is blocked, almost all other senses are closed along with it. Jun, surrounded by his aura, made several leaps forward. At great speed, part of the way forward, he thought that it was strange, but he felt everything that surrounded him so calmly. Jun ran through the forest. Energy waves were going around him. He thought that the release of the sixth sense was slowly manifesting itself. She was beginning to pick up the surrounding wavelengths. Jun, looking ahead, thought that it was a completely different feeling, not like the magical powers that helped study the surroundings. Jun, surrounded by a strong aura, approached an incredibly large tree. Looking at it, he thought that I was guided by the longer waves. He freely senses the world. It's like a third eye. Jun said that it seems this tree is already several hundred years old. System messages appeared in front of Jun that Jun had figured out how to handle spiritual power. He could sense spiritual control better. He had figured out how to reveal his existence through spiritual control. His soul level was rising. The Dark Knight, looking forward, asked how this was possible, whether the system was not too unfair. Another Dark Knight, looking at his comrade, said that it's quieter and I need to stop the master from concentrating. The Dark Knight asked that this doesn't bother him at all. He put in so much effort, worked hard all his life. Jun, surrounded by energy, stood in place. A system message appeared in front of him that the level of proficiency in the skill-enhanced senses had increased significantly. He was congratulated. He had reached the maximum level of proficiency in the skill-enhanced senses. All characteristics associated with the skill were increased. Strength increased by 10, agility increased by 12. The Dark Knight continued to say that how could this be achieved so quickly? In front of Jun, more system messages appeared that he had achieved a new understanding of his skill. An excellent skill had been opened. The sixth sense skill had been created. The level of proficiency in the sixth sense skill had quickly reached its maximum. Taking into account its characteristics, new skills were being searched for. The excellent skill inspiration had been opened. The level of proficiency in the inspiration skill had increased significantly. Jun opened his eyes and, surrounded by an aura, sighed heavily. The heads of Dark Knights hung around him. Jun raised his hand and told Shannon not to whine so much. He was still grateful to them. Without their advice, nothing would have happened. Jun looked at his hand and thought that he had a sixth sense. He could see something he had never seen before. Jun looked forward and thought that thanks to him, the level of proficiency in the skill of enhancing senses increased. The method that Shannon recommended for achieving the maximum level worked with a bang. Shannon, looking forward, said that he seemed to notice something as soon as Jun learned the sixth sense didn't the skill reach the maximum level. The other Mud Dark Knight forward responded that he thought it was because he had mastered spiritual control. Jun, looking at them, asked what inspiration is. This skill also continues to improve. It's also strange. This is the first time he gets such skills one after another. A system message appeared in front of Jun that the level of proficiency in the inspiration skill had increased to the maximum. Month looked at the system message and thought that the inspiration skill had reached its maximum. A huge number of system messages continued to appear in front of Jun, which told him that he was unlocking new skills and improving them to the maximum. The system began to search for skills worthy as a reward. Jun looked ahead in fear. A second later, his entire body was covered with a green aura. It continued to increase. An unimaginable power spread around. Shannon, looking forward, said that this was incredible. Jun bent over. He felt a huge amount of energy pouring into him. A system message appeared in front of him that the extrasensory perception skill had been created. Jun looked at the system message. It said that extrasensory perception combines the 5 senses and the 6th sense, allowing one to recognize things that could not be sensed before. Jun is puzzled, looking at her hand and thinking about extrasensory perception. A system message appeared in front of him that intuition, as the level of proficiency in a skill increases, the range of his senses increases, and he can easily sense the essence of an object within his reach. Sometimes he will be able to activate feelings similar to precognition and penetrate into the idea. The automatic defense mechanism. In case of an unforeseen situation, the speed of orientation and awareness increases. In case of danger, when his health falls below 10% of all characteristics, once a day it increases by 200%. Shannon, together with his friend, looking at Jun, said that extrasensory perception is one of the best among sensory skills, the likes of which can be counted on the fingers of one hand. Shannon remembered his life. He thought that mastering similar skills so early, developing skills at higher levels, and getting his own special skill is the path that rankers most often take. The Dark Knight, looking forward, thought about it, and then said that, of course, it is harder to increase the level of proficiency in skills of an excellent level than of a low one. But suddenly, Shannon, looking at Jun, interrupted his comrade and told him to wait. Extrasensory perception. He couldn't believe it. The Dark Knight, looking at his comrade, said that he too, however, a system message appeared in front of Jun that the level of proficiency in the extrasensory perception skill increases by 2%. The Dark Knight, looking at Jun from whom incredibly strong energy came, said that Jun was the man who proved that this was possible. He was their master. Jun thought that he felt that the reach of the 6th sense was growing. In his head, he imagined a forest and an open field with flowers. He thought that these sensations were different from the awakening of consciousness, which increased after the completion of the dragon's body. Through extrasensory perception, he very clearly senses the environment as if all other senses were open. Jun looked at the forest near him and wondered if it was ESP. Jun smiled, looking at everything around him, and wondered if it was possible to feel so much with just extrasensory perception. Now he is looking forward to the test being over and all his senses being revealed. Shannon, standing next to Jun, turned to him. Shannon remembered Pant and said that he now seems to understand why Pant constantly sighs so heavily when looking at Jun. It's damn infuriating. Jun looked at Shannon, puzzled, and he continued to say that what was the point of this? To get what some people have to hunch over all their lives for, and for someone like Jun. Another Dark Knight, looking at Jun, said that the 5 senses, trained by enhancing the senses of sensing mana flows, the 6th sense affects spiritual control, and there is also the dragon sense. The Dark Knight, looking forward, continued to say that it was obvious that this was supposed to happen. Now they will be able to see the flow of mana from the master. In other words, Jun has reached the point where he can clearly feel the flow of mana in the atmosphere around him. Jun turned away from his Dark Knights and took a few steps forward, and then said that he seemed to understand. He could feel the entire mountain. Energy waves were coming from Jun, and he said that this was happening very clearly. They spread further and further upward, heading straight for the mountain. We are transported to a girl who is sitting at a table and drinking a hot drink. She has long gray hair and white clothes, with 2 gold bracelets on her arms. She looks into the opening of the cave, which is located to the left of her, and they ask what kind of spirit this is. Is it a sign? A knight appears, hiding his face with 2 fangs. He says that apparently he came here and received a new awareness. The girl frowns and looks intently forward. Can appears in front of us. He drags a bucket of water, saying that if he has such a spirit, then wouldn't they know about it? He smiles and adds that finally there is a new guy. They have been waiting for this for so long. Kang knocks over a bucket of water and says that he will meet him and come back. He makes several leaps forward at great speed. Suddenly Jun senses something and wonders what it is. He turns to his Dark Knights and tells them to immediately hide. He thinks that he is strong. Jun looks around and thinks that he is going in this direction. Kang quickly makes his way up the mountain, making a couple of deft leaps to the top. He pushes off from the tubercle with enormous force and makes a strong jump forward. Jun looks in front of her in shock, not understanding what is happening. Suddenly he raises his head and looks up. Leaves fall from the tree Kan is standing on. Kang looks down at Jun and asks what he is Jun. Jun looks at Kan puzzled. Kan says that really? How did he get here? What is it? He has become prettier. Kang smiles and asks if Jun is doing well, and Jun wonders if it's Kang. Kang, standing on a tree, looked at the puzzled Jun. He asked why he did not answer him, and then he added, although it is understandable, because he only recently learned the basics of his consciousness, this is called open speech, it will take him some time to master it. Jun looked up, puzzled, and began to think that this voice and manner, this is definitely Kang, but why is he here? Jun remembered that this brat said that he would wait for the next meeting. He resigned along with Doyle. He cannot be here. Besides, the training level opens at the behest of the tower, but he did not hear that it opened. Looking at the smiling Kang, Jun thought that while he could, Kang said that he knew that they would meet again, but he could not even imagine that it would be under such circumstances. Kang jumped down from the tree and added that he had learned open speech, so Jun addressed him with open speech and asked him what it was like. Kang smiled and scratched the back of his head in shock, and then laughingly said what was to be expected from Jun. He, as always. Jun, looking at Khan, asked how he got here and where Doyle was. Khan replied that it was. Jun, looking at him, thought that he was somehow suspicious. Besides, looking at how Kang was thinking, Jun thought that he was very different from the Kang with whom he went through the training level. He used to be immature and couldn't control himself, but now he is balanced and knows how to control himself. Suddenly from where, a voice was heard that said, "Junior, you're not going to introduce yourself to him." Jun had seen enough of the task, and Kang closed his eyes displeasedly and said that she didn't even let her say hello normally after such a long separation. The girl with gray hair smiled and said that this means they know each other, maybe he will introduce them. Kang furrowed his eyebrows and looked up, and then said that Grandma, if he is going to do something with this guy, then he advises. Suddenly, a hail of lightning rained down from the sky and struck Kang. His body started to burn and he started screaming for her to stop. He said enough. Kang was lying on his knees in front of Jun. Black smoke was coming from him. The girl laughed and said that if he started talking nonsense again, he would tear his mouth too. Jun looked at Kang in shock and thought that this was incredible. It was quite unexpected even for extrasensory perception. Until the lightning struck, he was not sure. Jun thought that this was rune magic. He had heard that the language of the gods was runes, and his own was very complex. But there were several people in the tower who could use it with such precision. Jun frowned and thought that this was a sadhu, those who isolated themselves on the last mountain, those who enjoy loneliness, torment and pain, the hermits who remained on the 20th floor and focused on cultivation. The rumors turned out to be true. Kang slowly began to get up, and then apologized to Jun and said that if Jun did not go with him, he would die here. Kang looked at Jun with a smile, then told Jun to think of it as saving someone's life. He would go with him. Jun looked at him and thought that Kang was still the same. Kang and Jun made their way through using magic at great speed. Jun stayed behind Khan. He thought that, be that as it may, this guy had become stronger. Unlike him, who had a dragon sense, Khan had nothing like that. There was a strong yellow aura coming from Kang. Looking at him, Jun thought that if he had come so far, it means he worked hard. He so wanted to defeat Pant and Anya, and that now he is not afraid of Pant. Kang turned to Jun with a smile and asked what Jun ate to become so strong. He couldn't read anything. Apparently Jun ate a dragon somewhere or something like that. Jun and Kang made their way through the forest. Jun replied that he had become a half-dragon. Kang said that this was not funny, he never learned to joke. Kang turned to Jun with a smile and said that they were almost there. Maybe at least for the sake of decency, Jun would be nervous. Kang and Jun came out of the trees, and in front of them appeared a girl sitting on a stone in a white dress, and a guy with white hair was sitting above her. Jun saw the girl. She had lush breasts, red eyes, and glasses. She looked at them with curiosity. Jun looked around carefully and thought that there were two of them. He and Kang flew closer and stopped. The girl looked at Jun and said that means he came. His outfit is very good. He is here to practice. She is glad to see him. He is handsome. Jun furrowed his eyebrows and, looking at her, thought that, apparently, it was she who used rune magic. Jun, looking at the girl who was closely examining him, thought that this was Victoria's sacred mahogany. She was one of the few who was fluent in rune magic. She was widely known, and it turned out to be very interesting to meet her here. Jun looked aside at the guy who had a red aura coming from him. He thought that this was a servant of a nameless demon. There was a dark aura around the guy. Looking at him, Jun thought that this is Kindred, the ghost of the pestilence, although he looks like a child. An ominous aura emanates from him. If King Mu can be compared to the king of the jungle, then this boy with a wild beast, which roams the forest alone in search of prey. Jun introduced a group of wizards in dark capes. He thought that Kindred belongs to the army of the devil, which serves an unnamed demon. They obey 9 bishops, and Kindred is the second bishop. He is little known. Maybe it's because the devil's army doesn't show their faces during battle, or at least few people have seen his face. Kindred looked at Jun with a malicious smile, and Jun thought that he did not know how his brother managed to get this information. Kindred has been continuing to look for something on the 20th floor for a long time. Apparently the rumors are true. However, more than 10 years have passed since it became known. What is he looking for? Victoria, smiling, walked up to Jun and began to examine him. She said that it would be great if he paid attention to her. She liked him. Jun furrowed his eyebrows and turned around, and Victoria, looking intently at Jun, said that the closer she gets, the more handsome he becomes. Jun wondered why he hadn't noticed when she. Kang smiled, waving his arms, and then asked, "What do you mean he's handsome? He's wearing a mask. Does she even know what their age difference is?" Victoria laughed. Her bracelet began to emit dark energy. She said that she liked everything about Kan except his face. Kan desperately asked Victoria to stop. And then a large bolt of lightning struck from the sky, striking Kan. Jun looked down. The dust was clearing under him. He wondered that he had not noticed how she used magic again. Jun looked at the dissatisfied Victoria and wondered that no matter how well she mastered runes, she could not create them out of thin air. Had she really prepared the rune in advance and used it when she was needed? Jun looked at the 2 silver bracelets hanging on Victoria's hand and thought that maybe it was the bracelet. Victoria is known for her skill in making artifacts, so it's quite possible. Victoria disappeared right in front of Jun. All that was left of her were runes hanging in the air. She appeared behind Jun and folded her hands and said that the smaller handsome man, she likes his curiosity, but she gets embarrassed when Jun looks at her like that. Victoria turned around and smiled, and Jun, looking forward, apologized and said that he was seeing rune magic for the first time. Victoria asked what that meant. She looked closely at Jun and smilingly said that if he was so interested in rune magic, she could teach him. Kang, lying on the floor, was trembling. Black smoke was coming out of his body. He sighed and said that he almost died, and then added, so that Jun would not fall for the bait, "This is Grandma. If Jun falls for it, he will regret it." Kang looked at them displeasantly and said that she wanted to spend a hot night with Jun, and then tie him up and turn him into a pet animal. Victoria, dissatisfied, began to go to Kane, saying that this was not a lie, they really had a hot night. Jun, looking ahead, said that Kane himself was caught. Kane looked at them displeasantly and shouted that he almost died. He angrily began to wave his hands and say that, be that as it may, Victoria should not pull this guy, he almost saved him. Victoria looked at Ken in surprise and said that then he. Kindred smiled widely, and then an incredibly strong energy began to flow from him. He looked intently at Jun. Jun turned around in fright. He saw that Kindred had disappeared. He looked around carefully and wondered if he was so fast that he couldn't follow him. Jun turned around and saw Kindred running towards him. Kindred was approaching Jun at great speed, swinging his fist. There was red dark energy around him. Kindred smiled. Dark magic began to be created in his hand. Jun thought that he was strong. Jun looked at him, puzzled, and wondered why he was doing this all of a sudden. Hadn't Kindred heard who he was? A system message appeared in front of Jun. He activated the magic circuit, and then there was a bright blue flash. Magic began to spread throughout Jun's body. He began to think that the protective mechanism of extrasensory perception had automatically started. What kind of feeling it was, thanks to the activation of the magic circuit, he was overwhelmed with strength. A huge amount of bright flame appeared around Jun. Looking forward, he thought that such power was only due to combination with extrasensory perception. The flame mixed with Jun's magic, and the fire changed color, set it to blue. Khan put his hand out in front of him, dumbfounded, and then shouted what it was. Victoria, kneeling down, grabbed the ground. Jun's energy spread around. She said that damn it, this is her home. Jun looked forward menacingly. There was a strong aura around him. Kindred looked at Jun with a puzzled expression, not understanding what was happening. And then he smiled. Kindred flew at great speed, smiling at Jun, swinging his fist, and Jun grabbed a dagger in his hands. Fiery wings appeared behind his back. He had strong energy, and swung his dagger in response. Kindred slammed his hand in front of him, releasing several red energy waves. I easily returned from them. An incredibly strong wave passed next to him, destroying everything in its path. Jun continued to run forward, accumulating mana. He glared at Kindred. Kindred swung his hand again. Jun stopped and waited for his actions. Kindred made several lunges forward at great speed, then, looking menacingly at Jun, swung. Jun looked at him in fear and wondered what his movement was. Jun dodged back. A strong explosion occurred in front of his face. Jun thought that they were predictable. Kindred smiled and raised his hand again. He hit the ground with great force. Jun dodged. I thought that this is the best effective extrasensory perception. It reads the enemy and the environment, predicting the next situation. Kindred turned to Jun and smiled. Jun's fist began to burn with a bright flame. He looked sadly in front of him and thought that, in other words, he could be one step ahead. Jun hit in front of him with all his strength, causing a bright flame. Kindred always created a black sphere in her hands filled with strong energy. He smiled and said that this was interesting. A huge explosion occurred, destroying everything in its path. Jun collided with Kindred, a huge amount of energy coming out of both, but they were not inferior to each other. Jun pulled his dagger forward, used strong magic, and in response, using his hand, created dark energy that opposed Jun. Kan, covering his face with his hand, looked at what was happening. He said, "What the hell is this?" He looked in front of him in fear and said that he really hadn't used magic yet. How crazy he was. Kan took a step forward and said that the magical hurricane also did not subside. The air was heating up. Jun swung his daggers and jumped at Kindred. Looking at this, Khan said that when Jun became such a monster, Jun directly collided with Kindred. A huge amount of energy spilled around. Everything burned with a bright flame. A second later, Jun leaned forward. His hands began to burn even more, and Kindred jumped to the side. Jun lunged forward, swinging his dagger and covering his face at the same time, and Kindred smiled and extended his hand forward, filling it with dark energy. Jun calmly looked ahead, and Kindred looked back, dumbfounded. June swung an incredibly strong flame, destroying everything in its path. Victoria, covering her face with her hands, looking at the huge flame, said that her cozy home, for what? She, stretching her arms forward and frowning, protecting herself with a barrier, shouted at Kindred to stop with his jokes and stop. June stopped breathing heavily and looked at the dissipating dust. He furrowed his eyebrows and then asked if it was a joke. Suddenly Kindred said yes and then asked that they would leave it at that. June looked ahead in fear. Kindred suddenly appeared behind Jun. He looked down and said that it was a pity. Initially he just wanted to test Jun, but his reaction seemed very interesting to him, and he wanted to play longer. Kindred smiled and looked at Jun and then asked that perhaps that was enough. June began to turn around in fear, then wondered what kind of habit this was, always appearing from behind. Kindred, stretching his arm forward, used incredibly strong energy in front of Jun. Jun crossed his arms and placed a block. June flew back at great speed. Strong dark lightning flew towards him, destroying the earth. Dark lightning began to develop. A huge stream of dust rose into the air. Looking at this, Kan shouted in fear, hiding behind his hand. Kan, with an angry frown, looked towards Kindred and asked what they thought, that he had crossed the line. He had never done this before. He would stumble a little and die. Kindred smiled and said he was fine, and Kan asked exactly. Kindred pointed his finger in the direction where there was a huge pillar of dust. In it, holding Shu Jun's dagger in his hands, he thought that the second bishop of the Devil's army was very strong. Even Hanrin in his best days could not defeat him. Jun smiled. There was blood under his mouth. He thought that thanks to extrasensory perception he was able to guess about his strength. If not for his fighting will, he would have fallen long ago. Jun's hand was shaking. His dagger was covered in blue energy. He thought that Karshana's dagger would not have held up. Jun remembered how he fought with him using all his strength. He thought that his attacks were as powerful as cannonballs. It was difficult to withstand them. June walked up to Kindred and thought, looking at him, that he should not show a hint of weakness in front of him. Even if he gave his best, he is not sure that he would win. Kindred smiled and asked that maybe they could repeat it one more time. Jun closed his eyes and smiled and replied that no, he thinks that this is his limit. Kindred laughed, looking at Jun, and said that it was funny to hear this lie. Because it was written that he was going to die, he wanted to see true strength, but they would agree on this. Kindred said she was alone. The less menacing one looked at him, and Kindred asked what June was connected with the God of Swords. June asked what he was talking about. June remembered the God of Swords and wondered what connects Kindred with the God of Swords. This was not mentioned in the diary. Kindred, looking in front of him, said that Jun would not be able to say no, and his sword skills, although they are a little different, are definitely the same technique as the sword god. Jun put his hand to his chin and thought for a moment, and then said that it was Kindred who was wrong, his teacher King Mu. Kindred looked at Kan and asked, King Mu, from the One-Horned Tribe. Kindred smiled and thoughtfully said that then it was clear the God of Swords also studied with King Mu. But then, having said that he would not take on a student again after that guy, he did not keep his words, which means Jun is the youngest. Kan looked at them puzzled. Kindred continued to tell Jun that he should be praised. Kindred smiled and asked that June was also going to train on the 5 mountains of repentance. June nodded his head and answered that was true. Suddenly Kindred made a dash towards the tree. Energy appeared around him and he replied that June passed perfectly. Kindred turned around and smiled and said that it looks like Jun has the basics. When he gets stronger, he wants to have fun with him again. Jun turned around and thought that the tests, more like a rite of passage, seemed to be Kindred leaders on the 5th mountain. June thought that he and Victoria turned out to be stronger than he thought. Apparently there is something special in every sadhu who is here. Maybe there is something to learn from them. Jun clenched his fist and thought that spiritual power, although extrasensory perception was also a good result, perhaps he could take more from this place. Jun looked ahead and thought that he should become stronger. Kan silently looked at Jun as a dark aura emanated from him. Victoria, sitting on a tree, looked down displeasedly and then said that they had made a mess here. They would have to show leniency. We are taken to a waterfall, near which there is a small house. Kan says that as long as June can stay here, inside there is everything necessary for life, but he will have to get water and food himself. Jun and Kan are standing in a small house. Kan, with his hand outstretched, says that if you need anything, let Jun come to him. If you have questions, let him ask right away. Jun replied that it is better here than he thought. Kan answers that yes, people who had previously trained here showed him one of the best places. Kang smiled and looked at Jun and then added that the main thing is that Jun should be alert and not interfere in the affairs of others. Everyone came here to improve, so it is not unusual for everyone to protect their own piece of land. Kan closed his eyes and extended his hand forward, and then answered with a smile that despite the fact that Victoria and Kindred act radically, the saddists are not bad. As long as June does not interfere in these matters, he can stay close. Sometimes they give good advice. Kan and Jun went outside. Jun asked how long ago Kan found the tower. Kan thought for a moment and answered that about 2 months ago. They approached the waterfall together, and then Kang said that the notes left by Jun, the unknown people who took the fame, it was all him. Jun replied that yes, and Kang continued to say that he knew because of him it never occurred to him to get there. He thought that he had become stronger, but looking at Jun, he is no longer so sure of this. Kan took a few steps forward, and June, looking at him, asked what was wrong with Doyle. Kan smiled and turned around and replied that he was not here. They broke up a long time ago, and he would like to talk about it without details. Jun, looking at him, thought that two people who were like brothers to each other ended up diverging. He shouldn't interfere. This is their business. Jun, looking at Kan thinking, thought that now it was clear why no one heard when the bloody sword entered the tower. He was hiding. He no longer cared about fame. He quietly did what he wanted. Jun remembered Doyle and wondered if he was smart enough to be called Foxdale. If he goes up to the tower, maybe they will meet someday. Kan turned to Jun and said that, by the way, his battle with Kinren was amazing. Usually everyone fails the test. Kang spread his arms and added with a smile that because of Jun, the youngest ran away, so from now on, the youngest Jun, if possible, will treat him the same as before. Jun closed his eyes and said that Kang was still the same frivolous person. Kang came closer and put his hand on Jun's shoulder and then said that Jun is still the same callous person, and still does things that are difficult to understand. Kang smiled and added that in any case, let Jun train hard. Kang, looking at Jun, said that he has changed a lot since he came here. It's a hard way of life. Unlike him, Jun will achieve more. Kang continued to say that if there was time, he would like to have a training match with Jun. Jun responded well. We are taken to a waterfall, under which Jun sits in the lotus position and meditates. One of the dark knights appears near him and says that he doesn't know if this is normal. Jun sits like this for quite a long time. It doesn't matter whether he has a dragon body or not, if she remains in this state, all sealed with magical circuits. Shannon, lying on a bench, asks that the gentleman is again doing something that makes no sense. This is the key to studying the Yin sword. The Dark Knight asks what kind of Yin sword. He heard that before. He did not know the way to solve this riddle. Shannon, stretching his hand upward, said that then they used dragon knowledge incorrectly. This method was not available to the One-Horn tribe. Jun sighed and Shannon asked if Jun could figure something out in 3 days. Night fell. Jun was still meditating near the waterfall. Drops of water flew past him. He felt each of them. Jun heard Shannon screaming at him to wake up. Suddenly Jun opened his eyes. He continued to sit in the lotus position, looking forward. His dark knights appeared in front of him. Shannon, waving his arms, began to shout that he already thought that Jun was dead. He was out of his mind. A little more and Jun would have died. Meditation should only last a day or two. How could Jun sit like that for a whole month? He crazy. Jun looked in front of him, puzzled, and asked for the month. He slowly began to get up, and Shannon spread his arms and said that how the hell could it take so long to study something that he managed to find out. Jun looked ahead and said that it was nothing. Looking at him, Shannon replied that this cannot be, it's not just one. Jun looked at his hand and replied that no, it's not a hoax, it's real. The more time passes, the more confident I am that the sword is real. Jun remembered how he walked through the endless fog. He said that he does not know how to get to him. It seems to them that he is wandering in the fog even when mastering Mugong for the first time. Jun clenched his fist. One of the Dark Knights said that if it looks like wandering in the fog, what about moving in small steps? Jun asked what he was talking about, and the Dark Knight continued to say that even if the Yin sword is so complex, it is just a sword technique. The Dark Knight, looking intently at Jun, continued to say that shouldn't they first teach Jun how to wield a sword? First of all, it is necessary to increase the level of skill in this matter. The knight remembered several masters, and thought that the masters were completely proficient in the martial art. Experts have surpassed boundaries and reached a whole new level. Arhats are those who have surpassed even the last ones. The Dark Knight, stretching his hand forward, said that about becoming a master first. Jun, looking at him, answered that how strong you need to be to become a master. The Dark Knight replied that Jun must learn to create an aura. Jun Tascon raised his hand to his face and thought about the aura. Jun wondered if aura was the only area his brother didn't excel in. He couldn't master it due to 10,000 purity. It's a power that can get close to all the elements that make up Mer. Aura is a form of energy that's hard to control. Jun thought, looking forward, that this is an area in which the diary will not help, but Jun, standing in front of his Dark Knights, thought that fortunately he had two outstanding teachers. Jun looked at Shannon and thought that although he did not become a ranker, he was a true master of the arts of fencing. Jun looked at Hanrin. I thought that if we take into account only martial arts, then he was something between an expert and an archon. Looking at them, he thought that the difference between them was that unlike Shannon, who chose to lead others to master the martial arts, Hanrin fought in battles from a young age and actually became an apostle of the martial arts. If he could learn the opposite experience at the same time and skills, he will be able to cope with the aura. They bring him to Jun's room. He holds a magic sphere in his hands and says that something happened. He found a Brahma. A cry comes from the sphere that yes, he thought that Jun would soon contact him, so he continued to follow him. A voice came from the ball that he was on the 23rd floor. Jun thought that he was on the 23rd floor. A knight appears in front of us, looking intently at the sphere with frowning eyebrows and crossed arms. He says that it seems he has been there for a long time. Jun replies to continue to watch him and let him know as soon as he arrives at the other floor. The knight replied that he understood. Jun, holding the sphere in his hands, didn't think that the 23rd floor was overgrown with trees that hatch demons. They were called demonic trees. The forest was the birthplace of demons, and the floor itself fell because it was completely different from other floors. Braham, as an expert in chemistry, probably became interested in similar place. Jun took a few steps forward. He went to the table on which the rings lay and picked up one of them and thought that he was worried about what to do if the Braham rises above the 50th floor. There is no need to rush and look for it, so now. We are transported to Edora. She remains in bed and sees how the ring on the table begins to sparkle. She takes it in her hands and the ring continues to glow. And not worried, sitting on the bed and looking at the ring, she screams that everything is fine with June. She was very worried about him. He is not injured. June replies that he knows that it is too late to contact her. June looks at the ring, puzzled, and hears Edora continue to shout that where is June now? He is eating well. The battle is in the temple. Edora blushes and, looking at the ring, shouts that she was very worried that June had been harmed. June sighs with a smile and then says that it seems he caused a lot of trouble. Let Edora not worry, nothing serious happened. Jun continues to smile and say that he would like to ask something. Edora blushes and, looking at the ring, says what she's talking about. Jun asks if Hinova didn't happen to contact her. He agreed on something with him. Too much time has passed. He must be worried. If he contacted her, then he. June, puzzled, walked away from the ring. Edora began to shout very loudly that he had already come several times and said that June had not appeared even though they had agreed. Edora, bringing the ring to her mouth, continues to shout loudly at the frown in her eyebrows that he now lives in their village. That's all Jun wanted to ask her. Jun says yes. She screams that it's good. She understood. The ring stops working and Edora passes out. June, silently looking at the ring, not understanding what happened, says that apparently he called too late. An explosion occurs, raising a lot of dust. June fights one of his warriors. He says that the aura can be mastered after he masters the sixth sense, and the sixth sense requires the participation of the whole consciousness. While the knight defends himself with his weapon, he continues to speak. That Mr. He has learned emergency perception, which is at a level above the sixth sense. Therefore, he will easily understand how it works, and this is a kind of exchange of intangible for physical. And while June blocks the blow of this knight, he continues talking, that it needs to be balanced with magical power, which, in turn, must be powerful. And Juna smiles, looking at this. He says he knows it, but what is consciousness? And while another knight sits on a stone and watches their battle from afar, he says it's quite difficult to explain, and everyone has their own consciousness, so there is no way to comprehend it, and it is different for everyone. He peers into their battles and speaks. What, for example, is the desire to win? Ji Jun thought as he attacked the enemy about the desire to win, after which he notices how the spring jumps on top of him. He says that in his case it is the will to become stronger, and June, looking at this, he says that he understood. He dodges an attack from above, and he says that then he won't have to worry about it, after which he attacks, and the knight flies away, raising clouds of dust. And Jun says that in his case, this force destroys everything in its path, and the soldier, sitting on the stone, stands up and holds his katana, sticking it into the ground. He says that indeed it seems that he is close to becoming a master, but definitely consciousness does not mean that he has become closer to the knowledge of the aura. He bounces off the rock and jumps straight at Jun. He continues to say that if he understands the right direction, then he should try to concentrate on the 8 centers and 8 emergency fists. June takes a stance. He says that he is trying to know the 8 extreme fists, and he is learning the aura, after which a soldier with a katana tries to hit Jun while he jumped. He says that in this case you need to be even faster and more agile. He hits Jun and he jumps back. He says that the 8 divinations of the 8 extreme fists cannot be mastered with just one practice, and for this you need to strictly adhere to small steps. June breathes heavily and smiles, crossing her arms. He talks about being even more agile, even faster, and the other knight gets up after Jun's blow. He says that he must imagine that his mind is focused on the edge of the sword, and he should think of it as an outburst of consciousness, and standing up and emitting an aura, he speaks. That consciousness is the path along which spiritual energy will travel in the future, and having understood consciousness, he will be able to use all types of attacks using aura and magical power. Jun watches this and he is sweating. He sees one of his soldiers with a katana running straight towards him, and June closes his eyes. He thinks about what is at the edge of the sword and he must concentrate. He remembers his teacher who said that 1 out of 8 centers, after which June begins to be enveloped in a red aura. He thinks that he remembered how the teacher himself did it. He remembers all the movements that were shown to him, and when does the soldier jump on him with his weapon, a huge amount of red aura begins to emanate from Jun. He remembers how he walked and how the COD happened. This soldier, watching this, is very surprised. He notices June counterattacking him, after which the system sends notifications. It says that he was on the trail of 8 centers and 8 extreme fists, and he learned to control his consciousness. The proficiency rate of the 8 extreme fists increased significantly to 62%, and you have almost reached the master level under the influence of the progression of the title of 8 extreme fists changed to 8 extreme swords, and the proficiency level of the 8 extreme swords has been raised to 71%, after which June swings his weapon. He strikes back, and he cuts through a huge number of trees with his striking force, after which June stands in a huge number of clouds of dust. He looks down, and one of the soldiers who attacked him just looks at him. Does he say it's excellent? And he stands near a huge rock which June cut into 2 parts. This is one of 8 Danchin centers, and its destructive power, beyond all expectations, is amazing. June looks at all this. He says that no, it's not that amazing, and the king would cut the sun. Some soldiers look at this and say in surprise, which is understandable, but in a short time he managed to reach the level of of a master, and now that he gets used to filling his weapons with aura, he will become even stronger. And while June holds her dagger, which with the help of magic increases in size, Thoth says that this is the most basic aura technique, and it is the aura blade. And judging by the red glow, the gentleman is predisposed to fire. The system sends notifications. It says congratulations, and he has reached the level of a master. He has achieved a lot, and additional karma is added. He received 3,000 karma as an additional reward, and strength increased by 10 and agility increased by 8. He has mastered aura, but it is not complete yet, and he must train to achieve a deeper understanding of it. June looks at her red aura. He says, does color really affect strength? To which they tell him that not really, and strength does not depend on light, and he is just demonstrating the difference in training. And while another soldier is watching this, June speaks about what it's like. He is told that there are 8 extreme bells, and he also wants to master them. Victoria is standing near the table, bending over. She says it's not the same again. She bites her finger, and she says that there are no errors in the calculations, and she is sure of it. And is it really a matter of quantity? After which she removes the table with her hands. She screams that she was almost there, and is it really impossible to create eternal artifacts? And you need to find a combination of runes that would match the bracelets after use, and you would no longer have problems moving along the tower. She looks at the broken bangles, after which she thinks that even if everything is simplified, factors will eventually appear due to which artifacts can be damaged. And therefore there is only one way. This is to create a combination that will solve all the problems that arise. After that she reads a book. She thinks about whether this is real, and at least it's better than writing everything down and experimenting. Everything would become much easier if it were possible to model the combination according to the active pattern. After which she put her hand on her chin and thought, is she talking about June? If you think about it, if anyone is better than him for this role. She recalls how he fought with him, thinking that if his killing ability is impressive, then his reaction to the unexpected is very good. And she thought very hard, looking ahead. She thinks that he is also not bad, but the newcomer is stronger, and, of course, Kindred or others would be better candidates. But they won't like the idea that they might expose their weaknesses. After that, Victoria looks at her desk. She says that then she will first rest and then admire the beautiful face, and it will be great if he has become stronger over these few months. After which a white portal appears in one of the places. Victoria comes out. One says the newcomer is around here somewhere. She begins to look around, and he says, why is there nothing here, and what happened here, or have there always been barren lands here? After this he steps onto a ravine. She looks there in surprise. After that, surprisingly, she says that she didn't notice it either, because of the remaining energy of darkness. She looks at the huge cut from the ground, and she says that she does not feel any traces of magic, and nevertheless, the sight of what this boa constrictor is running away from looks like a symbol of Hermes. Did he really do this solely with his strength? And she was surprised, his strength in the battle with his successor, but this is a completely different level. Looks at a small wooden house from afar, and he says that he too has improved so much in just a few months. And is this even possible? And besides, what kind of darkness energy is on the 20th floor? It shouldn't be undead. Does she look at all the cuts? And he says that if you analyze the traces of his movement, they seem very interesting. Victoria looks at the cut rock. He says that no one could have imagined that he would be so strong. After which she smiles. She thinks that this is very excellent. And Jun sitting at the table. He thinks that the training with them was very successful, and he achieved unexpected results. The system sends notifications. It talks about how he learned to survive his time in the outside world, and within his mind, his relentless pursuit of asceticism is recognized. He received an achievement that is difficult to obtain. Additional karma is added, and 5,000 karma received and 3,000 additional karma received. And as an additional reward received, the evolution of fighting well. The new skill will be matched to his experience and characteristics, and the process is influenced by the characteristics of asceticism. And an excellent time difference skill has been created. June looks ahead and thinks. He thinks about the time difference. He looks at this ability and that his proficiency level is 0%. He considers the description, which says that the skill affects the characteristics of asceticism, and he can use accelerated thinking to focus on assessing the situation. With accelerated thinking, he will be able to go beyond time frames and move freely beyond them. And as the level of proficiency in thinking skills increases, organized calculations also accelerate. You can carry out several calculations at the same time, and as the level of skill increases, the number of simultaneously performed calculations also increases. June crosses one leg over the other and looks up. He thinks that thanks to the time difference, he can calmly think, going beyond the time frame of the physical world. Of course, this does not mean that he can no longer steam at all, and it has no restrictions. But now the risk of information overload is less than before. June smiles, looking at the ceiling. He thinks that thanks to this he has mastered the 3 centers of the 8 extreme fists, and such power is worth learning the skills. After which he notices Victoria appearing in front of him. him. He surprisingly asks her what is she doing here. She smiles and says that she needs a reason to come. June says that he heard that what is written applies here, the rules do not interfere with each other. To which Victoria looks at June and says that this is boring. June tells her to tell her why she came. Victoria comes closer and smiles. Is she talking about what's good? She comes closer to June and asks him, does he want to cooperate with her? Is Victoria writing something in her notebook? The dangerous moment has passed. Victoria looks at the half-naked June. She thinks that he is very good and probably his face is also very beautiful. And a month has passed, but he still needs time to draw up a diagram. There are a lot of nuances, and he could use a guinea pig. After which Victoria smiles, looking at June. She thinks that if she thinks about it, she is not as smart as she thought. As a condition, he asked to teach him runes, but runes and rune magic are slightly different things. She looks at Jun, only he is standing in the magic circle, thinking that in any case, thanks to him, her research would bear fruit. If everything goes smoothly, she will finish half the work today. Journal for research day 1. Victoria is sitting reading a book and is clearly tired. She thinks that day 20 has already passed and something is wrong. She looks away and thinks. She thought that she would be able to quickly complete the research, but she is practically standing still, and in fact, it has not moved from the dead point. While June sits tied to a chair and looks at a book. Victoria is shaking all over with anger, watching him. She thinks about how she made him drink all sorts of things and used magic circuits and artifacts. But the result was 0 and it was not possible to analyze it. And she even thought about his mental barrier, but it wasn't there either. And while June points her finger at one of the lines from the book, she thinks about why the mind of someone who is fixated on martial arts is so deep. And she has blood and her veins run cold from his questions. After that, he looks at Jun and how he is reading the book. She thinks that he has a huge mind and it seems endless. Victoria begins to bite her fingers, clearly angry. She thinks that her mind is compared to his lake against the backdrop of the ocean. And 10 days have already passed and she must find some way. And she approaches June, who is sleeping. She gets very angry, after which she examines his body. June is standing near the door. She is sitting on the floor, and says that anyway, thank you, and she had a very good time. She thinks that in the end she couldn't understand anything, and June says that he will go then. Victoria calls out to him, stopping him. However, he tells him to wait and asks about him if he happens to be a child of a higher species or something like that. Then she turns and tells him, no matter what, he forgot, and they will see each other later. She watches as June flies away from her. She thinks that the guy who just climbed to the 20th floor cannot be like that. Jun flies back to his house. He goes inside. He calls his soldiers, and one of them in a hood kneels in front of him. He says you called him and why. June asks him if he has forgotten rune magic, to which he replies that no, and June agrees with him. They say it's great, after which 2 knights appear. He says that June is a fraud, and he knew that she would not be able to read him, and for dragon knowledge. He sits and watches Jun. He says he didn't think she knew how to use her head, and June begins to change clothes. He says no, he asked for it, he just made a deal, to which he says that this is fraud, and June says that he has no reason to refuse a deal in which he has nothing to lose. After which he talks to one of his soldiers about whether he can use the flicker, as well as enhanced magic and acceleration of strength in all 4 types, to which he says that it is possible that Sanya's number is deeper than the other magic that he owns, and he imagines the pain he might experience, after which June sits, and his soldier is hovering right above him. June tells him to just do it, and he will have to be patient so that his month-long efforts do not go in vain. June puts on a serious face. He tells him to do it slowly and precisely, after which he begins to use magic. He says that he understood, but if he moves, then nothing will happen unless he faints. After which he touches Jun's back, from which a dark blue aura begins to emanate. He says that from now on the runes will be etched into the bones through which magic flows. He runs his finger down Jun's back, and he says that this is deep and he will get down to it. Jun is very tense and smiles. He tells him to take care of him. In the night, watching all this from the side, is silent. His colleague appears. He says he'll get through it in the end and what the hell was he thinking? To which he replies that he is crazy, and he decided to engrave runes on his body. This is even more painful than the pain he experienced before. However, if he can endure this pain, he will achieve Victoria's cherished desire. Remembering how she broke a lot of things while trying to apply runes, and dragon bones are one of the most durable materials with high magical conductivity. And I remember that all this will be done on his bones. Thus, he will be able to constantly use rune magic. June is standing on one of the rocks. He thinks that 6 months have passed since he got here. He begins to examine his hand, and he thinks that he has been here longer than he expected, and now it is necessary to deal with the fact that he has been putting off for so long and a divine being should soon hatch. He remembers that he now has a rune engraved on his back, and he thinks that before that it might be worth trying it, and he would like to try it in battle. Extrasensory perception aura, if he used everything he had achieved through, he would be able to understand how much stronger he had become. After which June takes his blade and uses all his magic. He calls Vigrid to him, after which he looks at this blade, which begins to be enveloped in a red aura. He thinks about how he has become like most swords. It was 90% clear. After that, June flies up on his wings and says that he thinks about where he should start, and the rune on his back begins to glow. He flies right near the mountains, after which he activates an aura on his weapon. He hits the mountain with all his might. This mountain explodes, causing enormous colossal damage. Everything around rises in clouds of dust and fragments of stones fly everywhere. June watches this. He says it exceeded all his expectations. Why is he landing? Then one of the men says what it is, and June notices it. This guy says he wanted some peace and quiet, and the other guy covers his face, says that he really just did this with his aura, and they both look at June. He says he just wanted to check something and apologizes for the inconvenience. One of the knights appears, saying that he was really so surprised, and June tells him to leave, and he continues to say that who would have thought that he would be able to do this, resorting only to an aura, and then another of his soldiers appears. He says that if he used skills and magical power, it would be a completely different spectacle, and June says that now no matter where he goes, no one can defeat him. One of the knights says in surprise that no one can defeat him, and Lord, if he had used the dragon's power, and June notices something. He tells them to wait, and apparently someone is coming. He notices one of the players walking towards him, glowing with a yellow aura. He asks Jun if he really did this using only his aura, and he knows it, saying that it is beyond that which he can understand, and Jun realizes that it was Can. He smiles at him and says that he is really leaving already, to which June says maybe. He thinks about what seems like he wants to say something, and while Can lowers his head and says yes, Jun thinks about how he used to think he was avoiding him because he avoided his gaze. June watches him as he smiles. He thinks that perhaps this has something to do with Doyle, but he decided that he would not interfere and pretend that he did not notice anything, and he says that everything is actually quiet. June approaches him in surprise and does not understand what he wants to say, and Can says something terrible happened, and Victoria stands leaning against her table. She's shaking all over, and June asks her what happened. She says just now. She continues to tremble, raising her hand to her face, and she says that the kinder just died. June is very surprised by this. Kindred says he thought they were pretty close. Victoria, passing nearby, looks at him. She says why is this happening all of a sudden? And he says that she knows who he really is, to which Victoria says that she is starting to get nervous and let's stop. Kindred looks at Victoria with a smile. He says she has magic that can track him, and is this true? To which Victoria begins to worry, looking at him. She says she wouldn't do that either. Kindred gets up from the stone. He says he doesn't talk about her doing it and he asks for it if she can, and he says that she can do it, and Victoria says she can. Kindred smiles as he looks at her. He says he will ask her for a favor then, after which Victoria leaves. She's talking about what the hell, and two people come to her. They talk about how is it really true that Kindred died, and someone like him couldn't die on the 20th floor. Victoria turns to look at them. They tell her that they haven't seen each other for a long time. It was the ghost sword Luna, wearing a hat with red eyes and long gray hair, and a girl standing next to him with red hair and a red scarf. She was an apostle of the hunting god Rebecca, and they tell Victoria while she looks at them that a complex case here cannot be left to chance. First, they must go back and go inside. Jun runs with Can. He tells him that they are the last to think. June watches the apostles standing there. He thinks to himself that they haven't seen each other for 6 months, and it's a pity that they meet under such circumstances. June looks them over, remembering their names, and it seems that this man is a vampire. This is the swordsman Moon. Standing next to him is high-ranking ranker Rebecca, after which Jun and Can come closer to them, and the vampire tells Jun that this is the one who interrupted his sleep, and June, looking at them, says that he apologizes for the inconvenience caused. He thinks that he is clearly hostile towards him, after which Victoria looks at them all and comes out to them. She says that she is asking for forgiveness, and they have to go through, and they think that their conversation will be very long, after which they go to the garden with flowers. He talks about what happened and found something that could kill him. They all sat down at the table. Victoria says that she doesn't know, to which Rebecca answers that she's really joking. She says that this is not a joke, and she herself is no less surprised. Rebecca looks visibly angry as she looks at Victoria. She says that she wants to say that Kindred foresaw his death, and he believes that, no matter what, he must fulfill his last will. Victoria starts poking around in the system window. She says that's right, she got the task when Kindred died, after which it shows system notifications to everyone. It says that Victoria wants to share a hidden task and they must confirm it or reject this task, after which a system window with this task appears in front of everyone. Victoria says that everything is really bad and there is no reason to reject him. The system says that the hidden task of the Palace of the Monkey King has been found. It says that you need to find the traces left by the King of the Monkeys, and then they will be able to inherit his property on the 20th floor arena. Igors of Repentance have long been called 5 Mountains of Repentance, and in the past, there was a legend that said that the Monkey King was causing trouble because he was angry with the heavens, after which he imprisoned him in grief. After imprisonment in grief, his anger did not cool down, and the mountains became a famous place of repentance. But those who climbed the mountains forgot that the King of the Monkeys had long been freed, and the rewards say that the characteristics of the heir to the Monkey King will be used. If you are the located location of the magic staff, and 72 transformations plus something unknown. Rebecca looks at this task with surprise. She says, "Is it really possible?" And the vampire reads with surprise. He says, "This is crazy, is this all turning out to be true?" Khan is visibly worried when he looks at this notice, and June, considering that's all, he thinks that the king of the monkeys is somehow connected with Sun Wukong, after which he remembers the Monkey King, who was sitting on a huge rock. He thinks that the Monkey King is fundamentally different from other divine beings. He was born a monkey, but gained knowledge and understanding and became God. Because he didn't like what heaven was doing, he was imprisoned and forced to fight demons during his atonement. In the end, he became the true God. June reads all this with surprise. He thinks that since no one has achieved anything like this, that Monkey King was well known throughout the tower. He considers this by clenching his fists. He thinks that such a huge hidden task has appeared on the 20th floor, and the tower system wouldn't lie, but it's very strange. And one of Jun's soldiers tells him that there is nothing strange about this, there are no rumors that there is something related to the King of the Monkeys on the 20th floor. The 20th floor arena has long been called the 5th Mountain of Repentance, and apparently, this story is 5 mountains of repentance where the King of the Monkeys was sealed. Remembering how he looks and stands with his back, it is said that since it is a magic staff of 72 transformations, this seems to be true, and 72 transformations is the skill that made the King of the Monkeys what he was, and the magic staff is a legendary item that is said to have been stolen from the Dragon Kings. June thinks that this is a magic staff, a legendary item that is said to have been stolen by the Dragon Kings, after which June puts his finger to his nose. He says that in this case, transformations can be real, and after all, 2 special skills used by the Pike 1000 Eyes are rumored to be associated with transformations. After which, while everyone is thinking about it, June says that the 72 transformations and transformations that the Monkey King used, all of them would certainly be very powerful, and he knows that people will definitely desire them. After which June raises his head. He says that it is suspicious and that the bishop died only because of this task, and, most likely, it looks more like a trap. He remembers some of the representatives of the devil, and he says that as far as he knows, all the bishops of the devil's army, without exception, are intriguers. They know how to hide for 10 years for the sake of their desires, and besides, they love to catch and eat prey because they are tough. And Kindred is no exception. No, from his greed alone it is clear that he is worse than most bishops. He is second in the hierarchy of those who believe in demons. This fact itself suggests that his way of thinking is very different from the usual. After which June looks at the vampire. He thinks that then what is his goal, and he is strong enough to fight 5 of them at a time alone. And he probably wasn't trying to gain their power to use it. Rebecca says that sounds plausible and maybe he's actually alive. After which Victoria puts her hands on the table. She says no, and she knows for sure that he is dead. If she doubted his magic, it would be unpleasant. Rebecca asks, looking at Victoria, what magic did she use? And Victoria looks up. She says she used the headwind, and it not only tells where a person is, but also whether he is alive or not, and this is rune magic for surveillance. Even if you use a good dispel, you can't get rid of it, and they might think she's in cahoots with Kindred, but if you want, she will give them a mana lunch. After which Victoria raises her hands and stands up. She says she would like to ask them all for something. She looks at everyone sitting at the table, and he tells them to enter the mission territory and help return Kindred's body. To be honest, I don't want to do this either, but she is in debt to him, so she must fulfill his last wish. She looks at everyone seriously, and she says that besides, she is not asking for their help, but just like that. Does she want to make a deal with everyone? June looks at Victoria in surprise. He talks about what other deal. Victoria stands in front of everyone. She says that those who want to continue the task, she will tell them the location of the dungeon. And in return, they take the left-hander to the body, and these are her conditions. June sits with his hand on his chin. One of his associates tells him that she is looking for someone who can protect her, and that is, the guards, and is thinking about whether she should agree. June talks about how it's like a poisoned holy grail, after which he is told that it seems that everyone is ready to accept the task and receive the power of the King of the Monkeys. And perhaps all players are the same, and wouldn't he do the same in their place? To which June says that, of course, he would. He remembers how they fought against the dragon. Speaking of which, for another reason, after the war between the Red Dragon and the others, the remaining 8 clans were busy with something. And in the army of the devil, nothing significant seemed to happen. But if he has to deal with this, then he needs to see everything with his own eyes, and in any case, one day he will have to fight with them, and it would be nice to understand, if possible, what they are. After which Jun looks at Kan. He says that Kan is also somehow strange, and one of the soldiers says that this is another reason. And Kan is clearly worried, looking at Victoria. He says he will do it. June watches as everyone agrees and says that they too agree to do all this. Then Victoria is looking at a vampire. She says will he want to, and he, in turn, raises his hand to his hat and smiles. He says that he will probably refuse, and he became a vampire for a reason and does not want to die. After which the vine of trees attacks this vampire and binds him. He is surprised by this. They start strangling him, and he says that he doesn't understand what it is. Rebecca tells him, looking at him, that if he spills the beans, then no matter where he goes, she will get him from any corner of the earth. There's no reason to let him go. The vampire clenches his fist and uses magic. While he is being strangled, he tries to say something. He tells everyone to calm down. Victoria shouts to him, speaking of which, does he really think that she is so crazy as to irritate the apostle? And he has already said that his life is most important to him. Rebecca looking at him angrily, she tells him to better keep his word. After which she calls off her attack, and Victoria tells everyone while everyone calms down about the fact that it's good then they will perform tomorrow at the same time. She looks serious, and he says that first they must take everything they need with them and prepare well. After which they all run through the forest with Victoria. She says that the dungeon is at the top of the mountain. Rebecca says that it is really at the top, that is, in the cave itself. Victoria turns to her. She says that it seems to be hidden behind an invisible barrier, and when Kindred said that he himself did not expect to find her there if he was created by a higher being, is it really surprising? And they remember that the highest beings are the greatest gods, and so they were set up with a barrier, crossing which even the highest rankers could not. And Rebecca looks at Victoria. She says it does ring true, and this explains why Kindred wandered for 10 years. John looks at Can. He thinks to himself that no one seems to doubt Kindred's death. However, he notices the Kana and how he quietly walks forward, thinking that he looks very thoughtful and wondering what he is thinking about. After which Victoria stops. She says it is here. June looks at what is there in surprise. He thinks that this is all true. He notices Victoria trying to break the barrier, thinking that the extrasensory perception received was nothing left that he could not catch. But it seems that he is too arrogant because the barrier erected by God is much more complex, and he feels that, having studied it, he can repeat it with the help of rune magic. Victoria tries to break the barrier. She says that he has already removed the barriers several times and recreated it again. She casts a spell and purple runes appear everywhere. She says that if it weren't for him, they wouldn't have been able to notice him and she wouldn't have been able to break the barrier. We watch in amazement as Victoria breaks the barrier. He watches as enormous pressure and huge currents of wind come straight towards him. He thinks that with such a fuss the soul goes to hell. This power is even a little reminiscent of the power of God. Of course, the difference is huge. If this barrier is a supreme being, then the power contained within is nothing more than stopping the energy of the Monkey King. After which the barrier disappears and air currents appear everywhere. June watches this in surprise. Victoria, sweating a little, looks ahead. She says that's all she knows. After which they see a huge dungeon appear. She says that it is impossible to conduct reconnaissance with consciousness, but it dissipates right at the entrance. And it feels like what's next is just an absorbed emptiness. And they must remain alert and focused. Rebecca walks forward as Victoria watches her. She says okay and she will lead the way from here. They go inside and Rebecca speaks. That consciousness has dissipated and you will have to enter just like that. The system sends notifications indicating that they have entered the Monkey King's palace dungeon and is registered as a 4-player party dungeon. After which they fall underground and strong shaking begins. The system says that the spirit trail of the Monkey King is afraid of the invasion and is trying to place a curse on the group. Curse of mind clogging an attempt was made to cast the curse. The curse of confusion was attempted several more times. After which Victoria becomes ill and uses the bracelets on her arm. She says that this is crazy, there is no limit on the amount of curse, and this was already 3 protective screens. Then she uses a huge barrier and they all stand under it. June watches from the side until they move forward. He thinks that the situation is not the best, and why exactly such curses. He is not sure that he will be able to completely protect himself from external energy. Everything pure is blocked, so all further decisions will have to be made with his own head. Rebecca doesn't feel well. She says that the 4th sense is that they must continue on their way first. Rebecca steps forward. She says that since the Monkey King was imprisoned here for a great 1,000 years, his spiritual imprint is very strong, and everyone needs to focus. They move forward, and Rebecca feels worse and worse. They notice a huge number of holes in the walls. Victoria says in surprise about the fact that again there are many forks here and it feels like they are just going in circles. Rebecca looks at Victoria and starts screaming. She says she knows better to focus on the protective shield. Victoria looks at her in surprise. She says that she knows how difficult it is to support him. June, watching from the sidelines. He thinks that if this continues, they won't be able to hold out for long. He looks at Rebecca, who begins to release her aura. He thinks about how, even though he can't figure out exactly what skills they're using, she has to use quite a lot of magic. He then looks at Victoria, who is using a protective barrier. He thinks that her runes are almost finished. Jun looks at the King emitting green magic. He thinks that he is defending himself better than anyone else. Instead of scattering consciousness over a larger area, he is concentrated and around himself in order to isolate himself from the spiritual trace. Then June, walking forward, thinks, is it possible that Victoria Child is so engrossed in making rune magic the power of God that she has forgotten the basics? They are at the very beginning of the dungeon and by the time they get to the middle, they will both be exhausted, and will he really have to take one step. He sends notifications that the Monkey King's spiritual trail is trying to cast a clog curse. Curse of mind clogging attempts have been made to use the curse, and he is paralyzed. He will be able to free himself due to the characteristic of composure, and he will be freed from paralysis. He gains resistance to mind blockage and negative blockage, and the system continues to say that he has good resistance, and he is protected from a suicidal impulse, and he gained outstanding resistance to mental attacks thanks to the cold-blooded characteristic. And a powerful mental wall is built, and he is freed from the influence of the spiritual trace from the King of the Monkeys, and the Monkey King's spiritual trace is completely taken out. The characteristics of composure are the strength to remain calm no matter the situation, and Jun remembers how to get this skill on the first floor. He thinks that the characteristic of composure is the strength that allows you to remain calm and not lose composure regardless of the situation, and he received this characteristic as soon as he entered the game, and it helped him more than once. And while he was developing, this trait played a lot of roles, and the Juns begin to be enveloped in a green aura. He thinks that now it has been activated again and freed from the influence of the spiritual trace, he can increase the scope of consciousness. He thinks that he cannot suppress the spiritual trace right now, but he needs to gradually increase the radius. And in a sense, the spiritual light of the Monkey King is like a tide that surges from within, spreading out in all directions. Therefore, you need to build your consciousness in a shape resembling a breakwater. The system sends notifications. It states that he learned to use his consciousness in parts, and he learned to protect his mind from external attacks and repel the curse. The level of proficiency in the ESP skill has increased significantly to 12%. She herself begins to emanate more and more green magic. He notices how he begins to move away from the barrier created by Victoria, thinking that he sees all the weak points of this barrier, and he tries to hit them right, after which Rebecca is very surprised, looking forward. She thinks that the spiritual trace has disappeared, and no, someone is pushing back the attacks of the Monkey King's spiritual trail, after which they all turn to Jun and watch as Jun is pushed back by the Monkey King's trail. Rebecca looks at him in surprise, wondering what he's doing. She looks at him and says how he does it and why. Jun, looking at them in surprise, says that he has a skill that is ideal for this, and everything else is also not easy for him. Rebecca is clearly angry as she looks at Juna. She says that if it weren't for the current situation, she would have asked him a couple of questions about this. Victoria, clearly tired, says that thanks to him they are alive and thank you. Rebecca closes her eyes. She says that, however, he does not like that he is hiding something from them and could he help them quickly, knowing that everything is difficult here. She turns away and starts to walk away. Having said that, anyway, thanks to him. June looks from the side and thinks about whether she is angry or grateful, and it's hard to say. He thinks that he does not want to deceive them, however, by flaunting his strength, he is also not going to do it with trifles. He imagines it all in the form of a web, thinking that with the help of extrasensory perception, he begins to understand the internal workings of the dungeon, and a dungeon in the form of a complex labyrinth, tangled like a cobweb. And he no longer sees a way out, so even if he turns back, there will be 0 sense. June looks forward. He thinks that even though he doesn't see a way out, there are traps set here and monsters created by the spiritual trail are roaming around. He looks at the monsters with huge weapons and glowing purple color. He will think that in a normal situation he dealt with them easily. Yes, in their current situation, fighting monsters can take fatal blows. And, of course, Rebecca, as a top ranker, can handle them. However, it will be a difficult fight for Victoria and Kong, after which June makes a serious face. He thinks that nothing can be done and creates his dark soldiers. He thinks about them coming out, after which they appear in his shadow. He orders them to destroy all enemies. The snake hits one of the monsters with its tail. These Junas release many snakes to attack the enemy, after which the 2 main knights are at the head, and behind them are many skeletons. They all hold different weapons and attack the enemy, killing one by one. The system sends notifications about how the monstrous harbingers got rid of the little demon 98, and using the highest skill of predation to devour the soul. Monstrous harbinger got rid of the other monster by using absorption to consume her. Traps are quickly discovered, 45% of the labyrinth is explored and the dungeon is captured at high speed. June moves forward. He says everything is going great, everything is going very smoothly. He closes his eyes and thinks that it is better to get rid of the traps in advance. He thinks that bridges are an excellent snack for monstrous harbingers. Then they notice a light shining from one of the passages. He thinks that thanks to them he could explore the dungeon faster, and he imagines in his head a map of a huge dungeon, thinking that at the same time you need to understand how the Monkey King's dungeon works. After which June is very surprised, looking forward. He watches as cracks with a purple aura appear everywhere. He says what these traces are, and they are different from the overwhelming power of the spiritual remains that attacked them last time. The system warns that they have discovered a very old sword mark, and he discovered a very old spear mark left a moment later and a dirty footprint. June begins to examine all these cracks. He says that this is hard to feel, but at the same time, it is a unique and exciting feeling. How could the King of the Monkeys leave such different marks, and what do these black spots mean? One of Jun's knights looks at this in surprise. He says that Il is, indeed, very surprising. The other one interrupts him, saying that he can't believe it, and it's really surprising. and how could they have such bad thoughts? And while June moves forward with steel, he asks them, saying that they really know something about this. Why are these two soldiers sitting on one of the monster's corpses? They say that he has reached the level of a master and still does not understand. That he has a sword, but he still looks through the eyes of a beginner, and it is he who must take a closer look. June is clearly angry as she moves forward. He thinks that it irritates him a little, but there is nothing wrong with what they say. And June begins to look around. Everything is covered with a green aura, and he looks at all these cuts. He thinks it's extrasensory perception, and the system warns Jun. She says that he received very strong inspiration. An extrasensory perception connects with the dragon's eyes to determine the location of the marks, reading the weak points. June looks at these marks in surprise. He thinks about whether this is Mugong or training, and he imagines the Monkey King training on this rock. He thinks it was a chronicle of how the master perfected his skills over hundreds of years. With a spear and fists, these were traces of rage and madness, and the Monkey King stands and shouts, raising his head to the top. June is very worried. He says, what does it mean? This is how it all was. And he imagines how a huge Buddha puts his hand directly on the Monkey King. And these were the traces of how the Monkey King tried to break the seal after the Buddha imprisoned him. He thinks that when the Monkey King was sealed, he was overcome with resentment and cursed the Buddha. He flew into a rage, began to hammer at the walls without looking at the seals. He never slept. He was insane and spent about 100 years in this state. And then he realized that who would he repay if he went crazy? And after that he began to organize his knowledge. Their whole effort was to become stronger. These were difficult processes, and his knowledge was not so simple. The only thing he had in abundance was time. And the Monkey King trained while releasing his magic. He took it step by step and was in no hurry. And the Monkey King struck, causing enormous damage. He thought about that and realized every time that he checked it on his wall. After which clouds of dust rose everywhere and huge imprints were left from the blow of the Monkey King. He thought that the said monkey had learned patience. He managed to pacify his pride in order to achieve his goal. And he became the one whom the whole world feared. And so another 100 years passed, 200 and 500. After which a crack appeared in the wall on which he was training. And when the term of imprisonment was approaching 1,000, the Monkey King still managed to break through the passage. And the Monkey King looked at this with surprise. Constantly looking at the chest of stones that he had just broken through, he looked at the moon. He thought that he had gained the strength to break the seal. And Jun, watching this and imagining all this, was very scared. He says that this cannot happen, and these are all 72 transformations. To which they tell him that these are 72 transformations, and he is a crazy idiot, these are incomparable things. After which his soldiers explained to him that the 72 transformations are only part of what the King of the Monkeys learned, and this tiny part is what he collected to create a new masterpiece. And while June is very worried about him, his soldiers say that this is all the King of the Monkeys. After that, they remember how he sits on the dragon. June thinks that this is a creature that stood on a par with the gods and the power that turned the King of the Monkeys literally before his eyes. And what remains here are traces of the tall sun Akan after long and cruel suffering. And the King of the Monkeys fought with gods and demons. And June covers a lot of thoughts and texts. I thought that it would be great if he could recognize all these traces. But this level is extremely high for its understanding. And first you need to memorize them in order to study them later. And he believes that it is even better than the Yin sword. And this is not martial art or magic or alchemy. This is transformation. And this is not where magic is used, but it cannot be limited to one term. It's beyond magic. After which Kan asks, Jun calls out to him. He says that he has his head in the clouds. And here again there is a fork in the road. This must be concentrated. If they get lost, everything will end. He continues to say that he hopes he has not forgotten that he is in the palace of the Monkey King, and be that as it may, he needs to survive alone, and it will be very difficult. June looks at him. He says he will be more careful, and he thinks to himself that even with the time difference, he managed to hesitate. Rebecca walking forward. This indicates that the configuration of the labyrinth began to slowly change. Victoria looks at Rebecca. She says that if she tries to extend her consciousness further, then the spiritual trail of the King of the Monkeys will immediately rush in. Rebecca gets really angry, gritting her teeth. She says there is nothing to be done, no need to wait a little longer, and she will check what is ahead. She then jumps into one of the passages while June watches. Realization suddenly dawns on him. He thinks about what this power is, after which he uses magic and gets into position. Victoria looks at him in surprise along with Kan. Rebecca notices June attacking her. She opens her mouth and is surprised by this. She says, why is he suddenly doing this? After which June grabs her and draws his weapon forward. She says in surprise what is happening here, and Jun is pushed back as a huge shockwave flies near them. Are they both watching this? June clenches his teeth and looks at her. He says sorry and there was no time to explain. Then huge hands appear in front of them. He says that it seems that the Monkey King's spiritual trail has officially taken notice of them. A huge man with horns extends his hand and uses magic in front of the seated man. It was the god of hunting Kernan, and one of the players thinks that every high-ranking player dreams of becoming an apostle. Rebecca then begins to glow red and looks at her hands. She thinks that after the god of hunting chose her as his apostle, no one even envied her. June blocks the monster's attack. She thinks about about why. Why can't it be useless? June looks forward angrily as she cuts off the tentacles, after which Rebecca stands and watches June, clenching his fist and trembling. She's thinking about low-level players and she's right in what the hell is going on. She looks down and continues to think. The fact that this calls into question her training for several years and does not understand anything, because high-ranking players and apostles of God. After which Rebecca is attacked by several tentacles. She looks at them and her eyes begin to shine. She says how infuriating it is. After which June notices her using magic, and she stands next to Jun and attacks these tentacles, tying them up. June watches this and sees huge explosions. June thinks about what incredible power this is, and this is the power of the high-ranking ones. Or in other words, this is the power of the apostles. June looks at the fishing and how it glows green. He thinks that in the current situation it is difficult to use even 50% of her power, but even so, she is simply incredible, and he cannot even imagine what her power will be like when they leave the 5-element mountain. After which Rebecca looks at Juna. Is she asking him? Rebecca approaches June. She says that from now on she will take the lead. June looks at her in surprise. He asks her why, and he begins to examine Rebecca from above. He thinks that this is very unexpected and it rarely happens that highly developed people recognize their limits with such humility. And even for an apostle of a powerful god to tell a low-level player to take the initiative is unthinkable. However, it is moments like these that will help her in the future. Then June notices Victoria approaching them. She says that she admits that June is doing well in the dungeons, but the further they go, the more they need the power of the high-ranking ones. And Victoria was clearly uncomfortable. She closed one eye, and he says that, despite him looking down on him, even Kindred could not stand here, and she cannot trust her life to a person weaker than her. Rebecca turns to Victoria, and so it goes on to say that it's trying to say that June knows this place better than any of us. After which Rebecca looks at June while he is silent. Victoria says because from now on they will follow him. Yi-jun looks down in obvious bewilderment. He thinks about what this strange desire is, and he must do everything he can. He closes his eyes, and he thinks that, most likely, it will be better this way, and he must take the initiative. After which June notices a bat nearby. He says that the vampire is following him, and this is terribly annoying. And it seemed like Victoria and Rebecca were focused on seeing in front of them and didn't notice him. He is very cunning, he can do anything, and maybe he is waiting for something to happen to Victoria or Rebecca. And June begins to examine this bat. He thinks that it seems that this form of the vampire race is independent of the vestige, and just like his abilities, and if he needed it, he would have long ago stolen the 72 divine transformations and escaped. One thing he is sure of is that he will make his move when the time comes, and Jun thinks that since he doesn't know what he and the demonic army are planning, Jun tells everyone that he understands, and he thinks to himself that he needs to get out of this maze as soon as possible. After which June comes forward with his weapon. He says that from now on he will speed up and everyone should follow him. The team runs ahead along all the aisles. Victoria and the others run after her. June uses her dragon eyes and senses. He thinks about what's to the right, after which Victoria notices how he jumps to the right. She tells him what he is doing. Rebecca runs after him and stops Victoria. She says that she didn't argue with him about this, and she must trust him, because in clearing the dungeon, the commander's decisions are the law. Victoria lifts her glasses, clearly worried. She says she hopes everything will be fine. After which June continues to run and looks back. He thinks that this Rebecca tried, and he did not think that they would trust him and follow him so calmly. After which June begins to use his weapon, looking to the side. He thinks that since everything is so, then they must undermine their trust. After which June makes many attacks on the tentacles and destroys them. They all start to burn and fly into pieces, while everyone is running. Victoria begins to look around and notices something. She starts to worry. She thinks about this boy, who he even is, and he moves as if he knows all the enemy's attacks in advance. She looks straight at Jun's back, and he thinks about the movement of a person who already knows what will happen next, and watching this guy. She noticed something strange earlier, but she didn't expect it. After which June turns to the others. He says he's there. Victoria is very surprised by this. One tells him to wait, and she thinks that the sound is somewhere here, and they all jump into a huge hole. While Rebecca is smiling, Victoria begins to look around. She says that they were already here. It was fast, it's very incredible. They look at the huge gate, and June says they are very big. Rebecca tells him what they will do with this gate, and it looks like something is written. June says they are very old and rusty, so she can't see anything. After which they come up to them and start watching. Kan looks on in surprise. He says, Victoria, it looks like it. She stops him and tells him to wait. They look at symbols, and Victoria says that behind this door made of divine metal is a ruby bang, and these gates, and behind them a golden staff. June looks at them in surprise. He thinks he didn't think that he even existed. He examines the martial arts display written on the wall, and he thinks that the door is so rusty that no one understood it but these drawings. This is the legacy of the king. After which June looks at the system notifications. It states that he completed the task of the king's inheritance and he received the corresponding amount of karma. He received 3,000 karma and 2,000 additional karma, and June thinks that this means this is something divine. While Victoria looks on in surprise, Rebecca says that she thinks it is only one part of the golden staff. If this gate was made to protect him, then she doesn't even know if they can open it. And he means means something because they are made of divine metal. They are inspecting these gates, and Victoria says that this is a legendary metal that can hold back gods and demons, and since it is so strong, it is almost impossible to destroy it. After which Can tries to open these doors. Victoria uses her magic and helps open it while Rebecca uses magic too. They keep trying to open it, but they can't and they get tired. Rebecca says what the hell, no scratches. Victoria talks about how she used all her rune magic and how did they even discover it. After which June examines his allies. He thinks that this is a divine metal, and if even the power of these three is not enough to open this door, then perhaps it cannot be opened at all by brute force. After which June puts his hand to this wall. He thinks that, most likely, he used another method and he needs to find out what it is. And June, touching something, feels it. He thinks about what's going on and this door starts to open. Everyone else watches this in surprise, and June goes inside. While everyone is silent, they look at him in surprise, and June says, well, let's send it. June and the others go inside. They see many monkey statues bowing, and in the center there is a throne. Rebecca was very surprised by this. She says that the rumor is that this monkey king was known as the ruler of the monkeys. After which they look at the statues of monkey monks. Speaking of what seems to be depicted here, his reign and his possessions. They go to statues of monkeys bowing. She senses a certain purple aura about them. Speaking of which, these giant stone statues each have powers beyond Jun and Kang's capabilities. After which Rebecca looks up, thoughtful, while Victoria looks at her, and she says that compared to her. After which Victoria begins to scream. She says that Kindred is there. After which everyone notices him lying near a huge slab. He's covered in blood, and Victoria, looking at the slab, says that that's stone, and it's like 72 transformations. After which Can looks at her in surprise. Does he say what he found? He begins to tremble. After which he says that if only he could do it like Doyle. And everyone notices how the bat above begins to laugh. And this bat says that he will master 72 transformations. Everyone notices her and says that it was the same vampire. They watch as he continues to fly towards this slab. After which a certain voice says that someone dared to disturb the king's eternal sleep. And now the vampire is attacked by huge dark clumps. June covers herself with her arms along with Victoria. June looks at this, after which he thinks that he seems to have been making incredible assumptions all this time. He represents this unknown force, and he thinks that since he thought that the Monkey King was sealed in the 5 mountains of repentance, it seemed to him that the spirituality that was tormenting them belonged to the Monkey King. However, given that these stone statues began to move, they were dealing with the spiritual trail not of the Monkey King himself, but of his servants. June looks at this in surprise. He thinks that he should have paid attention to the name of the dungeon from the very beginning. He remembers that this was the palace of the Monkey King, and the palace is not a place of imprisonment. He remembers what he looks like, and he says that therefore the evil spirit's trace of the owner simply could not remain here. He shouldn't have thought that the writer turned Monkey King would have such a weak spiritual footprint. He remembers how he dodged the blow, and he thinks that the traces left throughout the dungeon were echoes of the spiritual trace of the king himself, and all the threats came from subordinates who did not want to allow the raiders to disturb the king's sleep, and many stone statues with glowing red eyes headed towards them. They say that those who dare to disturb the eternal sleep must pay with their lives, after which the system sends notifications indicating that an unexpected task has started. Terracotta Army of the Monkey King. The Monkey King managed to leave the 5th mountain after 500 years, and after repentance he was able to shed his shell and become God. But the monster who met the god on the mountain was imprinted with the fact that they would again have to wait for the return of their king. Before the day of his return, an underground palace was not built in the place where he left his shell, and so that no one could kidnap it, he placed warriors to protect the shell and placed his spiritual traces on them. And now they must safely leave here with the shell, thereby proving that he is worthy of becoming heirs. Participation requirements: access to a hidden mission, the Monkey King's palace, and the reward of mastering 72 transformations. After which Can dodges the blow of one of these statues. He says what the hell. At this moment, Rebecca decides to attack them. She attacks one of the statues, and it flies back. And while everyone starts fighting, Rebecca speaks. The fact that they don't break at all, these shouldn't let them out the door. And June thinks that it is necessary to block the exit so as not to be surrounded, in which case they will have to rush forward. After which Can cuts his hand. He says to scream like that and a lot of his blood appears on his weapon, and he strikes with his blood, and many of these statues fly back under a huge shockwave. June extends her hand using blue magic. He thinks that he has finally determined the true identity of the spiritual trace, if this individual has one spiritual trace, after which June uses her dragon eyes. He thinks about how he should just focus on destroying the statue. He notices the cores of these statues located in the chest. He thinks about the place where the monkeys place the seeds of their consciousness, and Jun fires a huge blast upward from behind his hand. Jun's attack hits all the statues directly at their cores, after which cracks appear in them, and they are surprised by this. Jun tells everyone else to take a stand, that they attack where he pointed, and the spiritual trace is concentrated there, after which everyone was very surprised by this. Kane says that such strong men really have weak points, and Rebecca is about to attack. She says this makes a difference, after which she releases a rain of arrows. Her attack hits everything Jun did. Victoria uses her rune magic, after which she points to the site, and a huge number of lightning strikes directly in those places indicated by the site, using the hammer of the gods, after which they all rush to attack and destroy the statue after the statue, and while Victoria is using magic, Rebecca attacks. Jun hits one of the statues, breaking it into pieces, after which the system sends notifications. It says that he has successfully passed one test, and they must have time to prepare for two. They are given 5 minutes, after which everyone is out of breath and very tired, says this is crazy, to which Victoria tells her that she has run out of magical power and has spent her rune magic, after which they all notice how a vampire appears. He starts laughing and saying that this is amazing. Everyone is surprised and says that he is really still alive, to which he says that they know why the undead are called undead and because they do not die so easily, after which he disappears and says that everyone did a good job. Rebecca points her finger at him, clearly angry. She says that if he still had any strength left, she would have cut him into pieces, after which Victoria stands next to her and tells her that he probably also has many serious injuries, so he will need time to recover his body, and she won't be able to do anything until he forgets about her, after which Jun calls his undead, and he starts laughing. They say that okay, he should present it to him, and he also doesn't like cunning people like him, and he should make him suffer a little. Jun puts his hand to his chin and thinks. He thinks about why, when it comes down to it, the devil's army never showed up, and it's not because they just haven't achieved what they want yet. Or are they already waiting outside for everyone to take care of everything? Even though he spread sensory perception throughout the cave, he did not find any trace of the devil army, and besides them, there is no one in the dungeon. After which Jun looks at Victoria approaching the throne. He thinks that they are just biding their time and waiting until they find clues to where the magic staff and 72 transformations are located, and there's something else wrong. After which they watch as Victoria approaches the corpse, and Victoria looks at him in surprise, thinking about how this is so. She looks at how part of his head is missing, thinking it was fake. Victoria looks at this corpse. She says it's fake and is very surprised by it. She gritted her teeth and was clearly angry. She says how does that mean, the real kindred? After which the can approaches this stone. Is he touching these letters? Speaking of which, it's 72 transformations, and he says that he must remember all this, after which Jun, watching it all from the side, he thinks that the task says to collect the king's shell, remembering what was written to the system that they must prove and become worthy of the heir to the Monkey King. And Jun thinks about what kind of shell and how they will prove that they are worthy. Jun lowers his head and thinks about what the shell is, if that's a metaphorical phrase. Po represents a snake shedding its skin, and thinking that these are the things that the king of the monkeys possessed before he became god. Then he imagines that there are 72 transformations. After the king of the monkeys created his new art, 70 transformations became just a shell for him. And to prove that they are worthy, they must learn 72 transformations, and the devil's army is going to brainwash the one who masters them, bringing them to their side. And he remembers how these statues attack them, thinking about what if one test was designed to test their core skills. Then the second battle is to quickly understand the stone tablet and use it. Then the statues of the guards, the examiners, after which he notices how everyone has already stood near this sign. He thinks what if why the fake body was left there. If he was abandoned by the devil's army, then there must be a reason for this. After which Jun looks up and understands. He thinks that these are pointers. The system sends notifications indicating that the preparation time has expired and the second test begins. The larger stone statues begin to shake and stand up, after which Jun shouts to Victoria to warn her as she is under attack, and Jun runs straight to Victoria. He thinks he's late. Rebecca tries to push Victoria, after which there is a huge impact and clouds of dust rise. Jun tries to look around, realizing what is happening. He thinks that because of the cloud of dust nothing can be seen. Does he cut through this dust? And he notices Rebecca being attacked and flying back. He thinks about her, and the fact that she took a lot of damage, breaking her weapon. Jun uses red magic and walks forward. He tries to block the blow. At this moment, the statue attacks Jun, and he blocks its attack. Jun flies back as a lot of fire comes out of his weapon. He stands there heavily, breathing, after which his chain begins to shake. He thinks that his arm is about to be torn off, after which this statue attacks Jun again, and he thinks to himself that this power and his weapon are so fast and heavy, after which Jun looks at how Rebecca is lying around. He thinks that she is on the verge of life and death, and he watches as many statues attack them, thinking that they are also showing signs of life, and Jun starts to get very worried. He thinks that he needs to come up with at least something, and 72 transformations are not a cheap skill that can be learned in 5 minutes, which means there must be a reason why so little time is allocated to learning them. He remembers all these statues and thinks about becoming the heir of the Monkey King. The first thing you need to do is show respect, or fear of the king, after which Jun thinks about it and realizes that this is it. While the statue tries to attack him with a spear, he sits on his knees and shouts to everyone to all also kneel. Everyone abruptly begins to bow, after which the statue stops. Jun looks at the spear as it approaches his head, after which the Kan raises his head. He says that it's really all over, after which the statues turn their gaze to him, and Kan bows back, gritting his teeth. He says that this is crazy and that such a game, respect, the place where the king sat or something like that. After which Victoria breathes heavily. She's talking about what Rebecca. She remembers how the fisherman pushed her and was able to protect her from the blow, and she fell under this blow instead of her. After which Victoria puts her hands on Rebecca's wound. Victoria tries to treat her. She says that healing magic does not work since there are practically no magical powers left. And Rebecca breathes heavily, looking away. She closes her eyes. Victoria was clearly very scared. She starts screaming while looking at Rebecca, and Kan closes his eyes, gritting his teeth. Jun watches all this from the side. Jun was lying on the floor, and in his thoughts he noticed that Kan, who was lying to his right, had run out of stamina, while Victoria had used up all her mana to control the runes. The main character, continuing his thoughts, noted that even if he uses all his skills, continuing to complete the quest will be dangerous for them, adding that this couple is now only getting in the way. Jun had a black chain wrapped around his arm. In his thoughts, he emphasized the fact that since this happened, then the legacy of King Mehu should go to him. The golden staff of the Monkey King appeared in his imagination, and a black bracelet on his hand. Continuing his thoughts, he noticed that, for sure, in addition to 72 divine transformations, there would be something else no less valuable. The main character noted that, in addition, they say that the golden staff of the Monkey King, like the gate, is made of a sacred rod. Jun told himself that he definitely needed to get it, because then he would certainly be able to find out more about the black bracelet. The main character noted that first you need to throw off the ballast. Jun looked at Kane and said that he thought that all the tests they were going through were to choose the heir to King Micah. Surprised, Kane asked if he was talking about the king's heirs. There were many blue runes on the tall pillar. The main character replied that this is exactly what he is talking about, noting the fact that the subjects of the Monkey King check whether there are any worthy among them. Continuing his speech, Jun noticed that those same engraved 72 sacred transformations could be the skin that they must steal by learning them all. There were 2 white columns near the wall. Kane said that remembering the technique of 72 transformations and proving that you can be his rightful heir means. Thoughtful, Kane said that this sounded quite convincing. Victoria's gaze fell on the main character. She asked what was wrong with Kindred. Jun replied that it seemed his death was staged to lure them into this trap. The main character stated that he was unable to clear this dungeon alone, so he decided to leave it to them. An enraged Victoria slammed her fist on the floor and spoke rudely about the demon. Jun said that they would deal with him later, but first they needed to get out of there alive. In a dark room, a closed white arch could be seen on the wall. Victoria asked if the main character had any ideas. Jun asked her to take a closer look. He asked if she saw a small door near the gate. The main character suggested that this is the only way out of there that they can use. A red glow came from the eyes of the stone monkey statue. Kane noticed that there were 12 stone statues near the exit and they were unlikely to just let them pass. Jun said that they don't have to worry and he has a plan. Continuing his speech, he said that he would gain time to escape and they would run to the door at his signal as best they could. Kane and Victoria lay next to each other and were stunned by what they heard. She asked if the main character was completely crazy. Jun said with a serious look that he would count to 3. Kane shouted for him to wait. Jun calmly counted to 2. At 3 he screamed that they had to run now. Kane and Victoria jumped up and ran towards the exit. The main character called out to Shannon. Jun turned around and saw a demon holding the vampire by the hair. The demon declared that this moment had finally arrived. The vampire screamed, asked what they were up to and asked the demon to let him go immediately. The monster threw him up. The vampire asked if they even knew who he was. Monkey statues with red eyes raised their heads up. Out of fright, the vampire covered his mouth with his hand. He fell on many spears, which the statues pointed at him. Drops of blood appeared, after which the vampire cried out, "Savior." The main character ran with a blade in his hands at lightning speed. The demon, from which black energy emanated, absorbed the soul of the vampire. The gaze of the monkey statues fell on the running Jun. Stretching out their spears, the huge stone monkeys ran after the main character. Jun crossed his 2 daggers and used his magical equipment. A bright light began to emanate from the runes on the protagonist's back. The runes were increasingly filled with blue mana. Completely enveloped in energy, Jun swung his blade. He deflected a blow from the stone monkey statue. Holding back the blow with blades that emanated blue mana, the main character screamed that it had happened. He noted that the magic equipment really works. His gaze fell on his friends at the exit. Jun noticed that these 2 made it in time and are now safe. The reflected spear stuck into the floor. The main character stood at the entrance and covered Victoria with his hand. She called out to him and asked him to be faster. Looking through the doorway, Jun stated that the guys would have to leave first. Victoria held her hands on the door and screamed, "Why did he?" The main character locked the the door. June stood near the closed door from which voices could be heard. Victoria said the word in Trinian. There was a strong yellow energy coming through the door. With his sword outstretched in front of him, the protagonist, shrouded in blue mana, declared that he finally no longer needed to hide his true power. Kane and Victoria knocked on the door. She shouted the name of the main character and asked to open the door. A notification appeared that they had left the quest area and could no longer return because they did not have sufficient qualifications. Enraged, Kane hit the door. He asked a rhetorical question about why June always behaves this way. Taken aback, Kane called out to Mother Doyle. He threw up that even now. Continuing his speech, he stated that he trained so much to be more useful. Kane said that the sacred techniques were right in front of his nose. His fist began to shake. Lowering his hand, Kane stated that he was angry, but the main character protected them and sent them to safety. He turned around and called out to Victoria. Kane stated that Kindred was waiting for them outside. Surprise appeared on Victoria's face. Encouraged, he announced that he had an idea and asked to listen to him. Jun used the main expansion. The stone statues of monkeys watched as huge streams of energy emanated from the main character. Jun's blue mana reached the ceiling. A notification appeared in the room completely enveloped in energy. It said that the main character received the territory of the Dragon Bin and could establish his own rules in the chosen domains. Another projection popped up, which said that the first level of rights had been activated, his power was dragon blood, and all his stats had been increased for a certain time. A picture of a rocky area popped into Jun's head. In his thoughts, he noted that all the restrictions that held him back no longer matter, because now this is the domain of the Great Dragon. Continuing to think, the main character noted that this is his domain, in which he sets the rules. He noticed that all the rules and prohibitions established on the 5 mountains of repentance are no longer in effect. Jun's eyes lit up with a yellow light, after which he screamed that his 5 senses had returned. The main character held onto the sword, and blue mana continued to envelop him. In thought, he noted that the 6 months of training were not in vain. He emphasized that he felt his extrasensory perception intensify. He stated that the waves emitted and the flow of mana from each object became incredibly clear, so now he can even interact with them. Blue dragon scales began to appear on his body. She began to envelop his chest and neck. Jun's eyes glowed with a bright yellow light as his scales continued to appear. He cried out that he had never before felt such enormous power in his body. He stated that the power simply overwhelmed him. Fiery wings appeared behind the protagonist's back. Green mana began to emanate from his sword and the runes on the sword began to glow. Jun noticed that Vigrid had definitely changed too. A projection appeared next to the sword shrouded in energy. It said that thanks to its new owner and his divine power, the sword again acquired its original appearance, partially cleared of curses, the cause of which, however, was still unknown. The notice was written for Jun to become a hero, which would return Vigrid to his true essence and appearance. The projection spoke of Vigrid's new ability, Blessing of the Sword. Vigrid also acquired a life of struggle. Jun's gaze fell on the horde of stone statues. Vigrid's third ability, Sword Purification, was written on the projection. The main character, shrouded in red energy, extended his sword in front of him. Many red emblems with Athena's pattern appeared around Jun. The main character used the Aegis of Athena technique. Jun's fiery wings illuminated the dark room. Dead men with fiery skulls began to appear behind him. Demons shrouded in mana appeared behind the main character. Jun, looking forward, stated that this is all the result of his long work and is his strength. Stone statues of monkeys shrouded in purple mana asked the main character to prove that he is truly worthy to be considered the heir of the greatest King Mehu. A horde of statues rushed at the army of the protagonist. One of the demons said that he did not think that Jun would dare to call them, adding that the owner would not get bored with them. Another monster said that he was glad that they could participate too. The undead scattered on different sides of the main character. There was dark mana above Jun's head. He wondered what they would do. The main character suggested that they are very inspired by the celestial energy that overflows the dungeon. The army of statues cried out so that they would not dare disturb the king's peace. Jun jumped back from the spears that fell to the floor. The main character ran behind one of the statues. The undead deflected the spears flying at him with the help of runes. Taking off, Jun struck one of the stone monkeys with his sword. Turning around, he noticed that for now they were holding the line. A crack appeared on the shoulder of the statue from the blow of the main character. His gaze fell on many stone monkeys, from which steam began to emanate. The main character noted that there are too many of them. Extending his thought, Jun stated that they were getting stronger. The protagonist emphasized the fact that if the fight dragged on, they would lose their advantage. Jun noted that he must prove that he is worthy of being the heir of King Mehu, and not destroy his guards. The main character stated that he needed to learn 72 techniques and prove himself. Shrouded in the bright light emanating from his wings, Jun looked at the army of statues. He watched from the side the battle between his undead troops and stone monkeys shrouded in yellow mana. Having fallen into thought, the main character noted that if you think about it, they move very strangely. Jun stated that he felt as if each of the statues were using 6 different techniques. The main character noticed that there were only 12 statues there. Thoughtful, Jun said that if 12 statues use 6 different techniques, then the result will be 72 techniques. The main character cried out that these were the 72 techniques. A huge stone spear flew behind Jun. he stated that he needed to continue to defend himself. A picture of the movements of stone statues appeared in his head. The main character noted that he needed to pull himself together and calculate their every move. He emphasized the fact that he needed to use King Mehu's legacy if he didn't understand something. Having finished his thought, he stated that in the end he needed to take away the 72 holy techniques from them. Frowning, Jun screamed that his head was going to explode. An idea occurred to the main character, after which he suddenly opened his eyes. Presenting a long stream of fiery energy, the main character stated that he needed to lunge. Jun, floating in the air, swung his sword. Thanks to the lunge, he was able to cut off the hand of the stone statue. The main character screamed that he had succeeded. A notification appeared in the air that Jun had learned the first holy technique, the lunge. The projection said that the main character had begun studying the 72 sacred techniques of King Mehu. Jun saw that he had obtained the skill 72 holy techniques. The notice said that a lunge is a technique of creating a strike in a certain spatial range and cutting it. It requires enormous mental strength and concentration. If he fails, he will be plunged into a state of confusion for more than 3 seconds. A projection of 72 holy techniques appeared. It said that this was a skill that King Mehu, Sun Yugon, learned from his teacher Subkist in his childhood. This skill allowed him to sit in the place of 7 Demon King Dongju, the king of monsters. The notification said that each of the 72 techniques has its own special style, so they are quite difficult to learn, but if he succeeds, he can choose either a monster or a saint. At the end of the notice, it was said that Jun had received an achievement that rarely anyone manages to get, as a result of which he was awarded karma. The main character received 5,000 karma, and an additional 3,000 karma was awarded to him. The statue with the severed shoulder declared that Jun dared to disturb the king's sleep, but he proved that he could be called his follower. The stone monkey declared that their work was finished. In the middle of the battle, the stone statues began to turn into dust. Following the monkeys, Jun's army disappeared. The main character noted that it was possible to prove his rights by learning only one technique out of 72. Smirking, Jun declared that he was lucky. Suddenly, a notification popped up stating that the main character had successfully completed the second test and the third would begin soon. Surprised, Jun asked if there was a third check immediately. A bright light appeared behind the main character. The gate behind Jun opened. A notification appeared saying that the third scan had begun. There was a bright blue sky above the main character's head. Jun stood on the cliff of a rocky mountain. In front of him, he saw a dragon flying towards him. He flew up to Jun and asked if he was new. The stunned protagonist looked at the huge beast. In his thoughts, he noted that the dragon was very strong. Jun wondered if it was possible that he was the dragon god. The protagonist remarked that he didn't think he could compare to the dragons he had seen or the phoenixes. Jun asked what does it mean to be new. The dragon answered if he was a new follower. The main character replied that he was the dragon right. Lowering his head lower, the dragon said that in this case Jun could climb on him. The dragon flew away in an unknown direction and said that he would guide the main character to him. The main character jumped off the dragon. Looking up, Jun said, "Here you are." King Mika stroked the head of the dragon named Dream. He turned to him and asked how long it had been since he had carried someone on him. The dragon replied that he had brought a new one there. King Mehu watched Dream fly away. He stated that he was more interesting as a child, noting the fact that as a teenager he simply ignored his jokes. He turned around and looked at Jun. The main character wondered if this was King Mehu. He asked Jun why he was staring so intently. King Michu imagined himself standing at his best behind the white rose bushes. He asked if the main character's heart beats faster at the sight of such a beautiful man. King Mehu stated that he knew how handsome he was and asked Jun not to faint. Looking at him, the main character noted that he was self-confident and very talkative. King Mika stood sideways to the main character. Jun turned to him and said that he would like to ask. Interrupting him, the king asked him to wait. Mika asked Jun to immediately clarify something. The king stated that he could only answer 3 questions. He said that these were the rules and asked the main character not to be offended. Jun replied that he understood that. The main character asked why they call him new. With his arms crossed, King Mehu stated that he would not answer this because it was very difficult information for the main character. Jun looked at him and asked what this place was. Mehu said without comment and asked one more question. In his thoughts, the main character wondered why it was so difficult with the king. Looking down, Jun noticed in his thoughts that apparently he could not answer because of the law of cause and effect. Continuing his thoughts, the main character noticed that this was his third test, but he did not answer his questions and did not ask any himself. The main character came up with the idea that these 3 questions were a test. Jun noted that he then needed to ask questions that would walk along the edge, but not cross it. The main character asked him who he was. King Mehu fell into a stupor at this question. Smirking, the king stated that he did not think that this would be the last question. Mika noticed that this was interesting. He looked at Jun and declared that he had passed. A projection appeared next to the main character, which said that he had successfully passed the 3rd test. The notification said that the main character had successfully completed the additional quest Royal Terracotta Wars and the hidden quest, Royal Palace. Jun, as a reward, acquired the skill 72 Holy Techniques and the title Descendant of King Mehu. The main character has received an achievement that cannot be acquired easily. Jun was given 10,000 karma and 15,000 additional karma points. The notice stated that after receiving the title Descendant of King Mehu, Jun would have excellent concentration and mental strength in battle. Also, the main character will be able to use the all-seeing eye and the power of King Mehu at the same time. Putting his hand to his chest, Mehu replied that he was just the shell of King Mehu. Adding to his speech, the shell of King Mehu declared that he left him and immediately disappeared. He said that you could say that he was his skin. Butterflies flew around the treetops, from which bright light emanated. King Mehu's shell stated that this imaginary world was also created by him, adding that the shell said that it did not know where he was now. He stated that no one would have been able to find out. The shell of King Mehu said that it was practically impossible to keep up with him, and it was unlikely that the words of others would have any attraction for him. He threw a gold stone to Jun. The shell of King Mehu said that he was also tired of being there, but finally a new one had arrived. The main character's gaze fell on a fragment of stone, from which a golden glow emanated. Jun noted in his thoughts that he felt a familiar feeling. The main character wondered if this was a divine precious metal. A projection popped up which said that this was a fragment of Ruby Bang. Jun learned that the fragment of Ruby Bang, which King Mehu wore on his head, and in order to use its full power, you need to collect the missing parts. Another notification said that the main character received a hidden quest. The projection opened and information about the hidden quest master of Ruby Bang appeared on it. Jun read that King Mehu was concerned about having too many successors, which would tarnish his reputation. King Mehu decided that it was necessary to find the one true successor among all, so he divided Ruby Bang into hundreds of pieces and scattered them throughout the tower. The projection indicated that this was an additional quest. The notice asked if Jun wanted to agree. The shell of King Mehu smiled and stated that the remaining pieces were scattered throughout the tower. He noted that he doesn't even know where they are or how many there actually are. Continuing, the shell said that perhaps someone had already found them and did not understand the real meaning. His gaze fell on Jun, who stood against the backdrop of thick clouds. The shell of King Mehu said that he could imagine how many people wanted to be called the Great Heir, the successor of heaven. Adding to his speech, he stated that if the main character does not want to, he can refuse right now and wait until the real heir appears. Confused, Jun said that he saw no point in refusing and would do everything. A notification appeared saying that the main character agreed to complete the quest master of Ruby Bang. A red portal appeared next to King Mehu's shell arm. He asked if the newcomer was that confident. Continuing, the shell stated that then Jun had nothing else to do there. He said that the main character can go through the portal and end up at the starting point. Jun extended his hand with the bracelet forward and stated that he had one more question. Showing the bracelet, the main character asked if the shell of King Mehu knew what it was. Jun said it felt like he was made of the same material. The shell asked about the bracelet. He was taken aback by what he saw. He looked at the black bracelet with chains on Jun's hand and asked where he got it from and what he was doing. The main character suggested that he could somehow influence souls. Jumping off the boulder, the shell of King Mehu declared that this was definitely a divine object. He imagined how such bracelets are on the legs and necks of other people. The shell suggested that there were more on the arms, legs, and neck. He said that these were like torture objects. Jun looked at the bracelet on his hand. In his thoughts, the main character noted that he had been thinking this way since the bracelet absorbed Astrape. Continuing his thoughts, Jun emphasized the fact that he was now absolutely sure that this was a divine weapon. The shell of King Mehu said that if the main character meets his real body, not to show him this bracelet. Continuing, the shell stated that he would gladly take it. Jun replied that he understood that. The shell of King Mehu asked Jun if he knew why both gods and demons want to get the sacred iron. The main character turned around after this question. King Mehu's shell stated with a grin that it was not because they liked it, but because they were afraid of it. An image appeared in his head of how the silhouette of a man was restrained by golden shackles. King Mehu said that this is the only thing that can seal a god or a demon. He noticed that it is used for demons or gods who become too dangerous. King Mehu suggested that this bracelet also serves as a similar instrument. Adding to his speech, he said that the bracelet is like shackles for a criminal and they became his property through his spiritual remnant because the criminal wore them for too long. King Mehu's shell suggested that he had something to do with death, but that's all he could find out. Standing next to the portal, Jun thought about the Dark King. The main character noted in his thoughts that he did not think that he, too, could be afraid of something. The red glow of the portal went into the sky. Jun thanked him for the story and said goodbye to the shell of King Mehu. Thick clouds covered the blue sky. King Mehu stated that the main character is an interesting person. He lay next to the dragon's head. King Mehu's shell noticed that Jun even had dragon energy. He asked Sun if he reminded him of someone. The dragon replied that the main character resembled his old master. King Mika asked if this was true. King Mehu's shell face changed dramatically. He called out to the dragon and said that something was wrong there and that there was someone there. The floating dragon held a fire sphere in his hands, and King Mehu stood with his arms crossed. The shell asked how he dared to enter the world created by the king himself. A man emerging from the portal asked for forgiveness. Putting his hand to his chest, Kindred declared that he was just another face of the great heavenly demon. He stated that he had come for them. Jun walked into the room into which the light coming from the street fell. In his thoughts, the main character noted that he saw no traces of Cain and Victoria. Jun moved through the dark room where the last battle took place. In his head, he noted that he hoped they just returned home. His gaze fell on the wounded Rebecca. The main character looked at her bloody face. Lost in thought, he emphasized the fact that he was sorry that things had turned out this way, noting that she was a good person. He noted that he would be glad to take her soul, but the bracelet can only absorb those whom he personally killed. The thought popped into his head that maybe he could come up with something else. The main character lifted Rebecca's body and golden mana appeared next to her. In his thoughts, he noted that he would take her body and look there. He looked at the ruins in the room. He wondered what he should do with this place. Jun remembered King Mio's face. He had a memory of how the king said that the main character was another follower of King Mihu. Jun noted that this meant he had better get rid of potential competitors. He remembered how a piece of sacred metal lay in his hand. In his thoughts, the main character noticed that he could not allow others to get the sacred iron. Jun stated that it should be his only. Walking straight, traces of blue energy were left behind the main character. The plate with the runes lit up with blue fire. Jun enveloped the entire room in mana. The plot takes us to the village of one-horned people. Pant wondered who was there. Surprised, the guy looked around. Pant stood in front of him in dirty clothes and with a smile on his face. He asked Jun if he was really able to return alive. In his thoughts, the main character thought about who Pant was pretending to be. Jun approached the guys and asked one of them how the sacred beast was doing, noting that it was time for it to hatch. The guy replied that he woke up. Pant listened to their dialogue in bewilderment. He told Jun that he wanted to talk about them, adding that it was too much. The main character asked the second guy to take him to the beast. The guy asked Jun to follow him. They walked along the road and every passerby nodded their head to the main character. Jun bumped shoulders with the man. He looked at the main character and called out to him. Smirking, Chan said that he had heard that Jun was connected to a sacred animal. He noted that he wondered why they were so stupid. Chan said that everything is now in place. The main character and Pant turned around and looked after Chan. Jun asked what was wrong with him. Pant asked if the protagonist remembers him. The main character asked whether he should remember it. Pant clutched his stomach and started laughing. He asked Jun that he didn't even remember those he was able to defeat. Pant noted that the protagonist has great self-confidence. Turning around, Jun asked who the man was. Pant had a picture of how the main character pressed that man's face into the ground. He revealed that his name was Chan, noting the fact that Jun had defeated him when he first came to the One-Horn tribe. Pant imagined the protagonist stabbing Chan in the stomach. He suggested that the man had to recover for a long time after this. Pant said that apparently Chan has a grudge against Jun. He noted that it was understandable that the main character might not recognize him. Pant said that Chan has not been himself lately, as if he is taking something. Jun turned around and silently looked after Chan. He watched as Chan was enveloped in demonic energy. The main character thought about why she surrounds him so much. Jun assumed that Muin would handle this. The main character walked and heard screams ahead of him. Jun heard someone talking about how their son was finally moving. The elder cried out for more food to be prepared. Jun looked at the two men who were walking with satisfied faces. One of them asked where the scrolls were, noting that he had changed the color again, and this needed to be written down. The second elder asked not to call them just scrolls, reinforcing this with the fact that this is the baby's diary. Under the mask, surprise appeared on the protagonist's face. His gaze fell on two griffins who were lying on the hay. The main character looked at their faces and noted in his thoughts that this was one of the best sacred animals. Jun looked at the griffin's paw and emphasized the fact that they were full of energy, which he conveyed. A message appeared in front of the main character stating that he had successfully completed the hidden quest trials of the Abyss Turtle. Jun read that he had achieved something that no one else could easily achieve. The main character was provided with additional achievements and awards. He earned 5,000 karma and received 3,000 karma. From this moment on, Jun can communicate with the Blue Spirit. The understanding of elemental art is still very low. The main character was told that he must turn the Blue Spirit into a higher art by learning the techniques. Another notice said that Jun received a fragment of a turtle's head shell and the scales of a tailed snake as a reward. The message stated that this artifact was unique. There is only one in the tower, and it belongs entirely to the owner. This artifact cannot be sold or transferred to another. In his imagination, Jun imagined snake scales and fragments of a turtle shell. The main character noted in his thoughts that he felt that his defense was not enough. Continuing his thoughts, Jun noticed that these were definitely good materials. The shell and scales were quite strong and elastic at the same time. The main character heard the voice of a Krang asking if he wanted to restore the Abyss Turtle. Taken aback, Jun noted that the dragon had been sleeping in the Philosopher's Stone for 6 months already. Kyrick stated that he was there too. Their dialogue took place in a completely glass room. The main character asked the dragons how they were feeling. Kyrick replied that it was great and that he wanted to fly. Krang asked why Jun still calls him that. The dragon asked if the main character had chosen a normal name for him. Jun replied that he couldn't think of anything better. The dragon replied that this was nonsense. The main character grabbed the mask and started laughing. Krang noted that he was still laughing. Under the mask, the main character had a calm face. He said thoughtfully then. Continuing his speech, Jun suggested the name Nemesis to Krang. The main character continued to be in a closed room. Krang stated that this is the name of God, noting that he is the god of vengeance and justice on Olympus. Jun imagined God with a scale and a sword in his hands. The main character noticed that even the name of God in itself is strong. Jun stated that the gods have strength, power, influence, power. Continuing his thoughts, the main character emphasized that therefore, having received his name, you automatically receive his blessing. Blood was dripping from the column on which the goddess stood in the protagonist's thoughts. Jun noted that the name of God should not be sullied, and if you do not cope with the power received, you can end up horribly. While in thought, the main character noted that in his case everything is a little different because he is interested in both gods and demons. Jun suggested that this was unlikely to change. The main character emphasized that therefore he just had to respect Nemesis and everything would be fine. A message surfaced that the demons and gods on the 98th floor were furiously discussing something. It was said that some gods are unhappy and Hermes is trying to convince them. The main character looked straight and asked if the dragon agreed or if he would become Krang. The dragon said that he did not understand why there was such a rush and suggested staying with this option. On message appeared that the name of the demon dragon Kyaorang had been changed to Nemesis. In accordance with the new name, there is a new change in the concept of consciousness. The demon dragon Nemesis recognized the main character as its master. The message said that Jun had created an unprecedented demonic beast. The main character has achieved something that no one else could easily achieve, and additional achievements and rewards will be provided. Another projection surfaced where it was said that Jun had borrowed the name of God. Nemesis decided to remain neutral on this issue. In the future, her eye will follow the main character. Jun must be careful not to profane the name of God. Phoenix flew up to the main character and asked if they had forgotten about him, adding that he also wanted a new name. Jun also asked if Kyric wanted this. He looked at the happy eyes of the Phoenix and noted in his thoughts that he had long asked to change his name. The main character stated that then he will. The main character stood opposite the Phoenix. Continuing, Jun suggested the name Nick and asked if Kyric agreed. The main character noticed that this was the goddess of victory. The sun's rays fell on the barn, from which the voices were heard. Phoenix cried out that he liked the new name. Jun stated that they would then finish with the names for today. Standing in the barn, the main character turned to Nemesis with a request to talk since he woke up. Thick clouds covered the blue sky. The rays of the sun illuminated the thicket of the forest. Jun stood in front of a dragon that had a demonic aura emanating from it. Nemesis asked why he summoned him. The main character replied that he himself knows. Jun said that he was talking about his rebirth, why the ancient dragon Kaladas is alive. The main character looked at Nemesis. Jun said he still doesn't understand how it all works. Thinking about his rebirth, the dragon continued to look at the main character. Nemesis reported that he had been living in the void all this time. He noted that the void is a place between worlds where nothing exists. Nemesis was just waiting for Youngwoo to come and pick him up. Jun imagined the void in which the dragon lived. He asked why Nemesis went into the void. The dragon replied that it was because Kaladas told him so. The main character presented a picture of a man holding a dragon by the face. Nemesis asked if all this was strange, adding the fact that Kaladas gave everything to Youngwoo and died. The dragon stated that he gave him the dragon's heart. Nemesis reported that he personally saw him die. Jun imagined how many people were tying up the dragon, and everyone around them was being consumed by flames. Nemesis stated that when Chingwado surrounded him, he was unable to avenge Youngwoo and already thought that he would die, and then he heard the roar of Kaladas. The main character presented the image of a black dragon, who said to wait for him, noting that he would be able to return. Jun said he understood what happened. A picture popped up in the main character's head of how there was a photograph and a pocket watch in the box. In his thoughts, Jun noticed that he always wondered who brought Youngwoo back to Earth. The main character wondered if it was possible that it was Kaladas. Jun asked about where he might be. The main character sat down on a stone. Nemesis, hovering nearby, suggested that he might be where it was most important for him to be. The dragon said that he might be on the 50th floor, which is called the Dragon Temple. Under the mask, from the protagonist's face, one could understand that he was puzzled. He began to think that his brother had died on the 50th floor, which meant that Kaladas might actually be there. Jun noted that he would have to go to the 50th floor, but he was not yet capable of this. The main character noted that his name should appear in the Hall of Fame. Sitting on a stone, Jun looked at the crowns of the trees, which were illuminated by the sunlight. The main character stated that he would have to go up to the 21st floor again. The plot takes us to the 21st floor, the Shadow Dojo. Jun floated above the long temple. The main character looked at this building. Jun presented 5 wooden doors. In his thoughts, he noticed that on the 21st floor he needed to go through the training room. He noted that there are 5 doors inside, and the higher its number, the more difficult the test. He imagined the silhouette of a man running in the darkness along a strip of light. Jun emphasized the fact that immediately after entering he had to run forward and go through 33 sections. He stated that it was necessary to destroy the shadows in each of them. The main character presented the outlines of many people. He noticed that the shadows completely copied the features and styles of attacks that were used in the previous stages. Jun noted that therefore, only 165 of the strongest players deserve a place in the Hall of Fame. He emphasized the fact that most likely all of these players will become top rankers later on. The main character presented a battle between two shadows. He noted that in this place you can train your strengths and weaknesses numerous times. Jun stated that one could also learn the weaknesses and strengths of one's opponents and use them later. The main character noticed that usually passing this floor is very difficult, but not for Yeonwoo. Jun presented a sign on which the name was hidden. The main character noted that except for the 10th floor, where he was signed as anonymous, he used his name. Jun stated that Yeonwoo has indeed gone through a lot since the day he came to the tower. Surprise appeared on the protagonist's face. He looked at the 21st floor rating projection. Jun touched Cha Yeonwoo's name on the side. He held his hand next to the name of the player in 4th place in the rankings. The plot takes us to Mu Palace. The sun's rays fell across the room. Nayu asked if the main character was going to the 21st floor. He added, saying about the Shadow Dojo. Nayu questioned if this meant that Jun would fight his illusion. There was a ranking table in the main character's head. He sat on his knees in front of Nayu and stated that this was so because he was in 2nd place. In his thoughts, Jun noticed that Yeonwoo was in 4th. Edora and her brother watched the dialogue at the table. Nayu asked if the main character is so confident in himself. Jun asked why he needed confidence. Nayu asked what he was talking about. Inspired, the main character said that he knew that he could win. Smiling, Nayu asked to look at this little guy. He stated that he wanted to joke, and Jun believed in himself. A spark broke out between Nayu and the main character. Jun said that he doesn't know how to joke and takes everything literally. Nayu asked if this meant that by fighting his illusion, Jun would finally understand her place. The main character asked a rhetorical question, which concerned whether Nayu was sure that there would be anything left of his illusion after meeting him. The main character noted that it is terrible when a person like the sky is knocked down by an ordinary tower player. Surprised by what he heard, Edora's brother wondered whether Jun could really defeat his father. Edora told them to stop because they were not children. Adding, she said that the elder was looking for his father and it was time for him to go. The main character looked after Naya. Frowning, Nayu said that he was on his way, adding that the elder only needed it. He called out to Jun. Nayu stood in front of the door from which a bright light emanated. Turning around, he said that he hoped that the main character would win and take 1st place. Thoughtful, Jun looked at him and replied that he agreed with him. The main character watched Nayu leave the room. In his thoughts, the main character noted that 1st place goes only to the enlightened. Continuing his thoughts, Jun noticed that even his mentor could not reach him. He stressed that he was interested in who this person was. The main character approached Edora and stated that she seemed to be planning to continue climbing the tower. Smiling, she replied that she wanted to take the griffins to the territory of the abyssal turtle. She added that after that she would immediately hit the road. She looked at Jun and said that they had been here too long. The main character replied that he understood everything. Jun's gaze fell on her surprised face. He suggested meeting on the 23rd floor. Edora asked about the floor. Her cheeks turned red and she noted in her head that she hoped this meant he wanted to climb further with them. Edora clasped her hands together in her cape and agreed with Jun's proposal with a grin. Edora and her brother stood in a dark room and looked at the main character. Edora's brother asked if he would go further with them. Jun stood against a pile of clouds and stated that he still needed to prepare. An image of snake scales and fragments of a turtle shell appeared in the main character's head. He noticed in his head that the 21st floor contained the remains of many creatures. Jun emphasized the fact that he needed to improve his skills and obtain items and materials. The main character walked through the city and came to a house with a red roof from which voices were heard. Jun, in his thoughts, noticed that he needed to apologize. He imagined Hanova talking to the residents of the One-Horned tribe. In his head, he emphasized that he imagined how Hanova was worried when he left Shannon and Hanren's weapons and did not come. The main character noticed that he even came to the One-Horned tribe. Sighing, the main character grabbed the door handle. Entering the room, a picture appeared in front of Jun of how Hanova was holding an auction. He held the sword above his head and many people from the crowd offered their price. The main character saw many more swords on the table. Jun watched what was happening and wondered why Hanova was always like this. A crowd of people raised their hand up and offered their price for the sword. The main character noted in his thoughts that this is the sword of the Great Five and many people are ready to give their souls for it. Stretching his hand up, Jun declared that he would give 500,000 for this sword. The crowd turned to the main character. They wondered why the main character was there. A man from the crowd shouted that they say Jun is friends with Hanova. A man from the crowd extended his hand and offered 660,000. They asked him if he was crazy and where he got so much money. Standing unshakably, the main character offered $1 million for all the swords. Jun asked if there was a higher bet, adding that this meant he won. The enraged Hanova's gaze fell on the main character. Jun picked up the swords he won. With a wave of his hand, Hanova asked what the main character was doing there and told him to take everything. Holding a bunch of swords in his hands, the main character said that he bought all his swords for $1 million and asked him to be kinder. Taking the multi-pronged sword out of its sheath, Jun declared that this was amazing. The main character's eyes became dragon-like. His gaze fell on Hanova's smooth, twisted sword. A notification appeared with the characteristics of the sword. It said that Hanova spent many nights working on it. It is also specially made to be two-handed. The message said that this sword can be used for different purposes, but due to this feature, it contains the blessing of the wind and its curse. The blessing of the sword is a smooth and strong wind. Jun learned that this sword increases the speed and attack power of the owner when using the right side of the sword. He can trap his opponent in a trap called the sword web. An opponent who is caught in a web is in a state of confusion and loses his strength. The curse of the sword is the reverse flow of wind. When using the left side of the sword, up to 12 whirlwinds can be created in a row. At the same time, the main character's defense decreases, and the chance of receiving damage from the enemy increases. Depending on Jun's skills, he can use both sides at the same time, increasing his strength many times over. A voice in the main character's head declared that the owner was crazy. The voice asked why the main character took this sword only now. Jun looked at this blade in surprise. In his thoughts, Jun noticed that this sword was too good to be made in a few nights, not years. The main character noted that the other swords are the same. Jun assumed that Hanova had definitely put all his skill into creating them. A picture appeared in the main character's head of how Hanova forges these swords. Jun noted that apparently Hanova really worked all night. The main character looked at the back of Hanova's head and asked for forgiveness. Turning away, Hanova asked what he was apologizing for. Jun said that he was sorry that he came so late and didn't even warn him. The main character stated that Hanova knows this very well. Turned away, Hanova continued to listen to Jun's speech. The main character continued his speech and said that it was hard for him to lose loved ones and he did not want to go through this anymore. In his thoughts, Jun called out to him. Upset, Hanova told the main character to remember this. Taken aback, Jun agreed with him. The main character was holding a box in his hands. Jun reported that he had found a lot of good materials and needed Hanova's help. Holding a hammer in his hand, Hanova asked what the main character had. Jun posted rare rewards and stated that they were from the abyssal turtle and the void dragon. Seeing the scales of a snake, fragments of a turtle shell and many rare materials from which a glow emanated, Hanova was taken aback. Turning away, he asked the main character what he would do with them. Stretching out his hand, Jun announced that he needed to upgrade his equipment. Hanova repeated what the main character had said. Jun stood with his hand outstretched and said that it had been a long time since he had done this. The main character noticed that his skills had grown significantly. Jun revealed that he needed to improve everything for the new himself. Stunned, Hanova asked the main character if he understood what he was doing. Jun replied that he knew. In Hanova's head, a picture appeared of a man with many wounds holding a sword. In his thoughts, he noted that by upgrading his equipment, the player seemed to agree to show all his strengths and weaknesses. Hanova said that this means that all his opponents will know about his vulnerabilities. He emphasized that if you are too weak, you can easily fly out of the tower. Sighing, Hanova noted in his thoughts that Jun really trusted him like a fool. He noticed that he would help him. Pulling the hammer up, Hanova stated that he would need the help of the main character and if he did not come, he would immediately tell everyone what a weakling Jun really was. Grabbing the hammer in his hand, the main character asked to believe in him. In the night city, light was burning from the windows of the forge. Hanova sat at the table and looked at the drawings. A projection appeared with all of Jun's characteristics. Stunned, Hanova thought about why the main character was still on this floor with such stats. He noted that Jun could defeat any ranker. Reviewing the player's information, Hanova stated that even though the main character hid basic information, he learned a lot about him. There was a short blade on the table. Hanova noted that Jun is directly connected to magic, which means that his items should also be endowed with it. He presented the image of the main character in armor and a blade in his hands. Hanova thought that perhaps Jun was destined to be either her ruler or a humble henchman. He wondered if the main character had been closely associated with her from the very beginning. Hanova picked up Jun's dagger. He asked the blade if he had a good time with his master. He said that he would create new friends for the dagger. Inspired, Hanova put his hands on the drawing. He began drawing sketches of Jun's future new items. At night, the light of burning candles came from the window of the forge. During the day, Hanova's house was illuminated by sunlight. The plot takes us 2 weeks forward. An image of a full set of armor appeared before them. A notification popped up that the Hanova magic armor artifact had been created. The magic gloves artifact was created. The artifact of Hanova's magical boots was created. The last message said that they had created a complete magical armor. Jun extended his hand towards the new armor. Hanova screamed about how dare the main character. He hit Jun's hand. The main character asked what was wrong. Jun asked if they were full already. Taking hold of the jar with the red contents, Hanova said that he needed to wait. Seeing the potion in his hands, the main character was taken aback. In his thoughts, Hanova noted that he was surprised that birthdays were not celebrated in the tower. He added that this is an ordinary day for everyone, but you cannot survive in the tower without a cold heart. Hanova emphasized that he wanted to somehow preserve his human tradition. He imagined handing the jar to Jun, who was dressed in armor. Hanova noted that that is why Hell gave him the tears. The main character looked at the way Hanova grinned and wondered why he still kept them. It was clear from from Jun's face that he was perplexed. He wondered why he brought them now, adding, Jun asked himself why Hanova had not used them yet. A picture appeared in the main character's head of how the contents of the medicine were being poured out. He noticed that Hell's tears are the last legacy of the giant princess. June stated that she was often called the mother of Hell. The main character added that many consider her tears to be top-level material. Jun imagined Hell's tears enveloping his armor and artifacts. He asked if it was really them. Hanova replied that this was true, noting that he could never figure out where to use them, but now he knows. He stated that he felt that the attributes of fire and darkness would suit his equipment perfectly. In Jun's head there was a picture of Hell's tears covering his armor. A message appeared that the main character, together with Hanova, had created unique equipment and many demons and gods would be jealous of them. A projection appeared with the characteristics of Hanova's magical armor. It said that the magical armor created by Hanova was created ideal for Jun, but became perfect thanks to the tears of Hell. They are lightweight and can be transformed to suit his needs and also quickly recover from damage. Tears of Hell added attributes of fire and darkness to the armor. The attributes are revealed differently depending on skill. The armor enhances Jun's dragon eye and his psychic sense. Hanova pulled out the armor and asked Jun to put it on, noting that it should fit him perfectly. After putting on the artifacts, black energy appeared around the main character. Crossing his arms, Hanova asked how Jun's armor was. The main character put his hand on his chest. Smirking, Jun replied that he was comfortable. The city was enveloped in the evening glow. The main character said that it was like a hug from his parents. Jun called Boo. He replied that he was listening to the order of the main character. A blue sphere and a white glow appeared in the thick of the forest. Jun summoned Nick and Nemesis. The phoenix and demon dragon hovered next to the protagonist's face. Nick asked the owner why he called them. In his thoughts, Jun noted that he still liked Kaorang and Kyrit better. The main character looked at them and said that their stats had also changed and he wanted to check. Nemesis said that was a great idea. Nick asked Jun if he knew how surprised he would be to see their changes. The dragon's muzzle was enveloped in a dark demonic aura. Nemesis asked if the main character wants to check whether he has the unique skills Dragon Call and Quiet Sleep. Jun replied that you could say that. A powerful blue vortex appeared in the protagonist's thoughts. While in thought, Jun noticed that the dragon's call creates a huge hurricane that destroys everything in its path. A picture of a purple stream of mana shining in the void emerged in the protagonist's imagination. Jun noted that Quiet Sleep helps reduce the use of magic in a certain area. Nemesis reported that his skills are not very different. Adding to his speech, the dragon said that it was better for Jun to see for himself. The dragon looked at the main character. Nemesis closed his eyes and disappeared, saying that the dream was disappearing. There was a dark abyss around Jun. The main character, in thought, noted that after so many years in darkness, Nemesis will be able to gain this power. Jun emphasized that anyone would be confused in this place. The main character is completely immersed in emptiness. Being in pitch darkness, Jun said that this was not bad and asked if this was not the level of a second-grade student. The dragon screamed and asked the main character not to make him laugh, but to see for himself. A message appeared that talked about Nemesis' ability Illusory Nightmare. Jun read that the dream is a mixture of the fantasy world and reality. For a certain period of time, such a dream materializes and enemies can be locked in it. While trapped in a dream, they will wander in the dream world. The arcane art artificially creates a void over a specific area, trapping enemies within it. Enemies trapped in the void are caught in a dream-like illusion and fall into a state of confusion and fear. As enemies become confused, it gives bonuses to allies to raise morale and restore health. A terrible nightmare allows you to distort all the laws of the real world and the dream world, significantly reducing magical and witchcraft influences. Magic skills will be reduced and skill development will be prohibited. But this does not apply to the level of power that the law enshrines. Since the ability artificially creates a void and induces a dream world, a huge amount of magical power is consumed. The use of magical power, range and time limit change in proportion to the skill level. While the skill is active, Nemesis is completely disarmed. If he is attacked, the skill will self-deactivate. Information about the Dragon Hurricane ability appeared on the projection. The main character learned that he could create a strong wind effect. Enemies exposed to strong winds will have their movement speed reduced. In addition, it creates a huge crater and periodically reduces the health and movement speed of enemies caught in it. For every increase in skill, the number of dragons that can be summoned will increase by 1, reaching 15. In his thoughts after reading it, Jun noted that thanks to this, he would be able to lead an army of ghosts. The main character looked at the projection of the dragon's abilities. In his thoughts, Jun noticed that Nemesis would occupy his territory, and Boo would focus on the undead army. The dragon asked if his owner now sees his strength. The main character looked at Nemesis and said that he now understands why the conversation was about a schoolboy. Taken aback, the dragon cried out that this was not what he meant. June said Nick was next. Phoenix confirmed the protagonist's words. A list of characteristics of Nick's fiery spirit ability has appeared. It said that phoenixes are born in fire and die in it. That is why all the flames of the world are a habitat and a kingdom where the phoenix can live. Thanks to this, one can master and regenerate several times, freely entering and exiting the fire. Resurgent fire allows you to die once a day when your health is low and completely heal your body. All other skill effects are interrupted when attempting to regenerate. Consuming fire gives the ability to manipulate a creature on fire at will. The stronger the firepower, and the wider the range range, the proportionally greater the limit of manipulation power. However, complete control is not possible and errors such as power reduction or direction changes may occur. Jun thought about controlling fire and reincarnation and noted that it would be good to use its power and become stronger. The main character called Phoenix. Nick floated in front of Jun and responded. The main character has blue wings behind his back. In his thoughts, he noted that he had a feeling of some kind of restrictions when he used the fire wings. Continuing his thoughts, Jun noticed that there is no such thing now. The main character took off with lightning speed, leaving strong currents of wind behind him. Jun stopped and watched the forest grow in the air. Looking at the Rocky Mountains, the main character declared that he would go there and headed there with great speed. While Jun was flying, he thought about adding a blow, lunge, or lightning to the flight. The main character pushed away from the projection with his foot. Jun flew over the treetops, and behind him remained a blue light. Suddenly, the main character waved his fiery hand. A strong explosion was heard in the forest. Black smoke rose from the burnt trees. Jun stated that he now understands why the fire attribute is so high. The main character walked through a forest that had burned to the ground. He asked what would happen if he used fire, rain, and dragon blood. The spirit in his head questioned whether he was serious, noting that there would be complete chaos. The undead stated that he was glad that he did not have to face this in life. There were specks of ash around the main character's feet on the ground. Jun asked what would happen if they met when one army was at the peak of its strength. The undead replied that he would try to destroy the main character as his enemy. He noted that he would not be scared. Jun presented an image of warriors from his army. The undead emphasized that the main thing is not to give the main character time to attack and to attack first. Adding to his speech, he noted that it is difficult to distinguish friend from foe, adding that it is surprising what his relationship with Jun is now. Frowning, the main character replied that he understood everything. In his thoughts, Jun noted that he needed to become stronger. The main character extended his hand in which there was a blue sphere. Jun asked if this meant that he had to check the blue spirit. A projection of the blessing of the blue spirit appeared. The main character read that the abyss turtle introduced one of the family members in exchange for gratitude. The blue spirit is a creature born in the depths of the abyss. Although he is not conscious, he can help his master in various situations. Essentially, it has the ability to protect divine beasts and prevent confusion between the attributes of different skills. In some cases, it can be improved in various ways by giving the eye to learn different skills and attributes. At the end of the message it was said that this skill was unique. Only those who have been recognized as an abyssal turtle can have it. Jun doesn't have an eye yet. Since rapid growth is only possible by creating an ego, the protagonist first needs to create his ego. After reading this, Jun fell into thought. In his thoughts, he noticed that he had not yet figured out how to improve the blue spirit. The main character suggested that this is a good help, but it is not yet clear what to do with it. Jun's gaze fell on the blue spirit in his hand. He noticed in his head that he needed to connect him to someone and grow him. An image of Hepburn and Sol Luna appeared in his head. He noted that the former was too devoted to Erd. Jun emphasized that the vampire was too suspicious. The main character continued to examine the sphere in his hand. Lost in thought, Jun noted in his thoughts that there was only one candidate left. The main character confidently said Rebecca's name. The image of her corpse appeared in his imagination. He noticed that her body was still alive, but there was no soul in it. Jun thought that perhaps he could unite her body and soul. A notification popped up saying that Cernan was angry that the main character didn't even think about that. The sign said that the demons were looking at Jun with suspicion, and some were discussing him behind his back. The main character's attribute was changed from neutral to evil and reached a high level. A black stream of energy began to flow from Jun's hand. Rebecca's face was visible in the thick smoke. She opened her eyes and asked where she was. The main character looked at Rebecca, who was enveloped in gray mana. He reported that they were outside the tower. Surprised, she asked how it was and why she was there. Rebecca noticed that she was dead. She looked at Jun from above and asked really. After interrupting, the main character replied that it was so. Stunned, Rebecca screamed and asked why Jun kept her body. The main character calmly replied that he needed her powers. She asked if he was serious now. Frowning, Rebecca declared that she was following her god and did not want such a life. Jun looked at her and asked if she had feelings and memories. Continuing, the main character asked what was so different from ordinary life. He invited Rebecca to make an agreement. Jun asked if this would be better than death, noting that he would help her correct all her mistakes. An angry Rebecca looked at the main character and sighed. Lost in thought, she closed her eyes. Rebecca began to remember all her mistakes. A picture appeared in her head of how many houses were enveloped in flames. In her thoughts, Rebecca noticed that when she was little, she saw a lot of terrible things, but despite the scale of the tragedy, she never thought that such things would scare her. She noticed that despite the fact that the power consumed her family and loved ones, she could not close her eyes to its power. From her memories, a picture emerged of her watching a fire as a child. Continuing her thoughts, Rebecca noted that she wanted to become as strong all this time. She emphasized that even after becoming an apostle, she could not get closer to the desired power. Looking away, Rebecca thought that no one knew that everything would end like this. The main character approached her and said that if she refused, he would return her to an unconscious state. Rebecca looked at him and said he was a fool. Jun replied that this may be true, but he always achieves what he wants. She clenched her hand into a fist. Frowning, Rebecca stated that she would agree, but on one condition. Continuing, she said that she wanted to make her own decisions. A stream of black energy emanated from under the protagonist's feet. Jun accepted Rebecca's condition. Behind the main character were people from his army. One of them said that their owner was smart. A second said he thought Rebecca should respect Jun more. The main character asked if they also have freedom of decision. Rebecca noticed in her thoughts that behind Jun there was a wolf with teeth and damusin. Shrouded in black mana, Rebecca said that she had one more condition: she wanted a strong body. The main character said that it was possible, but she would have to live as a spirit. Rebecca asked about the spirit. Jun showed her the blue sphere in his hand. He revealed that it was the domain of the abyssal turtle, but it did not have its final form yet. The main character extended his hand, in which lay 2 souls. He said that he could give her parts of the souls of the apostle Erd and Sa Luna. Jun noted that they are not perfect, but this will help her regain her strength. Rebecca raised her hand to the blue spirit. The main character stated that she did not need to call him master. She replied that she had no intention of doing so. Rebecca absorbed the blue orb. She looked in surprise as blue energy enveloped her hands. A message appeared in front of Rebecca that she had absorbed the blue spirit and was now a low-level blue spirit. On the projection it was written that the blue spirit of the lower level was named Rebecca. Her loyalty was increased by 15. Rebecca's skill has been increased by 15. Rebecca absorbed the souls of Hempern and Sa Luna. Her rank changed from intermediate to advanced. Rebecca's body was completely covered in blue energy. The sign said that Jun managed to subjugate the object to himself. Additional rewards are given for continued service to the Surti. The Abyss Spirit Art skill has been created as an additional reward. The message showed a description of the Spirit of the Abyss. The new notice said that Erd was very angry. Erd says something to Cernan, but he ignores it. Cernanos looks at the main character, but remains silent. Jun crossed his arms and looked at the green glow. Clenching his hand into a fist, the main character thought about the demons and gods on the 98th floor. Jun noted that they do not have the ability to pass, so they are unlikely to affect the player's skills. He looked at his bracelet and emphasized the fact that it would definitely discourage them from messing with him. Streams of black energy were flying around the main character. He noted that besides, a message appeared that the demons were discussing Jun and wanted to talk. Frowning, the main character thought about who exactly wanted this, emphasizing that it was interesting. Notifications appeared in front of Jun, in which it was written that the 21st level test was beginning, the essence of which was to destroy as many shadows as possible. Jun stood and read the notice out loud. Suddenly someone appeared behind him and called him by name and asked if it was him. Jun immediately turned his head and asked who he was, and there stood a little boy with pink hair, who said that he really turns out to be so scary. This was High of the 12 earthly branches, Lupi. The boy stood and looked at him, and tears rolled into his eyes. Jun pondered the fact that this was the High Guard of Lupi. Despite his appearance, he was a hedonist. He did not care about anything. He was only looking for thrills. They stood opposite each other, and Jun asked why he should look for him then, to which the boy asked that Laplace hadn't come to him. Jun bowed his head and looked at the boy with one eye, and he said that he believed he didn't come, and Jun asked if something was wrong. The guy stood and hugged his bear, and then he said that Laplace has now been suspended and taken into custody, so they are studying his surroundings. Jun looked at the floor, imagining Laplace. He thought that the High Guard himself was removed, perhaps because he was the devil's messenger last time, but he was brought to justice only for delivering a message. Somehow it's strange. Jun turned his head away, and the guy waved his hand. The boy said that he was scared when Jun looked at him, so if Laplace wasn't there, he would go. Jun opened the gate and waved. The boy asked him if Jun needed help on the 21st floor, and he replied that he did not. Jun entered some room, and behind him the portal of that boy disappeared. All the guys who were in that room began to look at Jun with a frightened look. They all said to each other that he had not been here for a long time. Jun walked among the crowd of people while everyone continued to stare at him. He thought about the fact that Khan and Victoria were not there. He believed that they were on the run. Once Jun passed everyone, he entered another door. He continued to think that maybe they just couldn't get close, and he also liked that they were all being careful. A notification appeared in front of him, in which it was written that he had chosen the 5th door, behind which he would need to kill 20 shadows in order to go further. He stood in a huge empty corridor, when suddenly a shadow began to appear in front of him, and Jun was thinking that he first needed to completely go through all the doors. From this shadow appeared a blonde man named Kraten. Kraten held his blade, which had a glimmer of light, and Jun stood there, thinking that this is what the High Ranker of Greed looked like when he was younger. He specialized in using false fencing techniques. His henchwoman appeared next to Jun and asked what she should do. He looked at her with one eye, and some kind of green light shone from her chest, and Jun thought that the duel of Rebecca, who became a spirit, Cernan did not reap the seeds of divine power, but contrary to expectations, his power could be borrowed. But it will be very different from what it was during life. In addition, he needs to immerse himself in the study of spiritual magic. Jun raised the dagger in front of him and told her to stay put. He had to take care of this himself, and also wanted to try something. 2 notifications appeared in front of him, in which it was written that in his hands was the dagger of Karshana, which had gone through a lot, and after a while it changed radically. Now the dagger can use the skill of the black blade. There was a dark shadow appearing around the dagger that wanted to envelop the dagger, and Jun thought that there were two types of rune marks engraved on the dagger that was enhanced with Hinova. The two charged at each other. Jun began to run up and swing his sword while his sword was blazing with fire. That was the meaning of those runes. They made the darkness darker and the heat hotter. There was a sparkle and surprise in his eyes. We are transported back to the room where one of the guys, with surprise on his face, asks the other why he entered the fifth door. The second stood opposite him and did not understand what his friend said, and the one with purple hair repeated that he was talking about the greedy devil, and he is haunted by the thought that he entered the fifth door, and not the first. He answered him that this is already clear, the greedy devil wants to go through all the doors. The purple-haired man became a little wary, imagining a huge red figure behind him, and then said that really, no matter how young he is, there are monsters behind the doors, no matter how great he is. How will he be able to defeat all the monsters behind the door one by one? A bright light was heard throughout the room, and the guys continued to say that the greedy devil was apparently lounging on the 20th floor. No one knows what he is thinking about. Near them stood an elf girl who was busy with her thoughts, and the guys asked what she thought about the greedy devil. When suddenly the earth began to fall everywhere and everything was shaking, the guys were surprised by this. The purple-haired boy raised his head up and asked the others how it could be an earthquake on the 21st floor. They began to hear a roar, which made them very surprised. All the players began to look at the very door behind which the greedy devil was, and it seems they began to guess what was going on. And that same elf stood with her eyes wide open and counted down 6 minutes and 32 seconds in her head. Then, after some time, the count reached 9 minutes, and suddenly that same door explodes, and then a dark silhouette appears in the fire as everything burns everywhere. Elf Heidi stood in shock, her ears lowered. After all, after 9 minutes and 52 seconds, the same greedy devil stood in front of her. But at that very second, only a small silhouette remained of Jun. Small effects appeared around Jun, and at the top there was a notification that said that he passed the second door in 2.5 hours. Jun read this notification with a sparkle in his eyes and reflected on the fact that this time it took him quite a lot of time. He stood in the middle of some field with a building behind him and continued to think that, nevertheless, thanks to this, he had studied the tactics of some players and learned 2 transformations, so it was very strange to ignore such strong opponents. Leaves from the tree were flying around his feet, and he only thought that the shadows there were on a completely different level than behind the other doors. The shadows there were real monsters. You definitely can't treat them haphazardly, because once you get into a section, you can't get out. All that's left is to survive or die. Jun looked ahead with a confident look and continued to think that the first person he would encounter would be the one he would have to study. This is a dark swordsman with glowing eyes whose name is Wallbeach. Jun had memories of his brother where he was shocked to see this huge guy because this was his first friend whom he hated, and he was grateful to him. Wallbeach and Jiangwu, along with the green-haired girl, stood next to each other because they went through the sections together and also helped each other. In the end, thanks to all of them, Arsha was created. The glass cracked, and behind the glass stood Yunwu with a smile. Jun understood that, however, after his brother's death, Wallbeach simply disappeared. Under the mask of Jun, it was noticeable that he was very angry and kept thinking that he did not know the details, but one thing is undeniable. It was Wallbeach who first led Arsha to fall, so this guy was no better than Bahal and Lian, who literally hit him brother in the back. Then a notification appeared saying that the first section of the first door was starting. Wallbeach stood in front of him and let out a heart-rending squeal. This scream completely blew away Jun, who was hiding behind daggers. He also recalled that this insane scream always irritated him when he heard it. A blue seal appeared, which signified the use of magical equipment, and immediately after this, Jun rushed to attack Wallbeach. Jun began charging his swords with a red aura, and then he made many cuts that flew forward with red mana. Wallbeach was completely shocked by this, so he simply stood and watched as one of these rays cut his neck. The impact caused a large explosion that destroyed that building. Jun crouched down, holding a dagger in his hand, and the notification told him that he had completed the test. We are transported to some building, from which the light is on, and someone is talking inside. The boy sat on the floor and covered himself with his hand while they asked him that he knew nothing, and he shouted that he knew nothing. The hooded man stood and introduced Bahal, thinking that during this time he had already studied Bahal and his surroundings, but he had not yet been able to find him. And then this hooded man remembered the greedy devil, and guessed that it was about a player named Cain, whom Bahal valued very much. He believes that it would be difficult for a scoundrel like him to contribute to such a big cause, and the boy who covered himself with his hand and was shaking all over asked him to stop. But the hooded man was impenetrable. He simply cut his throat with one swing. He thought that the Queen of Summer believed that both the Red Dragon and Jinwado played a role here. He imagined the Queen of Summer sitting on her throne and decided that he trusted her instincts, because it was said that the dragon species was famous for its eyes that could see the truth, although it seems that now her senses have become dull. He began searching through the inventory for some item, thinking that he would have to conduct more than one investigation to find those associated with Bao, when suddenly he notices something that surprises him. It was the old man Hanova's file that he was looking at. He was surprised that this old man was one of the 5 masters. We cut back to Jun, who was fighting with dust flying everywhere. Jun flew out of the cloud of dust and thought that this was also the 21st section. He imagined a man wearing a black and gold mask and thought that in the 3rd section, the first of the 9 tails, one of the 8 great clans appeared, and in the 4th, with the 2nd bishop of the devil army, Kindred. Jun raised his head and looked forward. After all, his opponent now was the sword god, who was holding onto his sword. Jun understood that this was the master's first student, a man who independently mastered 8 extreme fists and even changed them to suit himself, in other words, invented his own technique. The two began to fight, creating sparks everywhere from the blows of their swords, and Jun continued to think during the fight that if he limited himself to only the sword, perhaps even King Mu himself would not be able to defeat the god of swords. Suddenly, in the middle of the fight, Jun jumped up, and then he appeared right above the god of swords, charging his sword with fire, realizing that he was about to win. And at that moment he struck with his sword, struck so hard that the wind spread everywhere. Those 2 guys stood and looked at the leaderboard in horror, saying that this was impossible. In front of them was this table, on which it was written that Jun was already in 8th place in the top. They stood and both looked at the table, talking to each other. That wasn't he recently in 15th place, but how is he already in 8th place? Another suggested that he would most likely take 1st place on the 21st floor. Then the purple-haired man began to imagine a dark silhouette, and added that this was impossible because the 1st place was by Vaspat, the name. Blocking on the wall of all the highest tankers and clans belonged to Alphabet. The guys turned to the elf and asked what she thought about this, and she began to smile and answered that she didn't know, because if she knew, then I would open a shop of extrasensory perception. But then her eyes began to shine bright blue, and her gaze was very serious. She looked straight at the door behind which was the greedy devil. Another fog of shadow appears. It was a long-haired boy whose name was Nocturne. Jun was surprised at him because nothing was said about him in the diary. Jun held onto the blade of his dagger and continued to think that, however, his technique very much reminded him of the master's technique. And at that moment he remembered the words of King Mu, who said that he had become his 3rd student, so Jun began to guess that the 1st student was the sword god, but the 2nd was unknown. Nocturne stood with a sword in his hands and shone with a purple aura, and Jun suggested that, of course, he felt the 8 extreme fists, but his technique was somewhat different from them. Jun also charged his dagger with a purple aura and rushed into battle, and he immediately asked for forgiveness for killing him at the first meeting. As soon as he ran up to the guy, he immediately struck with his dagger. Some time later we see Jun, who is dripping sweat onto the floor. He looked very tired, saying that even though she was a dragon, it was a little unfair. In front of him stood a huge red dragon. It was the Queen of Summer. The dragon began to roar, which deafened Jun. Looking at the dragon, he imagined the Queen of Summer, and thought that compared to the Queen of Summer he saw during the war with Qingwado, she was smaller and weaker, and yet the Queen of Summer was still the Queen of Summer. Jun put his dagger forward, realizing that after all this, there will be a battle with his brother, so he must pass. After these words, Jun grabbed his sword harder. The Queen of Summer began charging her attack with fire, and then she released all the accumulated fire directly at Jun, and he calmly cut it with his dagger. Another shadow began to appear around the room, the shadow of his brother. The shadow descended lower and lower until it reached a notice where it was written that the test was beginning, and since he was very tired, he would be given more time to prepare than usual. Another notification wrote that composure was activated for an unknown reason. The silhouette of his brother began to appear right in front of Jun. Jun was taken aback by this, and his eyes were wide open. After all, standing in front of him was the shadow of his twin brother. Jun was so shocked that he didn't even want to do anything. Jun took off his mask, and the dragon turned to him, but Jun interrupted and said that he needn't worry, realizing that it was just a shadow. Then several more notifications appeared, in which it was written that composure was activated for an unknown reason, and then a timer appeared. A photograph of his brother appeared in his memories, and he mentally apologized to him, because then he believed that his brother simply abandoned him and ran away somewhere. He hated him for that. Jun stood away from some trio of people, and understood that the same thing happened when he left Korea. Their father died when they were little, and ties with the rest of their relatives were severed a long time ago. Jun hated all this and decided to leave the country in order to quickly forget about everything. He lived like a hermit. Jun takes aim with the weapon and understands that it was at that moment that the nickname Cain was invented. He wanted to go somewhere where he could die, but death still did not come for him. Jun's eyes were full of determination and anger, and then a memory surfaced with his mother, who was lying in a hospital bed, and asked him to take care of her home until his brother returned. And so, Jun stood and looked at his brother, from whom an aura of shadow emanated. Rebecca saw that these were two clones and was very surprised, because they really have the same faces. Shannon also looked at all this, shining with a blue aura, and replied that he, too, had some guesses about this, and it seems that now they know the reasons. Jun looked very upset as he held the mask in his hands. He then turned his gaze to the side, and the dragon asked that he had finally gathered his thoughts. A dragon hovered over Jun, and Jun himself said that it was a little, but he pulled himself together, and then he apologized to him, saying that he was apparently not at ease. The dragon replied that he was not uneasy, no more than Jun, and then he peered at Jun with his yellow eyes and asked if he could cope with him, because if it was difficult, he could always ask for help. Jun just smiled calmly. Jun threw his mask on the floor, asking what he should say, and then I remembered how he and his brother played the console together. Jun glowed with a bright green aura as he stood in front of his brother, and then began to use magic in the eyes of the dragon, saying that he had never lost to his brother. His brother also began to glow with a bright lime green aura, and his gaze was serious. Suddenly, luxurious white wings appeared behind his back, and with the help of some green magic, he began to attack Jun while he blocked these attacks. Jun covered himself with his hands and shields, asking the dragon if it would be strange if he lost to him now, to which the dragon replied that it was, although he would not understand, because he has no brothers, but still he is something. Then yes, he understands. His white dragon appeared next to his brother, looking forward. Young Woo and dragon stood opposite June. June and the red dragon stood opposite them, and the dragon added that he did not want to lose to that guy. The dragons immediately rushed into battle against each other, and Jun and Chan also clashed in battle, crossing their swords. Jun was very tense and bared his teeth, imagining what would happen if one territory of representatives of the dragon species overlapped with another territory. It would most likely look like animals fighting for territory. He looked at his brother, behind whom the dragon's eye was shining, and guessed that the moment they met, he realized that his level was different from that of this shadow. He was still angry, holding the sword above him, because he had to defeat this shadow. Notices appeared in front of him that he fell into a daze for a moment, then fell into a daze again. And the third notice, where he has already gained resistance to dragon pressure. His sword began to glow red, and two more notifications appeared, on which it was written that the sword skills were activated, and the more opponents, the stronger the fighting spirit becomes, and it also breaks the will of the enemy. Jun struck with his sword, which Chan dodged by flying away on his wings. Chan flew a long distance, right to the end of the room, and then he saw Jun rushing at him again, swinging his sword. Chan began to use the ability of his eyes, and there was not a single emotion on his face. Jun threw another blow, causing Young to duck, and then Chan suddenly jumped up to the ceiling, and Jun looked up in surprise. Jiang, flying in the air, began to create magical attacks, and Jun realized that it was random fire, a skill that allows him to activate various magics, one by one. Chan started using all this magic against Jun. Many shots of magic flew straight at Jun. Chan looked down in surprise, searching for Jun. After all, where he shot, there was no trace of his brother left. But then, Jun, activating his flicker skill, found himself right behind Chan. Chan noticed this and turned around sharply, and then there was a huge explosion in the air. The dragons were still fighting, and Jun's dragon began to use some kind of magic. Chan was flying in the middle of the ashes, head down. His wings were burnt and he was shaking all over. Jun looked ahead and realized that the damage seemed serious, but he could definitely repair everything quickly, so he shouldn't let him do it. Jun rushed to attack him, striking him many times with his dagger, realizing that he needed to defeat him in close combat, because he had to throw him as far as possible with the help of 8 extreme swords. Jiang blocked all of his brother's blows with a straight face, and Jun thought in surprise that he has some kind of crazy collection of skills. No matter how you look, what he is demonstrating now cannot be achieved by a low-level player, even the equipment is not inferior at all. Jun looked closely at his sword and realized that it was a dragon slayer, a very strong sword. He immediately began to remember how Hanova forged this sword, and continued to think that the old dragon Kaladas had ripped out his ribs and imbued them with various magical effects. It was Genova's best work, on which he worked for 3 months. He was of the same rank as Vigrid, if not several times higher. Now Chan was attacking him, and Jun was blocking his blows. Jun realized that he had already memorized several of his attack patterns and identified his weaknesses. At times he even used moves similar to those of the 8 extreme swords. He had no skill to help him calculate and make choices. Jun didn't understand how he could do it so quickly to react. The marks of their swords could be heard everywhere. Young Woo smiled a little, and Jun understood that if this continued, the situation could radically change. Jun also smiled, waving his sword, and continuing to think that Chan was good at everything from birth, in other words, gifted. They still fought and fought, defending themselves and repelling each other's blows. Jun was not going to give him a chance, and so, in one of the blows, he was still able to cut Chan. Jiang looked down arrogantly using his dragon eyes, and while he was flying away from Jun, a trail of his blood followed him. Suddenly Chan began to cover himself with his wings from attacks, and Jun stopped and did not understand why he started hiding, what he could be planning. A huge lightning bolt appeared, and Jun sharply kicked the floor and shouted, "Bow!" This very lightning came from Chan, and Jun stood crouched down. A glowing aura appeared around Chan, and Chan himself lowered his head as if he was upset. Jun turned his head towards him and was surprised by this. After all, he saw his brother hanging in the air, shrouded in an aura of lightning. These lightning bolts were everywhere. Jun, who was bleeding from the mouth, began to cover himself with his hand, thinking that this was a wave of light, a technique that allowed him to combine lightning and magical power and explode everything around him. Jun was protected by the dome from all these lightnings, and while this was happening, he was enveloped in thoughts that the player created this skill on the 20th floor, However, this skill also hurts the one who uses it. Jun still withstood the strikes of these lightning bolts while under his dome and understood that a real brother would never take such a risk. Was this clone imitating him? Jun immediately remembered how his brother stroked his head while he stood beaten, because from childhood he was an active guy, and if he wanted to do something, he definitely did it, and his brother constantly cleaned up after him. But he also scolded him for such offenses. Thanks to this, he learned to carefully plan his actions, as it was in Africa and in the tower. Jun looked at his brother and smiled sincerely, realizing that they were simply the same. And as soon as the lightning attacks ended, Jun began to lower his veil. But Chan was still full of strength and burning with fire. Chan pointed his hand at Jun, preparing to strike more blows with magic. And Jun, wiping the blood from his mouth, decided to see what else he would do. And so, after some time, the building itself was burned to the ground. And Jun was increasingly tired, hiding behind shields. He thinks that his brother does not think about the consequences at all. Chan flew in the sky as if there was no fight, and Jun realized that it was too late to dodge the attack, so even if he succeeds, he is sure that Chan will pursue him and activate the waves of light again. Therefore, Jun blocked his hand from him and decided that he needed to respond with an attack equal in strength to a wave of light. He started imagining Jeong attacking him with an explosion and thought that the impact power of what he used outside the tower was too great, and came up with the idea that if he added aura and black energy, and to top it off with fire rain, what could happen? That, he imagined how several forces merged together and continued to think that such magical energy was strong enough to almost break through the defenses put up by his brother, and if he also used Han and Svi, it would be possible to create a blast wave. He imagined the chain breaking, and perhaps in this way he would create a force that could surpass the wave of light. Jun was preparing a blow, and his sword was blazing with dark energy, and he himself understood that in this way he was putting himself in danger, but this was the only way to win. And so he began to swing the sword, from which there was a reflection, and he began to get very angry, baring his teeth, because he had to try. A very strong lightning began to strike Jun, which he rushed at. There was a bright flash in front of Jun that he could not see anything, and then a powerful explosion occurred. Jun wiped his face and walked forward, saying that his dragon scales had melted from such high temperatures, but then he wondered where the shadow was. In the middle of this explosion, a small silhouette was visible, and suddenly Chan himself jumped out of the fire, which made Jun very surprised. Jeon held out his sword and bowed his head. A huge lightning bolt came out of the sword, which struck directly at Jun, and he, in turn, thought that Chan somehow wanted them to die together. Now it is impossible to completely avoid damage, but only limit the damage, then in this case there is one course of action, this is the territory. Jun called his chick, who instantly understood what he needed to do. A notification appeared saying that Jun was trying to use the fire and heat control traits in her territory. Blue fire appeared around Jun's hand, and his eyes turned white because his current condition does not allow this. He needs a higher level of control. More notifications appeared in front of him, telling him that he went into a daze for a moment, and then his composure activated. New dragon scales began to appear around Jun's neck, and then notifications started appearing again, saying that he had become much stronger and had also gained increased resistance to stagger. He held the sword in his hands while his entire hand was covered in blue fire. Two more notices that stated that he was able to learn the concept of dragon pressure. Chan's lightning began to strike everywhere again, and Jun began to think that to some extent, this step could be called successful. On his territory, he managed to reduce the damage received. His hands that held the sword were shaking very much because it was hard for him after such damage. Chan hovered in the sky while there was fire under his feet. Chan's entire neck was covered with scales, even part of his face, and Jun understood that in order to survive the explosion, he had regained his dragon wings. And the presence of such wings could only mean one thing, that he had awakened the third stage of dragon power. Jun peered at him while Chan became more covered with scales, because Chan awakened the contact of the elements, because some risk their lives and bring the degree of control only to such a level. Jun looked at his brother with a smile and called him a genius. But then Jun, who was bleeding from his mouth, began to laugh as if his end had come. But his henchmen started shouting to him that he can ask for their help and he can also use the power of the black bracelet. He walked across the battlefield, barely holding the sword in his hands, and then, with a blank expression on his face, he replied that he would not do any of this. Then a typhoon of fire began to appear around him, and then it began to glow with a bright flame. The notice wrote that he had opened the second stage of dragon power. Now Jun's face was covered with dragon scales, and he himself added that he did not want to do anything shameful. A notification appeared saying that he had now discovered new skills for his dragon gaze, and his territory had also been strengthened. Jun charged through this fire. Jeon also decided to attack him, so they got closer, and as soon as they approached, a very powerful explosion occurred. Jun reached out with his hand and swung his sword, and because of their skirmish, a huge typhoon of lightning and fire occurred. Chan also pointed his sword at Jun. This typhoon was incredibly huge, and soon Chan fell out of it. He flew while blood came out of his mouth. Chan lost all his feathers and fell down, and so Chan sits on his knees and all his wings were burned. Jun stood in front of his brother as he lowered his head. Jun came closer and sat on his knee, stabbing his sword into the ground. They both then lowered their heads towards each other and were tired from the fight. The notification said that he successfully passed the test and also received the fire wave skill and increased his other skills. Chan began to gradually evaporate into smoke, and Jun was shocked, looking at him because he understood that it was time to say goodbye. Jun reached out to his brother with trembling hands, praying that he would be given a little more time, at least a little. But Chan just disappeared with a smile on his face. Jun still couldn't believe everything that was happening, and Chan was still smiling. In the reflection of Jun's eyes, Chan was visible. Jiang ended up in a tuxedo and told him it was fun, and then continuing to evaporate, he smiled so brightly, calling him brother. Jun sat with his mouth open, because he was left alone again, and his brother simply disappeared before his eyes. But Jun, with a smile and closed eyes, raised his head up and thought that the shadow was created from the memory of its prototype, so there was nothing strange in the fact that it retained part of his memories. Teleport particles began to appear, and Jun seemed to realize that he was finally able to have a nice conversation with his brother, and now he is already lying on the grass, looking at the sky. The notice wrote that due to his condition, a longer preparation time was issued. Jun got up from the ground and sat down, thinking about the fact that he was given 3 hours of time. That's a lot. Apparently he fought with his brother for a long time. And if it was so difficult for him to fight with his brother in 4th place, then what would it be like with the other 3? After all, if they were able to get through the 21st floor with the skills they had at that time, it's hard to imagine how strong they are now. Jun looked at his palm and decided that they should just do it, and then realized that the battle with his brother gave him a lot. Having received the skill, he should continue to improve it. And seeing the wave of light, he himself created the skill. The skill window says that this crafted skill is Fire Wave. It is not completed yet, so he needs to connect this skill to get a rank or number. Jun, reading this, thought that in order for the system to recognize an ability, it must be justified by a special template and skill level. The wave of fire was just created, so he needs to quickly justify the skill. Jun clenched his fist and decided that by continuing to improve it, he could learn something new. The notice wrote that the fight with the 3rd place finisher will start soon, so he needs to get ready. A shadow began to appear in the field. Jun put on his mask, realizing that the chief bishop of the Devil's Army, Heil, who occupied the highest position and was famous for being the owner of the Lord's Trait. Despite the fact that nothing was known other than the name, he decided that he would try to find a way to fight him, taking into account the Lord's Trait. In front of him stood a guy with long hair from whom darkness emanated. There were flames everywhere. Apparently it was Jun. This flame fried that boy. Jun looked at him with a serious look and thought that this was the same wave of fire that he could learn to control a little. The notice wrote that he had successfully passed the test. But around Jun there was no longer a field, but a fiery desert. When suddenly an object appeared in front of him, Jun walked over and took it in his hands, asking himself if this was not part of the magic staff, and how that guy was able to hide it from the Devil's Army. Jun looked at this fragment with his dragon eye, and the notice said that he needed to complete the staff with the remaining fragments. He had one of the fragments in his hand, and he thought that something was clearly attracting the fragments to each other. It didn't seem like it would be difficult to find other fragments with this. Jun squeezed this fragment in his fist and continued to ponder the fact that, among other things, there were also traps here, because the fragments could be taken from the shadows or from those who challenged the shadows. It's possible that they thought it was a good idea to leave someone here because they believed that no one could defeat the shadow. We are again transported to another place where the sky was clear. Jun walked along a new green field. Leaves from trees were flying everywhere, and then King Mu with purple hair just sat in front of Jun, which surprised Jun. He peered at King Mu, who was completely calm, and Jun thought that he was about the same age here as he was, and the shadow simply radiated mischief, but he saw it as a dangerous monster. King Mu said that he created a lot of problems in his youth. Now Jun understands why. King Mu bowed his head. Jun grabbed his sword and realized that it was very different from the other shadows. It seemed as if King Mu had greatly influenced her. Jun had a sparkle in his eyes and kept thinking about what every student who had an outstanding teacher thought about was defeating their teacher. Jun rushed to attack King Mu because he wanted to surpass him and become an outstanding disciple. Jun ran towards him, raising his sword. King Mu just sat there and watched Jun run towards him. But suddenly he simply raised his hands and shouted that he was giving up. Someone says that Rebecca should look after this child. Rebecca, being human, stood sideways and listened to this request. And being a ghost, she reflects on the words that Cernanos told her when she was on the 20th floor. She asked the reason, but did not receive an answer, but now she has guessed. She was on that field with Jun and thought that she was even a little worried, because King Mu is considered the greatest warrior of the One-Horn tribe, and Cain is stronger than she thought, but she believes that fighting someone like that is too difficult even for him. But then she sees King Mu raising his hands, and this puts her into a stupor. Jun stopped and just looked at him, and all his minions also did not understand why the shadow was expressing its will. They looked at King Mu, who sat with his eyes closed. Jun remembered how his brother dissolved and realized that it was not so impossible, because his brother's shadow said something right before his disappearance. There were just the two of them in the middle of the field, and King Mu suggested to him that he knew he couldn't win even if he fought him, so they should talk. The henchmen do not believe these words, so they ask Jun to be extremely careful because this has never happened before. Jun just looked ahead, and King Mu stood up and continued to stand with his hands raised up, and Jun wanted to check that if they are more than just a set of data. And even if the consciousness is copied, then if the shadows really have their own personality, then will he be able to talk to his brother, returning to the 21st floor. King Mu extended his hand to him and said that he would like to talk about what is outside. He doesn't know anything about what's outside because he's stuck here. He's just a memory of his original owner, so Jun will tell him about what's out there. Jun stood in front of King Mu and listened to his proposal, and he added that after the dialogue he would simply send him straight to the next test. This is a pretty good proposal. Jun replied that it was a great suggestion, but they could ask each other things instead, so he would like to ask him something too. King Mu smiled and waved his hands, saying that everything is as he wishes. Jun looked at him and prepared to do something. Shadows began to appear around King Mu, and at that same second several daggers were put at his neck, and he asked what he was doing. Jun had all his henchmen around him, and Jun asked him how he could trust him. King Mu stands in slight surprise at first, but then he just started smiling, saying that he thought he had stumbled upon a weakling. And after that, with a malicious smile on his face, he added that since it all ended like this, there was nothing he could do. King Mu began to bare his teeth and his eyes turned white, and at that moment he began to use his abilities, filling everything with a bright pink light. Jun's minions flew away from this, and Jun himself covered himself with his hands from all this and realized that perhaps there was a way to return his brother back to reality, so he ordered his minions to tie up King Mu. Suddenly, a huge number of skeletons and other monsters appeared all over the field. Rebecca picked up the daggers and laughed at the situation, but immediately they all rushed together to attack King Mu. King Mu took a fighting stance, charging his attacks with magical power, and then, with the help of his fist, he began to throw skeletons to the right and left. Small purple crystals were flying towards them, making them wary. Crystals fell on the minions as they fought. Jun looked at it all, how there were crystals in the sky, and there were explosions on the ground. Jun covered himself with his sword from these blows and was surprised that he had enormous strength. There was sweat on Jun's face, and he was thinking that moreover, he had just used Meteor Shower. At this time, King Mu had to create 8 extreme fists. What could have happened? Jun began to charge his sword with magic and realized that the shadow had gained a personality and was training itself, and also completed 8 extreme fists, not like the original owner. King Mu stretched his hands and said in surprise that it looked like 8 extreme fists, so he asked Jun that it had something to do with his real body. But then he looked at him sarcastically, adding that he suddenly got more than he wanted to ask. Everything behind Jun was filled with blue flames because he used the right to territory skill. Notifications appeared saying that the dragon's territory had been activated, and the second stage of the dragon's power had also been activated. Suddenly, in the place where Jun was, only a small silhouette remained. Jun jumped right behind King Mu, apologizing to him, because before taking him alive, he would have to be beaten thoroughly. King Mu anticipated this blow, so he turned around, and at that moment, Jun remembered the words of the current King Mu, who with a smile on his face asked him to defeat him. He stood with his arms crossed and added that while he was there, he should even beat first place. King Mu prepared to strike with his hand outstretched. They began to fight, blow after blow. While Jun attacked him, he was surprised because this shadow was much weaker than he thought. King Mu also repelled all of Jun's attacks. Jun looked at him with a thoughtful look, thinking that the difference between the data is not so great. If the shadow could become stronger after its creation, it should have been as strong as King Mu himself. There are probably some systemic restrictions. For some reason, he wanted to master 8 extreme fists. King Mu jumped up, and Jun continued to think that he was apparently unable to change his characteristics now, so he focused on martial arts. King Mu flew at him from the sky, raising his fist, and upon landing, the earth scattered around him, and as he flew, he shouted the spell, Kolto. From such a blow, Jun jumped far away, and then King Mu began to use his shield. Jun began to use a wave of fire on his sword, and because of this, there were bursts of fire everywhere. After some time, black clouds of smoke flew across the sky. Jun continued to attack, sword in hand, and his minions prayed for them to finally intervene because they were tired of waiting. King Mu covered himself with his hands, and anger was visible on his face. Jun looked forward with a sparkle in his eyes. He could not believe that a wave of fire would cause such damage to him, and if he unleashed all his power on him, he might lose. Therefore, Jun grabbed his sword and decided that if he used the power of Shannon and Hammond, he could get into a draw, but this was unacceptable. King Mu seemed to go wild. He continued to run towards him, bearing his fangs, and so they jumped to meet each other, and Jun understood that he only needed to think about one thing: how to win complete victory. He looked at King Mu, who was flying at him with a blow, and realized that, firstly, they were similar, and then he imagined how this shadow trained in the forest for 10 years while it was locked up here, so they have different levels of skill. Jun looked down and began to think, then what is the difference between him, the God of Swords, and Doctor? These three were all at the same level of rank, and Jun thought that King Mu's disciples, whom he had met earlier, had all already found their path by this point. Jun stood holding the sword in front of him, realizing that he had not found his way because he was focused on learning a lot of skills. He began to imagine a huge beam as if it were his path, but he himself wanted more. He wanted to become stronger and faster. He sat in the lotus position, realizing that if he focused on self-improvement, he could find something unique for himself and follow the path of martial arts. But then his lips pursed, and then, with confidence in his eyes, he asked himself why he had to do this. He imagined two paths, and decided that if he could not make his own path, then he could follow someone else's, even make this path his own. He remembered how he fought with the God of Swords, and then he remembered how he fought with Nocturne, and realized that he had two good examples from which to learn because the weak points were engraved in his memory. But immediately after these thoughts, a notification appeared in which it was written that he had increased his extrasensory perception. Jun was very surprised by this, opening his eyes wide. He copied the movements of the sword god. It is a straightforward force, firm and unyielding. Jun imagined throwing many punches. All of these blows flew straight at King Mu, who was shocked at how much he had changed in an instant. And then Jun remembered Nocturne's style, which held the sword at an angle. Everything around shone with a green aura, and Jun rushed to attack King Mu, while he himself thought that Nocturne's path was soft and whimsical because behind all the splendor and luxury was hidden brute strength. Jun began to strike him, illuminating everything with a green light. King Mu blocked his blows, but was in shock. He did not understand that there was only one person in front of him, but he felt the strength of others in him. Jun opened his eyes wide and looked forward, but then he cut off the hand of this shadow so that it flew into the sky. King Mu began to walk back, making sounds of pain. Jun began to remember King Mu with his back turned, and he realized that the strongest person he had ever met was King Mu. Jun took a stance with the sword on top. King Mu was frightened, baring his teeth and saying that Jun had the same character as him. This was some kind of mockery. They fought each other, parrying one blow after another, and immediately Jun began to think that the way he understood the path of King Mu was the last prophecy. They continued to fight with blows, and the power of King Mu is the power to tear apart everything that gets in the way. King Mu was bleeding from his mouth and knew he couldn't die, so he looked distraught, but started shouting, "All for them, all of my life." But Jun didn't even listen to him. He just swung his sword. And then I remembered my brother, who was flapping his wings. At the same moment, he cut King Mu in half, saying that the path his brother followed was freedom. When suddenly Jun stood up with a very surprised face. Light threads appeared, and then it was narrated that at that moment Jun was able to taste the path that he had to follow, a path that even the gods could not follow. This is divine speed. A notification appeared saying that he had successfully passed the test. The shadow began to evaporate, and Jun decided that this shadow was not the shadow of King Mu. He stood with a sword in his hand and watched as the shadow evaporated, and in his thoughts was that King Mu, whom he knew, was stronger and arrogant, and most importantly freer, and that shadow was just the possessed remnant of him. Jun turned his head, and his henchman asked that he didn't want to interrogate him in order to return his brother. Jun closed his eyes and turned his head, answering that no. He saw the shadow of King Mu and realized something. Even if he manages to return his brother's shadow, it will not become his real brother, but will only insult his brother's memory. He introduced his brother with a smile and sunshine, accepting that he would never see him again. Immediately his gaze was full of sadness, and he realized that he was hoping for something that was impossible to realize. So he turned around and thought that now was not the time to think about this, but that he should leave the 21st floor as soon as possible. The notification said that the final test had begun. Jun looked ahead and thought that this was the last section, but immediately his look changed to shock, because this is the shadow that even King Mu could not defeat. The notice wrote that the battle with Bivaspat would begin soon. Then two more notifications appeared, saying that Biwaspat's shadow had been removed for an unknown reason, so the test was over. Jun stood with the sword and read this notice and then wondered why. We are transported to Kanova's shop, where the sun was setting outside. We see the emblem of the Henna Forge. A man stood on the threshold, and Hanova himself sat at the table and said that they were closed, so he should leave. It was a man in a hood who persistently walked inside the store and looked around. He saw a lot of uniforms. Hanova turned and very angrily shouted at him that he was not working now. The hooded man turned to him and asked him with a smile on his face that he was Hanova, and behind his back he held a dagger in his hand. The old man looked at him and shouted, "And what's the big deal?" But then a notification came to him, so he immediately turned to look. The notice said that there was a new entry in the Hall of Fame on the 21st floor. He looked at the ranking table window, where June and Vivaspat were in first place. Hanova was very surprised and began to peer into this window and did not understand how it was possible that they shared first place. But then he realized that is it really possible to share a place in the system rating, unless someone scored the same number of points as all for them. He immediately remembered Jun, who stood and held his hand on his chest, and then continued to think that since Kane went to the 21st floor, he set a notification just in case, and nevertheless, looking at the new indicators, it means the production of artifacts it was worth it. Hanova was a little confused, but then he remembered that someone had come to see him, so he turned around and began to look around, realizing that the guy had apparently already left. We see a city through which a hooded man was walking. He walked forward, bowing his head a little and thinking, because he had heard that Hanova's art had rusted after the fall of Arsha, and the equipment he saw was of the highest quality, no matter how you looked at it. After these words, he remembered all that uniform, and he remembered Hanova's smile and embarrassment, guessing that he had found his fire although his student was dead. While he was walking in the middle of the city, someone approached him and spoke to him. It was one of the one-horned tribe who was carrying something, and he asked why this guy was hanging around here doing nothing. He looked ahead with a smile, remembering when he saw that guy enter Hanova's shop, so he decided to follow him. And then he said out loud that he had power, although not the same as Mrs. Edora, and that guy seemed dangerous to him. The hooded man looked at the one-horned man with a sparkle in his eyes and thought that they were all annoying him, but then he decided that it would be nice to get information out of him. And then he took out his bow, from which a strong dark aura emanated. Blood flowed along the ground. The same one-horned one was lying on the ground, and a man in a hood was standing on him. He looked at him arrogantly and said that if he answered his questions correctly, he would spare him. The one-horned man began to laugh, asking that he really thought that he would fall for this. The hooded man began to use his snakes, saying that he had no other choice. These snakes crawled straight towards the body of the one-horned one. The one in the hood smiled, looking at these horrors. One of the snakes crawled along his hand, and he immediately learned about his memories of the war, where there were two flags. He learned about their gathering, where the greedy devil sat in the center. I saw how they fought against the huge red dragon. The hooded man stood with his head bowed and mused that he had no intention of siding with Manhwa from the very beginning. But he had also never really sided with the red dragon. Jun acted as a mercenary from the one-horned tribe, but seemed to value participation above all else in war. And then this man began to smile, continuing to think that at first he did not pay attention to him because he did not notice anything special. But it seems that this guy is full of secrets. He began to walk away from the corpse of that one-horned one, hoping that something funny would happen. We are transported to the 22nd floor, where was the huge octopus and the flying June. June rushed to attack the octopus. His gaze was empty, because he was fighting, but he was immersed in his thoughts about that deleted data. He remembered the notification that by Wasbat's shadow had been removed and realized that this meant that a section of the system had changed. And considering that gods and demons could not leave the 98th floor due to system restrictions, this should not have happened. June flew among that octopus and struck him. After several such blows, the entire octopus was cut into pieces and also fried. Notifications appeared in front of him that he had successfully destroyed the Kraken, and his success could also be recorded on the leaderboard, which Jun refused. Rebecca stood holding a fried piece of octopus. Another notice appeared in front of Jun, in which it was written that Poseidon was showing interest in him and was also offering him the position of an apostle. June stood and read this and was a little surprised, realizing that relations with the Olympians began to improve. But then his gaze was directed downwards, and he decided that he was not going to accept the offers because he did not have time for this. Some kind of blue teleport appeared, from which light was visible, and June continued to think that according to the Night Watch, Braham had not been seen for several days. He should go to the 23rd floor as soon as possible. The whole sky was red, and the notifications wrote that the test of the 23rd floor had begun. All the grass was dry, and so were the trees. It is said that in their world there was always a red sky, because light never really penetrated there, and there was no rain for centuries, which dried out the earth. It seemed that nothing could live in such a land. But even their mysterious living beings have developed. The demonic tree gives birth to babies from the energy of this world. Some pit bulls with red eyes and sharp teeth walked around the outskirts of this world, and Jun needs to survive among these monsters. We see apparently the king of this world, who sits on a throne of bones, and June ponders what does it mean that demons look like this. Before demons had intelligence, there were times when they lived according to their instincts. Although the demons of the 98th floor started out at a low level, after fighting and predatory attacks, they were able to become devil kings and devil dukes, perhaps even they were so strange before. Jun stood there scratching his chin, still thinking about how he needed to get the purple devil flower in the Lake or Royceratopsian dinosaur. But first you need to find Braham. In the middle of that wasteland a small circle appeared. Jun ran along the ground, and his minions rejoiced at this place, for them it was very fresh there. The guys fought with monsters and ate them. June sat in a tree and spied on some cult, thinking that they were in the place they talked about on the Night Watch. Suddenly he was very surprised to see something. Among the crowd of people he saw someone named Elohim. The elf stood next to the hooded man. This is one of the 8 clans, which only members of higher or supernatural species with a personal bloodline can join. He does not understand what they forgot here, because Elohim and Braham do not get along with each other. The guy with red hair is standing there and he surprised Jun too. June peered at that red-haired guy, thinking that this was one of the high consuls who rule over Elohim, the Ether of Light, who was once also a member of Arsha. Jun peered out from behind the tree and wondered what this guy was doing here, since representatives of the protogen species that occupied the highest positions in Elohim did not often come out. When suddenly he is again surprised by what he sees. He turned his head towards the trees, and I saw a guy there with gray hair named Galliard. Taken aback, June wondered if it was Galliard. The main character's gaze fell on the elf. June noticed in his thoughts that Galliard seemed to be Braham's friend. Continuing the thought, the main character suggested that he wants to stop Elohim from finding Braham. Galliard knocked an arrow. The ether of light felt the streams of wind coming from the elf's shot behind him. A hail of arrows fell on them. Elohim's people cried out that they were being attacked. Their gaze fell on Galliard, who was shooting while standing on the top of a tree. They screamed that he was on top. There was a shine coming from the tip of Galliard's arrow. Taken aback, the ether of light ordered to catch him. Elohim's people rushed at the elf, screaming at how dare he. Galliard stood before them, after which they declared that he was finished. The dark elf began to disappear before their eyes. Galliard appeared behind them with a bow in his hands. Many shots were fired from his bow, shrouded in green mana. The enraged ether of light began to accumulate yellow energy. He screamed that he was using a light arrow. Galliard bounced away from many shots. Stretching his hand forward, light ether commanded the arrows to explode. The shells became covered in flames. A powerful explosion was heard in the area. The dark elf jumped out of the cloud of dust raised by the explosion. Galliard was followed by an ether of light, shrouded in light mana. Many magical weapons appeared in front of him, after which he declared that he would use holy punishment. Galliard grabbed a small shield. The elf thought about whether Braham's shield could withstand the blow. Galliard, stretching out his arms, increased his shield many times and repelled the blow of the ether of light. Cracks appeared on the projection of the shield. The dark elf's face lit up with bright energy. In his thoughts, Galliard noticed that the shield apparently could not withstand the blow. Larger chips appeared on the projection. The ether of light's strike was redirected downwards. He struck down many of Elohim's people. Taken aback, Galliard asked if it was him. June grabbed the elf and said that he would explain everything later. The ether of light stood in front of many wounded warriors. The enraged ether of light looked at the main character and Galliard. He watched June fly away with the dark elf. The ether of light shouted insults after the main character. The sky above the burnt forest was red. June, from behind the stones, assumed that they would not be found there. Galliard said it was good. The main character stood over the dark elf who was sitting behind a stone. June said that he and Galliard had not seen each other for a long time. The dark elf told the main character that he had changed a lot. Putting his hand to his head, Galliard asked how Jun managed to find him. The main character looked at him and replied that it happened by accident. June added that he was looking for Braham to ask for a favor but saw Elohim and Galliard's attack. Rising, the dark elf asked if this meant that the main character simply decided to help him. Adding, Galliard asked whether June was afraid of becoming their enemy. The main character replied that everyone knows that Braham was kicked out of Elohim. June noticed that Galliard was his friend, so he thought it would be worth helping. Frowning, the dark elf noted in his thoughts that he did not think that this was a lie, but it was difficult to believe. A blue stream of mana began to pass in front of Galliard's ear. Putting his hand to his ear, the dark elf asked if it was Braham. The main character wondered if he was contacting him. Galliard put his hand to his chin and, screaming, asked what Braham had told him. Looking at Jun, the dark elf said that Braham was asking. He looked at the protagonist, who was emitting a dragon aura. Continuing, Galliard said that Braham asks why Jun smells like a dragon. Taken aback, the protagonist noticed in his thoughts that the awakening of the dragon's blessing had not yet been fully activated and wondered how Braham understood this. June asked himself in his head how Braham was able to understand what the Queen of Summer could not understand. The main character looked at the dark elf and stated that he did not know what he was talking about. Galliard said that June would then ask himself, noting that Braham said to take him to him. The dark elf said that they had to go. The rocky terrain was shrouded in a red sky covered with clouds. June and Galliard stepped on the ground covered in mana. The ground under their feet turned green. The main character wondered if this was space. June noted that it seems to him that this is not just a division into external and internal. Continuing his thoughts, the main character noted that this is magic of the highest level, allowing one to paint the internal space in the color of the caster. The forest turned into a dense green grove. June realized that this was a barrier of illusions. The main character examined the area and noted in his thoughts that he could imagine how much time and effort was needed to create this place. The dark elf told him not to talk about what he saw. Turning around, Galliard stated that Jun might have to stay there for a while, adding that if he didn't want to, he'd better leave right now. Taken aback, the main character asked if this was somehow connected with Elohim. Galliard fell into thought and replied that this was true. In a forest grove near a small house, a little girl was running next to Braham. In his thoughts, June wondered what it was that could be protected there from Elohim. The main character noticed that he was interested in this. The child in front of him saw June and Galliard. She ran away and hugged Braham. The stunned protagonist looked at what was happening. He looked at Braham. While he was in thought, Jun noted that this was a man who was proud to be excluded from Elohim and who valued freedom above all else. Continuing his thought, the main character noticed that before him was the incarnation of the great god Brahma on earth. Braham looked at Jun and Galliard with a serious look. In his thoughts, the main character named the man's name. Confused, Braham stated that he realized who smelled like a dragon. The main character introduced himself to Braham. Jun's gaze fell down. He looked at the child who was being held by the head by Braham. She had dragon eyes and wings, and her skin was covered with scales. Jun wondered if it was a draconian. The main character imagined a blue dragon and noted in his thoughts that draconids are heterogeneous creatures that go beyond races and are born between a dragon and a human. Jun noted that after the ancient dragon, Calidus, died, There were only 3 players left in the tower who were associated with dragons. The main character had an image of a blue-haired girl, the last dragon, a red-haired girl, the draconian Ananta and his brother, the heir of the ancient dragon. Jun had a picture of his young Wu standing in front of Ananta. In his thoughts, the main character emphasized that Ananta suddenly disappeared without a trace. Continuing his thoughts, Jun stated that he knew the reason, noting that the last person she met was his brother. He looked at the girl, whom Braham continued to hold by the head. The main character thought that this was a new draconian. The girl was scared. Jun asked if this is Ananta's child. Taken aback, Braham asked if the main character knew her. Jun replied that he had only heard, adding that the Queen of Summer refused to leave her follower and the Skywings died. The protagonist stated that this means that only Ananta remains. Jun looked at Braham and asked if this was the reason why Elohim was following him. The main character invited him to make a deal. Jun looked at the draconian's aura and stated that it was much weaker than Ananta's. The main character suggested that the girl is only a quarter dragon. Jun noted that he could try to reveal her dragon rights or dragon nature. Braham agreed with the main character. The sun's rays fell on the roof of a house surrounded by a forest grove. Braham stated that he first needed to check whether Jun was worthy of making a deal with him. Frowning, Galliard looked at the main character. Braham asked who the main character is. The dark elf noted in his thoughts that he and Braham met for the first time. He remembered their dialogue when he and Jun walked through a dense forest. Galliard said Jun lied to him about dating Braham before. The main character said that he lied because he needed the Shunpo skill and the Ondian cup. Jun asked the dark elf for forgiveness. Galliard asked how the main character found out about Braham. Thoughtful, Jun replied that he learned about him from an acquaintance, but it was better not to mention his name in the tower. In his thoughts, Galliard noted that most likely the protagonist's answer is not the complete truth, but not a complete lie either. He wondered who could have told him about Braham. Jun's eyes became dragon-like and a bright aura appeared around him. The protagonist's hands were covered with scales. Stretching out his hand, Jun said he didn't think he needed to answer that question. The main character asked if this was enough. Turning around, Braham replied that this was enough and asked Jun to follow him. There were many books on his table. The main character's gaze fell on various potions. Jun looked at the library in Braham's house. The main character told Braham that he was interested. Braham asked what he was interested in. Jun's face was serious under the mask. He stated that he had heard that Braham was not interested in other people's affairs. Adding to his speech, Jun asked why he decided to look after Ananta's child. The main character frowned. In his thoughts, Jun noticed that Braham adheres to this rule so seriously that he did not even dare to help Young Woo when he was dying. Braham stood with his back to the main character. The main character is in his back. Braham said he could tell they had a deal. He added that he therefore asked Jun to do his part. Braham stated that he wanted one thing. He asked the main character to share his knowledge about the dragon with the girl and to be a bodyguard in certain situations. The dragonoid, hiding behind the wall, watched their dialogue. The main character said that he understood everything and asked her name. Jun's gaze fell on the draconian. Braham stated that her name is Sesha. The main character stood behind him and asked if he could now tell him his condition. Turning around, Braham declared that he could speak. Jun said with a serious look that he wanted to study the Book of Mercury that Braham wrote. He was stunned by what he heard. The main character presented a book from which blue energy emanated. While in thought, Jun noted that the Book of Mercury was a book composed of memories of when Braham was God. The main character emphasized that this is the book of his whole life. Dark energy emanated from Braham. Jun noticed that he seemed a little belligerent. The main character reported that Braham agreed to sign the contract after concluding the Covenant of Mana on the condition that he study only items that are related to alchemy. Jun and Braham sat at the table and studied books. In his thoughts, the main character noted that from then on he began to listen to his lectures on alchemy for 2 hours every evening. The main character emphasized that, fortunately, Hanova's knowledge of alchemy came in handy. Braham's face was surprised. Jun continued to reflect and noted that this is why Braham learned some things from him. The main character said that this is how he studied alchemy in the evenings and during the day. There were chairs around the round table. Shannon asked Jun if he was the orphan's nanny, noting that he could imagine how difficult it was for him. Sesha was hiding behind the wall from the main character. Shannon stated that she already hates Jun. The main character's army watched him with a grin. He asked the main character what he would do. Shannon noted that he was sure that she would throw a tantrum if Jun tried to come closer. Smirking, the main character asked the spirits if they thought he was a bad nanny. Jun told the girl to fly. On the table were pancakes covered in chocolate with strawberries and banana. Enthusiastic Sesha asked what it was. The main character replied that these were pancakes. Jun sat at the table and watched as Sesha looked at the pancakes with delight. Shannon asked if the main character knew how to cook, noting that their world could collapse at any moment and the tower would now definitely be over. Hannah replied that he did not expect this from him. The girl's eyes filled with happiness after she tried the pancakes. She started eating them with pleasure. Jun asked with a smile if Sesha liked them. She screamed that she liked it. The main character wiped the girl's cheeks with a napkin. Sesha said she wanted more. Jun replied that he would make more, but she had to chew slowly. Black smoke covered the red sky. Elohim's wounded army lay on the ground. The enraged Ether of Light noted in his thoughts that there were so many top-level rankers, but there were only 4 left. Blue veins appeared on his face. He wondered if he could regain his energy and attack again. Ether of Light refuted his idea, noting that then he would be spotted, but he could not lose to weaker players. He noticed that Elohim's project was to restore dragons, or rather, to restore ancient creatures. He presented the image of the draconian Sesha. Ether of Light noted that he plans to restore the ancient dragons and giants so that Elohim can use them. He emphasized that to do this he needed to find the child, the last heiress of the dragons in the tower. The image of young Wu surfaced in his memory. Ether of Light noted that he had already lost one, so he was not going to fail a second time. Clenching his hand into a fist, Ether of Light noticed that if the heavenly wings, young Wu, had immediately gotten to them, then there would have been no problems. They asked him what he would do. A green light appeared behind the Ether of Light. Taken aback, he said that voice. Turning around, the Chimera appeared in front of him, emerging from the portal. She greeted him. The Chimera walked towards the Ether of Light. He asked why she was there. She asked if it was not clear to him, noting that she had come to the aid of her worthless brother. The Ether of Light screamed so that she would not make him laugh. Behind her was a stream of green energy. The Chimera asked if he thought it was a joke. With their arms spread, an army began to emerge from many portals. She stated that she hoped that with at least that many soldiers he could achieve their goal. The Chimera asked if he saw how the Ether of Light had to help. He watched what was happening with an embittered face. In his thoughts, the Ether of Light asked himself if she was simply trying to steal all of his achievements. He noted that he was not going to lose this opportunity. The Ether of Light accepted her help and said that she could join, adding that they would split the reward in half. The stunned Chimera asked what he said. Screaming, she asked if he was seriously thinking about defeating Braham in this state, adding that he needed to divide 3 by 7. Looking away, Ether of Light stated that he would have no problem accepting 3 for 7, noting that he would get 7 and Chimera would get 3. He said that if he didn't want to, he could get out, adding that anyway, only he knew where Braham was. Having added to his speech, Ether of Light said that they would have to walk in a circle in a whole crowd. The enraged Chimera noted in her thoughts that he was a stubborn fool and he probably planned to show himself in the art. Stretching out her hand, she said that she agreed. The Chimera asked where Braham was. There was an empty plate on the table. Hugging the toy, Sesha fell asleep. Jun was sitting next to her and Braham approached them. He asked if the girl had fallen asleep. The main character stated that this was true, adding that he had prepared pancakes. June noted that she ate several servings and went to bed. Braham stated that he understood everything. He stated that he would look after her further, and there was a task for the main character. June was surprised by what he heard. Braham pulled out a basket and asked the main character to collect purple demonic flowers. A picture of a purple flower appeared in the main character's thoughts. Jun noted in his head that the hidden part was purple demon flowers. The main character noticed that since ancient times, dragons and demons have been enemies. A picture of an angry dragon and a grinning demon appeared in his head. While in thought, Jun emphasized the fact that dragons have always tried to understand the essence of the world and maintain balance. Continuing his thoughts, the main character noticed that demons always tried to destroy the balance and create chaos. Jun emphasized that this was why the enmity between them could not be eradicated. The main character stated that the more they hate each other, the more useful they can become. Jun imagined the dragon trying to devour the demon. He noted that they began to absorb demons and increase their mana. An image of a demon trying to bite a dragon surfaced in the protagonist's imagination. He emphasized that demons consume dragons to develop their magic. Jun presented a purple flower. He stated that if it is impossible to absorb, then one can at least receive his blessing thanks to the purple demon flower. The main character said with a serious look that he also needed a purple demon flower. Braham looked at Jun sitting next to Sesha. He asked the main character if he needed the demon's blessing. Braham said that Jun need not be surprised, he needs it for the same thing. The main character asked Braham how he knew about this. His gaze fell on the sleeping girl. Braham stated that Jun himself had already noticed that Sesha was only a quarter dragon, so she did not have enough magic. He said that because of this he needed this flower. Braham went down to Sesha and said that the main character need not worry, noting that he would not interfere. Braham asked if a flower with a concentration of 4 or higher would be enough for him. Jun replied that he had enough. He placed his hand on Sesha's head and informed him that he needed no more than 3, noting that too much concentration could be disastrous. Braham added that there are many more saturated colors. Jun looked at him, dumbfounded. He thought about what Braham was saying. Continuing his thoughts, the main character wondered if he was talking about colors saturated with demonic power. Jun wondered if these flowers weren't so rare that they were difficult to find even after walking 1,000 kilometers through the forest. Holding Sesha by the head, Braham turned his gaze to the main character. He asked if Jun believed him. Braham told him to go with Galliard, he would help. Demonic energy emanated from the purple trees. The main character looked at the tree branches and asked what it meant. Squinting, Galliard asked if Jun could see, noting that it was a garden of trees. The main character asked if demon flowers could be cultivated this way. The dark elf looked at Jun and replied that it was possible, adding that Braham said that demons are born from plants, so if you grow them well, like real trees, with water, sun, and fertilizer, everything will work out. Amidst the demonic energy, a message appeared that the demons did not like Braham's statement. One nameless demon was very angry. One demon duke cursed Braham. A bright yellow glow appeared. A notification popped up stating that God's barrier was protecting the object from a curse. The sign said that all outside influence was blocked, even to the 98th floor. Jun looked at the purple trees and wondered how this was possible. The main character continued his thought by saying that how is it possible to grow purple demon flowers so easily. Jun wondered if this meant Braham could grow Deminovo too. There were many purple petals flying around the main character. He saw magic circles on the tree branches. Jun noticed that he was right. An image of a small demon appeared in his head. The main character noted that he is trying to cultivate demonic flowers and trees as they influence the newborns from the demon tree and cause them to devour each other. Jun introduced the purple barrier and emphasized the fact that by sacrificing the demons that grew so quickly, they would eventually summon stronger ones. The main character continued his thoughts, noting that when they appear, they use magic to catch them. Jun watched the trees carefully. In his thoughts, he noticed that this was a combination of alchemy and black magic, and the influence of the sacred rod was also noticeable. The main character wondered whether Braham practices these magic circles every day. Jun looked at the dark elf and addressed him. The main character asked if Braham wanted to start a war against all players. Galliard asked why Jun thought this. The main character asked why he needed to raise demons. Smirking, the dark elf stated that raising demons was not the end goal. He looked at Jun and asked if he had seen Sesha. Galliard stated that the protagonist may not have realized it yet, but her life may be very short. He imagined the sleeping girl. The dark elf noted that perhaps this was all due to the fact that she was a half-breed, but in principle she was born weak. Galliard said that no matter how many medications she was given, she would only get better temporarily, and one day the medications would not work at all. The main character remembered how Sesha hid behind Braham. In his thoughts, Jun noticed that he immediately felt that her energy was very weak. The main character added that, in addition, a quarter of the dragon's blood does not particularly help human weakness from birth. A picture of Sesha running near the house surfaced in the dark elf's head. Galliard said that just recently she couldn't even run. He imagined the girl drinking from a glass. The dark elf said that she only gets better from absorbing demonic flowers, but even to them she develops resistance. Jun and Galliard looked at the branches of the purple tree. The main character asked if they wanted to raise demons and feed them to Seshu. The dark elf replied that this was true. Frowning, Jun noted that it was surprising that Braham, who was so unemotional, was willing to go so far. The main character asked why Braham cares about her, noting that he heard that Braham is enough. Interrupting, Galliard calmly said that he did not know, adding that he was not telling him anything. The dark elf said that he was sure of one thing. Galliard imagined Braham holding Sesha's hand. The dark elf stated that Braham is even ready to catch God if it helps Sesha. Jun placed a basket of purple flowers on the table. Braham asked if the main character was here. Jun watched Braham read the book. The main character asked where Sesha was. Braham replied that she said she wanted to take a walk outside. Jun's gaze fell on the wall to which the girl's drawings were attached. In his thoughts, the main character noted that he thought that Braham was only interested in science. He looked at Braham carefully reading the book. Jun continued his thoughts by noting that he plays the role of a loving father very well. Frowning, Braham asked why the protagonist was staring. Jun replied that there was nothing wrong with that and asked what Braham was reading. The main character's gaze fell on the entries in the book. Braham replied that he was reading the Book of Mercury, noting that he was checking whether mistakes had been made. He put his hand on the page of the book. Braham asked if Jun understood yesterday's lesson. The main character replied that if he is talking about equivalent exchange, then he is studying it. Braham asked Jun to follow him, adding that he would teach him something else. A burning candle illuminated the dark room. The main character was sitting at the table and writing in a notebook. In his thoughts, Jun noted that half a month had already passed since he began studying alchemy without rest. Frowning, the main character continued to think that Braham was more open in knowledge than he thought. Completing the thought, Jun noted that Boo and Rebecca's advice helps. An emerald tablet appeared in the thoughts of the main character. Jun noted that now he will be able to decipher it. The main character said that the first thing is the fact that everything stated there is true. The second thing is that in order to perform a real miracle, you need to understand that the bottom and top are the same. Third, since everything came from one meditation, everything is connected as one. Boo and Rebecca stood over Jun. Rebecca said the words were interesting, like the philosopher's stone. Boo stated that that part didn't seem quite right. Putting his hand to his chin, the main character said that he would go crazy like that. There was a pile of crumpled papers on the table. Jun asked to start all over again. While the main character was sitting and writing, the door opened. Holding the toy in her hands, sleepy Sesha asked Jun if he was sleeping. The main character replied that he was not sleeping. Leaning on the table, Jun asked if she was hungry. Embarrassed, Sesha began to laugh. Frowning, Rebecca watched the main character prepare pancakes with a serious look. The spirits watched this process. Shannon said that he was surprised that he was trying so hard for the girl. Hannah and Rebecca agreed with him. Holding a plate of pancakes in his hand, Jun asked how they were even thinking about him all this time. Shannon called him harmful and insensitive. Entering the room, the main character, holding a plate in his hands, called out to the girl and told her not to tell Braham about this. Jun's gaze fell on how Sesha was drawing in his notes with a dumbfounded look. The main character asked her not to worry and noted that he was not angry. In his thoughts, June noted that it still didn't work out that symbol either. He placed a plate of pancakes on the table and told her to eat it before it got cold. The main character looked with a serious look as the satisfied girl ran away with a plate in her hands. June asked what it was. Grinning, Sesha replied that these were his drawings, and she simply completed the drawings. The girl noticed that Braham taught her this. He put his hand to the drawing. The main character noticed in his thoughts that it seemed to him that these were simple scribbles, but her drawing had a diagram. June began to look at the piece of paper. In his head, he wondered how he hadn't thought of it himself. The main character carefully examined the drawing. While deep in thought, he noted that all this time he had imagined the Philosopher's Stone as a source of endless energy. June noted that if you think of him as a guide who only increases it. The main character drew a circle in his drawing. Jun stated that the sign was written about the movements of the sun. In his thoughts, he emphasized that apparently the words about the movement of the sun can be interpreted as a diagram of the movement of magic. In his thoughts, the main character noticed that this is why Liant and Build were unable to finish the Philosopher's Stone. Jun wondered if this meant the stone was only missing a power source. The main character stated that only a magical source can become a power source for the Philosopher's Stone. A picture of purple flowers popped into his head. Jun suggested that he could use the demon Braham and fill it with energy. He imagined the outline of a demon and noted that such magic would definitely be enough. An image of a dragon's heart appeared in his mind. The main character noticed that if you do this, then the dragon's heart and the Philosopher's Stone. He imagined the stone emitting blue mana. Jun stated that he would have two sources of magic. From the face of the main character, one could understand that he was at a loss. He emphasized in his thoughts that he could have an endless source of magic. Getting up from the table, June looked at Sesha eating pancakes. Pant called out to Edora and asked him to come along. There was a stone surface under his feet. Frowning, Pant said he was tired, noting that even the 12th floor wasn't that bad. He asked Edora that she didn't even listen and was waiting to meet her lover. She replied that Pant should find himself a loved one, although no one would agree. Putting his hand to his chin, he told Edora not to make him laugh, adding that he was quite popular with him. Interrupting him, Edora said that this was strange. Holding the sword with both hands, she turned around and said that Pant had mentioned these exact coordinates, but someone called out to Jun as if he were a brother. The main character turned around, covering Sesha with himself. Edora and Pant stood in front of him. June said they are here. They approached the main character. Edora asked why Jun was so tired. She asked if something had happened. The dirty protagonist replied that things had happened, but they didn't have to worry, everything was fine. They looked at the girl with surprised faces. Edora asked who it was. Jun replied that it was Sesha. Crossing his arms, Braham stated that the main character brought strangers there. Smirking, Galliard asked what was wrong with Braham, noting that they looked more or less reliable. The dark elf and Braham looked at the girl's happy face. Galliard noticed that Sesha liked the strangers, otherwise she would not have been so joyful. The dark elf looked at Braham and said that looking at this, he understands. Frowning, Galliard continued his speech, saying that he understood how lonely Sesha really was. The dark elf and Braham stood next to the house. Galliard asked Braham if he thought she had been living outside the ordinary world for too long. Green tree leaves were flying around Braham. He watched the girl play with Edora. In his thoughts, he noted that this was true. Braham wondered if she had ever laughed so loudly. He imagined a picture of a girl sitting under a tree. Braham noted that perhaps his desire to protect made her unhappy. The blue sky that covered the treetops was obscured by piles of clouds. Edora was sitting on a blanket and Seshi. Braham asked Jun to come to him. Edora watched the main character leave. Blushing, she wondered why June was always like this. She noted that the main character could say that he missed you or was glad to see you. Sesha looked at Edora in surprise. She asked the embarrassed Edora if she liked June. Taken aback, she asked the girl why this was happening. Laughing, Sesha said that Edora could not take her eyes off him. They continued to sit on the blanket under the tree. In her thoughts, Edora asked if such a little girl understood this. Raising his hand to the table, Braham asked Jun if he knew that the creation of magic circles had already been completed. The main character replied that he knew this. Having put his hand to the drawings, Braham reported that, fortunately, Elohim and Ether had not yet been seen nearby. Adding to his speech, he stated that once the barrier was completed, even if they found them, they would no longer be able to stop them. Jun listened carefully to his speech and noted in his thoughts that if the illusory world was successfully completed, its entire territory would be subordinate only to Braham. The main character supplemented his thought by saying that this is his sacred home. Jun presented a picture of Braham creating many barriers. While in thought, the main character noticed that although small and limited, he would be able to use his god powers there. Braham looked at Jun and said that he could go about his business and return when he was done. Braham added that he would have to focus on raising demons once the circles were completed. June watched as Galliard crept up behind Braham. The main character noted in his thoughts that Braham was apparently asking to take a break from study. The dark elf, standing behind, asked Braham to simply say that Jun was on vacation. Galliard asked why he was doing this. Turning away, Braham asked the dark elf to be silent. Rays of light fell on Braham's dwelling. Turning around, Pant asked if June wanted to go with them to the raid. The main character replied that if he doesn't want to, then he won't go. Grinning, Pant said he would, noting that he thought they would all die of boredom there. Pant imagined Nayu's stunned face. He noted in his thoughts that it seemed to him that the main character took first place in the ranking of the 21st floor. Pant noticed that his father was upset, although he tried to hide it. A smirk appeared on Pant's face. While in thought, he emphasized the fact that if he could win, he would force Jun to train him every day. The main character looked at the embarrassed Edora and asked what was wrong with her. Pant replied that girls always have some problems in their minds. The main character didn't understand what he was talking about. Pant asked him to forget about it, adding that Jun just knew that he was very popular. Taken aback, Pant called out to the main character. He looked at Jun in armor and asked why he was dressed like that. He looked at Pant and said that he did not want to create unnecessary problems. Smirking, Pant said that Jun was simply afraid of hurting his face. Stunned, Pant turned around and looked at his sister. Edora said that they should change clothes, noting that Jun was walking with the one-horn tribe. Pant walked with a false beard and said that he was itching. Edora, who was hiding her face under her hood, told him to shut up and stomp. Pant pulled his face away. The main character asked him what it was. Pant replied that it was a fake mask, adding that it was a secret technique of their tribe to hide their identity. The company walked through the burnt forest. Pant said they sometimes share techniques. He asked Jun if their father told him this. The plot takes us to Lake Duroy. There were many people standing on the parched terrain. Standing on the rock, Pant asked why there were so many people there. Sitting down on his knee, he said that he didn't understand and asked if there was something so important there. Jun replied that they were trying to restore the demonic dinosaur. The main character imagined a huge monster with cracks in its scales, from which red energy came. Jun said that the demonic dinosaur is an ancient creature that can transform and upgrade its class. The main character stated that one could say that he is a chrysalis that could potentially become a butterfly. Pant asked if it was a dinosaur. He asked if this piece was hidden by chance. Jun asked if it was too obvious. With his hand on his knee, Pant suggested simply destroying them all. He asked if the main character wanted to defeat them like a true gentleman. Jun, holding his leg, said that he was going to attack, but since they were there for the sake of the dinosaur, it was better to wait. Clenching his hand into a fist, the main character said that therefore there was no need to provoke anyone. He added that if they were spotted, Pant would be the first to die. Smiling, Pant said he was only saying that they could become a problem in the future. Supplementing his speech, he declared that he was patience itself in the flesh. Pant hit one of the knights in the face with his fist. The crowd of warriors pointed their swords towards Pant. He screamed for them to attack. Edora and Jun covered their faces from what they saw. The main character looked at how the knights did not let other people pass. He noted that it is quite easy to understand the cause of the conflict. Jun reported that a group of players suddenly appeared, pushing everyone away and trying to be the first to break through to the dinosaur. The main character said that many wanted to object, but since there are rankers in this strange group, many were afraid. Pant stood among the frightened people. Jun noted that everyone was scared except one person. Pant was enveloped in bright mana. While in the crowd, the main character held Edora by the shoulder. She stated that she would stop him. Jun said she should wait. His red eyes were visible from under the main character's mask. In his thoughts, Jun noted that this was even better. The main character's gaze fell on the blue-haired guy. While in thought, Jun noted that he did not think that there would be people of the Bloody Land there. The plot introduces us to the ranker, the ice-poisonous snake, Lao. The main character noticed that this is one of the 8 clans, a Bloody Land. Jun imagined the clan knights standing next to the banner. The main character stated that they consider themselves a real kingdom, the only heirs of the ancient state. Jun said that their goals are quite simple, the arrival of the promised land. The main character said that they have neither territory nor sovereignty, but they always zealously claim that they will return their lands. Jun looked at the frightened people who were leaving the Knights of the Bloody Land. The main character said that in a sense they can be called wandering people living in captivity of a vanished illusion of the past. Jun said that, however, they always lived with a sense of duty and did not neglect training. The main character added that, as a clan, they work well together, so not everyone wants to get in their way. Jun watched what was happening closely. In his thoughts, he wondered why they were there, on the 23rd floor, with Alohan. He noted that the fact that the two of them are in the same place at the same time is unlikely to be a coincidence. The red sky illuminated the lake. Jun emphasized that they were able to send their servants to search for the dinosaur, but since they sent a whole group and a ranker, the protagonist's gaze fell on Lao. While in thought, he noticed that the problem was that he didn't know much about him. Lao turned his gaze and looked at the main character. Many people stood around the lake. The knights pointed their swords at Pant. One of them asked him a rhetorical question, which concerned whether Pant thought that after this he would remain alive, noting that there was a bloody land behind them. Pant replied that he was afraid, adding that there was a one-horned tribe behind him. He asked the Knights of the Bloody Land if they wanted to start a war. Pant started cracking his fingers and said that if they want to, they can attack. Lao stood behind the knights and ordered them to retreat. Pant asked if the captain had appeared. He watched as Lao walked past him and said that it would be great to fight a ranker. Seeing that Lao did not pay attention to him, Pant was taken aback. Lao approached Jun. Smirking, he told the main character that he thought it was time to stop. There was surprise on the protagonist's face. He introduced himself to Jun as Mr. Lau, the Emperor's right hand. He said that Braham and the main character were invited and asked if he would agree to the meeting. Stunned, Jun noted that Lau was speaking directly to him. The protagonist's gaze fell on the smiling Lau. Jun wondered if Lau recognized him. The main character noticed that Lau even knows that he and Braham are working together. The knights watched their dialogue. Lau said that not everyone there knows who is who, so Jun doesn't have to worry. The main character asked how many clans know that he is related to Braham. Lau replied that he was not sure since everyone was hiding like rats in holes. He added that he was too busy to check on it. Lau stated that he would say that this is not an unknown secret. Jun looked at Lau with a serious look and noticed in his thoughts that everyone except the red dragon would be interested in the little girl. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist continued his thoughts, noting that he did not think that the other clans would be so decisive as to intervene. Jun commented that he should be more secretive with his plans. The protagonist's armor began to disappear from his body. In his thoughts, Jun emphasized the fact that in any case, working with Braham, he could not avoid the attention of prying eyes. Jun's armor disappeared and he appeared before Lau in his usual appearance. Pant watched this with bewilderment. Lau noted with a smile that he did not need unnecessary problems. The main character looked at Lau's face, which had a smirk on it. Jun said he would ask some questions. The main character asked how Lau knew that he would be at Lake Roy. Extending his hand towards Jun, he replied that it was all because of his characteristics. Lau asked if the main character needed hidden objects, noting that it was natural that he would come there. Jun asked how he finally identified him personally. The main character noted that he thought he was hiding well. Lau replied that it was all thanks to his skill. He put his hand to his eye. Lau's pupil showed snake scales. In his thoughts, the main character noted that this is the eye of 9 snakes, adding that it is a skill that can see through the characteristics and skills of the enemy. Jun assumed that was why Lau didn't do anything when Pant tried to find him. Smiling, Lau stated that in any case, the Emperor was interested in the main character. He asked if Jun would accept the offer. Frowning, the main character thought about the Emperor. In his imagination, a silhouette of an emperor appeared, sitting at a table where there was a lot of food and corpses of people. Jun noted in his thoughts that this was the Emperor of Gluttony. The main character noticed that this is a ruler who is greedy for everything that can be absorbed. Jun emphasized the fact that the Emperor always tries to go all the way for his goal. The main character noticed that he consumes people and improves his skills through cannibalism. The image of his brother popped into Jun's head. The main character noticed that the Emperor tried to absorb even Young Woo, calling him yummy. Jun stated that the reason why the Emperor targeted his brother was because the main character presented a dragon's tail. Jun continued his thought, adding that the Emperor had never tasted dragon meat. The main character, with a serious look, suggested that the Emperor of Gluttony had not given up such a goal, noting that he was a complete psycho. Jun looked at Lau and asked in his thoughts whether the Emperor wanted to see Braham. The main character noted that he should not be made fun of, adding that he needs Sesha. Lau put his hand on Jun's shoulder. He asked the main character if he was worried that the Emperor would cause damage to him and his comrades. He asked Jun not to worry, noting that these were all stupid rumors to destroy their reputation. Lau said that he understands that all this does not have a very good effect on their potential guests, but Jun can see for himself. Lau asked if this was such a bad offer. Jun, looking at Lau, thought about how this pisses him off. The main character suggested that maybe he should at least pretend to agree. Jun noted that it would be nice to destroy the Elohim with their help. The main character said that he agrees for now. With folded hands, Lau said with a smile that this was a good decision. Jun looked at Edora and Pant, who was removing his fake face. The main character told Lau that he needed to do something first. Lau asked if Jun needed an ancient dinosaur. Continuing, he said that the main character need not worry, noting that they would wait and protect them from the others. Lau looked at the back of the main character. In his thoughts, Jun noted that they did not want to wait for them, but wanted to test his skills. The main character noted that he would see where this leads. Red energy began to emanate from the lake. Suddenly, a huge ancient dinosaur jumped out of the water. Pant, Edora, and Jun rushed at the dinosaur. Covering his face with his hand, Lau noted in his thoughts that he would see how strong the main character and the one-horned tribe were. The dinosaur opened its mouth in front of them. Slamming its mouth shut, the monster devoured Jun and his companions. Lau looked at this in bewilderment. He asked if the dragon had eaten them. Dinosaur drool was dripping from Pant's hand. He said he smelled a disgusting stench. Pant stood in a field under a red sky. He reported that they are in the stomach of a dinosaur, but it feels like they are in another dimension. Pant said that he heard that the ancient dinosaur inside reflects the consciousness of demons. Stretching out his hand, which held the red ball, Jun asked about what Pant was muttering. Turning around, Pant asked the main character if he had come. He asked a question about what Jun had in his hands. Pant looked at the red ball emitting energy. The main character said that this is the heart of an ancient dinosaur. Pant said that they had just arrived, and Jun had already arrived. Pant and Edora looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. Jun said that there are 5 parts of the heart in total. The main character said that he needed to get together and find the other 4 parts. Jun asked them to be careful, noting that the quest would begin soon. A notification has appeared about a hidden quest to destroy an ancient dinosaur. The report said that after long observations, the researchers of Lake Doroy discovered that the demons living in the Devil's Forest had a custom of gathering on the shore of the lake to determine superiority and inferiority. Ancient dinosaurs have a vicious nature and a habit of killing all creatures nearby. In addition, even if he loses his heart due to depletion of vitality, he can quickly regenerate it. It takes a lot of effort to completely kill a dinosaur, but they mustered up a lot of courage to catch the ancient dinosaur and delved into its mental space. From now on, within a limited time, the main character needs to evade brain attacks, find all the hearts and destroy them. It is necessary to find all 5 hearts in order to safely leave the thought space. If they fail, they will forever be trapped in the thought space and turn into nutrients for the ancient dinosaur. The message stated the conditions for participation: visitors to the shores of Lake Doroy, participants in the raid on the ancient dragon. Time limit is 5 hours. The reward for the quest is a dinosaur heart, dinosaur skin and horns, and the journal of researcher Doroy. The sign said that a new demonic creature was appearing. The notice said that they needed to survive the monster's attack. A cloud of dust rose in the distance from Jun, Edora and Pant. Because of the smoke, the outlines of many demons began to be visible. Pant's fist was enveloped in mana, and Edora drew her sword. The main character put his hand to the ground, from which dark mana emanated. Jun stated that the demons must be consumed. A strong stream of wind swept past the horde of demons. Shrouded in wind currents, Edora and Pant were at a loss. Pant asked Jun why he didn't warn them. The main character stretched out his hand and absorbed the demons and their dark energy. A notification appears that Jun has absorbed demonic creatures and is absorbing the consciousness of an ancient dinosaur. Continuing to absorb the demons, the protagonist turned around and asked Pant to focus on what was ahead, noting that their role was very important. 2 streams of red mana could be seen in the sky. Jun said that there will be 2 dots next, adding that these are hearts and they must take them. Smirking, Pant said that the protagonist can rely on them, adding that they will definitely cope. Pant struck the demon with his hand, shrouded in golden energy. Edora slayed the monster with her sword. Shannon appeared behind Jun and asked why he did not use them and why he was asking Pant and Edora about this. The main character answered him that they had a different task. Shannon asked about the task and said that it was June. The main character stood on a cliff of land. Shannon asked if he was himself. The demon's eyes were visible underground. Jun jumped into the abyss, in which the demon asked him who he was. In front of the main character were streams of pink mana. In his thoughts, Jun assumed that this was the consciousness of an ancient dinosaur. The main character noted that this is a great chance to gain more knowledge about demons. Among the dark streams of energy, the red eyes of the demon were visible. Jun asked if it was demonic poison. Jun was enveloped in streams of demonic poison. The main character noted that he heard that ancient dinosaurs could produce it. Jun noted that this dinosaur became ancient recently, but already knows how to create poison. Many tentacles headed towards the main character. June noticed that it felt like someone helped this. Swinging his sword, the protagonist, shrouded in blue mana, declared that he needed to get rid of him as quickly as possible. Jun applied a territory restriction, after which blue energy began to spread in space. The main character dodged the blow of the ancient dinosaur's consciousness. Jun used a fire wave, after which the space was covered with huge streams of fiery mana. Stunned, Lau looked at the dinosaur and wondered what was happening there. The ancient dinosaur screamed in pain. Shielding his face from the wind, Lau noted that the dinosaur did not just eat them. He assumed they were doing something inside. Lau heard someone's voice behind him. Someone said that he did not think that the Bloody Country was working together with the One-Horned Tribe. Lau's gaze fell on the elf Elohim. The knights of the Bloody Country pointed their swords at the army of Elohim. Lau, with a serious face, thought about why they appeared at that time. He looked at the enraged warriors of Elohim and in his thoughts he assumed that June had caused problems when trying to catch Galliard, as a result of which they wanted revenge. Stretching his hand forward, Lau told the elf that this was not the case, noting that they were working with the main character, not the tribe. Elohim the elf was beside himself with rage at what he heard. Frowning, the elf warned them to retreat. He added that otherwise the Elohim would hold the Bloody Land responsible for this incident. Smirking, Lau said that this was nonsense. The army of Elohim was covered with streams of ice. Lau directed blue mana at his opponents. The area was covered with blocks of ice. Lau looked at how nothing remained of Elohim's army except ice. Holding pieces of ice in his hand, Lau declared that Elohim should not have come there. Lau's gaze fell on the ice-covered ground. There was not a single corpse near the ice blocks. The Elohim elf jumped out behind Lau. He asked where the corpse had gone. Turning around, fear appeared on Lau's face. The knights of the Bloody Country fought with the army of Elohim. Turning around, Lau ordered everyone to run to the lake. Holding an axe in his hands, the elf said to run after them. Smiling, the Elohim elf declared that he could destroy Jun, the dinosaur, and the warriors of the Bloody Country. He screamed that Lau was finished. Suddenly, the roar of an ancient dinosaur was heard. The lake was enveloped in bright red energy. Stunned, Lau and the elf looked at the monster. Cracks appeared on the dinosaur's scales. A powerful explosion came from the dinosaur. Lava began to pour down on the warriors of Elohim and the knights of the Bloody Land. Holding the axe in front of him, the frightened elf did not understand what was happening. The area was covered in magma, from which black smoke emanated. The elf held the ground with his bloody hand. He asked how this was possible. The main character approached the wounded Elohim elf. He declared that he was a follower of the great Freya. He looked at Jun and said that it was all because of one person. Smirking, the Elohim elf stated that nothing would come of his death, noting that nothing would end with his death. He assumed that Ether was already there for sure. June interrupted him and said that he knew this. The main character looked at the elf with a calm face and asked if they could imagine. Swinging his sword, Jun said that it was a trap. Taken aback, the elf of Elohim asked what the main character was talking about. Jun's memories brought up the library in Braham's house. He called out to Braham and Galliard. Stretching out his hand to them, the main character offered to get rid of Elohim while they fought the dinosaur, noting that he had a good plan. June looked at them and said that he wanted to prepare a trap. Adding to his speech, he stated that he would use the situation in their favor. Grabbing his chin, Braham continued to listen to the protagonist's plan. June said that almost everyone in Elohim is followers of the goddess, so they have a light attribute that is tasty for demons. The main character said that is why they will present them as a dish. Jun, holding the sword in his hands, walked towards the wounded Lao. He asked why they were there. The bloodied Lao cried out that they wanted to help. Taking off his mask, Jun asked if this would be the answer for him. Stunned, Lao looked at the protagonist's face. Smirking, he said that Jun was simply using them, noting that Elohim would find out about this. Blood began to flow from Lao's mouth. He said that he hoped that his master would be able to eliminate the main character. Lao fell in front of Jun's feet. The main character looked at him with an imperturbable expression. Putting on his mask, Jun stated that he was wondering how everyone else was doing. Braham held his hands in front of the magic ball and noted that they were trying. The outlines of the ether of light and the chimera were visible in the ball. Braham stated that they had prepared thoroughly, noting that even the chimera was there. Galliard said that between them there was a desire to kill each other and asked if they were twins. Braham replied that in this world blood is valued above all else. Continuing to hold his hands to the ball, Braham looked at the dark elf. He asked if Galliard seriously thought that this was important for monsters. He noted that they are ready to kill parents or children if they want to. Braham stated that the chimera would definitely try to kill Ether if given the chance. Frowning, Braham said that the religious society in which they live is a terrible world where you need to kill in order to survive. Turning around, Braham stated that they do not care about blood or tears, they unite for a common goal. Therefore, the Dark Elf must protect Sesha. Galliard said he understood everything. The Dark Elf and Sesha ran through the forest in capes. Braham was in thought. The image of the ether of light and the chimera appeared in his head. In his thoughts, he noted that if Sesha managed to absorb them, then the disease would be completely cured. Braham presented the image of Ananta. Thoughtful, Braham noted that this was the last gift from her mother, Ananta. He introduced his brother Jun and noted in his thoughts that this was a farewell to a person who was no longer with them. Braham opened a book from which a bright glow emanated. Many mechanisms appeared in the blue sky. The forest began to be enveloped in thick fog. While in the smoke, the ether of light turned around and asked the army to be careful, noting that Braham was using his magic. The stunned army of Elohim watched as the night disappeared. The chimera asked what it was. The ether of light and the chimera stood in the thick fog and listened to the screams from their warriors. They cried out that people from the army were disappearing. A bright flash appeared in the thick fog. The knight pointed his finger into the forest and declared that there was something there. The chimera ordered the squad to group. She looked at her hand, from which a light glow was emanating. The chimera said that it was strange, adding that she felt as if her holy powers were running out. Turning around, she stated that it was not just a feeling. The chimera said that someone was definitely reducing her powers. The knight looked at her with a calm face. The Elohim warriors folded their palms and began to pray. The chimera's arms began to exude bright energy. She cried out that they were succeeding, noting that her holy powers were returning. He extended his hand forward and used white light. The dark forest was illuminated by a white glow. Smiling, the knight cried out that this was wonderful. Many demonic eyes could be seen from the thicket of the forest. The stunned chimera and the knight looked at this. A horde of demons and dragons appeared in front of them. One of the dragons grabbed the Elohim warrior by the head. The chimera parried the demon's blow. Confused, the chimera cried out about where Braham came from. The warriors fought with dragons and shouted that there were too many of them and that they would lose. Taken aback, the chimera screamed that they needed to run away from there. She felt that someone had hurt her. The ether of light pierced the chimera's chest with a blade. Turning around, she said that he was a fool, noting that without her he would definitely die. The ether of light calmly answered her that it would survive. He added that it was thanks to her. A magic triangle with an eye appeared on the chimera's forehead. The stunned chimera screamed at this symbol. Her gaze fell on the huge dragon. The chimera noted that everything in this world belongs to God, who will one day descend to them. She stated that those who do not agree to admit this must die. The chimera's body disappeared. Suddenly a green portal opened. Several people came out. The army of Elohim looked at them in surprise. The knight declared that this was the army of the devil. The ether of light knelt down and greeted the bishop. He asked what happened to the body. Ether replied that he had not yet had time to check it and asked for forgiveness. An angry dragon rushed at the devil's army. The bishop said that nothing could be done about it. Kindred's face was visible from under the hood. He ordered everyone to be killed. Sesha's face changed dramatically. She grabbed Galliard and screamed that Braham was in danger. In his thoughts, the dumbfounded dark elf noted that since Sesha Sasha is a dragon, she has developed extrasensory senses. He noticed that he couldn't ignore her words, but still. Galliard continued to run and said that she was wrong and they were coming for. Sasha screamed that it was impossible and needed to save Braham now. Frowning, Braham looked at the ball. It showed the devil's army standing next to the dragon's corpse. Braham said he had miscalculated. He closed the book and said there was nothing to be done. Grabbing the book, Braham began to leave, but heard laughter from the ball. Taken aback, he heard Kindred tell him that the jokes were over. Braham saw Kindred grinning. The lights were on in Braham's house. A picture of Ananta holding a child in his arms surfaced in his memories. She asked him to take care of the child. Taken aback, Braham looked at the child in her arms. Ananta held the bundled child tightly. The stunned Braham screamed and declared that she had gone crazy, noting that it was not even his. Interrupting, Ananta said that this was her daughter. She looked at the child and declared that she gave birth to her with her heart and not with her body. She said that's why she's asking. Ananta had tears in her eyes. She called Braham father. He fell into a stupor from what he heard. Braham said that it was the first time he heard this word from her. He noted that he thought she hated him all her life. Braham said that therefore, having heard this, he could not refuse. He remembered reading a book to the girl. Braham noted that perhaps Sasha is a chance to correct the mistakes of his past. He imagined a picture of the girl making the bed. Braham emphasized that for some time he became imbued with concern for the girl. He asked Sasha if she could wake up on her own. Happy, Sasha looked at Braham. He looked at the girl and his face was surprised. Braham declared that he became her real grandfather. A red crack appeared in space, from which came the words that the jokes were over. Kindred's hands were visible from the gap. Braham was shocked by what he saw. Kindred appeared on his desk. Braham, seeing the smiling bishop, cried out his name. He dodged Kindred's strike. Holding the book in front of him, a stunned Braham looked at him. Kindred looked at him with a grin. After dodging several times, he appeared in Braham's face with his eyes glowing with yellow light. Kindred extended his hand towards Braham's book, after which several seals appeared above his head. A powerful blow struck Braham's house. Sitting behind a cloud of dust, Braham wondered why Kindred was so strong. He looked at the ruins that remained of his home and noted that he had no difficulty in attacking. Looking at the wreckage of the house, Braham fell into a stupor. Kindred stood on the ruins. Covering his head with his hand, dark energy enveloped him. Braham stated that this was devilish magic. Holding the book in front of him, he looked at Kindred, from whom black streams of mana emanated. Frowning, Braham noted that he now understood how Kindred managed to penetrate his space so easily. Imagining black streams of energy, Braham noticed that he had an agreement with God, who was somehow connected with the devils. He emphasized that this is a piece of cake for the devilish god. He imagined the dark silhouette of a man. Braham reported that this is a god who is not God and a demon who is not a demon. He stated that the players of the tower call such a demonic god who wants to destroy everything and rebuild the world. Braham noted that in the devil's army he is called the demon who fell from heaven. He imagined the demon standing behind Kindred and stated that it was a heavenly demon. Running away from multicolored magical blows, Braham noted that he would not be able to defeat the demon in such a state. He emphasized that he is not Kindred's opponent now. He noticed how the sky was colored with dark mana. Braham stated that even the surrounding space is painted with the colors of a heavenly demon. Raising her hand up, several projections appeared around her. Braham said that he cannot win now and there is only one thing left to do. Pointing his hand forward, streams of mana began to emanate from the seals. Braham noted that it is necessary to win with the help of imaginary worlds. Kindred repelled Braham's magical blows with his hands. He extended his hand upward. A blue crack appeared in the sky above Braham. He clenched his hand into a fist. Braham directed fragments of space at Kindred. The area around Kindred began to turn red. Braham stood under the red sky and destroyed the created world that surrounded his opponent. The remains of Braham's world were struck by bright lightning. Kindred fell from the blow. Holding the book in front of him, Braham extended his fist forward. He was enveloped in blue mana and deflected Kindred's blow. Black cracks appeared in the night sky. The soldiers of the devil's army called out to the bishop. They ran towards Kindred and asked how he was. An arrow covered in blue mana flew in front of the face of one of the warriors. His gaze fell on Galliard, who was aiming at him. The warrior began to accumulate black energy in his hand and asked to leave the dark elf to him. Galliard appeared behind him. There was a red glow in front of the warrior's face. Behind him, the space was colored by dark mana. Kindred bounced away from Braham. He sent bright energy into the bishop. Kindred responded by hitting him with a black stream of mana. Space was divided into the present and created by Braham. A hurricane of bright energy appeared around them. Braham was enveloped by powerful currents of wind. He began to accumulate mana in his hand and noted that his holy powers were running out and the illusory worlds were not holding up. Braham noted that he had held out for so long in such an unequal battle. He said he doesn't care if he dies, adding that he doesn't fight for his life. Gritting his teeth, Braham noted that if he died, they would take Sasha. He stated that he would not allow this to happen. Powerful wind currents raged in the red sky. Braham was flying down. As he fell to the ground, he pointed his hand upward. Braham's face changed to one of fear. Sasha appeared in his head, holding her toy. He imagined her happy face and noted that this was his poor child. Braham started bleeding from his mouth and stretching out his hand. He said that no matter how hard it was for him, Having finished his speech, he declared that he would protect her. Dark streams of mana appeared around Braham's hand. Using the demon summon, a ritual circle appeared on the ground. Kindred, shielding himself from the wind with his hands, was frightened. A huge devilish gate appeared in front of him. The doors opened and dark streams of energy came out. The outlines of a demon began to emerge from them. He spread his black wings. Covering his face with his wings, the demon declared that it was better there than below. Second of the 72 demons of hell. A red aura appears behind the bloody throne. The Grand Duke, symbolizing destruction and madness. His name is Agars. He smiles, covering himself with his wings. Speaking of which, whoever is talking about the air on the lower floors. After which Kindred stands in shock, watching this. He thinks that there cannot be a demon, that he must be on the 98th floor. And why did the higher demon descend to the lower floors? Kindred is clearly angry, gritting her teeth and looking forward. He says what the hell, and he thinks that he is really also looking for a dragon Veccan man. After that, he collects the fragments in his hand. He thinks that at this level it will be very difficult to deal with him. After which he thinks about moving in. The devil spirit belongs to the king of the monkeys. After which Kindred begins to glow with a golden light from one hand and collects white air from the other. He touches with his palm. Then the explosion speaks, and a huge outbreak occurs. A huge shockwave emanates from it, chasing everything around. After which Kindred breathes heavily, looking forward and smiling. He thinks about connecting yin and yang. This is a skill that allows you to combine opposing forces to create a powerful explosion. And even if he was difficult to defeat, this explosion would be enough to damage his incarnation. After which this demon comes forward, hiding behind his black wings. He says that he is interested, that he has prepared so carefully for something, and is it really for this wonderful moment? However, he still has a long way to go to copy the Monkey King. After which Kindred stands in shock, watching how he is unharmed. And the demon touching his mouth. Is he talking about making him disappear? After which he extends his hand with his wings, and a huge dark aura hits Kindred. He starts screaming and is shocked by this. After which one of his servants appears in front of the demon and bows to him. The demon says that it was really a shadow and how similar it is to that guy who only does what he sleeps. And it doesn't matter. And one of the men, covered in blood, kneeling in front of him. Then he says that great, since all the interference has been eliminated, the signatory should tell him his wish. After which he says that he summoned someone like Villian or Dantalon. But why is there a great demon here? He then clenched his teeth as blood flowed from his mouth. This is the demon talking about what he doesn't know and why he thinks that way. And he will tell, saying that if he needs the body of a dragon, he has the body of one of the previous lords. And this is a very valuable material that cannot be obtained even for 1,000 gold, and that will be enough, right? To which the demon gets angry, covering his eyes in red light and looking at him. He talks about what he's talking about, and you think he doesn't know. He remembers the little dragon girl. He says that he will take the dragon man, even though he is nothing more than a piece of trash. Speaking of which, this is a Skywing child. He smiles, extending his hand. And he says that isn't this enough for him to take her. After which this man begins to shake and clenches his teeth even more tightly. And a male elf is watching them all, sitting behind a stone. He thinks that this is really not what they are talking about now about the daughter of that same man. And while the man sitting in front of the demon speaks to him, what will he tell him his wish? To which the demon says that first he will fulfill it, and he must say, why is this man pulling out a huge book? It begins to glow purple, and he says that he must be sacrificed to his granddaughter. After which many chains begin to bind this demon. They envelop his hands and spread them apart. And the man who called the chains is holding the book, very tense. He extends his hand and more chains appear, trying to bind this demon. He thinks that he and this book are already at their limit. And aging, restrained by holiness, progresses rapidly. This man begins to cough up blood while looking forward. He thinks that he wanted to see his daughter healthy, but nothing can be done. Now he will lose the rest of his life. The system sends notifications indicating that he has understood a lot about the blessing of the devil. He destroyed the swarm's records and the artifact was no longer used. June looks at her brand right on the palm of her hand. The system says that the demonic research skill has been created. He has a D rank and a 0% proficiency level. This is a work that Roy wrote after spending his entire life observing demons, and he can borrow the power of the 98th floor demon using black magic. And as his skill level increases, he will be able to enter into contracts with more powerful demons. And the devilish spell, by paying the price, he will be able to generate the demonic energy that Kindred Eye needs to use black magic. And there are conditions according to which he must find a skill book to use it. Devil's poison, he will be able to create the purest poison, which is used only by demons, and the amount that he can create depends on its dark properties. And he will need the blessing of the devil. After which June notices Pant and Edora approaching him. Oni, smiling, brings him the bloody spheres. Park says that brother, where should he put it? And June, looking at them, says that he should leave it here for now. And then they notice something. One of Jun's undead mages stands forward, extending his arm. After which he creates a blocking shield, and he completely absorbs the attack. June stands there in bewilderment. He thinks that it looks like a tornado, and judging by the dark energy, it was something brought by the wind. After which he thinks that this is the same demon from the upper floors. He uses his wings and flies forward while Edora looks on. June thinks that he is somehow worried and he must see Brahman as soon as possible, while Edora shouts to him about where he is flying to, and June remembers his brother. He says that his younger brother was possessed by a demon and was trying to master demon magic, and he taught him from time to time, offering to join him. However, the brother refused every time. And remembering Aggers, these refusals made him a real stubborn person, and every time he refused the offer, he completely stopped all contact with him. And the demon appeared a few years later when the brother died alone. He smiled and extended his hand to his brother, talking about how he can take his hand and he will overcome the disease that is eating away at his soul, and he will give him the power with which he can take revenge. To which the brother smiles, looking at this demon. He says his answer is always the same and he refuses, and the demon stands in shock and silently looks at him. He says he is arrogant, but in the end he had no choice but to become his. And June runs forward. He thinks about why he should show himself in person, and he could simply send a servant or a lower demon in his place. And June runs forward with a serious face, looking around. Here he thinks that besides this, the black clouds are fragments of the world and this illusory world has been destroyed. June looks at her hand, which contains dark energy. Is he thinking about what happened here? And there is still a spiritual trace in the fragments, and he wants to see what happened. And he remembers how the woman was stuck in Kindred and the Brahmin attacked the demon. And June thinks that this is how it happened. He remembers the Brahmins that he is standing in the distance. Thinking about the general flow of thoughts, he gets very confused, and even June feels it. And what made him so nervous, despite the way he dies. He remembers what he said, that he called someone else, but why is he here? To which they tell him that this is not the way the Brahmin thinks. He does not know from the one that he is a child of the heavenly wing. And isn't that enough for the demon to take her? And June begins to think about what kind of skywing child this is. The system sends notifications indicating that he is confused. His cool trait is activated for an unknown reason, and June begins to remember and understands what is happening. He thinks about his brother having a child. June begins to come to her senses and understands what is happening. He thinks about his brother having a child, after which June thinks that the diary said nothing about the child. The only one his brother loved was Viera, and when his beloved gave it to him, he never opened his heart to anyone else. And remembering this girl with golden hair, he thinks that she was the one who tried to heal his heart. It was Ananta. He remembered how she stood next to his brother, thinking that she loved him unrequitedly from the very first meeting. However, unlike her, her brother accepted her as a friend, and when he last met with her, the girl told him something important. June remembers how she approached his brother. She said that she would do anything to protect him, and June looks down. He thinks that she was really talking about Sesha, and he remembered the Brahmin and how he shouted. After all, he said that this is not even his child, and this is the father. Juna begins to be enveloped in dark energy. He grabs his head and thinks that these are really the memories of the Brahmin, and his spiritual trace gradually merges with him. June closes her eyes and absorbs this energy. He thinks that it was a mistake and a mistake that he made by joking with the dragon, and he played too hard because he was already sick of the duties of a god. Remembering the little girl, saying that he wanted this child, but he could not recognize him as one of his own, pretended that he knew nothing about him, but still felt relieved. And he found out that she liked another dragon man. She brought the newborn baby and they called him father for the first time, and she was the child of his brother and Viera. And remembering how this child was carried, wrapped in white cloth. Speaking of which, she hid for a long time that she had a child with her brother, and remembering how she hid from other magicians. After all, she almost became the object of experiments, and yet she was able to kidnap her and run away, and she tried to raise her as her own child. And remembering how she protected this child, going against many magicians. Speaking of which, they heard that she was fighting witches somewhere and her brother was also fighting in the war against other clans. But she couldn't help anything, he had to protect her. June looks up with a serious face. He thinks that this is what happened, and now he understands the reason why the demon came here, and he wants to take away his brother's half-heir. And June thinks that he must prevent at least this. He clenched his fists, after which June walked forward. He thinks that he could not protect his brother, but this child is his niece and he will save him. The Brahmin holds this demon wrapped in chains. He talks about what he has been preparing for all this time, after which the chains begin to break, and the demon says that I'm sorry, but cannot fulfill his desire and the power of the circle has weakened since the barrier of the illusory world has fallen. Whereupon the Brahmin fell to the ground as the book begins to disappear and he reaches out his trembling hand towards it. Let's go. He picks up the little girl wrapped in the red dome. She shouts to the Brahmin to save her, and the demon looks at her with a smile, saying that this is what the guy left behind and it doesn't quite suit his taste, but it will be a great trophy. Then he opens his mouth. The girl begins to cry, looking at this demon. She thinks about how scared she is and tries to remember her mother. She remembers how she held her and talked about how she looks like her dad, and a smile suits her best, so let her not cry and smile more. After which she remembers the Brahmin and how he smiled and was kind to her. The demon brings this ball closer to his mouth, after which this girl closes her eyes and stretches out her arms. She thinks about June coming. Then a huge flash occurs, and the demon's hand flies off to the side. June holds her while she closes her eyes and cries. She looks at who saved her, and she realizes that it was June. June moves back with this girl and then puts her on the ground. She takes off her mask, and this girl was very surprised. She looks at Juna's face and starts crying. She, looking at Jun's face, thinks that it is the same as hers. She extends her hands to Jun, after which she says with a smile that it's really bad and it's really him. After which June smiles and hugs her. June turns his attention to the Brahmin who is looking at them. He asks him if it is really him. Jun approaches the Brahmin and uses magic on his hand. He says he will tell the details later. First, he needs to be treated. The Brahmin looks at Juna in surprise. He thinks that although the face is the same, it is not his brother. Here he watches as June summons all his undead, after which he thinks that his skills, demeanor, and character are completely different. And are they really brothers? Jun's undead talk about whether they will really be cursed and how they can deal with it. And they watch the demon, saying that this is really the same demon. And the demon smiles. He says that I guess brothers are brothers, and seeing him with your own eyes is not like watching you from above. June looks at this demon with a serious face. He says that he believes he wants to get him and his daughter. The demon smiles, saying that it is true that his brother humiliated him a long time ago and he wants compensation. And the demon regenerates his hand. He talks about threatening a small fry there, being a Grand Duke is ugly, so he'll give him a chance. Who does she look like? June is standing and his daughter is standing behind him. I'm talking about whether he wants power and he can give it to him. If this is not enough, then he will sacrifice his niece, and if he does, he will give him an equivalent reward. June looks at this demon with a serious face. He talks about what if he refuses, and the demon remembers how his brother refused many times. He is clearly smiling to vent, saying that, like all people, he does not know his place. After which the demon extends his hand, and a huge dark aura attacks Jun. He stands in surprise while his undead soldiers cover him, and this dark aura hits him right. The demon is watching over it all. He says he tried not to force himself because he needed to touch his soul. But if he refuses, he has no other choice. After which the demon is very surprised by this. He talks about what this feeling is, and he feels a creature that is in no way inferior to his strength, and this cannot be. And while a dark aura surrounds Jun, lights appear from there. A huge crater appears from the sky, and June, with glowing eyes, stretches out his hand and begins to appear from the sky. The demon stands in shock, watching this, after which a huge golden gate descends from the sky. June covered himself with his hand. The demon stands in surprise. Jun thinks that he is strong enough to defeat the god Brahma, but he is an ordinary mortal and he cannot defeat him. After which he calls a huge gate from the sky. He thinks that in such a case there is no other choice but to call upon the one who can resist him. After which Brahma watches all this with surprise. He thinks about how Jun restored his magic circle and summoned a new door. Someone's voice comes from this door. It says who is calling him. He answers, to which God asks him what the price will be. After which June pulls out the Aegis and says that this will be the price. God says the deal was done. After which a huge snake emerges from the gate. The demon stands in shock as he watches this. From this gate comes many snakes, on which Hercules sits. The demon says that it is Hermes. Why does Hermes look at the demon with a smile? He says that they haven't seen each other for a long time, 800 or 900 years somewhere, and this is the first time they've seen each other since they sealed Lucille, right? And while Hercules approaches him, the demon looks at Togo. He talks about why the one who is only supposed to observe. Why does Hermes interrupt him? He says the same reason he got the offer, so here he is to repay what he got. And Hermes smiles, looking at the demon. He says that then decide now whether he will fight him or retreat, after which the demon smiles. He brings his hand to his second hand and creates a dark funnel. He says that it would be nice if God and the demon played on the lower floors, after which the demon creates a lot of dark magic, directing it directly to Hermes. A skirmish ensues between Germany, the nose, and the demon. The demon begins to smile, becoming covered in a dark aura, and his eyes begin to glow red. Jun, who was watching this from the side, clenched his teeth under the intense pressure. He thinks about how this is what gods and demons are like, and this energy, and from one glance at which it seems as if he has gone crazy. After which June looks at the light falling from the sky. He thinks that like destruction and restoration, if not for this suddenly appeared light, then perhaps he would not have been able to survive. After which he sees this light coming straight from heaven. He thinks that this aura belongs to Athena and unexpectedly that she came in exchange for the Aegis, and decides she saves Pant and Edora and the Brahma like him. After which Jun thought, looking down. He thinks that he doesn't know why Athena favors him, but this is clearly his chance, and he must somehow get to the demon. After which he releases all the red balls and flowers from the amber. He thinks that even though it will be difficult, he must awaken the demon's blessing. After which he begins to suck these flowers into his hands. June grabs his arm, gritting his teeth in pain. The system sends notifications. It says that Athena looks at him calmly, and she is pleased with his strong determination. And Athena sends him a blessing. The system says that the demon's blessing is awakening. After which Jun clenched his teeth, while the demonic aura penetrates him. The system says that the demonic nature is firmly etched into his dragon bones, and Jun clenched his teeth, feeling enormous pain. He thinks that, if he thinks about it, he has received the power that his brother only talked about. After which he remembers a huge dragon. Speaking of which, dragons and demons have been in conflict with each other since time immemorial. and not accepting the enemy is firmly ingrained in their instincts. However, the influence they have on each other is so great that when they renounced their species, taking on the traits of their enemies, they only became stronger. They were called demonic dragons, which had the power of both demon and dragon, and they were much stronger than others. And he remembers one of the black dragons. Speaking of which, it's absurd that a dragon would give up its species by shaking hands with a demon, and demonic dragons disgrace the honor of the dragon species. And even if he makes a contract with a demon to learn demonic magic, he must not cross the line. And Jun remembers how this dragon said all this to his brother, and the dragon continued to agree that if he did this, he would terminate the contract with him. And the brother says what is good, and he promises. He had never tried to break his promise to a dragon and become a demonic dragon, but he had thought about it. What if you surpass the demonic dragon, if you receive the blessings of the giants and the blessings of those who believe in him? And his brother thought about how far he could go. The system sends notifications. It says that the combination of the demon's blessing and the dragon's blessing was successful. The change to his basic characteristics was successful, because the dragon body trait was changed to a demonic dragon body, after which Jun's heart turns dark. The system says that the black dragon and it can gradually change the strength of the dragon species and the strength of the demon. Draconic demonic territory according to his abilities, and he can claim the territory. Dragon demonic knowledge of the world, dragon knowledge and the other side of knowledge, and the dragon demonic power according to his abilities. He can open the power, knowledge of the truth of the dragon species, and the system sends a notification saying that he has reached the limit of the dragon's blessing and new changes are happening. Jun's heart begins to turn red along with his nerves, and he reached the limit of the demon's blessing, new changes occurring, otherwise from the search for new opportunities. The system says that the third stage of power is being released, after which Jun begins and screams in pain. Huge dark dragon wings grow from his back. The system says that the power of elemental contact. Jun looks surprised. It is covered with scales and fangs appear, after which he sees a dragon and a chirp. They tell Jun to go into battle, after which Jun lowers his head, closing his mouth. He thinks that dreams are disappearing, after which he takes his weapon and it begins to glow red. He jumps straight at the demon with all his might, thinking that the wave of fire and the 72 transformations of the Monkey King, after which the demon notices how Jun attacks him. He is covered by 2 knights from his army, and one of the girls standing nearby shouts that she should please give him her blessing, after which Jun, along with his knights and Rebecca, attacks the demon. Hermes extends his hand with a smile. He tells the snakes to attack the demon, and they, opening their mouths, attack directly at him. They bite the demon, thereby injecting their poison into it, and the demon begins to scream in pain. He pushes everyone away. Then he says how dare they, and Jun, stepping back, clearly out of breath, watches this. He thinks that he is being attacked, they will be able to catch him, after which he points his blade forward. He uses fire magic while gritting his teeth, and he thinks about what if he could let the fire out just one more time. After which Jun notices how the snakes are attacking the demon while the fire is burning around, and Jun is breathing heavily. He thinks that he should help his niece, after which he clenched his weapon even tighter. His head begins to spin watching this battle. Blood begins to flow from his mouth and he realizes that he is already at his breaking point, after which his soldiers tell him. Jun is breathing heavily, while he is being asked that this is really all because of the new power. Jun continues to talk about how he doesn't and he has to catch the demon. His knights keep calling him, and he remembers his niece and his brother. He thinks that he cannot lose them now, after which Jun falls to the ground and his wings begin to disappear. The soldiers shout to him that Mr. He is okay, and he should say something. The knights of Jun call upon him. They ask if the gentleman is okay and should he say something. It seems to me that this is not just overexertion, and he also used a lot of sacred power. Jun breathes heavily as she falls to the ground. He somehow holds his blade, after which he looks forward, very tired. He talks about how he must protect his niece, after which he notices a dark aura emanating from the gate that he called upon. Snakes attack the demon from behind. He yells for them to get out of here and he told them to leave. Hermes takes out his staff, jumping up. He thinks that he cannot do anything, and he is about to be taken to the 98th floor. Hermes lowers his head with a serious face, while the demon shouts that it is his and no one will take his things away. Hermes tells him to just give up and go back where he came from, to which the demon fights back. He shouts to everyone that he can't just go back to the 98th floor, after which he tries to attack the lying Jun. Speaking of which, this time he won't miss his chance. Hermes notices this and points his staff straight at Jun. He says what the hell, and while Jun's soldiers look at him, saying that the owner. She goes through the attack and he begins to bleed. A huge paw grabs him, taking him into the darkness. The demon starts laughing. He grabs Jun right by the neck, after which he looks straight into his eyes and sees his brother there. The demon smiles. He says he won't leave this time. If he doesn't want to leave, then only with him. Jun clenched his teeth, using his last strength. He grabs the hand of this demon, The system sends notifications that the vampire sword is activated and it absorbs life and energy. The system sends notifications indicating that he is receiving the demon's blessing. The demon, watching this, is surprised, and while June grabs his hand, she continues to absorb his life force. The system says that the demon's blessing power is warning that it exceeds current limits. Imbalances in the dragon's blessing are disrupted by his demonic dragon body being in danger and it may overheat, and the demon uses all its power trying to strangle Jun. He talks about leaving with him, after which Jun's knights run straight to the owner. Hermes follows them. They say that the owner is dangerous and he must let him go. Jun clenched his teeth, trying to fight back while his eyes burned, after which the demonic hand holding Jun is cut off. Someone says that he just wanted to leave him alone. The demon begins to get angry. He says that this guy is not his. The demon is thrown back and he screams, looking at Jun. They get sucked into the doors. He screams that June is not there for him, after which the doors are locked, and administrators appear in front of June. They talk about what an obsession, and this obsessive man is ashamed, after which many administrators appear right in front of Jun. They talk about how seriously big trouble happens every time he sees June, and can they honor the awards first, after which June, in serious condition, watches the notification system. He thinks that these are the 12 zodiac signs of the highest guardian administrators, and administrators stand in shock looking at system notifications. They say that this is truly an outstanding feat, and they think about it being enough to give him the reward he needs right now, after which they give him a beautiful silver bottle. Are they telling Juna to drink this? And he drinks what they gave him. He notices a blue aura starting to glow around him, and the administrator smiles. He says that he just drank an elixir called nectar, and he actually didn't have enough karma, but he will consider the rest a gift. Herman gets to his feet, noticing that he has a fetus appearing right in his chest. He says in surprise that it is a demonic circuit that he absorbed and it turned into a gem. The system sends notifications. During the day it is said that the devilish contour has turned into a category of decoration, and the rank Essen cannot be determined, and the form of the blessing demon Grand Duke's spiritual trace is fragile, so any moment may weaken. Tries to touch her. He thinks that his devil circuit should be more than enough to cure his niece. However, the stone was made very poorly and he would not be able to remove it from his body, after which June closes his eyes. He thinks that if so, then he will not be able to save her, after which Hermes picks him up and checks his condition. He says that he knows what he thinks so hard about. Hermes looks at June with a serious face. He talks about not rushing to otherwise miss what is nearby, but he's not that kind of person, is he? After which Hermes notices how a golden aura begins to envelop Jun. He looks up to the heavens and sees light right out the door. He thinks that it was Athena, after which Hermes smiles, looking up. He thinks about how she always looked at this guy with warmth, and she even imagines the expression on her face now, after which Hermes goes back through the gate. The administrators are surprised to say that he is really leaving already, to which Hermes says that since he does not have time, he leaves the rest to them, after which the doors close, and the administrator says that he will take care of the rest, after which they all look at Jun. They talk about what is good and everything needs to be finished. June finds herself in some kind of hut, Edora holding a rag to his face. June tries to figure out where he is. Edora looks at him with a smile. She says that he finally woke up. June gets up. He begins to look around and talks about where they are now, to which Edora says that they are on the 24th floor and the air in the forest was too dark, so they immediately brought him here. June grabs his head. He says that then others, after which he is surprised, touching his face, and he realizes with surprise the fact that he is not wearing a mask. He starts looking around, talking about where she is, and Edora pulls out Jun's mask. Speaking of which, is this what he's looking for? And Jun looks at her in surprise. Edora smiles, looking at Jun. She says this is his mask, after which June jumps out of bed with a serious face. He begins to wonder what was happening. Then he thinks about how he should have been careful, how many people saw his face while he was unconscious. Edora can't be that careless. He remembers Panter. Speaking of which, in this case, Panty Edora also saw his face, and can they really be forced to shut up about this? But how? And perhaps they did not know the meaning of his face. June holds the blade, thinking that even if they didn't know, he doesn't want to leave open options. If he was going to deal with them, he needed to do it now. After which Edora hugs Jun. While June holds the blade, Edora hugs him. She says that everything is fine and everything will be fine because they are close. And June hugs Edora back. Jun was in Edora's arms. The embarrassed protagonist moved away from her. Jun sat in front of Edora on the bed. She stated that she did not think that the main character knew how to be embarrassed. June asked her who she thinks he is. Smiling, Edora noted that Pan did not see the protagonist's face. She said that if June decided to show, he would wait. The main character listened to Edora's speech with a straight face. She noted that she agreed with him, adding that she was curious about what he looked like and what was hidden in his soul. Edora looked at Jun and asked if it was bad to want to know all this. The main character was embarrassed by her words. In his thoughts, Jun assumed that if it was her, then everything would be fine. The main character took his mask. Jun looked at Edora and stated that one day he will tell everything. She was taken aback by the words of the protagonist. Smiling, she accepted the words of the main character and called him brother. Braham lay on the bed and looked at Jun's face and stated that he and his brother were similar, but they had a different aura. The main character stood over him and noted that this was not the first time he had heard this. The floor manager opened the portal and stated that they had a lot to talk about, so he would leave. The wounded Braham turned to Jun and asked him if he knew that he did not love this face. He noted that his daughter suffered because of this face. Smiling, the main character stated that the owner of this face was a real fool. He asked if Braham wanted to live. Jun said with a serious face that he needs to live so as not to allow people like Youngwoo to do wrong. Stunned, Braham continued to listen to the protagonist's speech. Jun noted that he needs to cure Sesha in order to see Ananta. Squinting his eyes, Braham agreed with the main character. Sesha held Braham's hand with tears in her eyes. She asked him not to leave. Braham noted in his thoughts that he could not leave her. The main character and Sesha stood over Braham. He stated that he was once called God, but now he will become something else. Closing his eyes, Braham declared that this life was also not bad. He let go of Sesha's hands. The girl looked at Jun with tears in her eyes. The main character told her to wait. Jun began to draw dark energy from Braham's body. The girl screamed for the main character to wait. She pulled out the elixir, saying that it could save him. The main character's gaze fell on the homunculus's elixir. The message said that it was the raw material of an artificial life form created by Braham, who put all his alchemical knowledge and magical essence into it. However, he was unable to create the soul, leaving the elixir unfinished. Stunned, Jun looked at the bottle of potion. In his thoughts, he noted that this was one of Braham's treasures. Uninspired, Sesha said that the main character would definitely succeed. Smiling, Jun noticed in his thoughts that he had no right to make a mistake. The main character pointed his hand at the elixir, from which green mana emanated. The potion began to illuminate Braham's body. 3 notifications appeared indicating that divine essence had been received. Braham's hand was illuminated by light energy. All wounds disappeared from his body and he was enveloped in mana. A sign appeared saying that Jun had managed to give the once great soul a new body. The message said that the main character had found a new way to use death. His zone of control over the power of darkness was becoming wider. A notification appeared that the various gods and demons of the 98th floor observing the situation were in amazement. Many messages popped up in the background of the heavenly gates. They said that some gods were unhappy with Jun's actions. The dev members were especially unhappy. Hermes carefully watches the main character, and Athena supports him. Poseidon thinks and believes that Jun does not deserve God's blessing. Ares was indecisive. He wanted to offer the main character the position of an apostle. Hephaestus also thought about this. Signs appeared against the background of the demonic gate. Many demons are heatedly discussing Jun. Many demon communities turned their attention to the main character. The demon community Hell is interested in Jun. Holding his empty hand in front of him, the main character noticed that both demons and gods reacted so violently. Jun presented a mural of Braham being God. In his thoughts, the main character noted that Braham lived on the lower floors and was wounded by Agares, but he was not just God, but the highest. The main character stated that such a great god was not a ranker, but became a subject of a mere mortal. Jun noted that this was shocking. While the main character was reading the message, happy Sesha stretched out her arms and called out to Braham. She hugged Braham. Looking at his face, Sesha asked him why he was so cold and hard. The ceiling in the room where they were was illuminated by sunlight. Braham stated that since he was now Jun's subordinate, they needed to end their conversation. He asked the main character how he could cure Sesha and go to Ananta. Jun stretched out his hands, which had 2 seals on them, and asked Braham to look at it. Frowning, he put on his glasses. Braham's gaze fell on the pink seal and he noticed that it was a demon seal that he had made. He looked at the naked woman, projection, and was shocked. He sat at the table and examined the seals on Jun's hands. Braham cried out and asked if this was the Philosopher's Stone and how it was possible. The main character stated that Viera Dune only brought out the base. Jun noted that he did not know the details. The main character, with a serious look, said that he accidentally received it, so he is still trying to learn how to use it. Jun asked what Braham would suggest doing with him. Stunned, Braham replied that he would make it perfect and then create a magic circle. Taken aback, he noted in his thoughts that he would do this to catch the demon and save Sesha, no matter the cost. There were several candlesticks with candles hanging on the wall. Braham asked the main character what to do next and how they could find Ananta. He noted that she was fighting Walpurgis Knight. Jun stated that they could use the auction. A picture of a man on stage showing the Philosopher's Stone popped up in the main character's head. Jun continued his speech by saying that they could display the Philosopher's Stone. The main character noted that they would remove all the important attributes, leaving the name. Grinning, Braham put his hand to his chin and said that he could imagine what noise there would be in the tower. The image of the Summer Queen appeared in his head. Braham noticed that the noise would be especially from the red dragon. He stated that the heart of the Summer Queen's dragon was almost destroyed, so she would definitely want to get the Philosopher's Stone. Jun said that the red dragon and the other clans would definitely try to get to the bottom of the stone. Holding his face, Braham asked if the main character was trying to turn all eyes on Walpurgis Night. June, with a calm look, sitting on a chair, stated that from now on they will begin a witch hunt. Stretching his hand forward, the main character stated that this was necessary to get their attention. The door was enveloped in night light. The administrator looked at Jun, who was holding a mask in his hand. He asked if the main character had finished the conversation. The administrator pointed his hands at the blue portal and asked Jun to go through it. Having passed through the portal, the main character saw the administrator, who was pointing his hand at the red sofa. He noted that when June wears a mask, it is more convenient to talk to him. The administrator asked the main character to sit at the table. He pointed to the cup of tea and said that it was an elite variety of tea leaves. The administrator asked to try it, noting that it had the perfect, refined taste. June asked if the administrator wanted to talk about this and asked to get to the point. Snapping his fingers, the administrator noted with a grin that the main character had absolutely no time to chat. A huge number of notifications appeared behind the administrator's back. The main character's gaze fell on messages that said that the demon of hell, Ammon, was looking at him. The Jisex demon, Hundan, licks his lips. June was stupefied by what he saw and asked what it meant. The administrator asked the main character what he thought. His face was illuminated with blue light from many notifications. The administrator said that they were all very interested in June. Adding to his speech, he noted that 41 gods and 55 demons want to see the main character as an apostle. Crossing his palms, the receptionist said that June knew that he needed to be a ranker for this, but apparently they decided not to wait until he reached the 50th floor, given the circumstances. The administrator stated that many also offered to share their power after the contract is concluded. June calmly stated that he was refusing, noting that he did not need the position of apostle. In his thoughts, the main character noticed that he really would like to get the dragon awakening faster, but he is not going to rely on others. Jun's face changed to one of surprise. The main character thought about whether it could be done differently. The administrator put his finger on the message and said that since June refused, he would reject all offers. The protagonist's face under the mask was frowning. Jun stated that he doesn't mind getting powers without a contract. The administrator turned around and looked at the main character. In his thoughts, Jun noted that he would see what they offered if they wanted to take it. Smiling, the administrator said that, in fact, the main character is the second player who plays like this with the 98th floor. June noticed that he would not play by their rules. A notification appeared that the demon of hell, Agars, was offering the power of Shinshin Aisha. The protagonist's gaze fell on several messages from the pile. The god of Asgard, Heimdall, offered the music of destruction and the sacred object Gijallarhorn. The demon of the Jisek, Galaganta, offered tsunami and the sacred item demonic blood sword. Narrowing his eyes, the administrator said that he did not think that they would decide to share such treasures. Jun looked at the signs and said that he could only accept 4 powers. The main character's gaze fell on the stigmata of the goddess technique. This is a power bestowed by Athena, the goddess of Olympus. June deeply impressed Athena by fighting fiercely to protect his niece, so she lends him her power. The goddess sword grants the goddess favor. It protects the body from invisible arrows and spears, and the enemy's spirit will be broken. Additionally, it blesses allies, greatly improving their stats and morale, as well as increasing their elemental defenses. The goddess shield greatly increases resistance and defense. In addition, it is possible to install a temporary barrier. The main character began to consider the third spirit ability. This is the power bestowed by Azrael, the god of Malak. As the god of death and souls, Azrael has long taken a deep interest in his despair of the Black King. He is upset as Jun lacks many aspects of handling souls, so he gives him the new power he needs. The Dullcaster allows the caster's absolute will to influence the subject. It is possible to confuse an opponent with weaker mental abilities, and in severe cases, temporarily steal his body and use him as a puppet. 100 Phantom Knights allows spirits to move in groups. Death spirits have an instinct to consume living souls, and they drain the life force of anyone in their path. In the place where a group of spirits passes, not a single blade of grass will remain. Jun began to look at the Senshinisha technique. This is the power bestowed by Agars, the demon of hell. Agars, possessed by the protagonist, still cannot let go of his hidden feelings even in critical condition and calls on the greatness of his power. However, the more Jun uses his powers, the greater the risk of becoming a demon and going crazy, so you have to be careful. Senshin channels the hatred and anger simmering within his body into madness. During this time, the attack power increases in proportion to the increase in madness, and the defense power decreases. Isha allows you to have a huge impact on your enemies by emitting madness, lowering their morale and reducing their mental strength. The destroyed mental power is replaced by the caster's physical strength and magical power. The main character began to study the Faceless Law ability, the power granted by Galaganta to the demon of the Jai sect. Chaos has eyes, but he does not see anything. He has ears, but he does not hear, and he cannot eat, therefore he has no organs. But at the same time, his feelings are incredibly subtle, His ability to think is amazing, and his magic is so deep that it surpasses grimoires and becomes a force. In his thoughts, Jun noted that the faceless law could be very useful. The main character thought about the remaining powers. He touched the projection with his finger and noted in his head that he couldn't just give up and it was better to wait. Jun noted that he might return to them later. Several notifications appeared. They said that Athena, the goddess of Olympus, looks at the main character with a touching gaze. Agars, the demon of hell, laughed at the other demons. Ares, the god of Olympus, was outraged by Jun's choice. The demon of the Jai sect, Galaganta, calmly accepted the choice of the protagonist. The administrator watched Jun, surrounded by many notifications. While in thought, the main character noted that demons and gods are characterized by pride, so they are unlikely to take their gifts. The administrator said that Jun was a special person. In the memories of the main character, a picture of the battle between Agars and Hermes surfaced. The administrator, pointing to the projection, said that the battle between Hermes and Agars was very destructive. He stated that there was a lot of damage to the floor area. Jun imagined the destroyed area of the floor. The administrator said that many of the players who were there died immediately. Adding to his speech, he stated that this is why they receive a lot of complaints. The main character was sitting at the table opposite the administrator. He said that the administrative bureau understands the current situation, but other players. Interrupting, Jun said that they might harbor a grudge against him. Grinning, the administrator noted that it was so. A portal appeared behind Jun. The administrator said that was all. He wished good luck to the main character on his journey. Jun noted that he is right, many will try to take revenge on him. The main character turned to Braham, who was holding Sesha in his arms. Jun noticed that he, Braham, and Sesha could not stay on the 24th floor. The main character said that they went to the village of the One-Horned Tribe. A crowd had gathered in the village, from which shouts could be heard. Holding the sword in front of her with both hands, Edora said that this was strange. She asked what was going on. Edora saw her father among the crowd. She called out to him too. Pant and Edora ran up to Nai. He asked his father what was happening. Nayu informed that Janu had died. Edora was taken aback by what she heard. A picture of how a man put his foot on the body of the wounded Janu surfaced in her imagination. Nayu said that he was killed by the bow god from Chingwado. He noted that this is why they sent scouts after him. Nayu reported that the White Demon King and Elder Karam were also dead, noting that the other 9 people had returned in critical condition. Jun hugged Edora and in his thoughts wondered why the god of bows would touch the One-Horned Tribe. An enraged Pant asked his father what they would do. Frowning, Nayu stated that he needed to be caught, noting that if he allowed himself to do this, he was looking down on them. An enraged Nayu said that he should not allow himself to be treated like this. He walked up to the crowd and, extending his hand, ordered everyone to get ready. The main character stood behind Edora and Pant and thought that there would be real noise in the tower. Jun noted that it would be better to find Hanova. The plot takes us to Hanova's forge. Putting his hand to his chin, the main character asked if he knew about the Philosopher's Stone. Taken aback, Hanova asked what kind of stupid question this was. Jun asked if he knew or not. The image of Braham appeared in the head of the main character, who said that he only knew the basics of this stone. He noted that perhaps Hanova could get to the bottom of this. Stretching out his hand, Jun began to tell him the basics of the Philosopher's Stone. The main character stated that this is what happened. Hanova replied that he understood everything. Sitting on a chair, Jun asked if he would help him. Confused, Hanova asked what other help this was. He stated that he was simply interested in working with such material. Smiling, the main character noted that he is always like this. Braham appeared in front of him and told Hanova that they had not seen each other for a long time. Hanova said with a smile that 20 years had already passed. He asked what Braham was even doing with this kid. Hanova said that he was happy in any case. A one-horned old man appeared before them. He apologized that his old age was ruining everything for them there. Laughing, Hanova asked what the bloody philosopher was talking about. Rebecca watched them with the spirits. She noted in her thoughts that this was a strange company. Leaning on the table, Jun suggested we begin. He extended his hand, which contained a blue seal, and stated that their goal was to complete the Philosopher's Stone. The company began looking at the drawings on the table. Braham and Hanova were looking at a piece of paper. The main character said that everyone had started working on the formula. Jun noted that Hanova was the most active in trying to figure it out. Frowning, Braham said that it was the same. The main character said that despite their great desire, they had a certain problem. The plot takes us a month ahead. There were shards of dark stone lying on the table. Braham said that it didn't work out again. Covering his face with his hands, he said that they were so close, but at the same time far from the solution. Grabbing the mask, Jun noticed in his thoughts that they had determined how the Philosopher's Stone and the magic core would work, but they couldn't connect them together. Rebecca extended her hand to the main character and offered to call someone else, noting that perhaps they could give some advice. Jun replied that he did not want this because he could only trust these people. The main character noticed that Sesha could also be in danger. Rebecca said she knew someone she could trust. With a calm look, Jun asked who she was talking about. In the head of the main character, the image of a girl covered with a white cape appeared. Rebecca said she was talking about Victoria. Taken aback, Jun asked if Rebecca knew how to contact her. Placing her hand to her chin, Rebecca replied that she did not know how to contact her, but knew a place where she could meet her. Leaning on the table, the main character asked her about this place, noting that he would leave right away. Shrouded in blue mana, Rebecca thought for a moment and answered what it was. The plot takes us to a city from which a red glow emanated. Jun's gaze fell on the cheerful passers-by. Covering her face with her hood, Edora stated that she did not believe that there was a famous person in such a place. Thoughtful, Rebecca reported that Victoria had studied with a famous shaman, so there was a chance that they could find her there. Jun, with a serious face, wondered whether the shaman was there or not. Pant and the main character were surrounded by several girls. In his thoughts, Jun noted that he hoped to leave there as soon as possible. The red-haired man called out to the main character and his companions. Jun, wearing a black cloak, asked him how their request was. The man smiled and replied that they were in the process of surveillance and asked them to follow him. The protagonist's gaze fell on a tall building with red lights coming from the windows. The man said that the person they needed was on the 8th floor. While walking up the stairs, Jun noted that he smelled some strange smell. The main character opened the door on the desired floor. A picture appeared before him of many girls lying on the bed. A woman surrounded by a crowd asked what was happening, noting that she had not called anyone. The main character moved aside the shawl that covered the bed. Jun asked her if she was Anastasia. The main character's gaze fell on a girl with a red pattern on her forehead. Smiling, Anastasia asked Jun if he knew who she was. A message appeared in front of the main character stating that thanks to his composure he retains his sanity. Jun read that he has protection and immunity from dark magic and shamanism. The main character looked at Anastasia sitting on the bed. He noted in his thoughts that she must be a witch. She asked Jun why he was there. The main character said that he needs Victoria. Anastasia was taken aback by what she heard. She fell into a stupor from what she heard and asked again what the main character said. A powerful explosion was heard in the house. Anastasia, standing on the rubble, looked at Jun, who was enveloped in fiery wings. A pink cloud of mana formed in her hand, and behind her was the outline of a demon with red eyes. Looking at what was happening, the main character wondered if this was a Gumeho form. He noted that the magic is very similar. Enraged, Victoria sent her hand a stream of pink mana at Jun. The main character pulled out a sword in front of him, shrouded in bright energy. Suddenly there was a shout for them to stop. Jun turned around at the scream. He saw a stunned Victoria. Rebecca, standing behind the main character, screamed her name. Taken aback, Victoria asked Rebecca how. Victoria's memory of Rebecca's death surfaced. She said that she was them. Rebecca put her hand on Victoria's shoulder and said that everything was fine and asked her if she was okay. Steam was coming from the mugs of tea. Jun and Rebecca sat opposite Victoria and Anastasia. In Victoria's memories, a picture surfaced of how she and Khan stood outside the door. She stated that thanks to their help, they escaped from King Mehu's palace. She remembered looking at Khan and noted that someone immediately began to follow them. Rebecca asked her if she could identify who it was. Victoria replied that she couldn't, but she was sure that this was a rather large clan. Her gaze fell on the main character and Rebecca. Jun in his thoughts suggested that this might be the Devil's Army. Looking down, the upset Victoria said that several days had passed and Khan decided to come to an agreement with them. Supplementing her speech, she stated that he was missing, noting that she looked everywhere for him, but could not find him. A picture of her looking after Khan surfaced in her memories. Victoria's eyes filled with tears. Anastasia hugged her. Looking up at Jun and his companions, she said that she didn't know why they appeared there. Continuing, Anastasia stated that they had better leave, noting that Victoria would not be able to help them in this state. Bright lanterns burned above the heads of passers-by. Rebecca, hovering behind the main character, stated that she lived with Victoria for a long time on 5 mountains, but this is the first time she sees her like this. The image of a smiling Victoria popped into her head. Rebecca said that Victoria, as she knows her, has always been proud and confident. Rebecca's face was upset. She noted that Victoria was the strongest. Looking at the multitude of red lights, Rebecca began to wonder why responsibility for Khan had unsettled her so much. A grimoire shrouded in pink mana suddenly appeared in the sky. Jun's gaze fell on the book floating next to him. Rebecca asked what it was. The main character grabbed the grimoire. Anastasia said that Victoria would not be able to help, but asked her to convey this. She noted that she did not know why she would do this. Anastasia asked Jun not to show up there again. Surprised, Rebecca looked at the book in the hands of the protagonist. She stated that Victoria wanted to publish this book through the scientists of the Magic Tower. Rebecca continued to look at the grimoire and noticed that this was Victoria's life's work. She wondered how she did it so easily. The main character wondered in his thoughts whether her conscience was tormenting her that much. Jun looked at the book with a serious look and, thoughtfully, noticed that it could help in studying the Philosopher's Stone. Braham studied Victoria's book in surprise. The main character noted that her knowledge was able to amaze even Braham. Jun said that they had started a new study and were doing more and more research. The main character said that in the end. Putting his hand on the drawings, Jun declared that he had finally succeeded. The main character looked at the notes with Braham. Jun noted that despite the time taken, they were still able to decipher the formula of the Philosopher's Stone. The main character presented blood splatters. Jun stated that he was sorry, but they shouldn't do this right now. The main character noted that so many innocent souls are needed as an ingredient, and this amazes him. Jun stood in front of Hanova, who was talking about how if they couldn't get it right, the formula might fall apart completely. Leaning on the table with many artifacts lying on it, Braham stated that they still needed to try. The main character's face changed to one of surprise. He used absorption, causing his hand to become enveloped in dark mana. Frowning, Jun noted in his thoughts that they only had one chance. The main character noted that if he makes a mistake, he will die immediately. Many fragments appeared in front of Jun, from which blue energy emanated. The fragments formed a stone. The main character, deep in thought, noted that the form was ready. He remembered how Agar's core formed in his chest. He stated that now it is necessary to unite the Philosopher's Stone and the core of Agar's. Against the background of blue mana, a message appeared that spoke of the corrupted Philosopher's Stone. The main character read that the purest energy in the world is the human soul. This stone is created after purifying souls according to the directions on the emerald table. It is filled with fear, so special measures are necessary. The emotions in the stone receive the energy of the demon Agars and slowly grow. Blue streams of energy began to mix with demonic mana. The notice stated deep resentment. Thanks to the energy emitted by Agars' demonic core, the grievances residing in the Philosopher's Stone can be strengthened through magic. However, the caster must also have the demon attribute. This is a unique artifact that exists in a single copy in the tower. It cannot be sold or transferred to another person. There was a strong curse on the artifact. The artifact can be used multiple times, but the user may be cursed, so special precautions are required. The artifact is completed, but not yet available for use. Requires connection to an existing magical organ. The artifact bears a strong curse. When connecting to an existing magical organ, special care is required. Jun brought the Philosopher's Stone, using blue mana, to his chest. The main character noticed that now he can unite with the stone. A notification appeared that thanks to the demonic dragon body, merging with the stone was fast. Blue mana mixed with demonic energy. The artifact in Jun's chest absorbed streams of energy. A magical storm appeared around the main character. Braham screamed that a barrier needed to be put up, noting that his energy could not be allowed to escape. The elder said that he understood everything. A pink barrier appeared. Braham covered himself with his hands from powerful streams of mana. The main character's body was enveloped in energy, and the Philosopher's Stone glowed pink. Mana enveloped Jun's spirits. Shannon asked if this was the Philosopher's Stone. Rebecca screamed at the energy coursing through her body. She stated that her soul was shining, adding that she felt as if she could become a divine spirit. Blue scales began to appear on Jun's face. The main character saw black mana appear in front of him. Jun plunged into complete darkness, from which many hands reached out to him. The main character wondered if these were grievances imprisoned in the Philosopher's Stone. Jun noted that being distracted is deadly. He saw the outline of a man in the darkness. The man's face was covered with hair, after which he said that he had not yet. Smirking, he stated that a little later, but not now, he would come and absorb the main character. Jun woke up to the screams of his friends. Having risen, the main character told Braham that he was okay and asked if something had happened. Smiling, Braham stated that the main character looked like he had no idea what was happening outside. There were clouds of dust around him. Braham reported that there was real chaos there. Shaking off the dust, the elder asked how the Philosopher's Stone was doing. He asked if he was useful. Jun fell into thought after this question. Grinning, he suggested checking it out. From the house, shrouded in the darkness of the night, the voice of Sesha was heard, who said that her uncle had been acting strange lately. She sat in front of the phoenix and said that Jun was not playing with her because she was doing something important. Sesha noted that Braham also does not visit her. Frowning, she said that her uncle was not good and asked Kyrick if it was true. Phoenix stated that he is not Tweet, but Nick. Sesha grabbed the phoenix by the throat and screamed that Kyrick was Kyrick. Nick noted in his thoughts that he was uncle and niece. The embarrassed girl said that she was wondering what the main character was doing now. Looking at Sesha, Nick assumed that Jun was now having fun with friends. He stated that he could imagine how much fun they were having. The spirit from Jun's army flew away from the powerful blow. Jun was shrouded in a demonic aura. A notification appeared that talked about Senshin Aisha. The anger and indignation accumulated inside the main character will turn into madness. His attack power will increase by the same amount as his insanity, but his defense will decrease by the same amount. Shannon sat on his knee and held his sword. Jun looked at him and noted in his thoughts that this was the power of the Philosopher's Stone. Clouds of dust emanated from the destroyed ground. The main character looked at the grinning Shannon and noted in his thoughts that this is a power that is even scary to talk about. Jun remembered the previous battle with him. He noticed that when they first met, he was just a young swordsman. The main character wondered how he managed to become so strong. Shannon closed his eyes. He mentally emphasized the fact that it infuriates him that he cannot change anything. His memories flashed back to battles with Neiyu and the stone monkey statues. Shannon noted that he always fought with Jun and helped him. Dark mana enveloped him and he pulled out his sword. A message appeared that the strong will had awakened another blessing from the devil. With the enhanced blessing of the devil as a basis, the protagonist achieved that he was one step closer to death. The Death Knight is undergoing changes. His previous level has been increased by 1. Shannon received influence and the title He Who Commands Death. Blue mana began to emanate from underneath his mask. The outlines of skeletons appeared behind Shannon and he prepared to strike. A message appeared that the Death Knight had successfully developed into a Death Aristocrat. The notice said about the aristocrat of death. Knights who die an unfaithful death cannot leave this world, and only a few of these death knights are able to gain power and position under the Lord of Hell. Wherever they go, death follows them, and with increasing position, the powers they can use increase. The greater the strength, the higher the position, so they can form squads of soldiers. Rebecca watched Shannon in surprise. He was shrouded in dark mana. Rebecca noted how strong he was, adding that at least it was possible now. She looked at Jun, who had demonic wings behind him. Rebecca stated that Shannon wanted to attack the owner. Blue streams of energy emanated from him. He rushed at Jun with lightning speed. The unperturbed protagonist watched Shannon's attack. A powerful explosion was heard in the area. Thick clouds of smoke rose from the powerful impact. Being in the fog, Braham came to see what was happening. He looked at Shannon and Rebecca, who were lying on the floor. He noted that, in fact, both the master and the subordinates. Braham looked at the crack in the earth and stated that they had an incredible resemblance. He approached the main character, who was sitting on the ground, and asked if he felt better. Braham noted that the Philosopher's Stone is truly magnificent. June, dripping with sweat, said that he was even sorry. The main character said that he knows that the power of these three will not stop there. June noted that neither Harnan nor Rebecca had yet been able to reach their previous level after death. Sighing, Braham noted that they were quite famous strong players. John looked at Braham standing in front of him and declared that he too should regain his holiness. Braham replied that these are true words, but it is not so easy to do. He imagined a tower that rises into the sky. Braham noted that no player has yet been able to become God. He emphasized that there were many rumors about what this would require. Braham stated that he needed to defeat his master if he wanted to become God. After his thoughts, Braham fell into a stupor. He looked at Jun and said that he really was. Braham's gaze fell on the smiling protagonist. Jun looked at Braham's surprised face and said that they had checked the stone and could move on. The rocky terrain was shrouded in thick fog. The main character proposed to destroy the witches and find Braham's daughter. The plot takes us to the Kelat auction house. A crowd of people walked around the square. Shannon, looking at the many passers-by, noted that life there was in full swing. He asked why there were so many people there, noting that it was just an ordinary day. Jun put on a mask from the one-horned tribe that changes his appearance and changed his image to a guy with glasses. He studied the map and in his thoughts assumed that this place was somewhere there. He looked at the sign on the store. The main character, while deep in thought, noticed that he had found the Association West Wind. Jun emphasized that this was the place where his younger brother made transactions. The main character stated that they are a fairly large and influential organization. Jun pointed out that if he sold something there, it would easily go away and rumors would spread quickly. Entering the room, the main character heard the seller thanking the client. Waving his hands, the merchant asked to come to him again. The main character thought about the merchant's voice. A picture of the training where this merchant was in appeared in his memories. The main character wondered if this was the mythical merchant from training. With folded palms, the enthusiastic merchant asked why the main character was there. Grabbing the back of his head, June stated that he had come to sell something. Smirking, the merchant noted in his thoughts that the main character was definitely a weakling and would be easy to rob. The seller asked Jun if this was his first time selling with them. The enthusiastic merchant watched as the main character took things out of his backpack. He stated that Jun had come to the right place. He noted that their West Wind Union is the most conscientious and honest of all trade associations. The merchant asked to see what June had brought. The main character laid out a large number of weapons on the table. He asked if these were good things. Confused, the merchant thought that all these items were of the highest class. He wondered how such a person could have something so valuable. The seller said everything looked great and thanked Jun. The merchant said that he could negotiate a better price for himself. The main character was taken aback by what he heard. The seller asked to look at it. Jun imagined a lot of facts flying into his face. The merchant revealed that the runes written on the surface of the sword were distorted by corrosion due to poor care, and it is now not so durable. The seller said this would reduce the price by about a quarter. The merchant said that in that case. Upset, June sat at the table and asked if it was all true. The seller noticed in his thoughts that the main character was too upset and needed to be grabbed faster. The merchant pointed to a piece of paper. He said that despite all the disadvantages, he thinks they can come to an agreement. The seller said that since June brought so many things, he could offer the amount indicated on the paper. Smiling, the main character cried out that he agreed. The merchant held several swords and noticed in his thoughts that this was another fool who had been deceived. Turning away, Jun asked if he could sell it. The seller asked what was there. The main character put a black sheet with runes on the table. The merchant thought about what it was, noting that many runes were not readable. But, taken aback, the seller stated what it was. He presented many blue runes. The merchant noticed that these were records of high-level alchemy. He emphasized that he had never seen anything like this. Grinning, the seller realized that if he could restore them, he could make a fortune from it. He noted that he needed to pick it up now. The merchant grabbed Jun by the hands and shouted that of course he would buy him. He offered to discuss the details. The door of the association opened and the seller thanked the main character and asked him to come to them again. June, walking among the crowd, noticed in his thoughts that he was glad that everything went so quickly and easily. an image of an emerald tablet appeared in his head. The main character noted that there is information about the Philosopher's Stone, but the most important thing is written on the emerald table. Jun declared that the seed had been thrown. Smiling, the main character noted that all that was left was to wait for the shoots to emerge. 3 strips of inscriptions flew through the air, and it was narrated that Atron divided the contents of the emerald tablet into 3 parts, and the auction was held under the name of the pioneer alchemist Trismegistus. A crowd of people walked forward, and those who realized his true contribution flocked like flies and began to make inquiries, thanks to rumors. The 8 great clans also began to show interest. The man stood on the stage and waved his arms, because on the day of the auction, a large number of players, including bidders, flocked to the auction house. A large man with a gold tooth and many rings held up the number 27. A cry came from the stage that the first Trismegistus tablet had been sold to Mr. Croy. On the first day of the auction, Croy, the richest man in the tower, became the owner of the tablet. Croy stood in a suit, and behind him were various objects, and soon the research center belonging to his clan confirmed that this trophy was in fact a precious treasure. There was a picturesque view of clouds around the tower, and the story was that the value of the tablet was much higher than the researchers expected, and soon rumors about it spread throughout the tower. The man in the suit stood on stage again, and then someone handed out the number 104 since it was the second day of the auction. The second part of the tablet went to the magic tower, which gave such a price for it, as if it wanted to ruin everyone in the tower. We are transported to some kind of fortress while dawn was coming outside. The Queen of Summer was lying in bed and tossing and turning, apparently having a nightmare. In her dream, she saw Youngwoo with a fire burning behind him. She began to squint hard, and sweat ran down her face. Youngwoo looked at her with a smile and hope in his eyes. But suddenly she wakes up from this, being in shock and fear. She covered her face with her hand, because she realized that it was just a dream, and then said that she dreamed of this guy again. She began to clutch the bed in her hands out of fear, and realized that apparently she couldn't sleep normally now that this guy had died. Getting out of bed, she went somewhere. There was anger visible on her face, and a golden aura seemed to come out of her chest. She was angry because her dragon heart was in critical condition, it was almost destroyed, and she herself was at the limit. All her magic continued to leave her. She exhaled calmly because she already had a lot of time left, but then she started to get really angry again, looking down, blaming the Skywing. Her servant came to her and knelt down, apologizing and saying that he had an urgent report for her, and she, rubbing her eyes, asked what happened. The servant pulled out a purple stone that shone with a bright aura and told her to take it. The Queen of Summer was very surprised by this, so she looked with wide eyes. She, standing in front of him, began to shout in surprise, where did he find it? And he said that this stone was still far from complete, but the method of activation and materials were the same as they saw in Chingguado. This stone was made in the magic tower based on the data from the tablet obtained at the auction, and last night it was announced that the third fragment would be secretly auctioned. While the Queen of Summer stood deep in thought and with a blank face, he asked what they were going to do. She answered with burning eyes that it was necessary to get him by any means, so he should do everything possible. But then her gaze became distraught, and she corrected her words, ordering him to bring the rest of the fragments. The day of the auction itself arrived. There was a crowd of people at the door talking to each other. That important people from the 8 big clans had gathered in that place, and even the 5 bishops of the Devil Army also came. 2 people were walking in clothes with fur, and people noticed them and began to discuss that they did not appear anywhere at all, and from the bloody land here were the Marquis of Nagelin and the Marquis of Scrap and the Duke of Ardbat. Then one of the crowd pointed his finger at the people and asked them to look there. The entire squad of the Red Dragon was there. There was even a guy with red hair, the son of the Summer Queen. This son worships the dragon, and it is said that the Queen of Summer gave her dragon blood to 9 children, the 9 sons of the dragon. Apparently, the leaders of the 81 Eyes, the 9 living sons of the dragon, had enormous power within the clan. The auction host began to greet everyone with a smile, saying that he would like to thank everyone who graced this humble place with their presence, so he would begin bidding immediately. Under the glass one could see the same emerald tablet, and the shareholder said that this is the 3rd fragment of the Trismegistus tablet. The entire crowd began to cheer, and the auctioneer turned to face them and said that then he would start bidding. The son of the Summer Queen raised his hand and said that he was placing the elixir, when suddenly one of the people with a fur suit started shouting at him, asking what he was doing. After all, the elixir is a bottle of golden liquid, that same divine medicine that cannot be bought for all the gold in the world, the thing that the Heavenly Wing and Ardia tried to get. The price of this elixir was as high as the price of the Philosopher's Stone. While the auctioneer was trembling, the son of the Summer Queen said that it seemed to him that it was possible to pay with objects instead of money unless the rules had changed. And the auctioneer, with a trembling voice, answered that nothing had changed, and told everyone sitting there that the bid was an elixir, someone wanted to bid more. After waiting a little, he said that since no one wanted it, the countdown would begin. Again that man in fur clothes began to shout that they always do this, they think that they can take her for themselves, and what then? That now they are not modest at all. The son of the Queen of Summer began to get up from his seat and said that apparently everyone here misunderstands, because they want more than just one fragment. And then he looked forward with a malicious glance, and he told the whole audience that they wanted all the fragments. Immediately after these words, everyone jumped up and began shouting at him in displeasure. They began to whisper in Croy's ear that the laboratory was under attack, and they also started telling the old man in the hat over the phone that the sign had been taken away. The son of the Summer Queen began to walk straight onto the stage. While they shouted in his back that this couldn't be done, they robbed the magic tower. Two people stood at the door and heard people shouting at the Queen's son that the red dragon was completely out of control, that they were going to fight with the entire tower. The Queen's son, whose name is Nachulo, broke the glass display case and reached for the emerald tablet. Taking it in his hands, he read and smiled, saying that he had finally taken it. He began to smile madly, and thought that this was the answer that would heal his mother and make the red dragon the rulers of the entire tower. June sat on a chair and leaned his head, and then smiled and said that this is exactly what will happen. Braham began to laugh hard, holding his stomach, and added that the auction was most likely about to begin. June looked at Braham, who was already wiping away tears of laughter, and said that they most likely would not find out about anything. Purple runes flew forward, and the Queen of Summer sat on her knees. This was Jun's plan, that the tablet contained a cunning trick, a formula for devilish poison, and the poison is fatal since demons are the natural enemies of dragons. The Queen of Summer's condition is already serious after the rupture of the dragon's heart. It will worsen even more. Jun looked forward and added that when she realized that something was wrong, by that time her body would already be poisoned. He imagined it was like a dragon attacking a fortress, and I thought that after all this, the Queen of Summer would direct her anger to where the tablet came from, after which the red dragon would find out that the original source was the emerald tablet, and that Walpurgis Knight created it. Braham rubbed his chin and said that then the night of the witches would end. This was an excellent plan. June put his hand on the book, the title of which was Duroy's Notes. Then he stood near the portal, holding the same notes of Duroy in his hands, and said that then they need to leave it and go about their business. We are transported to the fortress of the Queen of Summer, where it was already morning. She saw 3 emerald tablets, and then she took them with a smile on her face, saying that she needed the Philosopher's Stone. The Summer Queen sat on the throne with a dragon standing behind her, and the story was told that the Summer Queen was not just the head of the clan, and the reason why everyone in the tower feared the red dragon was because of the Summer Queen's dominance. And the reason for the power of the players in the clan was that she shared her strength with them. The Summer Queen had dragon eyes, and in other words, she was the foundation of a red dragon and was a red dragon herself. And so, it was deep night outside, still in the same fortress of the Queen of Summer, and one can only guess what will happen if she makes a mistake. We see that the Queen of Summer fell to the floor and screamed in pain, and her servants began to run towards her. She grabbed her head and squealed as everything around her turned purple. Red cracks began to appear on her body, and her pain knew no bounds. The purple stone glowed with a bright purple aura. At this moment, in another part of this fortress, the beginning stood opposite the servant and asked if he had found the original owner of these tablets, and he answered him that they were doing this. But after visiting Leon's Faustus laboratory and Walpurgis Knight, witnesses said that they had something like a stone monument. Couldn't he have something to do with it? He saw the 2 people standing outside the door and added that they say that representatives of Walpurgis Knight were at the auction. The beginning began to get very angry, so he bared his teeth. A vein bulged on his cheek with anger, and he asked very threateningly that these scoundrels dared to do such a thing. Had they completely lost their fear? We see June holding a piece of paper in her hands, which is already burning out. And then notifications appeared in front of him that he had destroyed part of Duroy's recording, revealing a hidden element. Jun looked down and was lost in his thoughts that this was not all, but he managed to easily get some parts of the records with the help of the auction house. He then raised his head and looked at the notifications, and it turned out that in front of him there were many demons shrouded in chains. He looked at the notification window, in which it was written that he could inspire souls with his thoughts and use them at his discretion. June ordered them to disperse. Therefore, souls began to fly away somewhere, and soon these souls began to fly into nearby monsters. The monsters' eyes were empty, and they themselves shone with a red aura. Jun looked down and ordered them forward. All these monsters started running towards each other. They bit and fought among themselves. There were dragons and other monsters there. Soon, many of them were simply lying dead in the water. Braham stood and looked at this, imagining a beautiful tree, because his method is completely different from Jun's. The dragons began to bite each other's necks. The guys stood and shouted joyfully as if they were watching a movie. After a while, clouds of dust from the carnage were everywhere. And so, Braham stood with the book and raised his hand, telling everyone to get ready. Sounds began to be heard from the dragon's cut head, and then something completely started to crawl out of her. It was a man who had devil wings and black hands. He had sharp fangs and black eyes and was quite scary. The notification said that a low-level demon was successfully created. Then more notifications appeared saying that a new way to control death had been found, so his abilities were improved. The next notification said that he had received an achievement that was not easy to obtain. He opened the window of his new ability, where it was written that he could make a poison stronger than the devil's. And he begins to see messages from demons who are very much exchanging opinions about him, and even want to get him for themselves. That same low-level demon stood up and said with a smile on his face that he couldn't help but express his gratitude for waking him up from his deep sleep. And then June grabbed grabbed him by the neck, interrupting him and not allowing him to finish. While Jun held him, magic circles began to appear above them, and this demon was instantly tied up with chains. He screamed, asking what they were doing. Jun said with a smile to start, and Braham began to do his magic, after which there was smoke from explosions everywhere, and Pant told Jun that when she saw the demon, she said only 2 words, "Shut up and come on." Jun turned away from him, and Pant looked at him with incomprehension. Then Braham had some kind of magic stone in her hand, and it was all blazing with fire. Braham brought this stone to Jun, and then he began to smile, covering his smile with his fist, thinking that with this he could cure Sash's illness. But at that moment some crowd approached them and asked what was going on here. Jun turned his head and saw those guys in fur clothes. Their leader, with a scar on his eye, asked Jun if he was the same greedy devil. Jun just looked at him without emotion, and I saw that this man was shining with a strong red aura. Jun understood that this was Marquis Caliburn from the Bloody Land. He was one of the swords of the Emperor of Gluttony, whom he especially singled out. Jun held his chin and asked that they apparently came because they were looking for him because of Baron Lao, to which the Marquis shouted that it was so. And then he added that he valued Lao very much, so, by order of the Emperor, he went to invite Jun in the exile, but he himself never returned. Jun immediately remembered Lao, who said that they helped him, but he immediately killed him. The Marquis wants to know what happened, because he knows what Elohim did. Jun looked at him and realized that he would probably have to lie, so he said that he accepted the invitation, but Elohim suddenly interrupted them. Lao shouted at them as the crowd ran towards him. Jun began to imagine a situation that did not exist and said that the Elohim were outnumbered. But Lao said that he could not allow the guests invited by the Emperor to be in danger and told them to run while he is gaining time. The expression on the Marquise's face said everything for him, and Jun added that fortunately they survived, but Lao did not. Therefore, the Marquis asked what his last moments of life were like. Jun replied that he died as a knight. After these words, the Marquis clenched his fist with all his might out of sadness, and then he closed his eyes and agreed with his words, and added that then his opinion about the invitation had not changed. Edora stood holding the sword and listened to this dialogue, realizing that her brother was a master of deception, and Jun responded to the invitation that everything remained in force, because Lao was their comrade. The Marquis, with his eyes closed, said that Comrade Lao is his comrade, and the comrade of the Bloody Land. The Marquis picked up his sword, which shone with a blue aura, and said that he swears, according to the will of Lao, since Jun never betrayed them, they will consider themselves their ally and protect them from dangers, but the Elohim will have to pay. A notice appeared that the Marquis of Caliburn's vow had been announced and was acting in accordance with the oath. Jun felt a thread stretching from his chest, and he thought that now Elohim and the Bloody Land would fight. Therefore, a malicious smile was visible on his face, and in the village of the Bloody Land, the corpses of their allies lie among the destroyed buildings. The Marquis stood in the middle of them and asked what happened, when suddenly he turned sharply because someone called out to him. It was the Duke, standing without an arm, who told the Marquis not to pay attention to it. Standing in a destroyed building, the Marquis shouted and asked what happened, and the Duke said that the Red Dragon went berserk, so the Magic Tower, the Tycoon, and the Bureau turned everyone into their enemies. The light fell on the Duke as he said that Elohim was also not himself. He turned to Caliburn, and he bowed very low and began to listen to his orders. Bright sunlight fell on the Duke, and then he said that they were going to prepare troops, so he should get ready. The Duke looked forward and added that from the Red Dragon to Elohim, he would destroy all pests that interfere with the fulfillment of the will of His Majesty the Emperor. The Marquis, standing in a bow, began to shout that he understood the order. There was blood everywhere because the Bloody Land declared war. We see Arsha's shield, and cracks are everywhere, as the world created by the death of the group called Arsha was finally ready to shatter. We are transported to Jun and his team, who are walking through some building. There was purple smoke all around from the skeleton of Wu, who was ordered to find out what happened there. Wu began to cast spells with his magic, and magical phrases flew around him. Braham looked up and said that whenever he sees him, this guy becomes more and more amazing. Jun didn't understand what he was talking about, but then Braham began to peer at the Wu skeleton who was casting magic, and added that he didn't think that this skeleton was aware. But during his life this guy was most likely quite famous. Even if he was a lick, then such growth is simply impossible. By the standards of today's players, he would be one of the 9 kings. These words surprised Jun very much. He raised his head with wide eyes and wondered that Wu was originally at the level of the 9 kings, just like King Mu and the Summer Queen, since such a person could become a soul bound to an artifact. By this moment, Wu had finished his magic and flew up to Jun, saying that he would show what happened here. Jun saw the son of the Summer Queen holding an emerald tablet, and then he sees those 2 people who stood at the door, who were unhappy and shouted that there could not be an emerald tablet in such a place, who could give it here. These were 2 girls, dissatisfaction was visible on their faces, but they decided to leave from there. Jun looked at it all and realized that they had familiar faces. They were 2 legendary witches, with a green-haired witch standing behind them. 2 girls, named Dark and Margaret, are the first witches, born of the Mother of Witches, Night, godmothers of Vieradun. Skeleton Wu conjured a red portal, saying that he had found them. Jun began to enter the portal, and turned to Pant, adding that the most important thing is information about Ananta. No one knows what traps may await them, so they should prepare. Jun began to remember his military experiences. He thought that it was like he was back in Africa, in the days when he had to lead his people through an unknown land. He recalled shooting at people with a machine gun. Holding his dagger in front of him, Jun decided that they needed to move forward. The notices wrote that they had entered the endless world of night, and if he did not receive permission from the owner, he would be at a very disadvantage. Also, everything that happened there would not be recorded by the tower. There were huge cliffs with fog below. Jun and his team walked through the fog through the forest. Braham raised his hand and looked up, saying that this is a form of the ghostly world. The ghostly fog itself is distributed artificially to confuse the intruders with illusions and take away their lifetime with fear. Jun asked if Braham could get rid of it, to which he was told that it was difficult to dispel, but could reduce the effect it had on their allies. Braham began to cast a spell that caused blue effects to appear around his hand, and the notification said that Braham cast a blessing on his allies, and then created a group altogether. Pant and Edora turned around sharply in surprise as two unexpected tasks had just been created. A window appeared in front of them, which spoke of a hidden task. It was that they needed to kill all members of the Red Dragon, as well as destroy their buildings. The second hidden mission was to destroy Walpurgis Night. Jun stood holding his chin and read everything that was written there, while Pant shouted to him about the tasks, and he replied that he was already reading everything. He reads what is written there and thinks that it means that the Bureau intervened in this matter, and the Red Dragon will fight back without any restrictions. And the Queen of Summer sacrificed Walpurgis Night to divert attention from the Red Dragon and offered a reward for a new task. Jun walked forward, realizing that Walpurgis Night would be a good thing. This is already great news. Even the sky was gray, along with the clouds. They walked in the fog between cliffs and trees. Suddenly, they began to notice the corpses of various units, saying that there was a mess here. Jun turned his head and told everyone to be on guard. Turning his head, he noticed something. Edora stood in front of him, calling him. She held the sword and smiled, saying that she had finally found it. But then Jun cuts off her head with one swing. This head falls right behind him. But soon this head flew up, saying that it was so dishonest, because hitting a weak girl with a sword was rude. Jun looked at all this and remained silent, when suddenly his double, who had previously been Edora, appeared in front of him. Jun looked at him with his dragon eyes, and realized that this was Doppelganger, Vieradoon's test subject. Shannon appeared behind Jun, who was ordered to capture this double, because they need to find out something. Shannon immediately grabbed the double by the head and pinned him to the ground. While the double was pressed with his head to the ground, his eyes were wide open, and he did not understand how this was even possible. Shannon pointed his sword at him and said that this is all he can do. Shannon took off his mask, and a distraught smile was visible on his face. He said that he hoped that this double would last longer. Screams were heard everywhere. Jun looked at the distraught Shannon and thought that he had changed a little, because before he was not so cruel. There was blood everywhere, and it was said that the body of the double was restored over and over again, but Shannon continued to tear it apart. The doppelganger gave up everything to die a calm and painless death. From how canyons are formed, what are the weak points of the ghost world formation, to information about Walpurgis Night. Jun looked at him and asked that he did not know how to destroy the ghost world formation, to which the double replied in a trembling voice that he did not know because Pattaya was in charge of the territory. Jun again asked that Pattaya was somewhere here, and the double said that it was in a fortress nearby. Shannon pierced him with his sword, and Jun looked at it and said that they would still need it, so it was worth tying it up. Shannon added that he would tie it with a beautiful ribbon, and the double reached out to Jun and said that he would kill him as soon as he told everything, but Jun replied that he did not say that. And now, a moment later, the double was tied with a beautiful ribbon and shouted that Jun would not rest in peace after death. Jun just turned away and said that he already knows that he won't go to heaven when he dies, so he doesn't need to worry about it. And in front of him was Rebecca, whom he ordered to save the others and act as told. Rebecca asked him that he would go on his own, because the first witches are strong, like the rankers, if everything will be okay. Jun began to move forward, saying that she was just a skilled magician, but in battle they were nothing. And before leaving, he turned to her, saying that he was no longer a weakling, and now he was sitting on some girl, holding a knife at her throat. She lay with her mouth wide open in fear, and thought that this was impossible. How could he even get into her fortress? It was impossible that she had missed someone. Jun looked at her and said that he had a lot of questions, but she probably wouldn't want to answer them. The girl, lying on the floor, began to scream for him to just kill her, and Jun coldly replied that she did not need to talk about it. She was very surprised, and in the reflection of her eyepiece she could see him swinging a knife. Jun walked forward while a bloody fog trailed behind him. There was also a bloody mist around his eyes, and in his thoughts there was the idea that Ananta was in the dome. He believed that she was locked in the dungeon, and the reason why she did not contact Braham was that she was caught by Vieradoon. Jun clenched his fists in anger, realizing that she was in critical condition, and they needed to find her as soon as possible. So Jun immediately rushed forward. He ran in the middle of an empty corridor. We are transported to some dark alley where laughter was heard and smoke was visible. The hooded man walked limping and holding his hand, saying that he barely escaped. He was very dissatisfied with the one-horned tribe, who almost tore him to pieces. He remembered King Mu, around whom there was a violet aura. He believed that just the sight of him made the blood run cold, a monster among the 9 kings. King Mu peered using the ability in his eyes, and the hooded guy felt as if King Mu himself was following him. We were shown a trail of blood as the personification of that guy's fear. He grabbed his throat and began to laugh, realizing that after he became a top ranker, he rarely felt threatened by others. It felt like he was back in time when he lived with the understanding that he could die at any moment. Mentally turning to his sister, he said that he would have to go a long way in order to meet her. Pieces of paper began to fly around the city, and one of these sheets was grabbed by the guy in the hood. It was written on it that a recruitment of mercenaries was announced for the Alliance of the West Wind to fight Walpurgis Night. He stood and read this text on a piece of paper and thought that mercenaries were being recruited, but the Red Dragon attacked the Kelat auction house. He began to scratch his chin and mused that Walpurgis Night might be a good opportunity to throw the One-Horned tribe into the mud. A red aura appeared and this guy decided he should join in on it. His gaze was very cunning. He started thinking about Jun, and realized that it would be nice if he were there too. And now we already see a huge crowd of witches flying on their brooms and shooting magic. Margaret was there too, shooting magic, screaming for the others to attack too. A huge number of different magical attacks flew from the sky, and upon landing they exploded. The guys from the Red Dragon began to run away from these explosions, shouting that this was impossible. The son of the Summer Queen was very angry that his eyes were already red, and he himself began to suspect that something was wrong there. Did witches really have such power? He looked up and there were 100 witches flying right above his head, and he thought that they must all be using the Philosopher's Stone. Behind the Queen's son stood one of the warriors, who shouted to him that a third of their army was dead, so they should retreat, to which Nachalo shouted that it was okay, everyone had medicine. When suddenly he turned around from the noise and was very surprised. He saw purple explosions begin to appear in the sky, and from these explosions all the witches began to fall down. He stood and looked at all this, and also thought about what these black flames are. This is how the Philosopher's Stone explodes. But suddenly he turned around and shouted to his people to run, because they must get ahead of the Alolan. We see a huge castle that was right on top of the mountain. In the castle itself there were still lights on in some places, but it was actually destroyed. 2 witches stood at the window and used magic, and then one of them said that the intruder had just crossed the Ghost World formation, so the Catastrophic and Nether World formations were activated. Then 2 more witches stood while one shouted that the enemies were very close and they needed to stop them. The second stood and was in shock, wondering if they could survive due to the barriers. But then she clenched her fist and decided that she needed to focus on eliminating them, even if it was not finished, but with it they could fight back. And immediately then she took out the Philosopher's Stone. The witch began to swallow it, but was a little worried because it was a pure stone made from a real emerald tablet. And with a crazy smile, she put her hands forward, ordering everyone to get ready. But suddenly she felt a strange smell, and it was Jun, who was right above her with a dagger in his hand. As soon as she turned around, he was able to stab her with a dagger. The witch began to fall to the floor, realizing that she hadn't even noticed him. And then she imagined the other witches who were guarding her back, and they were all dead. The girl was very frightened of him, but still stood up to fight back and inform Viera about everything. Suddenly her stone was just lying in her chest, which put her into a stupor. She was scared, and her forehead just turned blue, and she said out loud why the stone had such a reaction. It just didn't even work. June grabbed her by the face and said that this happened to all the stones. Jun looked at her through his mask with a dragon's gaze, and she opened her eyes wide with fear, realizing that all the other witches were dead. Black smoke appeared and she made her last sounds. Jun looked ahead with a blank look and said the number 42. Behind Jun stood the skeleton of Wu, and Jun turned to him and praised him, saying that he was doing a good job. Wu held his finger on the stone, and it was narrated that the Walpurgis Night Stone had one flaw that Yeon Wu did not have. This Philosopher's Stone was flawless, and after its completion did not need to interact with magical power from the outside. Wu took advantage of this and blocked the flow of magical power and turned the witch stones into ordinary ones. Wu raised his hand, from which an aura shone, and said that everything was ready. They stood in the middle of the castle and then decided to move on. We see a huge tower where someone is heard calling Dune, saying that there were witch explosions there, so they must take countermeasures. A girl with green hair, named Dune, sat on her throne with her head down as the servants called for her. She just sat there with her eyes closed and silent. The guys in armor ran forward, and the servants said that these were mercenaries of the West Wind. Guys with huge golden shields are already standing at the southern entrance, along with Ranker Shang. The magicians in white robes are Elohim, who will soon break down doors with the help of their magic. The pink-haired witch stood and used magic, but her face showed excitement. 2 more witches stood near the dunes and repeated over and over again that the One-Horned Tribe is in the formation. The formation of the Monster World is taking place. The formation of the Disaster World and the Lower World are completely destroyed, and they are already entering the formation of the Disaster World. King Mu stood with a menacing look, and someone shouted from the crowd that King Mu had come. A bunch of witches were standing around the dunes, and they all understood that if this continued, nothing good would happen. Dune was still sitting with her eyes closed, but then she opened them, but the pupils were not visible. The witches began to rejoice and clap their hands because they learned that their mother had spoken. The others ran up to Dune and asked what their mother said. Doon got up from the table and leaning her elbows on the table, replied that they should go to the laboratory before they break through. The answer will be there, so they need to hold out a little longer. Doon placed her hand on her chest and added that the mother would soon appear to take care of her weak daughters. The gates of their fortress collapsed, and the people of Elohim shouted that they had finally fallen. And Jun sat on a branch and watched them as they ran to the gate in a crowd. He peered at them and thought that this Elohim had finally broken into the tower, so now they were spared this problem. And then he took out his dagger, from which an aura emanated, and said that he would not allow them to take the head of Vieradun. His face began to become covered with dragon scales, and the hands began to shine with a purple aura. The notice wrote that he awakened the dragon's body, and he himself flew on blue wings. He struck Elohim with lightning. One of the girls in Elohim's party turned her head because of the noise and saw many lightning bolts above her comrades. And at the same moment they all rushed forward so as not to get hit, and also shouted for help. Jun jumped after them, and turned to Wu's skeleton and said that he was going to find an Anta, so Wu should take care of everything that was underground. Jun is already walking along some corridor with purple lighting. He entered the very room where there were many pink capsules in which people were floating. He turned around, and there were even more of these capsules, and he thought that he had already seen something like this when Arrington created the Philosopher's Stone. Jun approached the desired capsule, and it illuminated his face with its light. The silhouette of a girl could be seen in the capsule, and Jun stood and looked at him. It was fair-haired Ananta. We are transported to the past, where Jun's brother stood with his eyes wide open, and he is told that he looks like a dried corn kernel. His entire squad began to laugh while he was put in an awkward position. He thought that he had never in his life heard that he was ugly. These words were spoken by the same fair-haired girl named Ananta. Young Wu looked at her with a sparkle in his eyes, and then he began to smile and cover his mouth with his hand, thinking that she was quite an interesting person, because even if Braham didn't ask for it, maybe it's worth getting closer to her. When suddenly she asks if Young-woo likes her. He stood next to her and was even surprised by this question, but replied that he didn't like her because he already had a girlfriend. Ananta crossed her arms, and Chan put his hands on his belt and smiled sarcastically. She asked what was wrong with him, why he bothered her, to which she received the answer that he was just playing with her. Chan, laughing, said that she barks furiously, but her eyes shine like a puppy's, and he plays with her, and in general, isn't she grateful to him? She'll never find a friend like him. Ananta began to get angry and shout that she was asking seriously. Therefore, she ran after him holding the sword in her hands, and Chan defended himself from her, shouting that she promised not to take out the sword. Ananta's ears and cheeks turned red. A little later we see that Ananta is tied with her hands to chains, and there is blood everywhere, including on her. The witch who stood in front of her asked what was wrong with the test object, and Ananta replied that why was she asking this of her. The witch began to shout at her, imagining a child wrapped in swaddling clothes and telling her not to pretend like she doesn't know anything, because she is now talking about the dragon man that Ananta took, about the vessel necessary for the birth of their mother. Ananta was still hanging on the chains, and the witch was standing in front of her. Ananta said that they are all crazy here, and then, lowering her head, she added that this witch told Vieradun that she called her daughter a test object and a vessel, that one day she would tear her apart. And after these words, her eyes lit up and her teeth bared. At that moment, June released her from the vessel and picked her up. He looked at her and realized that Ananta's consciousness had almost faded, as if they were trying to turn her into a doll. He stood up and looked at the others, and guessed that if she was at that level, then the other test subjects were even more so. June opened a golden portal, and after he sent Ananta through it, he began to use magic with his hand, thinking that therefore it would be more correct to let everyone go so that they would no longer feel pain. June runs down the corridor, and a head appears right from the floor, calling him. It was Wu who was sticking out of the floor and said that there were treasures, books, and other philosopher's stones below, and he took everything. June turned his head, because behind him came the screams of the witches, who did not understand where all their treasure had gone. At that moment, the Junes evaporated, leaving behind only black smoke. While the witches fled, they ordered each other to inspect the laboratory. Dune froze in place, and the other one came up to her and asked if everything was okay. Dune was in complete shock, so she stood with her mouth open and asked how this could happen. Her hands trembled. Like her whole body, she slowly said that the materials for the vessel, and the vessel itself for summoning their mother, had disappeared. But she didn't understand how it happened, because she received a message from the Great Mother. She remembered the words of her mother, who spoke as if from outer space, that they should prepare a temporary vessel. Even if it did not last long, she would punish everyone who disturbed her deep sleep. Dune began to squeal in anger, and she began to lash out at the others, asking what they were doing to allow things to get so out of control. So she started emitting snakes from her hair. These snakes began to strangle the rest of the witches. There were too many snakes to count, and Dune ordered them that before the invaders came, they needed to find Ananta even at the cost of their lives. The snakes let go of their necks and turned back into hair, and the two witches began to run away from her. Dune turned away from the laboratory, and going up to the empty vessels, she touched them with her hands, saying that there were traces of hacking in the security system. Dune looked forward confidently, and chips began began to appear under her hand, and at that moment she read the traces in the security system, and also thought that the patterns of magical power seemed familiar to her, as if they were coming from a dragon species. At the same moment, she introduced Young-woo, who emanated the same energy. She couldn't believe it, she was absolutely sure that she killed him, and at that moment her forehead turned blue with fear. She felt that the same dragon man who used lightning was standing behind her. All the witches started exploding again. There were pink explosions all over the witch's fortress, and right above Doon's head stood Jun, holding his sword. He looked at her intently, and he still didn't stop looking at her. Doon was very scared, so she began to cover herself with her hands. She immediately remembered Young-woo, who was smiling, and then I remembered how they held hands together, and the way he stood among the Sakura, looking forward, and most importantly, his warm smile and his sincere eyes. Doon stood with her mouth wide open, screaming how he could survive, but Jun simply swung his sword while a yellow light shone in his eyes, and in one blow he cut off her head. It is narrated that Leant and Bahal abandoned Jeong-woo, having received their benefit. They both took high positions in Jinhwado and in the Red Dragon, and also received honors and wealth far greater than those they possessed in Arsha. But Viera Doon received nothing. Young and Doon stood next to each other and smiled, and the narration said that she became the leader of Walpurgis Night, and Young-woo was fine with her leaving the party. Viera Doon knew this better than anyone. Young-woo was covered in blood, and she poisoned him. And the child they had, she used him as a test subject. She looked so happy and smiled, but what made her change so dramatically? Her photo was distorted, or maybe she was always playing with his brother, hiding her true essence. Jun looked with sad eyes, thinking that Young-woo died without knowing the true reason for her action, but Jun believes that this is none of his business. Doon stands again with his mouth and eyes wide open, and at that very second she suddenly wakes up screaming. She grabbed her neck with trembling hands. Other witches began to run to her, asking why she suddenly changed her body and what even happened. There were two Doons, because this is her specialty skill. Body transfer, power received from the one whom the witches called their great mother. Doon had a light shining in her chest, and it was an ability that allowed her to change bodies. She grabbed her head in fear, not understanding how this could happen because that guy was dead. She remembered his empty eyes. Then Doon stood up and screamed at the other witch, asking her to say that he was dead, as if she had killed him with her own hands. Grabbing this witch by the throat, she continued to scream, and that witch replied that she did everything right. Doon calmed down and let go of the poor witch, who was already coughing on the floor. Then she put her hand on her chest and apologized to her, saying that she had forgotten. She remembered how her head was cut off and realized that the Philosopher's Stone did not work, because it was supposed to be activated automatically if she was in danger. Doon grabbed her head and continued to think about the fact that he was able to disrupt the work of the stone. That's how far he had advanced in studying the Philosopher's Stone. And then she imagined that she was with the other witches. Doon began waving her arms, ordering the other witches to focus on defense, when suddenly one of the witches turned to her and noticed something. Doon turned around sharply because they started shouting at her to be careful, and Doon saw Jun, who came for her. He cut off her head at the same moment, asking where she was going. Doon's head flew around the room, and Jun was fierce, his eyes shining. At this moment, all the witches that were there began to die from Jun's skills. Doon was still conscious and falling down. Her eyes closed more and more, but suddenly she wakes up and falls off the table screaming. She grabbed her head, but Jun was already standing behind her. Doon turned blue with fear and awareness of what was about to happen. She started turning around and screaming, but she was lucky because she was able to escape from him into the distance. Doon ran through the forest and turned around, praying that he would not catch up with her. She was so tired of running that she could barely see where she was running. She screamed, "Please stop." And so, Jun pressed her to the wall with a sword at her throat and said that she would stop running away. Jun looked at her with a smile on his face, adding that Ananta suffered more than she did now. Even Sesha and that guy, she shouldn't scream in pain like that if she wants to pay for their suffering. Doon stood with her mouth wide open and asked who he was. Jun pointed his sword at her and said that he had this answer all the time, but it was no longer interesting. Doon turned blue with fright, but was silent. Jun smiled sincerely, like a maniac, and said that he hoped that she would come back to life again, and each time he would kill her, when suddenly he opened his eyes in surprise, asking himself if she had survived. And then he jumped back to the window, and rightly so, because at that moment, a huge magical blow flew to the place where he had previously stood. There was dust everywhere, and the words that Jun was pretty good would have sent most rankers running away. A guy in a black and gold suit stood in front of Doon. It was Kindred, and with a malicious look he said that his senses were much sharper than when he was on the Five Mountains. Jun got angry at his arrival and called him by name. They then stood opposite each other and talked, and Kindred asked how Braham was, to which Jun said that he was dead. Kindred laughed and added that Jun thought he asked because he didn't know, but he didn't think he didn't know that Braham still walked among them on his own 2 feet. Jun began to look ahead and wonder how the Devil's Army knew about this, that he was watching them, even though they didn't really shine anywhere, and from now on he needed to be more careful. Kindred put his hand on his belt and said with a smile that he had been waiting for him. June looked at him and asked what the reason was for this, to which Kindred replied that it was the will of the heavenly demon. Only their dialogue could be heard in the fortress, and Kindred added that, as the heavenly demon declared, from now on he must be with them. Jun asked if this was all because of Sesha or something, and why do they need her. Kindred tilted his head and looked at him, saying that he himself did not know, and didn't he just say that everything is the will of the heavenly demon, and the heavenly demon tells him what to do, and he only follows his orders. He began to smile, and understood that this was all a lie, because the heavenly demon had not shown itself for too long. Kindred raised his head and said that they would stop talking, because these heretics would be coming soon, so he should just go with him. June stood and looked at him and asked what if he didn't want to. Kindred was very surprised, opening his eyes wide, and then he began to get so angry that veins were visible on both his cheeks. Kindred seemed to turn into a demon, asking that he dare to resist the orders of the heavenly demon. This is very disrespectful. He really believes that he has a choice. June, looking at him, replied that he could choose for himself. Kindred was shocked to hear strange sounds above him. The entire fortress began to crack and collapse. Soon, huge boulders fell from the walls of the fortress. It was also pouring rain outside the fortress. June covered herself with her hands and screamed about her castle and what June was doing with it. And he just stood and looked at the two of them, and he began to smile, saying that they would start. Braham and Galliard stood and waited for his command. A small crystal appeared in the sky with an arrow sticking out of it, and someone said that they should start. Galliard jumped from the tree to Braham and said that the barriers were destroyed, but what is Braham going to do next? Didn't he say that he had to pay a huge price for magic? Braham smiled and said that he had already prepared everything. He took out many philosopher's stones, and then using magic on them and making them shine brightly, he said that the witches had no idea that what they created to protect themselves would end up harming themselves. And now, several huge meteorites are flying from the picturesque sky. They all fly to Dune Castle. Braham, with a very serious expression on his face, cast a spell on meteorites. All the meteorites burned with fire and fell on the fortress. It is said that meteorite strike is a spell of destructive power. Even the dragon species had to spend half of their mana to cast it. The guys from Elohim were surprised because a meteorite was flying towards them, and the mercenaries also ran away from the meteorite. A huge number of such destructive meteorites flew from the sky, which exploded when they fell. Jun flew in the sky and understood that whether you were a ranker or an S-class mercenary, they were all nothing compared to the disaster. He simply absorbed the souls of all those who died under these meteorites. Jun looked down and thought that with such an attack, Dune would have no bodies left to carry, so he needed to go down and find her body. June jumped down and walked in the middle of the fire, when suddenly he heard a scream, which he turned to look at. It was Kindred, who was breathing very heavily and was also covered in blood. He held his hand and bared his teeth. Out of despair, Kindred began to use magic on him, shouting that he wouldn't dare. And so, having accumulated magic in his hand, he ran at full speed towards Jun. Jun just stood there and told him that it was amazing that he was even alive. He stopped and asked in shock what he expected or not. Jun asked with a sarcastic voice that he really expected him to prepare only one meteorite strike. Kindred stood with his eyes wide open in surprise. There was blood and destruction everywhere. June pointed his finger to the sky and added that there was one more strike left. Kindred began to shake, either from fear or from anger, and he ran straight towards Jun and shouted his name. But this did not help him, because a huge meteorite was flying straight at him. There was dust everywhere. Jun knelt down and said that it was just a fake, and even if it was a shadow, the attack on his mind is not something that can be easily recovered from. June walked forward through the ruined fortress, and I saw Dune's corpse under the stones. He looked at her and said that this was a rather pitiful death, because considering the fate that befell Sesha and Anta and Youngwoo, she should have died a more painful death. At that moment, June absorbed her soul. Notices appeared saying that he had absorbed her life force and increased her skills, and that he had succeeded in collecting souls and obtained the sinister philosopher's stone. This stone was similar to all the others and shone with the same aura. Jun summoned his skeleton Wu and gave him this stone. Wu took it in his hands and began to examine it, and then thanked the owner. Many more notifications appeared in which it was written that the body transfer skill had been created, and then the owner of this power expressed the satisfaction that her apostle was killed, so the mysterious entity took the power back. Several more notifications indicate that a skill is being searched to replace the missing one, and a new regeneration skill was created. June looked at this message with a very surprised look and thought that it worked. He opened the window with this skill, which said that he could restore even a severed hand with an increase in skill rank. June clenched his fist with joy and realized this would allow him to get closer to Alphavan. There was a dark fog everywhere, and the narration said that Shukiri and Gaza of the Thousand Lie, the players found out that in addition to these two skills, Alphavan has a third one. This is immortality. Of course, this does not mean that he cannot die. However, when people see Alphavan's skill, they think that he is truly immortal, and this power can heal him even if his head or soul is destroyed. This power has the ability to rise from the dead. This black mist comes from Alphavan, which shines from the sunlight, and because of its power, no player has yet been able to defeat the opponent named Alphavan. Jun looked at his hand and realized that if he mastered regeneration while meeting other conditions, he could get one step closer to Alphavan, whom even the Queen of Summer and King Mu could not defeat. Around Jun there was armor from the warriors, and he stood among the fire and thought that then he had everything he needed, and he needed to get out of here before everyone came to their senses. Suddenly, a leaderboard window opened near Jun. The notification said that he had completed the task, and on the leaderboard he was 100,000 points behind his previous place. More notifications wrote that he finished with an overwhelming score, so he gets access to the 11th Intrinian. 2 more notices wrote that he had successfully completed the task of killing Viera Dune, for which he was awarded Dragon Blood Serum. This serum appeared right in front of him in a red flask. He looked at its characteristics through the window, and it was written that he would increase his strength by drinking it. Jun pursed his lips and was very surprised when he realized that it was dragon blood. He looked at this red liquid and thought that since there were no more dragons left, such an item could not be found anywhere, and the Queen of Summer was trying to create a new dragon soldier. He took it in his hand and examined it, realizing that this was a wonderful reward, although he had no idea what to do with it. When suddenly something with dragon skin flew near him, Jun began to look around, sensing this aura. Queen Lev flew to him, screeching fiercely. She screamed about the Philosopher's Stone, which he owed her. Jun looked out from behind the stone and thought that she appeared precisely after he learned about Dune's death. This was his mistake. The Summer Queen noticed something, so she watched closely. She saw Jun and started screaming at him, saying that he was the one who killed Dune and took the stone. The Queen of Summer began to squeal, asking for the stone. Jun simply grabbed his sword and prepared to fight. He looked at her and thought that if he made a mistake, he would be dead, and in general, the probability of dying was about 90%. The Queen of Summer took a fighting stance and opened her mouth. Jun pointed his sword at her. He grabbed it with both hands and began to come up with a plan. He looked forward with a very confident look, deciding that he would bet everything he had on this remaining 10%. But suddenly someone grabbed him by the shoulder. Jun turned his head in fear with shock in his eyes, but he immediately exhaled because he realized who had come to him. It was King Mu, who was smiling. The stone fragments were enveloped in flames. The Queen of Summer looked at Tom, who was leaning his hands on the ground. She ordered Chodo to answer. Coming out of the portal, the Queen of Summer asked him if she really needed to come there herself. Kneeling in front of her, Chodo asked his mother for forgiveness. The knights watched this with a grin. The dark-haired girl closed her eyes. Tom bowed his head to the ground and began to ask for mercy. Taken aback, the Queen of Summer said that this was the last chance and there would be no next one. She looked up calmly. The Queen of Summer looked at the castle on top of the mountain, shrouded in red mana. She said that the Philosopher's Stone was there. An image of purple poison appeared in her head. The Summer Queen stated that the poison had seeped into her bones, noting that she needed to deal with it quickly. She placed her hand on her chest, from which blue energy was emanating. The Summer Queen's mana enveloped the area around her. She transformed into a huge red dragon. Red veins appeared on the face of the Summer Queen. She reported that she used the remaining mana. The Queen of Summer noted that now, even if she transforms into her real body, angry, she declared that she was the last dragon and the representative of this kind. The Queen of Summer, in the form of a dragon, cried out that she could never die there. Neu looked at the dragon with a calm expression. The Queen of Summer stood in front of Muin and asked him to give the Philosopher's Stone. Neu's gaze fell on her dragon's face, which asked her to give it to him. Smirking, Muin asked what the lady was talking about. He asked the question what he should give her. Putting his fist on his palm, Neu looked at the Queen of Summer with a surprised look. Stretching out his finger, he asked with a grin if that was what she was looking for. The dumbfounded Jun noted that it was in the spirit of Muin to make such jokes in front of the dragon. The enraged dragon screamed Neu's name. With folded hands, Muin told the protagonist to look closely at the magnificent mentor. Looking at him, Jun asked Nea not to cry when he was beaten. The ecstatic Muin rushed at the Queen of Summer and cried out that this time he would definitely finish her off. Turning around, the main character looked at his mentor. He noted that Nea must win. Nirvana's purple mana collided with the blue energy of the Summer Queen. The knights shielded themselves from a powerful explosion. Holding back the dragon's hand, Neu asked her if it was time for her to go on a diet. Neu had drops of sweat running down his face and noted that it was surprising that he decided to participate in this war because of his student. Muin noticed that he simply could not sit on the sidelines. The image of his 2 previous students popped into his head. Neu noted that they disappointed him. He pictured Jun sitting on his knees and emphasized that this was why he no longer wanted to invest his heart and soul into new students. Muin imagined the main character's serious face hidden under a mask. Smirking, Neu stated that he couldn't pretend he didn't see the sparkle in Jun's eyes. Veins appeared on Muin's arms. Neu said that a mentor cannot disgrace himself in front of a student. Shrouded in mana, Muin cried out, "That's it." He pushed the head of the Summer Queen away with his hands. There were traces of the dragon's claws on the stones. Surprised Tom and the knights watched what was happening, covering their faces from the wind. Chodo watched as Nea held the Queen of Summer by the head and screamed and asked if he had pushed his mother away with one force. Smiling, Tom noted in his thoughts that this was, on the contrary, his chance. Chodo noted that this may be his last chance to gain his rightful place. Excited, Tom rushed at the Queen of Summer. Turning around, the girl, deep in thought, asked Chodo if he really thought that she would allow him to steal her place. She ordered the army to attack. The knights rushed towards the powerful explosion. The warrior attacked Muven with blue mana. The girl looked at the battle taking place and noted in her thoughts that even King Mu would not be able to. Suddenly a red flash appeared. Lightning flashed in the thick clouds above the heads of the warriors. The bloody philosopher asked them how they dare to interfere with their king. Lightning struck the battlefield. The knights jumped back from the powerful stream of red energy. The warriors repelled the magical blow. An elder appeared among the red lightning. Taken aback, the girl said that her gaze fell on the elder, who declared that he was a bloody philosopher. He looked at the girl and was surprised that anyone still remembered such an old man. The bloody philosopher noted that he was flattered. Jun looked at him and told him that even though he had now retired as a ranker and held the post of chief elder, he was as strong as King Mu. The main character added that he is also the one who reached the very top of the tower. The bloody philosopher looked at the stunned knights. He was enveloped in red mana. He supposed it would be easier to explain. Adding to his speech, the bloody philosopher said that if they continue to appear on the path of their king, shrouded in streams of energy, the bloody philosopher took a pose, thereby showing that he was ready for battle. He said they would die. The elder hit the army with a powerful stream of mana. The frightened warrior screamed for them to dodge. Several red lightning bolts flew over the girl's head. Scales appeared on her face, and her eyes became dragon-like. She dodged the bloody philosopher's attack by flying up using her wings. Several bloody streams of mana hit the ground. The girl in the form of a dragon asked the elder if he said that they would die. She said that she would turn these words against him. The plot introduces us to Busy Waltz, the eldest daughter of the Queen of Summer. Enraged, Busy said that she would show him what would happen if he resisted the Red Dragon. The Summer Queen's warriors were enveloped in a bright aura. They turned into huge dragons. The bloody philosopher's gaze fell on the purple monster. Busy ordered to kill all the parasites that were bothering their mother. A red and blue dragon appeared on the battlefield. Many red portals appeared in the sky, from which the army of the Summer Queen flew. Warriors of the One-Horned tribe also flew from the portals. One of Muven's knights fell into the mouth of a huge monster. Busy Waltz ran straight towards the bloody philosopher. He wondered if she wanted to go hand to hand. Extending his fist in front of him, the elder noted in his thoughts that she was a fool since the king himself avoided engaging in close combat with him. He noticed that his martial art. The bloody philosopher's gaze fell on Bussy's fist, shrouded in a wind current. The elder bounced away from Busy Waltz's powerful blow. Taken aback, he wondered if they were 100 fists. The bloody philosopher looked at her and asked how the Red Dragon member knew the heritage of their clan. His gaze fell on how the warriors of the One-Horned tribe fought with the dark monster. Busy used a magical blow that looked like a powerful stream of water. The bloody philosopher reflected her blow with red lightning. He looked at Busy Waltz, who was shrouded in white mana. The elder noted that her blows were like the flow of water. The bloody philosopher thought about how Busy understood the technique so deeply. He noticed that she saw her and trained for a long time. An image of Neiyu, shrouded in pink mana, appeared in his head. The elder noticed that King Mu had created a new martial arts technique. He introduced the Summer Queen and declared that she had reached the heights of the magical world. A picture of Ismin holding Busy's face flashed into his head. In his thoughts, the bloody philosopher was puzzled by the question of whether Ismin created such a creature to defeat King Mu. The destroyed roof of the castle was covered in flames. The elder asked her if she was from the One-Horned tribe. Having added, the bloody philosopher asked Busy whose child it was. His gaze fell on the fact that she was concentrating white energy in her hand. Grinning, he said that he saw that she was not going to answer. Raising his hand upward, the elder created a huge cloud of red mana above himself. He said he would have to beat her until she spoke. Stretching his hand towards Busy, in his thoughts, the bloody philosopher turned to the Queen of Summer, noting that he recognized. Busy Waltz, enveloped in white energy, prepared to strike. The elder continued his thought, stating that she managed to raise a frightening creature. He imagined a rope breaking. The bloody philosopher, deep in thought, noticed that the Queen of Summer did it too sloppily. He emphasized that even if magic and techniques were combined, there would be a limit to this connection. The elder noted that it was like a stone bridge that could collapse at any moment. The image of the main character popped into his head. In his thoughts, he stated that this, however, was not the case with this child. In the bloody philosopher's memories, a picture of June absorbing the philosopher's stone surfaced. He noted that combining magic and martial arts canon does look the same. Continuing the thought, the elder stated that the path the main character follows. A huge cloud of energy was behind the elder. Continuing to reflect, the bloody philosopher noted that Jun's path was true. Busy Walls was taken aback by what she saw. She closed herself with a blue barrier. While the elder was attacking Busy, behind his back Neiyu struck Ismin in the form of a dragon. The stunned girl turned her gaze to her mother. The Summer Queen, in the form of a monster, fell to the ground after being hit by Muwen. The warriors of the One-Horned Dumpling looked at this in surprise. The knights of the Summer Queen fell into a stupor. Ismin's head was shrouded in clouds of dust. The imperturbable Neiyu looked at Ismin and laughed. Shaking off the dust from his hands, Muwen said with a grin that it was seriously heavy. Holding swords in their hands, the knights looked at the queen. The enthusiastic warriors of the One-Horned tribe shouted that King Mu had amazing strength and could not be killed so easily. They wondered if Pant and Edora would have another brother or sister. The Summer Queen suddenly opened her eyes. King Mu's warriors grabbed their mounts. Shrouded in a red aura, Ismin declared that she would kill Nea. The dragon rose to his feet. Muin's gaze fell on the paws of the Summer Queen, who was preparing to lunch. Nea was enveloped in multicolored mana. He stated that he agreed with this man. Smirking, King Mu proposed to find out who would give this all for on a nasty face. A blue seal appeared behind Muin, and he said that he wanted to find out here and now. The frightened merchant held onto his cane. Smiling, he suggested that he had gone crazy. In his thoughts, the merchant noted that when he learned that the auction was destroyed by the Red Dragon, he wanted to take revenge on the Queen of Summer by any means. In his memories, a picture surfaced of him standing with a bag of money in front of a crowd of people. While in thought, the seller noted that that was why he hired S-rank mercenaries and rankers. He introduced several mercenaries. The merchant noticed that he hired the Ice King twice and the Black Skull. Complimenting his thought, he emphasized that he had even met such unexpected types as Jang and Shadow. He remembered how the Black Skull, holding an axe in his hands, screamed that then there was a great chance to attack King Mu and offered to tear off all his claws. The seller noticed that the best players in the tower had gathered, and he was confident that he would be able to tear off at least a limb of the Summer Queen. However, he imagined Black Skull running into battle. The merchant noted that the Black Skull, who was supposed to attack the Summer Queen. The seller stood on the burnt mask of the Black Skull. The merchant stood in front of the bright flame, holding a long stick and laughing. He looked at the dragon, which had many seals around it, and called her a monster. The god of bows stood in a cape behind the seller. He silently watched the ongoing battle. A powerful explosion was heard in front of the merchant. Muin climbed onto the back of the Summer Queen. He began to tear off her wing. Neyu's face was battle mad. The god of bows ran to hide behind the boulders. Grinning, he declared that this was excellent and simply excellent. His gaze fell on Muin, who was shrouded in pink energy. In his thoughts, the bow god noted that he knew that King Mu was so strong, but so much so. He called it the real beast of the tower. The god of bows noted that, however, such animals are aware of their strength and are lost in their own arrogance, believing that they have become inviolable. He looked at Nea's back and stated that because of such self-deception, they did not think that anyone would dare to stab them in the back. He stood behind the warriors of the One-Horn tribe and noted that they did not even imagine how dangerous it was. The bow god pulled an arrow onto a bowstring, shrouded in blue mana. Grinning, he noted that he had not felt this way for a long time. He remembered the man's outline and said with a serious look that he felt like he did then together with the captain. The bow god prepared to shoot. Looking at Muin, who was on the dragon's head, he said goodbye to him. The bow god was suddenly taken aback. He felt himself in a red space. He looked at the warriors of the One-Horn tribe and declared that there was someone there. The stones were enveloped in flames. The bow god wondered where the one he sensed was. He saw the main character watching the battle on the hill. A flame flared up in front of June. The god of bows declared that the main character was caught. He looked at his back and asked who he was. Fire covered the area behind Jun. The main character clenched his fist and declared that this battle was originally supposed to be his. Jun noted with a serious look that the Queen of Summer had seriously injured young Wu. He wondered if it was poisoning from demonic poison, noting that this was not enough. The main character said that he must return everything to her in full. Jun was dumbfounded when he felt his brother behind him. Young Wu told him that it was and that he liked the idea. The protagonist's brother asked him to hurry quickly. He said that Jun's prey was there and asked if he could see it. The main character noted that demonism is activated only at such moments. Jun noticed that he didn't have time to listen. A projection appeared in front of him and he asked what rewards there were for the quest with the Queen of Summer. He began to scroll through the list of rewards, which included the Phoenix Egg, the Fire of Prometheus, and the King's Ritual. Jun stated that the rewards were great, but he had little use for them now. Smiling, the main character said that there was a reward he needed. He clicked on the desired reward in the message. A notification appeared saying that Jun had chosen the Eltabao gold ingot as his reward. Particles of ash flew in the night sky. Falling to his knees, the merchant declared that he was finished, noting that he had failed. The main character suddenly appeared in front of him. The mercenaries held their swords to Jun's throat. The main character was surprised when he saw the merchant. The seller, hiding behind one of the warriors, asked Jun what he was doing there. The main character looked at him and said that they had not seen each other for a long time. In the merchant's memories, an image of Jun with a disguised face appeared. Pointing his finger at the main character, the seller screamed that he had sold him a fake copy. Jun told him that he was a quick thinker. The angry merchant asked the main character why he had come. He asked if Jun would deceive him again. The seller asked if the main character had come to look at the defeated mercenaries. The long-haired mercenary stood with a calm expression. He looked at Jun. The main character looked at him and stated that they would talk later, calling him Nocturne. Jun asked whether to call him brother. Extending his hand towards the seller, the protagonist said that he did not need to be so wary, noting that he had come to make a deal. The seller's scream was heard from behind a pile of stones. The merchant asked him what kind of deal he was talking about. He asked Jun to think about what he had done. The seller said that this was no good. Interrupting, the protagonist suggested that these items would be good enough. Jun showed him an ingot that gave off golden light. The merchant's gaze fell on the Yeltabao gold bar. A notice appeared saying that it was a gold bar that was rumored to have been made by the mysterious merchant of Yeltabao many years ago. It is much more effective than most other materials and has a high conductivity of magical power, so it is popular as a material processing product. The seller imagined himself surrounded by many numbers. In his thoughts, he noted that this was a Yeltabao gold bar. Such an item could not be obtained without knowing that merchants were going crazy for it. He wondered where the main character got the ingot from. The merchant said that this would not be enough. Jun showed him a few more bars and asked if that would be enough. The salesman shouted for the dear customer to tell him what he needed. The mercenaries watched as the merchant looked at the glow emanating from the gold bars. He asked Jun if he was looking for something specific. The main character looked at him with a serious look. A picture of a spear emitting red mana appeared in his mind. Jun stated that he needed a dragon slayer. The main character said that he needs him at any cost. The merchant's mercenaries were taken aback by what they heard. The image of this spear was spinning in Jun's head and he noticed that the dragon slayer was a spear, also known as a dragon spear. The main character stated that the length of such a huge weapon is more than 6 meters and weighs hundreds of kilograms. Jun said that it was created in ancient times to hunt dragons. The main character presented a picture of Walbech holding the spear in his hands. Jun noted that he had not forgotten the shock he felt when he saw Walbech use the spear. The main character imagined the sharp tip of this spear and noted that it moved mountains. There were many copies and other materials lying on the ground, and above them there was a notice of purchase. Jun bought Dragon Slayer, Fabio Forest Archer's hunting trick, and Great Ape's tail spike. Crossing his palms, the merchant smiled and thought about the fact that the main character had bought not only a Dragon Slayer, but also other rare materials and wondered why he needed all this. The seller stood near Jun's purchases and asked how he would pay for the remaining items. The main character asked him if the seller thought he would just steal them. The merchant cried out that he didn't think so, noting that he always believed his customers. The seller stated that the economic situation is difficult now. Sighing, the main character said that this means that he really thinks so. Jun said he would pay for everything. The happy seller thanked the main character and thought about how much he would give him. Jun asked for a loan for him. The merchant fell into a stupor from what he heard. The mercenaries held back the angry seller. Crying out, he asked Jun what it meant. He asked a question about how one could deceive a merchant, noting that the main character would burn in hell after death. With a wave of his hand, Jun said that he was aware, adding that he would find a worthy use for them. He thanked the trader, calling him an investor. Red mana emanated from the dragon's mouth. Mayu's face was bloodied. Muin noticed in his thoughts that this was really annoying. He looked at the Queen of Summer, who was covered in blood, and noticed that besides Alforo, she was the only one who could give him a good fight, noting that now she would simply die. Streams of purple poison flowed through the dragon's body. King Mu stated that she had become too weak. Mayu screamed that he didn't like it. He pushed off the dragon's body and jumped up. The knights shouted to the queen that she needed to dodge. While in the air, Mubin was enveloped in multicolored mana. King Mu began to form a cloud of rainbow energy. The dragon was illuminated by the mana that Mayu exuded. The knights shouted for her to run. In her thoughts, the Queen of Summer stated that he would never understand. She presented the image of Youngwoo and noted that he does not understand the loneliness that overwhelms to the very edge. She noted that he would simply close his eyes and that would be the end of it. Enveloped in blue mana, Jun declared that it was time to begin. Demon wings appeared behind him and he said that he would gain the right to the territory. The main character's face was covered with scales. He used the stigmata of the goddess, third spirit, strengthening, and sentient Aisha techniques. Stretching out his hand, from which black mana emanated, Jun said that he wanted to melt souls with his magical power. Dark energy began to emanate from the protagonist's chest in all directions. Jun started screaming at this. Braham and Boo took the grimoires. Braham said they would start too. Many seals appeared in space. Projections enveloped the main character. From the techniques used, Jun started bleeding from his mouth. Taken aback, Braham noted that he used strengthening muscles, enhancing magical power, increasing aura, and creating explosions. Braham noticed that the gravity should have become much greater and wondered how the main character was coping. Notifications appeared before Jun that his body was beginning to break down due to the enormous pressure. A warning popped up, saying that the protagonist's body was at its limit, and if he continued, he might suffer irreparable damage. Jun was enveloped in green energy. A message popped up that the regeneration skill was activated. Restoration to the state preserved in the protagonist's cells begins. The level of proficiency in the regeneration skill has been significantly increased. A message appeared in front of the main character stating that his body had been strengthened. He has reached the limits of his body. The body occurred within the limits of the dragon's blessing. The body is strengthened to the limits of the demon's blessing. Enveloped in green energy, Jun wondered if this was it. The main character grabbed the Dragon Slayer in his hands. After using demonic art, Demon King Poison, the spear was enveloped in dark mana. Jun looked at the battlefield and stated that he would clear out the extras first. Purple energy began to flow from the dark dragon's mouth. The warriors of the Horn tribe were taken aback and shouted that it was poison and that the mine needed to leave. The monster began to concentrate mana in its mouth. A flash appeared above the dragon's head. Jun hit the monster with a stream of mana. Muin's army was shocked by what they saw. The main character used Wave of Fire, 72 Bayan, Thunder, Clap of Thunder. The monster was pierced by a stream of fire. Tongues of flame enveloped the monster. The dragon fell dead in front of the inhabitants of the Horn tribe. Jun descended from the sky and landed next to the dead monster. A notification appears that the player Chimmy is dead. The message said that the main character partially completed the task. The hunt for Chimmy counts toward the quest score. Jun earned a large amount of mana. The red dragon saw the wounded monster and screamed his name. He ran towards the main character. His army of spirits appeared before Jun. They rushed into battle against the monster. The main character was struck by a dragon attack. Jun looked at the wounded monster with a bloodthirsty gaze. Tom, in the form of a dragon, grabbed his ally by the neck. Shannon looked at this and said that they had missed him. The main character ordered not to pursue him, noting that it was more important not to let anyone near him. Jun's eyes began to glow red from under his mask and he announced that they were going after the Summer Queen. Tom carried his wounded brother in his arms through the thick of the forest. The Bloody Knight, sitting on Tom's back, thanked him, noting that he was alive thanks to him. There was disappointment on the knight's face. A picture of him standing with a grin on his face surfaced in his memories. He noticed that even though he was making fun of Tom, he still saved him. The knight asked if Tom really considered them brothers. He laid the wounded warrior next to a tree and said that there was nothing to thank him for, noting that he hardly understood. Tom stated that their mother would die today. The wounded knight fell into a stupor from what he heard. Sitting on the ground, he looked at Tom and asked him what he was carrying. Chodo reported that King Mu tore off her wings and asked how she would win. Tom noticed that now dragons will become completely extinct, just like giants. Their dialogue could be heard in the thick of the forest. The knight said that the mother would not die. Chodo asked about what would be left after her. Adding to her speech, Tom said that they are half dragons, in which her blood flows. Smirking, Chodo declared that they would become the new dragon race. He approached the wounded warrior and said that for this he needed more dragon blood. The frightened knight extended his hand and shouted that Tom should not come near him. Chodo's hand was enveloped in red mana. He struck the knight and said goodbye to his brother. The knight's heart was hidden behind many chains, some of which began to break. The warrior began to scream in pain. The wounded Queen of Summer screamed loudly. Muin was covered in dragon blood. He said that she had gone completely crazy. Neyu's gaze fell on the drops of blood on the ground. He noted that he did not like it. King Mu swung at the Summer Queen as his hand was enveloped in pink mana. He hit the dragon in the stomach with lightning speed. Taken aback, the Summer Queen looked at Neya. Muin looked at the bloody mouth of the dragon. She screamed for him to give it to her. The enraged Queen of Summer screamed for Neyu to give her the Sky Wing. Muin fell into a stupor after hearing this. A smirk appeared on his face. Neyu introduced his brother Jun. He asked the dragon if before her death she saw not him, but that little boy. Muin noted that this was unfortunate. Neyu concentrated a powerful stream of rainbow mana in his hands. Muin's eyes began to glow yellow, after which he said goodbye to the Summer Queen. His body was enveloped in energy and he rushed at the dragon. The main character turned to the teacher and declared that he should kill her. Turning around, Muin asked Jun what he said. Numerous purple magical strikes flew past Neyu. The Queen of Summer's gaze fell on the protagonist floating in the air. Jun was enveloped in fiery mana, after which he swung his sword. A fiery hurricane headed towards the dragon. The Queen of Summer, stunned by the blows, began to scream. King Mu shielded himself from the fire with his hands. The charred dragon fell to the ground. The wounded Queen of Summer began to talk about the sky. Looking at Jun, she continued her sentence and said about the Sky Wing. The surprised Muvan warriors watched what was happening. The Queen's troops were stunned. They looked at the corpse of the Summer Queen, from which black smoke emanated. In Jun's head, an image appeared of the Queen of Summer standing near the throne, and behind her was a red dragon. He noticed that she was the last dragon and the mistress of the tower. He imagined a crowd of knights in red capes bowing their heads before her. He noted that she was a legendary ruler who had power over the tower for thousands of years. The main character stated that no one could believe that she closed her eyes forever. Jun's gaze fell on the knights of the Summer Queen and he noticed what was more accurate. Warrior Muwana pulled his cheek and wondered if this was a dream. The main character said that no one believed in it. Neyu, crossing his arms with a serious look, looked at the dragon. Busy Waltz was scared by what she saw. She looked at her mother with a disappointed look. Busy extended her hand forward and began to scream. The Summer Queen's corpse began to exude black mana, after which Busy Waltz screamed, "No." She looked at the streams of dark energy. She called out to King Mu with an angry look. Turning around, Busy said that he had taken everything from her. She stated that she would kill him. She swung her hand, shrouded in mana, at Muin. Taken aback, Neyu wondered if she came from the One-Horned tribe. Many red portals appeared above Muin's head. He saw people in armor coming out of them. The army appeared from the portals. Muin was stunned by what he saw. Angry, King Mu asked what they had forgotten in this place. His gaze fell on the man standing behind the army. Neyu stated that this is a bloody land. The emperor said it was a pity. He said that they thought that if they came, there would be a banquet waiting for them. a white stream of mana came from the sky. Clouds of dust flew around Muin. He asked what the emperor had forgotten there, calling him a hog. He stood in front of Nayu, hidden behind a thick cloud. The emperor asked who dared to do such a humiliating thing. After interrupting himself, he looked at Muin and declared who he was seeing. The emperor of gluttony stretched out his hand and said, "Could this really be Nayu? His dear friend." The plot introduces us to the Emperor of Gluttony, the commander-in-chief of a bloody army. The main character presented a fallen glass of wine and told us that the Emperor is addicted to a wild desire to taste everything he finds. June noted that for this he was ready to kill a bunch of people. He presented a picture of a warrior of the Bloody Land standing behind the back of a resident of the One-Horned tribe. The main character noted that in the past the Emperor wanted to try the meat of the One-Horned tribe. The image of an enraged Muin standing over the Emperor of Gluttony flashed into his mind. Jun stated that King Mu, having learned why one of his fellow tribesmen had disappeared, beat the Emperor almost to death. The Emperor of Gluttony, looking at Nea, stated that his ear had not yet recovered. King Mu, with his arms crossed, stood with a calm look and in his thoughts emphasized that the Queen of Summer had died. All four lay at the bottom and at the top of the tower definitely. Neu stood in front of the smiling Emperor and remarked that it was better for him not to oppose him. Standing in front of the Emperor, Muin asked him if he had come to take revenge. Chuckling, the Emperor of Gluttony asked Nea if he thought he would fight him. He stated that he was there to help his close friend. The Emperor pointed a finger behind Nea. King Mu asked which friend he was talking about. The Emperor of Gluttony, pointing, said that here he is. His gaze fell on the main character, who was standing on a hill. Behind Jun were the merchant's mercenaries. The Emperor assumed that Muin felt better, noting that he had a very wise student. He asked if Nea would share a secret. King Mu frowned and remained silent. An orchestra began to play behind the Emperor. Waving his hands, he said he was just joking. From the music, his body was enveloped in red mana. The Gluttony Emperor's body changed to a slender one. Holding a glass of wine in his hand, he declared that they were having a feast. He asked everyone to enjoy, drink, and eat their hearts out. Bissy Waltz was dumbfounded by the Bloody Land's battle song. The look of the Emperor of Gluttony. He noted in his thoughts that he would finally be able to try the dragon. The Knights of the Bloody Land rushed to the army of the Queen of Summer. The warrior called out from behind Bissy and stated that she needed to run, noting that now was not the time. Frowning, Bissy Waltz stated that she wanted to avenge her mother, but she needed to protect her younger brothers and subordinates. She ordered them to retreat. The warriors of the Bloody Land ran in pursuit of them and shouted that the prey was running away and everyone needed to be eaten without a trace. A message appeared in front of Jun saying that he had earned a large amount of karma while completing an unexpected task. The main character made a great contribution by killing Ismian. The Red Dragon suffered irreparable losses. The final ranking appeared, where Jun was in second place and Neu was in first. The message said that he completed the task with high achievements. The right to select the award was left to the Bureau. The main character received the 4th Intrinian, 5th Intrinian, Body of the Last Dragon. June looked at the list of awards. Lightning flashed from his bracelet. The soul of the Summer Queen asked the main character who he was. A dark aura surrounded Jun's hand. She asked the main character about how he dared her. Looking at what was happening, June noticed that this was the soul of the Summer Queen. The main character raised his mask and asked her if this would answer her question. The dark clot of mana had blue eyes. The Queen of Summer declared that it was him. She wondered how. She said it was impossible. June clenched the soul of the Summer Queen in his fist. The main character noted in his thoughts that the dragon's soul would be difficult to digest and for now he would close it. Dark energy hovered above Jun's head. The merchant and the mercenaries were stunned by what they saw. An enraged Nei walked towards the main character and shouted for everyone to disperse. The embittered Muin looked at Jun. King Mu swung his hand to hit the protagonist. Nei rushed at Jun, whose fist was in front of his face. The rocky terrain behind the main character was pierced by powerful wind currents from Muin's blow. The inhabitants of the One-Horned tribe were taken aback by the blow of King Mu. Jun looked at the fist that was in front of his face. Drops of blood appeared around him. Hanging his head down, the main character screamed, "I." Neu, beside himself with rage, looked at Jun. He stood in front of the protagonist and asked if the only thing he could say was AI, noting that he devoured everything his teacher created. Muin asked whether to bring him to his senses by beating him like the Queen of Summer. Jun stated that he just wanted to make things easier for the teacher. The main character fell to the floor from Neu's second blow. Muin asked Jun if she was one of those he was taking revenge on. After hearing this, the main character fell into a stupor. Sitting on the floor, Jun addressed the teacher. King Mu said that everything was already done anyway, so the main character should clean up after himself. Muin approached his soldiers and ordered them to get ready. Neu stated that they were going on a search. The villagers wondered why their king was not true to his feelings and whether he was so difficult to support. Muin shouted for them to be silent. The main character watched what was happening and thought that he was interested in how Muin understood the reason why he killed the Summer Queen. Jun's face changed to serious. The mercenary turned to King Mu and stated that they had not seen each other for a long time, noting that the student was so similar to the teacher. Muin asked whether this was praise or scolding. Their dialogue could be heard from behind the hill. Grinning, King Mu suggested that the mercenary was not yet healthy enough and suggested playing later. He asked Nea not to joke like that, noting that the joints were making themselves felt. He said that he and Muven would see each other again. King Mu met with Nocturne. They made eye contact. Closing his eyes, Nocturne walked past Muvin. Sitting on the ground, the main character looked at the red mana that was in front of him. Jun fell into thoughts that he had been King Mu's disciple for some time. The main character noted that he treated it as if Nocturne did not exist. Jun noted that apparently this happens to former students. The main character looked at the ruins of the castle, shrouded in flames. He turned his gaze to the corpses of the knights. Jun emphasized that there is real chaos there. The main character noted that compared to the size of the tower, these are small things. Looking down, Jun was deep in thought. Purple locks of hair appeared in front of his face. Covering her mouth, Edora looked at the main character with fear. She looked at the bump on Jun's head. She said that he had such a big bump on his head and asked if he was okay. Grabbing his head, the main character said, "This is it." Edora stood over Jun, who was holding his head and laughing. The main character noted that the defeat of Walpurgis Knight and the death of the Summer Queen took place. Jun emphasized that this was a war that lasted several days. A notification appeared in front of him that the main character had received World of Endless Night as his final reward. Jun continued his thought and noted that the war ended with great changes. Braham was arranging books in the library and said that this was an incredible place. The plot takes us to Intrinian, which was the reward for the quest. Braham asked the main character to guess what he found. Jun, sitting in the carriage, asked if this was something good. Braham replied that it was a bloodline grimoire, adding that this thing was associated with almost superpowers. He and Sesha looked at the long notes and stated that these were books not only about magic, but also about ordinary things. Braham theorized that this was a place, a repository of knowledge that the dragons tried to preserve until the end. He said he thinks there are many more special things there. Braham said that he would go check anyway and they would contact him later. Smiling, Jun noted in his thoughts that Braham was happy. The main character emphasized that after completing the quest, the Bureau gave him the expected rewards. The first of them is Intrinian, consisting of 3 sections. A picture of a huge pile of gold appeared in Jun's head. The main character noted that this is a treasure vault full of gold and silver. Jun imagined a warehouse full of weapons. The main character noticed that this is a storage facility for weapons and artifacts. A library appeared in Jun's imagination, in which Braham and Sesha were located. The main character stated that this is a library full of magical books collected by the Queen of Summer herself. Jun noted that there was another reward. He imagined the castle under the blue night sky. The main character noticed that this is the external space of the endless world of night. A picture of the castle ruins, enveloped in flames, appeared in his head. Jun emphasized that this place was completely destroyed by the war. The main character noticed that in order to use it, you must first build it from scratch. Thoughtful, Jun stated that he could then only use one. He noted that this would be the clan's base. The main character imagined a castle, in front of which there was a forest alley. Sitting in the carriage, Jun noticed in his thoughts that until this moment he tried to do everything alone. But now he will need people and a place who can help and protect if necessary. The main character fell into thought. He imagined an image of Youngwoo surrounded by many people. Jun thought about the clan. The cart drove through the thick of the forest. The carriage stopped among the trees. The plot takes us to the villages of the One-Horn tribe. The mercenary shook hands with the main character and said that they would definitely meet again. He thanked Jun, noting that it was fun. Nocturne, standing behind the mercenary, turned away from the main character. Jun looked at the merchant named Atran and said that he had a request. He asked Atran to connect him with the feast. Taken aback, the merchant imagined an image of people and noted in his thoughts that the feast is an alliance that only the greatest of the mysterious merchants can join, and the clients are the best of the best. Atran wondered how Jun knew about them. With a wave of his hand, the merchant said with a grin that they were very busy people and he could not guarantee that he would arrange a meeting for them. The main character simply asked for help in getting in touch, noting that he would do everything from then on himself. He showed him 5 gold bars and asked if that was enough. Atran cried out that he adores this client. Holding a bag of gold, the merchant waved his hand after Jun. The plot takes us to the village of the One-Horn tribe. The main character walked through the settlement. Thoughtful, Jun noted that the village was quiet. He remembered how Muin summoned the warriors and noted that they all went in pursuit of the bow god. He imagined the outline of a man holding a bow. The main character thought about the god of bows and wondered who he was to rouse an entire tribe. Jun pointed out that if he was skilled enough to fight King Mu, then his level was also similar to the 9 kings. A picture of Muin's battle-mad face flashed into his head. Jun stated that no matter what he did, the mentor would definitely catch up with him quickly. The main character with a serious look realized that he needed to stop worrying. Bu appeared before Jun and addressed him. Putting his hand to his chest, the spirit declared that all preparations were completed. The main character imagined how Bu is surrounded by many seals. In his thoughts, Jun noticed that he was drained quickly enough, absorbing the Philosopher's Stones and most of the souls of the witches, and his mind was gradually returning to normal. The main character suggested that because of this there was a thirst for his own laboratory. He remembered how they stood in the weapons storage room. Jun noticed that he left Bu the Intrinian, which he received as a reward. The Lick opened a portal and asked the main character to go through it. The main character, being in the abyss, extended his hand upward, in which there was a fiery cloud of mana. Jun was stunned by what he saw. He saw many dead people working in Intrinian. In his thoughts, the main character noted that this was becoming like a real dungeon. Shannon and Rebecca were lying on the couch. He called out to Jun and asked him not to order him to help Boo anymore. Shannon said that this Lick is picky, although he seems flexible. Boo appeared behind him. Shannon said he could imagine how devious Boo is inside. Turning around, Shannon saw a Lick behind him. The main character watched what was happening and thoughtfully noted that he thought that Shannon and Harnan would occupy the top in the hierarchy. Jun emphasized that it now seems like Boo is in charge. The main character called out to the Lick and extended his hand and asked him to take it. Jun handed him rings emitting bright light. Boo asked if it was silver. The main character said that these rings are opened by the other two ingredients. Jun asked if he could merge all three together. Boo replied that it was definitely possible. The main character looked at how the work in the dungeon was in full swing. Jun said that the higher they climb, the more they will get. The main character added that it is imperative to complete the dungeon. Jun looked at Boo and asked if the Lick understood what he meant. Boo looked at the main character and listened to him carefully. Shannon called out to the main character and asked if there was any work for him. Turning around, June said that they had to go. Rising from the sofa, Shannon asked the main character what that sigh was. June walked along the long corridor of the dungeon. Boo flew up to the main character and said that he had prepared this place as he asked. Stretching out his hand, the main character was enveloped in streams of dark mana. Jun stated that this would be enough. From the bracelet of the main character, black energy began to emanate. Jun said it was time to call her. A dark clot of mana appeared in the room. The spirit of Ismin appeared before the main character. She was taken aback by what she saw. The Queen of Summer looked at Jun. She rushed at him and screamed for the Sky Wing. Boo appeared in front of the main character and concentrated purple mana in his hands. Ismina was bound by many chains. She screamed to be released so she could kill Jun. The main character watched what was happening. Smirking, Jun removed the mask from his face. His gaze fell on the chained Queen of Summer and declared that he was not who she was talking about. He grabbed the spirit of Ismin by the chin. Continuing to hold her, Jun said that his full name was Cha Yeon-woo. Taken aback, the Summer Queen asked if the Sky Wing had a brother. The main character replied that this is true. Ismin began screaming that it was necessary to tear Jun apart at the first meeting. The main character calmly apologized to the Queen of Summer, but this will happen to her. Jun said it was all because he was the one. The enraged protagonist declared that he would tear her into pieces, subjecting her to despair, and only then would he eat her. Grinning, the Queen of Summer asked him to try it. She asked if the main character thought she would even raise an eyebrow. With a wave of his finger, Jun replied that he would find out when he checked. Looking at the ceiling, Boo jumped up. The body of a dragon fell in front of the main character. Stunned, Ismin asked if this body was hers. She was frightened by what she saw. The main character put his hand to the body of the Summer Queen and said that the entire body of the dragon could be used for something. Behind Jun lay the corpse of the Summer Queen and he said that he was going to cut it up right in front of her. He looked at the spirit of Ismin, who asked him to stop. The main character stated that eyes can be used as sources of magical power, scales and skin as armor, and bones as durable weapons. Jun said that it would take a lot of time, because the body is durable. The main character asked her not to worry, noting that he would show what he would make of these parts. The Queen of Summer began screaming for June to stop and asking him to just kill her. Smirking, the main character asked whether to make a bone dragon from bones. Ismin's spirit began to scream and beg to just kill her. She knelt in front of Jun and asked what he wanted. The main character, with a serious look, stated that he wanted to find out the reason why his brother was killed. The Queen of Summer was taken aback by this question. Jun imagined Yeon-woo's diary and noted in his thoughts that his younger brother's diary contained all the information about what happened to him. The main character noticed that there were still questions, one of which he could not find an answer to. Jun wondered why Yeon-woo was betrayed. A picture appeared in his head of how there was a coat of arms above his brother's head, and behind his back there were white wings. The main character emphasized that although many made sure that Jong-woo did not become stronger than the Nine Kings, the arty was not so easy to destroy. He imagined Ismin shaking hands with one of the Nine Kings. Jun noted that it is not entirely clear why Nine Kings suddenly decided to unite to overthrow only one Yeon-woo. The main character emphasized the fact that there is definitely something that he does not know. Jun ordered the Summer Queen to say why the Nine Kings united against Yeon-woo. Angry, Ismin's spirit asked if she told her if the main character would kill her. Jun replied that he would decide it when he heard it. The Queen of Summer closed her eyes after the protagonist's answer. She reported that it was because of the Soul Stone. Taken aback, June asked about the Soul Stone. Looking away, the spirit Ismin said that the Sky Wing. She imagined a picture of the main character's brother sitting on a rock with white wings behind his back. The Summer Queen revealed that he had Lucille's Soul Stone. June fell into a stupor from what he heard. The main character presented the image of Lucille. He said that this was Lucille Lightbringer. June noted that he is better known as Lucifer. The main character said that despite the fact that he was a supernatural being, he did not belong to either the gods or the demons, neither the light nor the darkness. Jun said that 1,000 years ago his wings were torn to pieces by the gods and demons, and he fell. Frowning, the main character said that they were being greedy. In his thoughts, Jun noticed that if Lucille's soul stone is used correctly, the player can become a supernatural being. Clenching his fist, Jun wondered why Youngwoo didn't tell him anything about him. The stone walls were enveloped in light. The main character asked where the soul stone was and where it went. Ismin replied that she did not know this, noting that if she knew, she would have taken it long ago. The light fell on Jun's collar. The main character stated what she should say. Jun was beside himself with rage and ordered the Summer Queen to remember every little thing. The main character added that then he will allow her to rest in peace as she wants. Turning around, Jun called out to Boo. The spirit of Ismin cried out that this was not what they had agreed upon. The main character began to leave the room and heard from the Queen of Summer that he was a fool. Jun walked down the dark corridor. Braham looked at him and noted that the 98th floor would plunge into chaos. He stood in front of the door with his arms crossed and said that now not only giants, but also dragons have become extinct. In the protagonist's memories, a picture surfaced of how Braham was arranging books in the library. Jun asked if he had finished sorting through the archives. Braham replied that there was nothing to do there, noting that everything was neatly laid out, so the archive was clean. He added that nevertheless it was a real vein. The main character and Braham came to the main room of the dungeon. Braham looked at the dead who were working and asked Jun to arrange a dungeon or laboratory for him too. He started coughing and said that he was not jealous of Boo, but they had received a lot of things lately and new experiments needed to be done. Braham noted that this would still be good for Sesha. Jun started laughing after hearing this. Braham asked if it was possible to laugh like that. He noted that this was not for him, but to help Jun in the future. A castle shrouded in blue mana appeared in front of Braham and a notification that power over outer space, the endless world of the night, had been transferred to him. Smiling, the main character declared that the Intrinian would remain Boo. Jun offered to help Braham clean up the place, noting that it was now almost destroyed, but if he could restore it, the laboratory would be even larger than Boo's. The main character presented the image of Boo, who commands the army of the dead, and Braham, who creates many projections. He noted that if Boo is responsible for external affairs, such as increasing and strengthening troops, then Braham is responsible for internal ones, such as creating and maintaining an illusory barrier. Jun's gaze fell on Braham's serious face and asked if he agreed. The embarrassed Braham replied that since the main character was proposing, he would try to restore the endless world of the night. He began to look at the projection of the area and stated that the external space was huge, noting that it would be very expensive. He asked if this suited Jun. He remembered the dialogue with the merchant and asked Braham why he then asked to meet at the feast. Braham noted with a serious face that this meant that the main character wanted to show everyone the truth about his identity. Taking off his mask, Jun said that it was so. Braham stood in front of him and declared that it would not be easy. Adding to his speech, he noted that Jun will henceforth attract everyone's attention. The main character replied that everything was fine. Putting on a mask, Jun said that if he was attacked, he would simply destroy them. Braham and Jun are standing opposite each other in some basement. Braham looks at the notification window and holds his hand to his chin. Jun looked at Braham and thought that it was quite surprising that not a single message had been received from the 98th floor. Was everyone really that serious? He remembered his brother, who was sitting and looking into the distance, and Jun decided that it was all because of the soul stone. Braham brushed away the notification window with his hand and said that in this case, what they talked about last time is almost complete. And then, with a very confident look, he looked forward and asked if it was time to serve the main course. And Jun just nodded his head approvingly. And immediately after that, he began to use magic, releasing it from his hands. Thanks to this, Jun appeared from the black smoke, when suddenly she notices Jun and stands with her mouth open. Jun takes off his mask in front of her and calls her by name. Her pupils shrink in surprise. She begins to scream, and right behind her there are hundreds of hands made of black smoke. These hands grab her and pin her to the ground, preventing her from moving. Jun looked at her with a cold gaze and thought that he didn't even want to talk to her. And then he turned to Braham and asked if he wanted to start already. Braham also began to look blankly, but with burning eyes. While she was screaming for those hands to let her go, Braham turned to her, saying that they had a lot to talk about. And speaking these words, he remembered Sesha and how she mocked Ananta. Braham picked up a jar of purple liquid and said that it was Yunsang's elixir, and he made it because he was curious if it was possible to hurt a monster in the form of a ghoul. Braham looked distraught and hopeless, saying that he wasn't sure if the potion would work on her. And at that moment he pours its contents onto Dune, and she squeals in pain. Many such bottles had already been poured on her. She reached out to them, and smoke was already coming from her. She begged for mercy and said that she would tell everything as soon as they stopped. Braham stood in front of her and said that they were not finished yet, but she continued to reach out to him and beg him to stop. She then started looking at her palm and saying that they had kidnapped Sesha and Ananta for the Great Mother and the experiments she was doing were to complete the vessel. She began to say that she regretted everything, and did everything to complete the experiment, but then she added that she knew how to cure Ananta and would tell him everything. Jun looked down and wondered if this was all for the Great Mother. She was trying to call upon Mother Earth, which is believed to have given birth to witches. Many witches pray to some creature, and this being that the witches called their mother was not so much a god God as a concept. Mother Earth is one of the greatest gods who have existed since the beginning of time, but when she appeared to the world, she took on a different form each time, and it was difficult to say what was on her mind. The girl was sitting on a throne, and there were flowers around her and on her hair too. She was also called Tiamat, Ymir, Ishtar, but she also had another famous name, Gaia or Yama. Dune stood with a staff and smiled, and it is said that Viera Dune was the only one who was interested in Mother Earth, and having received the favor of Mother Earth, she became stronger, and therefore could rule the Walpurgis Night. Dune looked down and continued to think that one day the connection with Mother Earth suddenly broke and Walpurgis Night tried to awaken her from sleep. He imagined the blue stone in Dune's hands and thought that perhaps the stone of Lucille's soul that Youngwoo had was taken by the person closest to him, for example, a loved one. And he imagined Dune, who was looking at this very blue stone. Dune was still pinned to the ground and covered in this liquid, screaming that why don't they just kill her? And at that moment she began to try to fix the situation and turned to June, saying, Youngwoo, it's me. Didn't you miss me? Graham looked at her with a disgusted look, and she said that she was sorry, and that she was mistaken, arguing that lovers also sometimes quarrel. She had a crazy look on her face and kept saying that she would do whatever he asked, and remembered that Youngwoo asked for knee pads and said that he could lie on her lap. She looked with distraught eyes and said that she would give up the witches and even the Great Mother, she would be devoted only to him and Sesha. Jun stared blankly, and then looking at her, he said that Youngwoo closed his eyes forever, yearning for her until the very end. He did not hate her even after that. Jun began to get very angry, saying that he now understood who his brother had run into. Dune looked at him silently, her mouth open, and their conversation was heard throughout the room, and she said that she remembers how Youngwoo said that he had a brother, to which Jun replied that he was sorry that he realized it only now, but his brother lost to a bad person, which was good just for one. At these words, Dune began to get very angry, baring her teeth, and then said that he never wondered why she and the rest of his comrades turned their backs on him. Jun raised his head at these words. Dune looked at him and thought that it apparently worked, and since she was unable to lure him to her side, she would fight to the end. She peered closely at Jun's emotions, and then, sitting in front of June, she began to shout that everyone had left Youngwoo. Isn't it logical to assume that the person who forced him to leave him had problems? He really thinks that his little brother was kind and innocent. She imagined the two of them going somewhere, and Chan walking with a smile on his face. Dune continued to say that they were also greedy, but Youngwoo was the worst, because in order to feel satisfaction, he had to have everything, and he went further and further. Youngwoo looked at her sideways, and she continued to throw mud at him, saying that he was like this from the very beginning. He took everything for himself. Dune laughed madly, saying that they were already sick of it, and Jun just stood and listened to this with a blank expression on his face. It was unpleasant for him to hear it. Dune saw his emotions and thought that this should be enough, and most likely June is shocked. She imagined how she held him by the neck in spirit and smiled, thinking that if she shook his consciousness a little more, she would win. But Jun just looked at her with his dragon eyes and coldly asked if she was finished. There were boxes in that room, and June kept asking her what was wrong with it, and in general, she really believed that she could sway him with this. There was blood everywhere, and Jun said that things aren't always smooth sailing between people, but that doesn't mean everyone has to stab each other in the back, just like they did. And after these words, he put his hand on her shoulder and began to use magic, which brought her pain, as a result of which she squealed. Jun continued to look at her with dragon eyes and tell her to stop saying this. Dune looked up as if she had already lost consciousness, and June asked her to show her true nature. Dune opened her mouth, but was initially silent, and then she began to smile, gradually evaporating. White eyes appeared behind Jun, saying that these two brothers were such bores. She peered with one eye at June. While he stood in shock with dragon eyes, he realized that it was Mother Earth who had come. We are transported back in time to some fortress in the middle of the night. We see Youngwoo in Dune's bedroom. They were lying in bed, and she turned to him and said that one day she wanted to climb to the top of the tower. She imagined this tower higher than the clouds, and added that even gods and demons could not reach it, and asked Chan if he wasn't interested in what was there. Chan turned to her, and she began to say that therefore, if he gets in her way, she can easily throw him off. She said this while her silhouette was illuminated by the moonlight. She put her hand on his cheek and said that he knows her, doesn't he, so he should stay with her until the very end. Youngwoo and Dune smiled sweetly as they looked at each other, and it is said that Viera Dune's desire to climb to the top of the tower was more like an obsession, and Young asked her about it several times, but she just smiled and never answered. June walked in the middle of a ruined castle, and he saw Dune, who was crushed by a stone, and as soon as he absorbed her with his vampiric sword battery, he immediately understood. June looked at his hand, and his face was surprised. He realized that Dune had achieved what he wanted. The one he had absorbed was just an empty shell. There were tree branches everywhere, and this is the place where Viera Dune lived, because her true one, in the lower world, has long been gone. She became Mother Earth. Dune stood on that tree and smiled, because she had absorbed the goddess she worshipped. The Philosopher's Stone shone brightly, and it was this that she used together with Youngwoo's Dragon Heart and Soul Stone. She pierced him with a dagger right in the chest while he smiled, looking at her. She took 2 crystals for herself, orange and blue, so she had access to an infinite amount of magical power. She used magic and made some kind of magic ball. This ball was her consciousness, which she recorded. This consciousness flowed like a stream into one big ball, because Dune, with the help of a communication channel, gradually expanded the data of herself and slowly absorbed Mother Earth. She was like a virus that had secretly entered the computer and consumed the software. June looked up and thought that she wanted to go upstairs so much that she ended up becoming a monster that devoured her mistress. She looked at him from above, and he, looking at her, asked that the air at the top was as good as she thought, to which June replied that it was magnificent, and pathetic mortals could not understand what it was like. June began to smile maliciously, saying that it was so, and then he added that she abandoned everyone who followed her and the one who loved her. After these words, her expression became neutral and she simply listened to Jun. And then many eyes appeared, and she said that she had only come down to warn him. June, with half-closed eyes, asked why this was. But under his armor, he began to use dragon skin, thinking that it was very creepy since her voice sounded like the voice of thousands of people speaking at the same time. Everything was green, like green space, and she said that she had no desire to get involved in the affairs of these two brothers, and she did not regret anything from her life in the lower world. Jun looked at her transparent green hair while she asked him that Viera Dune from the netherworld is already dead, isn't she? She was in a red robe and with an arrogant voice told him not to bother her, otherwise it was already starting to irritate her. June was already surprised by such words, so he stood with his eyes wide open, and then he started laughing a little, and he put his hands in his pocket. He thought that Youngwoo never learned to see people as they are. This even slightly disappointed June. He imagined a happy Chon standing in front of Dune, and thought that Chon gave this woman his body, his heart and memories. And then the expression on Jun's face was very upset and angry, because for this Dune, he was just a step on the way to the top. She started laughing because of Jun's words, who said that he was also warning her, to which she didn't even listen and asked if he was going to warn her something. June clenched his fist and understood that the difference between them was too great, maybe even greater than between Hermes and the shell of the Monkey King. But then he raised his head and said that he would break her neck, so she should wait for him. June was very surprised by this statement, so she asked him again. And Jun, with a very confident tone and look, said that it wouldn't take long, he would rip her head off. June was very surprised, opened her eyes wide and began to laugh. Graham was also shocked by Jun's statement. Dune approached June and asked if he even understood what he was saying, to which she received the answer that he did. And then she began to move away, saying that he didn't understand at all. He was talking about killing a god, and he didn't know what that meant for the gods. Jun replied no, and a lot of notifications started popping up in front of him. These notices were messages from gods and demons who were angry, and Jun continued his sentence by saying that he was saying this because he knew what he was saying. June stood and read these messages. It was written on them that Agar has increased his strength, which he gave him, and the skill of demonism is combined with the power of sentient. June looked at him and called him crazy, and then she began to look at him with a malicious look, adding that such thoughts are a freedom available only to mortals. And then she touched June's chin with her finger, adding that he could do whatever he wanted, but she would stay here. And so the guys looked up while it evaporated. Graham grabbed his head and began to laugh awkwardly, saying that God is a strange thing. He grabbed his hair, continuing to say that someone fell to the state of a disembodied soul, and someone ascended. His face filled with anger and hatred, and he himself said that she took the life of her daughter and now calls herself a god. Graham turned to Jun and asked him to turn around, and then said that he said that one day he could return his place to him, to which Jun replied that it was so. Graham bowed his head and said in a very creepy tone that he should keep this promise, because he himself must kill this Dune. Jun looked at him for a moment and then said that he couldn't do it. Graham was taken aback by such words and asked how it was. June turned to him and replied that he himself would tear her to pieces, and he could not give in. Graham was very surprised by these words, but then he simply exhaled and asked what they should do, since he, too, could not give in. Jun raised his head and replied with a smile on his face that they would then have to place bets on who would get to her in the end. They both shook hands and agreed, and the notice from below said that numerous divine communities were looking at them with displeasure. Graham stood confidently on his feet, and then he looked at Jun and realized that he could handle it, because if Jun is nearby, then nothing is impossible. Jun had a very stern expression on his face. Graham bowed his head and closed his eyes, realizing that even though he had lost his holiness, in the prophecies he could barely see thanks to the small amount of sacred power he had left. Everyone looked happy. He saw June holding Sesh's hand and Ananta laughing nearby. He also just saw Jun standing there with a smile on his face. After some time, we see a dark pink sky and dragons, who, after the death of the Queen of Summer, scattered in all directions. The children of the Summer Queen crossed swords with each other and fought for the empty throne. And after a little more time, the red dragon completely split into three. The first were the white dragons Waltz, the second was the black dragon Tom, and the third are the green dragons Kyle, Lysu, and Baran. The dragons began to fight each other, spewing fire everywhere. And as soon as everything had calmed down on the 76th floor, the clan split into three parts, and a new war began, in which they tried to absorb each other. People stood with weapons, and on top of them were the emblems of their clans, and as if not wanting to be left behind. The other large clans also tried to change. New organizations appeared that were strong enough to threaten even the 8 large clans. Every day, dozens of newcomers became rankers. The swords crossed on the battlefield, and in the reflection of one of them one could see a fierce war, and in other words, turmoil began. Now force became the law in the tower. Despite the fact that most of the tower was plunged into chaos, June and his group were experiencing a new stage in their lives. Steam comes out of the capsule, and it is said that they were able to heal Ananta based on the information told by the Viaradun shell. Ananta herself lay in the capsule, but she was still sleeping, and so, after opening, she really opened her eyes. We are transported to a village in the middle of a bamboo forest where life was visible. In the middle of this village, Braham walked, hugging Ananta. June held Sesha in his arms, and she pointed her finger at Ananta and called her mom. Sesha ran to her, continuing to call her mom. Ananta stood with her back to her at first, and then with a blank look she turned to her and was silent. Sesha was upset about this, and Jun stood and watched it. He peered at her. We are in a house where we hear Ananta being addressed. Ananta was lying in bed, and Braham asked her if she recognized him. And thanks to the common efforts, Ananta, who had been in a dream for a long time, finally opened her eyes. However, she looked with a completely blank look. Braham was just in complete despair, and June stood behind him. Her gaze did not focus on anything. She did not recognize anyone and was silent, only looking in front of her with empty eyes. We move to another house, and we see June slamming his glass on the table with all his might. He looks at the table and thinks that he is so upset that he even wants to smoke. He looked down with a sparkle in his eyes. Immediately he remembered how he pulled Ananta out of that flask and began to think that if he had known about Sesha or Braham just a little earlier, if he had saved Ananta a little earlier, the current situation would have been at least a little better. His henchmen, who were visible as black smoke, told him that how could he know, because it was not like he had the sight of 1,000 lie, like Alphawan, or that he could predict the future, like the three Norns. The second henchman also said that everything is so he shouldn't take it to heart. When suddenly they take the glass from Jun's hand and shout what he is doing in miserable loneliness. It was Pant and Edora who were worried about him. June looked at them and was silent, and then he began to think that he had no other choice, because there were so many people around him who needed to be protected. Braham, Ananta and Sesha who stood and smiled, and also Shannon, Hanran, Rebecca and Wu, his best henchmen. And finally, Pant, Edora and Gilliard. June realizes that he must become a roof over their heads. He began to take off his mask and say that he had something to tell them. He said that he would tell them everything when the time came. They were both shocked, and Pant said why was he taking off his mask. Suddenly Pant was taken aback, standing with his mouth open. This was the first time they saw his real face, so they asked if he was a Skyway. Edora was very happy, so she pressed her hand to her chest. The sun's rays fell on the objects on the table, and it is said that on that day, June told how he entered the tower. The three of them were sitting at the table and it was already dark outside, and June spoke more calmly than he himself expected, as if he was talking about someone else. Pant hit the table with all his might, because he was very angry, and Edora was silent. The building they were sitting in was large. Pant stood up from his chair and said that this would not work. His fist shook with anger, and he said that the matter of a clan member is the matter of the entire clan. Is it normal that the teacher has no idea what his student had to go through? Pant got up and went to King Mu, saying that he would tell everything right away. But Edora yelled at him, telling him to sit down. Pant became even more angry because she called him a bad word. And then Edora asked him what he really thought about their father not knowing anything. Edora, looking forward, replied that he still does not understand that King Mu gives Jun the opportunity to fly on his own wings, because he understands that Jun will one day leave the nest. After these words, Pant immediately calmed down, so he remained silent and listened. Jun put the mug on the table and said that he wanted them to become his wings. His words were very serious. Pant and Edora were a little shocked and it showed on their faces, so they asked how it was. Jun looked at his mask and said that from now on he was going to do something reckless, so it could bring danger to both them and the clan, because this is a battle with the tower itself. He tilted his head and wanted to say that he wouldn't mind if they refused, but Pant interrupted him and started smiling, pointing at himself, and said that in such situations, he just needs to say, "Brother, help me." Jun was genuinely and joyfully shocked by these words, as if he was about to cry. Pant smiled, placing his hand on Edora's head, and added that he had nothing to worry about anymore. Besides, Edora was a real monster, and even if someone took the place of the air, he could return it to himself simply by defeating her. Jun watched as the two fought with each other, and then he breathed a sigh of relief, thanking his friends. These two also smiled sincerely at him. Then Edora asked what he was going to do, because it seemed to her that he raised this topic because he had some kind of clan. Jun shook his head and smiled, and said that he was going to create his own clan. We are transported to some forest with very beautiful clouds. Jun stood in the middle of the forest, waving his sword. Under his mask, sweat flowed from training, and his gaze was serious. Holding his sword, he was breathing very heavily, because he was very tired. He looked at his hands through his gloves, and everything there was calloused, and he realized that this was only the beginning, because in order to protect his people, he needed to become stronger. He looked forward while his minions told him to transfer his consciousness into the sword, not just focus on it, but become a part of it, because only then would he be able to achieve perfection. Jun held the sword, and he himself glowed with a blue aura, because he needed to become one with the sword. A board appeared with the following inscriptions: time difference, extrasensory perception. Jun closed his eyes and began to try to remember something. He remembered the image of King Mu fighting madly, and he realized that he needed to at least touch his feet. Mu began to make magic in his hands because he was a martial artist. Jun looked forward with a confident dragon gaze and decided that he must gain a grain of that overwhelming power. Several months later, we see a sword covered in a strong red aura. This sword began to crack, and soon it simply crumbled into small pieces. And then these pieces exploded, and a silhouette was visible in the distance from the explosion. It was Jun, who was shielding himself from the explosion with his hands. He sat down on the floor, thrusting his sword into the floor and sighing. His expression was a little upset, and he himself said that it still didn't work. His entire arm was covered with scars, and he treated it with his ability, and he himself reflected that the demonic dragon body and the Philosopher's Stone, from the third stage of awakening to regeneration, the body developed quickly. The white thread stretched forward, and Jun understood that his consciousness could not keep up with his body. He stood with a sword in his hands, and then he quickly rose and rank and tested his capabilities, awakening abilities one after another and each time expanding his limits when necessary. Jun stood and looked at the top of the cliff, thinking that now he had the feeling that he had hit an insurmountable wall. He lay down on a tree and closed his eyes. He sat and looked forward because he was very tired from training. Then he opened his eyes and saw that leaves were falling from the tree, when suddenly he opens his eyes wide in surprise because he was just called. And it was Gilliard with a basket on his back. They stood in the middle of the forest, and Gilliard asked what he was doing here and why he was sitting upset, to which Jun replied that there was no progress in training, that's why he was thinking, and then asked what he forgot here. Gilliard turned to him with a basket of vegetables and said that lately Sesha had begun to refuse vegetables, so he was studying how it would be easier to teach her to eat them. Sesha sat at the table in front of the vegetables and grumbled dissatisfiedly that she wanted meat. Gilliard turned away and said that since she was a dragon, he didn't think he could afford to feed her meat every time. Jun raised his head and suggested that he try adding bean meat to regular meat. Gilliard looked at him in shock and asked what it was all about. Jun raised his finger and said that these were crushed beans, the taste was similar to meat, and when adding sauce, the smell of the beans could not be distinguished. Gilliard was generally shocked by this information. The sky was already turning slightly pink, and Gilliard asked him to teach him this because Sesha was probably hungry and this dish would be just right. They came to a luxurious house. Sesha devoured this meat on both cheeks and smiled. While she was eating, she said that the food was so delicious, not like Gilliard's. Gilliard heard this and was defeated. They both stood and looked at her, and then Jun came up to him and told him to add the beans carefully, otherwise he would notice and not eat it. After lunch, Sesha was already asleep in her bed, while Gilliard asked Jun why he was sitting in the forest, looking at one point, maybe something was bothering him. Jun stood and held the plates, answering that it was nothing, and Gilliard washed the dishes and said that his worries were not nonsense, and perhaps he would not solve the problem, but he would definitely listen. Jun looked down and exhaled, and while the light illuminated their kitchen, he decided to say that, to be honest, lately he had not felt any progress in his training, which is why his confidence was melting, and his aura had suddenly disappeared. Jun looked upset and looked at the floor while Gilliard was washing the dishes, because he felt like he was standing still. Gilliard had a sparkle in his eyes and just stood there and listened to him, and then he started shaking the water off his hands and asked if he wanted to take a little walk. They walked through the forest, where a pleasant breeze blows leaves from the trees. Gilliard broke a branch from a tree, and Jun stood and looked at it and wondered why he needed a branch from the tree. Gilliard put this branch in front of him and told him to attack him. Jun was a little embarrassed and asked what he meant, and Gilliard said that he heard, then let him do it, because they need to mentally return to the training level, and he only needs to use aura at the basic level. Jun looked ahead and wondered what Gilliard came up with. He definitely wants to teach him something. Gilliard stood with a branch, and there was a strong aura around him, and Jun thought that he was at the level of a ranker. Well, if he tried, he could defeat a top ranker, and Gilliard was going to fight him with an ordinary branch or something. Gilliard looked forward with a confident look, asking him if he was done admiring. If so, then he could attack. Jun looked down and had sparkles in his eyes. Then he rushed to attack him. Gilliard hit the ground with a branch, expanding it. This branch wrapped around Jun's sword, and then she sharply headed towards Jun. She hit him right in the middle of his forehead. Jun was sitting on the ground, and smoke was coming from the impact site. Jun was completely shocked by this, so he asked what just happened. He raised his head with a dragon's gaze, and Gilliard stood over him, and Jun could not understand how this was even possible. He remembered how it flew into his forehead, and thought that he had been watching with the help of dragon eyes and extrasensory perception, but the speed of the branch was incomprehensible, as if the branch was not a branch. Gilliard picked up the branch and asked with a smile how it was for him, maybe he could repeat it then. Jun got up from the ground and said that it was definitely worth repeating. He took a fighting stance and understood that no matter how good the technique was, he wouldn't buy it a second time. Jun looked forward using his dragon eyes and thought that he needed to focus. He focused on Gilliard's thread and wanted to get to the bottom of it, and immediately after this he rushed to attack him, believing that it did not matter to him from which side the attack would come, and Gilliard swung a branch. There was some kind of blue aura around Jun, and he thought that he needed to make a block and then a counterpunch. A spark lit up in his eyes, but Gilliard simply started hitting from behind his back, looking forward. The blow of this branch hit Jun right in the side, which surprised him again. He looked to the side and saw more branches flying at him. Green leaves fell in the surrounding green thicket. June was thrown several meters away from Galliard's blow. Angry, the main character noticed that the dragon's eyes did not let him out of sight. The dark elf, holding a stick behind his back, asked Jun what he thought. Having risen, the main character offered to fight again. Putting a stick on his shoulder, Galliard said that he thought nothing would change. Jun was enveloped in blue mana, after which he extended his sword in front of him and replied that he would change. Swinging, the main character rushed to the attack. Jun blocked the dark elf's blow with his hand. Galliard hit the main character's body, after which he flew off. Lying on the ground, Jun looked at the dark elf. Taken aback, the main character asked him how he did it. In his thoughts, Jun noticed that the problem was not his abilities. He noted that Galliard does not use magic or skills, and the dragon's eyes confirmed this. He looked at the smiling dark elf and asked him how this was even possible. Grinning, Galliard replied that it was awareness. The main character fell into a stupor from what he heard. The dark elf approached Jun and asked him if he was focusing on overcoming the limits of his body. Sitting on the ground, the main character said that it was so. Galliard said it might be good for training. Adding to his speech, the dark elf said that given the characteristics of the dragon's body, its limits are wide. Galliard's gaze fell on the forest, which was illuminated by sunlight. The dark elf said that squeezing everything out of oneself is not easy work. Galliard said the problem is after. Looking up at the dark elf, Jun asked what after meant. Galliard's stick was enveloped in green mana. He said that the main character's skills were fine. The dark elf was covered in a green aura. He noted that Jun lacks imagination. The stunned protagonist noticed in his thoughts that Galliard was demonstrating. Powerful gusts of energy surrounded the dark elf. Continuing his thought, Jun emphasized that he demonstrates awareness of his body. In the head of the main character, an image appeared of a man meditating and being covered with blue mana. While in thought, Jun noticed that awareness expands consciousness. He imagined a bird flying over the tree from which the aura was emanating, surrounded by energy. The main character stated that she could use the tool. Jun noted his extrasensory perception, allowing one to read the enemy's surroundings from afar. In the protagonist's imagination, a picture appeared of him holding a sword emitting red mana. Jun emphasized that awareness can also be used as an aura that makes the sword sharper and stronger. The main character imagined how streams of energy flow through Galliard's body. He stated that he had never thought about circulation within the body. Surrounded by a green aura, the dark elf rushed at Jun. In his thoughts, the main character noticed that Galliard had expanded his mind and synchronized with his physical body. Jun added to his thought by saying that both bodies were under his complete control. The main character's gaze fell on the dark elf shrouded in mana. He was lost in thought and realized what was going on. Galliard flew up and grabbed Jun by the shoulder. The main character noticed in his thoughts that it was not the branch that had changed, but Galliard himself had changed. Jun imagined yellow energy breaking through the wind currents. He noted that he needed to become the storm and become the lightning. Stretching his fist towards the protagonist's face, the dark elf asked if he now understood what imagination he was talking about. Taken aback by what he saw, Jun replied that he understood. A powerful explosion was heard in the forest area, which raised clouds of dust. Galliard's blow knocked the protagonist into the ground. He remembered how he reflected powerful streams of mana and, while in thought, noticed that he had previously thought that destructive power was the only measure of power. The main character imagined his magical blows flying past Muven. He stated that that is why he focused only on its development. Extending his hand towards the main character, Galliard stated that awareness is also a necessary part. Taking the dark elf's hand, Jun began to rise from the ground. Galliard reported that in order to use his body as a sword, he must be able to freely use his awareness. The main character said that his brother told him about the dark elf. Galliard was taken aback by what he heard. Smiling, Jun said that Youngwoo said that he became his first teacher. The main character said that he now understands why. The embarrassed dark elf grabbed the back of his head and said that he asked him not to say that. Galliard recalled with a smile how he coached his brother Jun. Continuing to smile, he looked at the main character. He approached Jun and asked a question that since he was a teacher, how about he do for him the same thing he did for his brother? Many green leaves flew around the dark elf. He asked if Jun would mind. Smiling, the main character said that it was an honor for him. Thick clouds covered the blue sky above the forest. Many passers-by residents of the One-Horn tribe walked around the city. A man's cloak was visible in the alley. Hiding behind the wall, he left. He remembered how the main character stood on a rock. He imagined the image of Jun and noted in his thoughts that he had already seen these eyes somewhere. He imagined the eyes of the main character under his mask and noticed that they were so cold, but at the same time ready to burn everything to the ground. He introduced Jun's face and stated that he was his captain. He held the bloody body and, in thought, turned to his sister, declaring that the captain had entered the tower. The bow god was furious at this. In his thoughts, he stated that they did not finish something on Earth, so they will finish it there. The god of bows walked away down a dark alley. The sky was covered with an evening glow. Galliard stood in front of Jun and, with his hand outstretched, asked him if he understood the importance of mindfulness. The dark elf said that that in order to use awareness, you need to learn to control your body, and to learn to control your body, there is nothing better than Boshinkan. The dark elf imagined the outline of a man running. He noticed in his thoughts that Boshinkan is a way of moving the body and the ability to make your body lighter. Imagining how steam enveloped a man's leg, Galliard told the main character what was important in Boshinkan. Thoughtful, Jun interrupted the dark elf and said that Sunpo is important in Boshinkan. While in thought, the protagonist noted that this is the basis of Shuji, one of All Fountain's 3 main skills. The dark elf said that since he already knows a little Shunpo, he should know the basics. He prepared to jump and said that, however, Shunpo is not just fast. Galliard said he would show it. The dark elf stood up sharply. He grabbed a tree branch and said it could mean easy. Upon landing, Galliard raised a cloud of dust. He said it could be tough. Many dark elf shapes appeared around Jun. Galliard said it could be spectacular. Turning around, the main character noticed that the dark elf had disappeared. Galliard noted that this could mean quiet. Jun was taken aback when a dark elf appeared behind him. Smiling, Galliard said that Shunpo is a friend in many guises. The night sky enveloped the forest. The main character asked what needs to be done to make such a friend. Jun looked at the dark elf with a stony face. Galliard watched the main character with a grin. The dark elf stated that they would start by training the lower body. He ordered Jun to goose step around the village 1,000 times. Residents of the One-Horn tribe worked in the fields. Pant said that he heard that the main character was up to something again. He noticed that he saw some strange jumps and that he looked like a frog. Sweat was dripping from Jun's face. Pant said that he has no idea what the protagonist is doing. Jun was squatting and holding onto his mask. Pant said he is trying his best. Edora and Pant watched as Galliard raised his hand to throw something. The main character's gaze fell on a stone that was flying upward. Jumping up, Jun extended his hand to catch a piece of dirt. Clenching his fist, the main character crushed the stone. Confused Edora and dumbfounded Pant watched as Jun jumped for stones. The dark elf stated that the main character was absent-minded. In her thoughts, Edora noticed that Jun was cute and looked like a puppy. The main character watched a stone that flew over his head. Taken aback, Jun extended his hand to the stone. A piece of dirt survived in his hands. He looked at it in surprise and noted in his thoughts that he had succeeded. Lost in thought, the protagonist emphasized the fact that in order to control the body, one must redirect extrasensory perception. Streams of green mana began to flow through Jun's body. He noted that instead of perceiving changes in the external world, it is necessary to direct it to the internal world. In the background of the flow of energy, notifications appeared saying that Jun had learned a new way to use mindfulness. Awareness is the channel through which sacred power circulates. The main character needs to train to find new ways to use it. The higher Jun's awareness, the higher the holiness. The level of proficiency in extrasensory perception has been increased many times over. The protagonist's body awareness has been greatly increased. He learned the concept of synchronizing mind and body. Shunpo proficiency level has been significantly increased. The main character began to run at lightning speed. In his thoughts, Jun noticed that thanks to constant training, his muscles had become as strong as stone. His gaze fell on the cliff of the mountain. The main character stated that, however, now, he pushed off from the cliff and jumped up. He emphasized the fact that he could feel his muscles stretching like rubber. Jun was enveloped by currents of wind. He noticed that he could feel the pulsation of every muscle. Taken aback, the main character realized that he could even feel his cells. Galliard stood in front of Jun and stated that he seemed to understand the basics. The dark elf suggested running, since the main character had learned to walk. Brushing the dust off his hands, Jun asked Galliard what he should do. Taking the stick in his hands, the dark elf said with a smile that a real fight would best help. The main character looked at Galliard with a stone face. Their swords collided, sending out bursts of energy. Stunned, Pant and Edora watched Jun's training. Edora looked at the main character with a calm look. Pant was surprised by what he saw. He frowned with envy. Pant watched Jun's fight and wondered why he couldn't even get close to him. He ran away from Edora to the village. The elf settlement was illuminated by bright sunlight. Pant walked among the crowd of people. A dialogue with the main character appeared in his memories. He remembered Jun's words that he wanted them to become his wings. Pointing his finger at himself, Pant replied with a smile that in that case, he should just ask for help. He was furious at these memories. Pant noted that after that conversation, continuing his thought, he noted that he feels like over time the gap between him and the main character is only increasing. A picture of their first meeting surfaced in his memories. Pant noted that from their first meeting, Jun has always been a wonderful person. He stated that the main character was always stronger than him and it happened again. Pant imagined standing in the void. In his head there was an image of Jun walking towards the light, and he was stretching his hand towards it. Pant highlighted the fact that he had convinced himself of this to hide his inferiority complex. Clenching his hand into a fist, he noticed that this was wrong. Pant began to examine his fist and noted that he did not need to chase, but needed to become stronger. He imagined the red lightning of the bloody philosopher. Pant opened the doors of the house and called out to the old man. The bloody philosopher held many scrolls in his hands and looked at Pant with bewilderment. With a serious look, he asked the bloody philosopher to give him his bloody lightning. A yellow light began to come from Pant's eyes. Holding a stack of scrolls, the old man looked at Pant. He stood before the bloody philosopher, who asked him if he wanted to say that he knew what bloody lightning was. Pant replied that it was a lightning control technique based on the Chonram family's divination. He added that this is the symbol of the blood light philosopher. The elder was surrounded by a red aura. He stated that Pant is weak and not very smart. He was taken aback by what he heard. The bloody philosopher said that among his brothers and sisters there are those who are stronger than him. The elder noted that there are as many superior warriors in the world as there are grains of sand on the coast. The bloody philosopher presented the image of Edora and their mother. He reminded Pant not to forget that his mother and sister played a major role in his being considered heir to the throne, not his personal strength. Taking a step to the side, the bloody philosopher asked Pant, on the other hand, what he thought of him. His gaze fell on the tall library. The elder stated that even the Black Dawn from the Devil's army, which once threatened the tower, could not resist him. The bloody philosopher noted that he was the one who collected this archive, and the one who helped his father get to where he is now. The elder was enveloped in evil energy. He said Pant is a guy who is not strong enough and not smart enough. The bloody philosopher spread his mana throughout the archive. Continuing his speech, the elder asked Pant if he wanted what was his. Pant was furious at what he heard. Closing his eyes, he began to calm down. The bloody philosopher watched him silently. Turning away, he asked Pant to get out of there if he understood everything. Lowering his head, Pant asked for it. The elder's gaze fell on Pant, who bowed his head. He asked to give him a chance. Pant silently looked at the floor. Standing in front of him, the bloody philosopher noticed in his thoughts that this was an unexpected turn. He thought Pant would be angry that he was getting on his nerves. Thoughtful, the elder noted that high-level techniques, like lightning, could not be mastered without patience. He remembered how Pant jumped out at the army of knights of the Bloody Land. The bloody philosopher highlighted the fact that despite his excellent martial arts skills, Pant often made mistakes due to his impatient nature. He looked at Pant standing with his head bowed. The elder wondered what he looked like now. Frowning, the bloody philosopher continued to look at Pant. He said food to prove. Pant was taken aback by what he heard. He listened with inspiration that he had to prove that he was worthy of becoming the elder's successor. Joyful Pant asked how he was doing. Interrupting, the bloody philosopher said that he himself must look for a way. He asked if he should spoon-feed Pant. The elder threw Pant out into the street, shouting that if that was all he wanted to say, then he should get lost. He was sitting on the ground, holding his head. They called Pant, calling him brother, which made him taken aback. Looking up, he saw Edora in front of him and noted her appearance. Edora said with a serious look that she was going to climb the tower. A blue aura began to emanate from her sword. Thoughtful, Pant noted that she was serious. Thick piles of clouds covered the sky above the settlement. He asked Edora to take care of himself. She thanked her brother. Pant watched as Edora walked away in an unknown direction. Reaching up, he declared that since Edora had left, now it was time for him to move forward. A stream of water fell from the cliff from the waterfall. Turning around, June asked Galliard if Pant had started indoor training. Stretching out his hand, the Dark Elf stated with a grin that he had heard that he went to King Mu and insisted that he be given the key to the Menbak. Holding his chin, the protagonist said that if this is a Menbak, then it means that Pant is really determined this time. Jun imagined a huge cube with patterns in his head, surrounded by chains. He noted that Menbak is the deepest of several indoor training centers. The main character noticed that the trainees there were sitting in a 5-pen area room, alone and with a limited amount of food. Jun emphasized the fact that it was impossible to open the door from the inside. Galliard reported that Edora left without saying a word, leaving only a note. He noted that she said she wanted to climb the tower. June stood quietly and said that he understood everything. While in thought, he noticed that he also could not lag behind. Lost in thought, the main character asked Galliard to continue his studies. The phrase sounded in his head, being the eldest, I cannot lose to the younger ones. Pant was enveloped in golden mana. Edora fought many demons. Jun continued to train in the forest. The plot tells us that each of the three went their own way. Time flew by at a rapid speed. Jun was surrounded by green energy. A notification appeared next to his aura indicating that he had fully assimilated awareness. ESP and his body are synchronized. The main character studied body transfer. Shunpo proficiency level has been significantly increased. Shunpo skill level has reached maximum. Jun mastered Bobat. The main character was given additional characteristics. Jun's heart exuded green energy. A message appeared saying that the main character had unlocked the Wind Path skill. A skill description appeared that said that the only friend of the Dark Elves, forced to live in darkness far from the world, was the wind. The wind never stands still and does not discriminate. His flow is free, and the Dark Elves have always yearned to imitate him. If you walk with the wind, like the Dark Elves, you can find a path that was previously invisible. Jun began to study trail finding. When using a skill, several areas of development will randomly open up for the main character. Each path leads to different results. The higher the skill level, the more paths Jun will see. Currently, the main character has 3 winds. Jun started reading about the Eye of the Storm. It allows you to focus the wind around you and explode it. The storm can cause critical damage to the enemy over a large area. The Dragon Eyes skill can be linked to finding a path and making it more accurate. Thanks to it, the number of visible paths and the power of the skill increases. The Spirit of the Abyss skill can be associated with finding a path and receiving the blessing of the Spirit of the Wind. The main character's eyes changed to dragon ones. Jun was surrounded by powerful gusts of wind. He looked at his hand, which was covered in gray mana. The main character formed a cloud of wind magic in his hand. Jun turned wind magic into fire magic in his hand. In his thoughts, the main character noticed that he was now accustomed to awareness. Galliard jumped up towards Jun and said he congratulated him, noting that he had opened the Eye of the Wind. The Dark Elf guessed that it must be difficult for him since he was not part of their tribe, but he did well. Clenching his hand into a fist, the main character said that if it weren't for Galliard, he wouldn't even be able to try. A notification appeared that Jun had received the title Dark Elf Hunter. The Dark Elf looked at the main character with a smile. He asked Jun if they would try again in that case. The main character extended his sword in front of him. Jun looked at the blade and noticed in his thoughts that he was united by the sword and the body. The protagonist's blade began to be enveloped in bright mana. Jun's sword emitted flames. Galliard looked at the main character and asked him if it worked. Jun's gaze fell on the fact that the aura was beginning to envelop the end of the sword. The main character's blade stopped emitting energy. Watching this, Jun stated that this didn't work either. The plot takes us a few months ago to the residence of the king. Lost in thought, Nayu asked the protagonist if he thought his growth had stopped. Jun said that was the case and asked the teacher if he knew why. Nguyen said that everything is simple. Pointing his finger at the main character, he said that this was not his path. Turning around, King Mu began to walk away from Jun. The main character asked what he meant. Nayu stated that he should think about it himself. Jun was in thought. He noticed that this was not his way. The main character concluded that harmony and chaos are not his path. He looked at his reflection in the sword. In his thoughts, Jun noted that after taking control of his mind through meditation, he realized that his talent with the sword ended there. Galliard put his hand on Jun's shoulder. The main character said that, as he thought, it is not so simple. The Dark Elf told him not to rush to conclusions, noting that he believed that his progress was progressing quickly enough. Jun stated that he should take his time to find the answer. Pointing his finger at the village, Galliard said that he had received news from the village that a guest had arrived. The Dark Elf invited the main character to go and have a look. Wiping the sweat from his face with a rag, Jun asked about the guest. A crowd of residents gathered in the village. They pulled out precious objects. A villager tried on the golden armor and asked if it suited him. He was told that he looked like a pearl necklace around a pig's neck. The frightened merchant said that these were very expensive things. His eyes were filled with horror. He looked at the guy who was examining the artifact and asking how it worked. The seller noticed that the guy had a stupid face. The merchant presented him as distraught and continued his thought, noting that he had killed 81 people, gouging out the eyes of each of them. He looked the other way. He looked at the guy who was telling the first one to hit the artifact, noting that complex machines still work when you hit them. The merchant emphasized that the guy was next to him. He imagined himself skinning a person. Continuing to think, the seller noticed that the guy was a madman who had taken the skin off some mercenary and was chewing it, saying how tasty his meat was. The seller was beside himself with fear. He looked at the girl behind the two guys. She examined the golden object with interest. The merchant emphasized the fact that, in fact, the craziest among them was the girl. A picture of her standing on a rock in front of a crowd of people popped into his head. The seller noted that she screamed that she had built the tallest tower in the world, consisting of a mountain of corpses. The merchant stated that after this, the warriors of the one-horned tribe began to play a game of building towers to see who could break the most heads or launch the enemy the farthest with one movement. Stretching out his hand, the stunned seller noted in his thoughts that it was as if they had only noodles instead of brains. He stated that it is so expensive. Nayu appeared next to him. He pointed to the item and asked the seller what it was. The merchant noted that he couldn't even say anything because of fear. The seller remembered Muin's face during the battle with the Summer Queen. He examined the golden glove and stated that it looked like something strong. King Mu put his hand on the seller's shoulder and thanked him for bringing them such valuable items. Nayu said it was nice to have fun for the first time in a long time. The trader, trembling with fear, wondered if Nayu was going to crush his shoulder. Nguyen asked to tell Frisia that they will use this to their advantage. The seller was taken aback by what he heard. He looked after him and in his thoughts noticed that even the king dared to call him by name so casually. Turning around, the frightened merchant saw Jun. The main character asked him about his request. The seller remembered how Jun asked him to connect him with the feast. The merchant replied that they agreed. The seller was holding an orange sphere in his hands. The merchant asked to be reminded that the only thing he was asked to do was to limit himself to touch. The seller noted that these are the highest people in their trading world, so meeting them is already a great honor. The protagonist's gaze fell on the ball that the merchant was holding. The light from the sphere began to illuminate the entire area. Swallows were flying in the blue sky. Jun sat on the ground and looked at the rabbit and the squirrel. Looking around the dense forest, the main character wondered if it was similar to what Braham said. Jun looked at the white deer among the trees and wondered how he could build this inside a single crystal ball. The main character heard sounds behind him and turned around sharply. He saw a man on a huge wolf. The stunned merchant thought about this man in his thoughts. The girl stroked the wolf's head. She looked at Jun, after which he stated that it was Master Frisia. The frightened seller was thinking about why she came personally. The merchant noted that he didn't know much, but as far as he knew, she had never shown herself. Stretching out his hand, the main character said that he did not expect the master of the feast to appear in person. Jun locked eyes with Master Frisia. The main character presented the coat of arms of the feast and, deep in thought, said that his first contract with the feast was at a time when the Arsha was just making its name. A picture of many precious things appeared in Jun's head. Continuing his thoughts, the main character emphasized the fact that then their company expressed its intention to support her. Jun stated that they had helped them beyond belief, and thanks to this, the Arsha was able to seriously spread its wings. An image of his brother appeared in the main character's head, standing in front of Frisia. Jun said that while other sponsors made difficult demands or took away the results of their activities, the feast did not have this. The main character noted that then Youngwoo and the other clan members wondered why they supported them so much. He imagined the image of Frisia and noticed that everything about her was shrouded in mystery. Jun reported that the leader of the feast rarely showed her presence. The main character stated that only later was Youngwoo able to find out about her identity. He imagined Frisia's face hidden behind the mask. The main character noted that although he did not know the purpose of the feast, one could say for sure that it was somehow connected with the sudden appearance of Frisia. He imagined the crown and thought about the king. The image of his brother appeared in his head. Jun emphasized the fact that she only appeared to the ruler of the tower or those deemed worthy to challenge him. The main character continued to be in thought with a serious look. Jun noted that since she came to me in person, it means that she has the same high opinion of him as Youngwoo. Stretching out her hand, Frisia said that she was glad to meet and asked if the main character wanted to see him. Jun replied that this was true. The main character stood in front of her. Frisia questioned whether she could ask about the reason. Jun said that he was thinking about creating his own clan. The main character said with a serious look that he had heard a rumor that the feast was supported by some clans. Grabbing her chin, Frisia asked Jun if this meant he wanted support for his new clan. The main character said that it is so, if possible. Thinking, she said that there are quite a lot of people with such a request, but they refuse most of them. Frisia looked at Jun and stated that she thought her answer would be the same this time. Jun looked at her silently after answering. Turning around, the main character said that nothing could be done about it and thanked her for meeting him. Frisia asked Jun what this reaction was. The main character replied that he proposed, but she refused. Jun noted that then their conversation was over. Watching the main character, Frisia wondered what Jun was thinking. She wondered if he thought that if he pretended to leave, she would ask him to stay. Frisia, deep in thought, noticed that she thought that this person was not so simple. She looked at the main character and noted that he was cunning and knew how to bide his time. Continuing to watch him, Frisia asked if they could still briefly discuss this. Turning around, Jun in his thoughts emphasized the fact that Frisia looks for royal-level qualities in people. The main character noted that Youngwoo's prediction turned out to be correct. Holding her face, she asked if she could ask Jun some questions. The main character replied that of course she could do it. Extending her hand, she presented the Imtrenian that Jun received. She noted that the legacy of the Summer Queen was in his hands and asked why he needed their support with such and such money. The main character stood in front of a huge wolf. Jun replied that it was because he had no money. Frisia asked what he meant. She said that she had information that her legacy was in his hands. Frowning, the main character said that he already. Continuing his speech, Jun stated that he had spent everything. Frisia fell into a stupor at the words of the protagonist. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.